A thrilling, face-slapping novel with a universal job change system cursed and paralyzed on one side. Zhou Huai awakens the most useless E-rank clone master, ruthlessly abandoned by his family. He starts with a hellish script. The whole world is waiting to see him fail, waiting for him to die quietly in some corner. However, in his wheelchair, Zhou Huai smiles, because his god-level clone system tells him that his clone profession is guaranteed at least S rank. While people mock his weak main body, his S-rank swordsman clone, Yasuo, is single-handedly conquering dungeons. While his family schemes and plots for resources, his SS-rank master craftsman clone, Oyezi, sits on equal footing with the Blacksmith Guild leader, controlling the city's top-tier equipment. When powerful enemies attack and the city is on the verge of collapse, his SS-rank mage clone, Gandalf, unleashes a forbidden spell, burning everything in its path with a meteor shower. Swordgul, Malgagul, Craftsmangul. When one after another, these powerful and era-defining pseudonyms appear, the whole world goes crazy. So, when all these pseudonyms converge into one person, when the truth is revealed, what kind of desperate expressions will those ants who once trampled him into the dust use to repent? Chapter 1. Breaking free from a cage. In the eastern sea city of the great Xia kingdom, within the confines of the Zhou family estate, a discordant exchange unfolded. Zhou Huai, from today onward, you must leave the Zhou family, declared a woman seated on the sofa, her skin taut and alluring, yet her expression bore a sharpness that betrayed her. Cruelty. Zhou Huai raised his gaze to meet her scrutinizing eyes. Why is that? He inquired, a hint of disbelief lacing his voice. I ess it because I have transitioned to the E-level class of summoner. With arms crossed and chin raised in disdain, Lu Yiru smirked. What else could it be? A paralyzed wretch like you, having chosen the most useless E-level profession. Do you still wish to remain in the Zhou family? Would you have the world witness our family's disgrace? From the opposite end of the sofa, a fashionably dressed young man interjected, feigning concern. Brother, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but given your condition and this pathetic class change, staying at home is clearly inconvenient. Perhaps you should rent a small apartment outside, for your own peace and recovery. Despite his soothing words, his eyes gleamed with smugness and disdain. As Zhou Huai listened to the mother-son duo's relentless mockery, a bitter smile formed within him. Just 3 days had passed since his arrival in this world, and already he was being cast aside like refuse. Such was the fate of a transmigrator. Originally, Zhou Huai hailed from the illustrious Zhou family of Donghai City. His father, Zhou Feng, was the third son of the current patriarch, Old Master Zhou. Zhou Huai once lived a life of luxury and ease, but fate dealt a cruel blow during a vicious attack against the Zhou family. His mother died protecting him, and he was left cursed, rendered a half-paralyzed invalid, doomed to spend his days confined to a wheelchair. Despite the Zhou family's efforts to seek out powerful healers, all attempts proved futile. Not long after his mother's passing, his father remarried Lu Yiru, a woman devoid of compassion. She brought with her a burden, her son, Lu Qi. From the moment Lu Yiru entered the Zhou household, Zhou Huai's circumstances deteriorated drastically. He was subjected to daily humiliation, financial deprivation, and scorn, even from his servants who dared to treat him with contempt. His father, Zhou Feng, remained indifferent, choosing to overlook his son's plight in favor of Lu Yiru's influential family, the Lu clan of the capital. The relentless torment from this malevolent duo ultimately shattered Zhou Huai's fragile spirit, leading him to a tragic end. Now, Zhou Huai had occupied this body for merely 3 days. He found himself in a world besieged by abyssal incursions and rampant beasts, a realm where everything was quantified. Upon reaching 18, individuals could awaken their professions through a ceremonial rite, gaining extraordinary powers to confront impending crises. Professions were manifold, categorized primarily into combat, support, and lifestyle systems, rated from SSS to E, with E level being synonymous with ineptitude. Today marked Zhou Huai's participation in the school-organized class change ceremony, where he, to no one's surprise, transitioned into the universally derided E-level summoner. This profession initially allowed for the summoning of a single doppelganger, with the capacity for more increasing alongside one's level. However, the attributes of these doppelgangers were merely half of the originals, rendering them weak and of little combat value, more of an auxiliary role relegated to scouting. Upon returning home, he was met with the scornful scene that had just transpired. Zhou Huai maintained a calm demeanor, his voice betraying no emotion. Is this also my father's decree? Lu Yiru scoffed, her chin lifted in derision. Your father is far too occupied with his affairs to concern himself with your worthless existence. In this household, I, Lu Yuru, hold the reins should your father become aware of this. I am certain he would endorse my decision. A useless individual like you remaining here. Do you expect to bring glory to the Zhou family? At her words, Zhou Huai felt no stirrings of emotion. He was weary of this so-called family and the man he called father. His desire to escape this loathsome cage aligned perfectly with their wishes. If you wish for me to leave, so be it, Zhou Huai replied, his tone indifferent. But I must make one thing abundantly clear. His gaze swept over Lu Yuru and Lu Qi, his voice steady and resolute. From a moment I step beyond this threshold, I, Zhou Huai, will have no further ties to the Zhou family. From this day forth, all matters concerning the Zhou family shall be of no concern to me, just as my affairs shall not pertain to you. I trust that you will refrain from seeking me out in the future for any issues you may encounter. He paused, a knowing smile gracing his lips. And do not regret your actions today. Lu Yuru erupted into laughter, her mirth ringing hollow. Regret? A mere E-level cripple? The Zhou family would lament over you? Have you lost your senses? Lu Qi clutched his sides, laughter spilling forth. Brother, you're truly amusing. Do you think you're someone of significance? Without the Zhou family, how will you survive outside? Don't come crawling back to us later, begging for refuge. Zhou Huai observed their smug expressions, a cold smile surfacing within him. An E-level summoner? Useless? They were entirely oblivious to the truth that 8T the moment of his class change, the divine doppelganger system had awakened within him. Each time he created a doppelganger, he could draw from an entirely new profession. The doppelgangers would possess independent attribute, skill, and equipment panels. And once created, they will persist indefinitely without depleting his mental energy. With a few meager belongings, the old butler, Fu Bo, pushed Zhou Huai's wheelchair slowly away from the Zhou estate. Zhou Huai cast a final glance at the opulent yet frigid mansion, devoid of any lingering attachment, only a sense of liberation washing over him. He had finally escaped this cage. From here on, the vast sea awaited his leaps, and the boundless sky beckoned for his flight. He closed his eyes, envisioning a colossal spinning wheel within his mind, adorned with vibrant, shimmering orbs. Before the wheel, a button glowed invitingly. Beside it, a line of golden text shimmered. Newcomer benefit. Please extract a profession orb to bestow upon your first doppelganger. Ding. Please extract the profession for your first doppelganger. Asterisk asterisk the cold system notification echoed in his mind. Doppelganger profession extraction, guaranteed S level, with a potential peak of SSS level. Zhou Huai's breath hitched, his heart racing with exhilaration. A guarantee of an S-Class? One must understand that within the entire realm of the Great Xia Kingdom, the annual emergence of S-Class professionals is but a mere handful. Each one of them is a paragon of excellence, a true heir of heaven. The SS-Class, even rarer still, is publicly acknowledged to include only 2 individuals, revered as legends and serving as the very pillars of the nation. As for the SSS-Class, it resides in the realm of myth. Throughout the vast annals of history spanning thousands of years, only a handful are known. In today's world, only the individual from the Free Federation is acclaimed as a walking deity, earning the respect and admiration of millions. Moreover, his system, the dual-class profession, commences at the S-Class level. It even holds the potential to ascend to the SSS tier. Zhou Huai swallowed hard, his eyes glimmering with fervent light, a reflection of his boundless aspirations for the future. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively pressed the extract button. The selection machine whirled with incredible speed, dazzling light cascading in a mesmerizing display. Ultimately, a resplendent golden orb shot forth from the machine, gracefully descending. As the golden light burst forth, it transformed into an ancient and enigmatic class change scroll, quietly hovering before Zhou Huai. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the profession, the unique hidden class, S-Class Thunder Swordsman. Chapter 2. The thunderous swordsman Yasuo old butler Fu pushed Zhou Huai's wheelchair, gently making his way out of the Zhou family's grand entrance. His back was hunched, and with a heavy sigh, he spoke, "Young master, do not be disheartened. The master is not as heartless as he seems. In due time, he will surely find a way to bring you back." Zhou Huai sat in his wheelchair, gazing up at the luxurious villa gradually receding from view. Not a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. He understood that Fu was genuinely concerned for the original owner of this body. Yet, as for his father? That man, consumed solely by power, was likely at this very moment plotting to curry favor with Lu Yuru and her son in order to ascend the social ladder. As for his cursed, useless son, he had probably cast him aside long ago, beyond the realms of his thoughts. Zhou Huai shook his head. Fu, I am fine. Leaving here is for the best. I shall live more freely henceforth. Hearing this, Fu merely sighed again. He offered no further words, silently pushing the wheelchair toward the car parked by the roadside. The vehicle started and departed from the Zhou family's vicinity. Zhou Huai closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the depths of his mind. There, a colossal, sci-fi-esque device floated silently. Beside it, a pristine panel unfurled. Clone panel, Yasuo. Class, unique hidden class. S-rank, thunderous swordsman. Level, LV1 health, 150,150. Mana, 100,100. Strength, 28. Agility, 56. Stamina, 25. Mental power, 22. Skill list. Passive skill, Riding the Wind. Level, LV1. Skill 1, passive sharp sword intent. Increases own agility attribute by 100. Normal attacks carry the power of lightning, dealing an additional 10 lightning damage to the target and can conduct to up to 5 surrounding enemy units, causing 30 attack power splash damage. Skill 2, active thunder slash. Consumes 50 mana points to instantly unleash a sword imbued with the power of thunder, dealing 150 attack power lightning damage to enemies in a straight line, with a chance to inflict a paralysis effect, lasting for 1 second. Cooldown, 10 seconds. He then turned to examine his own panel. Name, Zhou Huai. Class, E-rank clone master. Level, 1050. Health, 8080. Mana, 5050. Strength, 5. Agility, 4. Stamina, 6. Mental, 8. Active skill, create clone. Level, LV1. Effect, consumes 10 mana points to create a clone. Current clone limit, 1. Clone attributes are 50 of the main body. Note, the divine level clone system has overridden certain effects. Zhou Huai's lips twitched. The disparity between E-rank and S-rank is akin to heaven and earth. System prompt, please name your S-rank clone. Since he was to embody the thunderous swordsman, Zhou Huai's mind flashed with the image of a free-spirited character from a game of his past. Let us call him Yasuo. System prompt, naming successful. Clone Yasuo created. System prompt, please shape the appearance of clone Yasuo. Naturally, if he was to be called Yasuo, his appearance must reflect that. Shortly, a classic image of a wandering swordsman gradually took form. Unruly black hair casually tied back, a few strands falling forward to obscure his deep, piercing gaze. A hint of rugged stubble adorned his chin, adding an air of world-weariness and nonchalance. Perfectly replicated. Zhou Huai nodded in satisfaction. Alas, he was still clad in novice garb, lacking a suitable longsword. System prompt, clone Yasuo's appearance shaping successful. System prompt, clone generation in progress, please wait. At that moment, Fu had already driven the car to a somewhat secluded villa. This residence was a private estate left behind by Zhou Huai's mother, now serving as his sole refuge. Fu parked the car, stepped inside, and began to meticulously tidy the bedroom, hoping to make his young master more comfortable. Zhou Huai had a light meal prepared by Fu. Just then, system prompt, S-rank clone thunderous swordsman Yasuo has been successfully generated. As the words faded, a bright flash appeared before Zhou Huai. A tall figure manifested seemingly out of thin air, clad in coarse linen, with a slightly dazed expression. Yasuo. The host can control this clone through consciousness. This clone is equipped with an intelligent AI system 10, possessing strong initiative and absolute loyalty to the host. If the clone is defeated, it can be recreated after 24 hours, retaining its original level and equipment, if any. Impressive. Zhou Huai couldn't help but praise internally. He closed his eyes, allowing a thread of consciousness to flow into Yasuo's body. In the next moment, the formerly vacant gaze of Yasuo sparked with life, becoming animated. Yasuo looked down at his rough yet powerful hands, flexing his agile legs. Wow! Zhou Huai marveled within Yasuo's mind. The sensation was indistinguishable from controlling his own body. In fact, due to this body strength, it felt even more effortless. He attempted to walk a few steps, then broke into a light jog, leaping. His movements were fluid, devoid of any clumsiness. Haha. After 3 days, I can finally experience the joy of unfettered movement again, despite merely being within a clone. Zhou Huai was overwhelmed with excitement. Creak. The bedroom door swung open, and Fu entered, holding freshly folded bedding, only to be greeted by the sight of a stranger darting around the room. Thud. The bedding fell from his hands. Fu's expression changed dramatically, without a moment's thought. He stepped in front of Zhou Huai's wheelchair, his frail form trembling yet resolute. Who are you? How dare you invade the young master's room? What do you intend to do? Zhou Huai, amused yet bemused, quickly controlled Yasuo to speak, deliberately adopting a deep, weathered voice. Fu, do not be alarmed. It is I, Zhou Huai. This is my clone. The low and unfamiliar tone emanating from Yasuo stunned Fu into silence. Young master? Fu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yasuo, then back at Zhou Huai in the wheelchair. Please do not frighten this old servant. What on earth is happening? Fu, being worldly wise, knew that clones created by other clone masters were invariably identical to their original forms. But the imposing figure before him bore no resemblance to the frail Zhou Huai. Noticing Fu's bewilderment, Zhou Huai withdrew his consciousness from Yasuo. Slowly, he opened his eyes in the wheelchair and gave Fu a faint smile. Fu, now do you believe? Fu gazed at the awakened Zhou Huai and the suddenly vacant Yasuo. Finally exhaling a long breath, he collapsed onto a nearby chair, patting his chest. Oh, my young master. You nearly gave this old servant a heart attack. Zhou Huai's expression turned serious. Fu, the secret about my clone must remain between us. It must not be disclosed to anyone, not even my so-called father. Fu straightened up immediately, resolutely declaring, rest assured, young master. This old servant will take it to the grave, not revealing a single word. Zhou Huai smiled with relief. In this cold world, if there was anyone worthy of his complete trust, it was this devoted old butler before him. Fu, Zhou Huai pondered for a moment. Could you assist me in procuring a set of equipment for my clone? Level 1 will suffice. Upon hearing this, Fu was momentarily taken aback. Can clones even wear equipment? This is unheard of. Soon, his expression turned troubled, and he sighed. Young master, the prices of equipment for practitioners have remained exorbitantly high. Even the most ordinary level 1 black iron gear starts at 500 daxia coins. The remaining funds we possess are scarcely 2,000. And we must also manage daily expenses and your sustenance. Zhou Huai furrowed his brow. Only this meager amount. Fu Bo's gaze flickered, his voice lowered, before leaving. Madam did not provide a single coin. This 2,000 is the small savings I have accumulated through frugality over the years. Bang! Zhou Huai slammed his fist against the armrest of the wheelchair, fury igniting in his eyes. Excellent. What a fine family the Zhous are. What a heartless wretch Lu Yuru is. Truly, they have reached the pinnacle of ingratitude. He took several deep breaths to suppress his anger, then contemplated for a moment before stating, in that case, I shall trouble you, Fu Bo, to procure a black iron-grade longsword for him. Other equipment can wait for now. Just a fitting set of attire will suffice. Fu Bo nodded in agreement. Very well, young master, I shall attend to it immediately. Approximately 2 hours later, Fu Bo returned, bearing a plain black iron longsword and a set of dark attire. Yasuo, standing at a height of nearly 6 feet, donned the fitted attire, which accentuated his well-defined and powerful musculature, adding a touch of ruggedness despite its slight tightness. With the black iron sword in hand, he casually performed a flourish, instantly exuding the aura of a formidable swordsman. Intriguing indeed. Chapter 3. Yi Shi. At that moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly from outside the courtyard. Zhou Huai's brow creased slightly. Who could possibly come to see him at such a time? Fu Bo spoke in a low voice. Young master, allow me to answer the door. You should remain hidden. Zhou Huai nodded, and with a flick of his mind, he directed Yasuo to swiftly retreat into a secluded storeroom. Soon after, his consciousness returned to his own body. As he opened his eyes in the wheelchair, he heard Fu Bo's respectful voice from outside. Young master, Miss Yi has come to see you. Miss Yi? Zhou Huai's mind immediately conjured the image of a charming figure, his childhood companion, Yi Shi, the cherished jewel of the Yi family in Tianhai City. Please, show her in. Zhou Huai said gently. No sooner had he spoken than a graceful silhouette stepped inside, clad in a light green gown that accentuated her delicate curves. With skin fair as snow and bright eyes, she possessed an ethereal charm that was utterly captivating. It was indeed Yi Shi. Zhou Huai Gij. The girl's voice was crisp, tinged with urgency. Yi Shi hastened to Zhou Huai's side, sitting naturally in the chair beside him, her clear eyes brimming with concern and compassion. I heard about your expulsion from the Zhou family and rushed over immediately. I knew you would be here. As she spoke, her teeth clenched in indignation. That Lu Yuru truly has a heart of a serpent. How could she actually cast you out? And her son, Lu Qi, is no better. Uncle Zhou has truly lost his sight. Hearing Yi Shi's heartfelt defense, warmth surged within Zhou Huai. In this world, the original owner's true friends were few, and undoubtedly, Yi Shi was the most significant among them. Of course, this friendship was also tinged with the original owner's youthful, complicated affection. Had it not been for that sudden attack that rendered the original owner crippled, perhaps he and Yi Shi would already have been betrothed. Nevertheless, over the years, Yi had never distanced herself from him. Instead, she frequently visited, offering meticulous care. She had even once mustered the courage to confess her feelings, stating that she would stand by him forever, even if Zhou Huai could never rise again. Regrettably, the original owner, plagued by extreme self-doubt and sensitivity, had cruelly rejected her. Yet, Yi remained undeterred. Despite immense familial pressure and repeated warnings from her elders to sever ties with Zhou Huai, she never wavered. Occasionally, she would bring him homemade treats. Zhou Huai gazed at this kind and persistent girl, a gentle smile gracing his face. It matters not. Leaving that cold prison has brought me a sense of relief. In truth, I have long wished to depart. Yi regarded him, noticing his sincerity, and nodded lightly. Her tone brightening. Indeed, it spares me from witnessing Lu Yuru and her son's loathsome faces. Suddenly, Yi lowered her voice, leaning in conspiratorially. By the way, Zhou Huai Gij, I have good news to share. Would you like to know? Zhou Huai raised an eyebrow, playing along. Oh? What is this good news? Yi eyes curved like crescent moons, a hint of pride shining through. I have completed my job change today. I am now an A-grade light-type profession. A holy light chantress. Once I level up and grow stronger, perhaps I can help dispel the curse afflicting you, allowing you to stand once more. Zhou Huai understood that this curse was exceptionally peculiar, one that even renowned light-type healing masters struggled to overcome. How could the newly transitioned Yi possibly resolve it with ease? Yet, a hopeful smile graced his lips. That is wonderful. Cheer, I shall rely on you henceforth. With that, Zhou Huai naturally extended his hand, gently grasping Yi delicate one resting on her lap. The original owner's self-doubt and retreat would not hinder him. A girl as remarkable as this deserved to be cherished. Ah, the girl's hand was soft and smooth, a delightful sensation. Taken aback by Zhou Huai's sudden intimacy, Yi fair face instantly flushed with a delightful blush, her heart racing like a startled deer. Yet, she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she slightly lowered her head, allowing him to hold it. The two conversed tenderly for quite some time, until the night deepened outside, prompting Yi to reluctantly rise to take her leave. Zhou Huai Gij, from tomorrow onward, the trial tower in Tianhai City will reopen. I may need to focus on leveling up and be able to visit you frequently for a while. As she spoke, she retrieved a crystal card from her small bag and handed it to Fu Bo. Fu Bo, this contains 100,000 daxia coins. The password is Zhou Huai Gij's birthday. Please take good care of Zhou Huai Gij during this time. Fu Bo dared not accept it, repeatedly declining. However, Yi would not allow him to refuse. She placed the card down, her face flushed, and hurriedly left without looking back. Fu Bo, holding the crystal card, cast a troubled glance at Zhou Huai. Zhou Huai, however, smiled lightly. Fu Bo, please accept it. We genuinely require these funds at present. In the future, we shall repay her double when the opportunity arises. The trial tower. Zhou Huai's gaze flickered. This trial tower is a beginner dungeon specifically crafted by the authorities for novice practitioners, only opening during designated periods each year. It consists of 12 levels, each presenting increasingly difficult challenges. It is said that if one can break through a certain level or even set an overall completion record, they may receive generous rewards from the officials, including the chance to obtain rare equipment or skill books. A clear thought took shape in Zhou Huai's mind. In that case, tomorrow, let Yasuo venture into the trial tower. Zhou Feng pushed open the door of the Zhou family villa. The night was already deep, and the dining room was brightly lit. Lu Yuru and Lu Qi sat at the dining table. Zhou Feng removed his outer coat, his brow furrowed. He approached and sat at the head of the table. Where's that boy Zhou Huai? He inquired. Lu Yuru, calmly picking up a piece of food, replied with an indifferent expression, he has been expelled. Her tone revealed no hint of emotion. Zhou Feng halted, his chopsticks suspended in midair. Expelled? He repeated, a note of surprise lacing his voice. Lu Yuru raised her head, her gaze icy. He has transitioned to an E-grade profession, a worthless wretch. Is it shameful to remain in the Zhou family? A mocking smile played on her lips. Moreover, he is utterly ungrateful. After we have cared for him for so many years, he dares to sever ties with the Zhou family. Such an unfilial son deserves to be cast out to fend for himself. Zhou Feng's expression darkened. He clenched his fists, then relaxed them. How could you expel him so callously? Lu Yuru let out a cold laugh. What? Do you feel sorry for him? Her gaze was sharp as she fixed her eyes on him. Zhou Feng immediately donned a smile. How could that be? He waved his hand dismissively. Such a useless person. It is only fitting he is expelled from the Zhou family. He declared, severing ties, which was just as well. I will consider that I have never given birth to this son. Lu Yuru was finally satisfied and withdrew her gaze. Now that's more like it. She turned to Lu Qi, a smile gracing her face. I have wonderful news for you. Qi'er has changed his profession today to an A-class fire mage. Her tone was laced with undeniable pride. Zhou Feng looked at Lu Qi, a blend of surprise and admiration illuminating his face. An A-class fire mage? Excellent. Truly, Qi'er is destined for greatness. Lu Qi grinned shyly. Lu Yiru huffed. What good is mere talk? She shot Zhou Feng a glance. Shouldn't a father show some acknowledgement? Zhou Feng laughed heartily. Of course. Whatever Qi'er desires, he should feel free to ask. Lu Qi, with a hint of trepidation, began, Uncle Zhou, I heard that years ago. My elder brother Zhou Huai was on the verge of an engagement with Miss Yi Shi from the Yi family, but it fell through due to my brother's unfortunate condition. Since he is no longer a contender, why not let me seize this opportunity? To be honest, I have long admired Miss Yi Shi. Zhou Feng's expression faltered momentarily before breaking into hearty laughter. Ah, so it is this matter. No problem. Absolutely no problem. I had the same thought. If our Zhou family can ally with the Yi family, it would be a monumental union, a splendid affair. He patted Lu Qi's shoulder, his tone filled with expectation. Tomorrow, the trial tower in Tianhai City will open. You must perform splendidly and shine before Yi Shi. Then, that girl from the Yi family will undoubtedly take notice of you. Lu Qi's face brimmed with confidence and pride as he thumped his chest and assured, Uncle Zhou, rest assured, that mere trial tower shall be mine to conquer. Chapter 4. I just turned 18 this year. The following day, at the break of dawn, Zhou Huai deftly maneuvered his avatar, Yasuo, setting off towards the trial tower situated in the eastern part of Tianhai City. From several miles away, a colossal, pitch-black tower piercing the clouds came into view. Its surface was inscribed with ancient, intricate runes that shimmered ominously in the morning light, exuding an indescribable aura of pressure. This was the iconic structure of Tianhai City, the starting point where countless novice adventurers took their first steps, the trial tower. At this moment, the vast square outside the trial tower was already bustling with a throng of people. Students freshly transitioned into their new professions from various universities congregated in groups, their voices rising in a cacophony. Rough estimates suggested that there were at least 1,000 individuals present. The official opening of the trial tower was scheduled for 8 o'clock sharp, yet there remained over half an hour until then. The square was alive with shouts and calls, primarily from those recruiting teammates. Strong warriors lead the charge for violent output, aiming for at least the 5th floor and striving for even higher. A-class support priest seeks a team. Ample healing, keen awareness. Please take me into a stable squad. Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, strolled leisurely toward the entrance of the trial tower. His distinctive attire and demeanor quickly attracted the eyes of many. On one hand, his long, unruly black hair flowed freely behind him, a stark contrast to the short or meticulously styled hair of the other students. On the other hand, Yasuo's chiseled features, imbued with a hint of heroism, stood out remarkably. His deep-set eyes seemed to harbor the stars, complemented by a perfectly groomed stubble. The air around him carried a subtle blend of maturity and sharpness, making him distinctly noticeable among the otherwise youthful crowd. A few girls couldn't help but gather together, whispering in hushed tones. Wow, look at that person, so handsome. Just my type. Yes, he is quite striking, but he seems a bit older, doesn't he? He looks at least over 30. You don't understand. It's this mature and composed charm, with a hint of a story behind him, that makes a man truly captivating. Shoo, keep it down, don't let him hear you. I bet he's probably a parent of one of the students, accompanying them to the trial. Zhou Huai paid no mind to the surrounding chatter. He calmly observed the ebb and flow of the crowd, waiting silently for the trial tower to open. Just then, a sleek black luxury car glided silently to the curb and came to a halt. The door swung open, revealing an elegant and striking figure stepping out. It was Yi Shi. Today, she wore a flowing light green gown that accentuated her snow-white, delicate skin. Her black hair fell simply over her shoulders, and her exquisite features appeared even more radiant in the morning light. As she alighted from the car, she walked with graceful strides toward the entrance of the trial tower. Look, isn't that Yi Shi, the eldest daughter of the Yi family? Oh my, she is even more beautiful in person than the rumors suggest. Truly, the flower of Tianhai No. 2 High School. Not just a beauty. I heard she awakened as an A-class light chanter, with a prestigious background and exceptional talent. Not to mention her beauty, it's as if she has won life's lottery. How envious. As Yi Shi made her appearance, the previously raucous crowd instinctively quieted down, an invisible path parting before her. Those self-proclaimed beauties felt a twinge of inferiority in her dazzling presence. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, stepping directly in front of Yi Shi. She lifted her gaze, her delicate brows furrowing in displeasure, her eyes flashing with unmasked disdain. Lu Qi, what do you want? Lu Qi wore a self-satisfied grin, his gaze brazenly wandering over Yi Shi's graceful curves. Yi Shi, you look stunning today, even more captivating than usual. Is there something on your mind? Yi Shi scoffed. If there's nothing, step aside. Don't block the way. Of course, there is something. Lu Qi took a step forward, lowering his voice. I heard you have transitioned to an A-class light chanter, and I too am an A-class fire mage. Why don't we team up? With our combined strength, securing first place would be a breeze. Yi Shi shot him a glare, her tone icy. Not interested. I will not team up with you. With that, she attempted to sidestep him. Yet, Lu Qi seized her arm forcefully. Are you still hung up on that useless Zhou Huai? What is there to admire about him? Look at me. I am 1,000 times better. Yi Shi's expression darkened entirely. Let go of me. Lu Qi smirked provocatively. I won tea. What can you do about it? Among the onlookers, many boys clenched their fists in indignation, itching to confront Lu Qi and smash his insufferable face. Yet, none dared to act. For Lu Qi had the backing of the Zhou family, while Yi Shi belonged to the Yi family. Such disputes among the scions of prominent families were far beyond the reach of ordinary students. At that moment, a figure silently approached Lu Qi from behind. Before anyone could react, a sharp sound echoed through the air. A swift, powerful kick landed squarely in Lu Qi's abdomen. Ah! He let out a pained scream, releasing Yi Shi's arm as he doubled over in agony, rolling on the ground. Struggling to lift his head, he met the gaze of a cold, ruggedly handsome face. What the hell is your problem? Lu Qi gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse with pain. Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, looked down at him from above, his tone calm and devoid of emotion. You blocked the way. Those 4 simple words carried an undeniable authority. Lu Qi gritted his teeth as he endured the excruciating pain in his abdomen, struggling to rise from the ground. His bloodshot eyes glared malevolently at Yasuo. How dare you kick me? Do you have any idea who I am? Yasuo remained unfazed, his gaze tranquil as a still pond. I do not care who you are. This statement ignited Lu Qi's fury like gasoline on fire. In the next moment, a surge of crimson flames erupted from his palms, radiating a scorching wave outward. I'll slaughter you, you mutt. However, before he could finish his threatening words, Yasuo was already in motion. As an S-rank professional, Yasuo's agility far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. His movements were as graceful as they were swift, leaving Lu Qi with no opportunity to unleash his skills. In a flash, Yasuo closed the distance, resembling a gust of wind, and delivered a powerful kick that struck Lu Qi's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Pooh! Lu Qi cried out in agony, propelled backwards several meters, landing in a heap on the ground. Before he could catch his breath, a heavy foot pressed down on his chest. A glint of cold steel flashed as Yasuo unsheathed his black iron sword, its tip poised threateningly against Lu Qi's neck. The chilling aura of impending death made Lu Qi's hair stand on end. Say another word, and I will end you. Lu Qi, gazing at the blade mere inches away, felt his pupils constrict, blood bubbling in his mouth. Terror seized him in an instant. Who was this person? How dare he treat him this way? In the crowd, countless students were completely awestruck by Yasuo's fluid and formidable display of power. Wow, this uncle is incredible. He's so cool. Mom, I think I'm in love again. Yi Shi also covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. She never anticipated someone would suddenly step in to teach Lu Qi a lesson. Just then, a voice called out from a distance. Stop. A teacher in uniform hurried over, his expression grave. Fighting is prohibited outside the trial tower. Violators will be disqualified. He turned to Yasuo. Regardless of your grievances, put the sword down immediately. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. With the official personnel from the trial tower intervening, Zhou Huai naturally ceased escalating the situation. He slowly retracted his sword, lifting his foot from Lu Qi's chest, then spoke in a resonant, gravelly voice. Allow me to clarify. Teacher, I am not a guardian. Yasuo paused, his profound gaze sweeping over the crowd, enunciating each word. I just turned 18 this year. Chapter 5. The opening of the trial tower. The teacher was left utterly baffled. What? Just turned 18? He scrutinized Yasuo, perplexed. Is this a joke? You look older than I do, and yet you claim to be 18? Internally, he scoffed, but maintained his professional demeanor, clearing his throat. Sir, you certainly have a sense of humor. Do you not believe me? Yasuo raised an eyebrow. What I say is the truth. With that, Zhou Huai guided Yasuo to retrieve a pristine identification card from his pocket. This card had been procured through connections by Fubo, crafted by skilled professionals. It was not merely a thin card. It had seamlessly integrated Yasuo's information into the official population system of Tianhai City. a legitimate record of his existence. The teacher accepted the card with skepticism, scrutinizing it closely. Age, 18. Name, Yasuo. The card bore a clear image of Yasuo's somewhat weathered face. After comparing it repeatedly, he glanced at the age displayed on the card. Indeed, he was 18. The teacher's mouth twitched as he returned the identification card to Yasuo, reflecting on the unexpected reality of someone so young possessing such a weathered appearance. Ahem, the teacher cleared his throat. Regardless of whether you are a student or a guardian, fighting is strictly prohibited here. This is your verbal warning. Should you violate this rule again, both of you will be disqualified from the Trial Tower Challenge. Lu Qi struggled to rise from the ground, clutching his abdomen, his face pale. In a fit of rage, he pointed at Yasuo. He beat me to this state. And you do nothing? The teacher gave him a look as if he were a fool. If I had not intervened, would you not still be lying there? No more excuses. The Trial Tower is about to commence. Head to the right. There are 2 female healers. If you hurry, you still have time. Lu Qi trembled with anger, nearly bursting with rage. He shot a venomous glare at Yasuo. Just you wait. I will settle this score with you. With that, he clutched his abdomen and, under the disdainful gazes of the onlookers, hurriedly pushed through the crowd. Yasuo observed this scene, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This teacher was quite intriguing. It was clear he had been aware of Lu Qi's previous arrogance. Perhaps, when Yasuo took action, the teacher had been silently watching, only stepping in when the moment was right. With this thought, Yasuo politely addressed the teacher, "Thank you, sir." The teacher shot him a flat look, lowering his voice to a tone only the two could hear. "Well done." With that, he turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. The crowd, realizing there was no spectacle left to witness, gradually dispersed, returning to their own affairs. At that moment, Yishi approached gracefully, a hint of gratitude on her delicate face. "Thank you for stepping in to help me." Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, replied coldly, "No need for thanks." He then turned and walked away, leaving a solitary, aloof silhouette behind. Henceforth, his avatar was destined to create various disturbances, attracting countless gazes. The more attention he garnered, the less he could entangle himself with those close to him, to prevent anyone from linking the avatar to his true self. This was a form of protection for both Zhou Huai and those around him. His intervention with Lu Qi had indeed been somewhat reckless. But what could he do? Lu Qi was simply too insufferable. One could only say he was a person of strong character. Yishi watched Yasuo's retreating figure, her brow slightly furrowed. This person was peculiar. Though he had helped her, he remained so distant. Before long, the clock struck 8 o'clock. The loudspeaker in the square announced, "All participants of the trial are to prepare. The trial tower will soon officially open." Many students who had yet to form complete teams were still desperately calling out, making their final efforts, looking for a strong tank for a guaranteed 5th level clear. Cute support needed, can heal and buff. Zhou Huai, guiding Yasuo, showed no intention of forming a team. Are you kidding? The only hidden S-rank profession, tackling a novice-level trial tower? That would be a disgrace to S-rank professionals. Soloing is the true romance of the strong. As for Yishi, Zhou Huai casually glanced through the crowd. It seemed she had found her own team. A group consisting entirely of beautiful girls, likely a 5-sister squad, stood out prominently among the crowd. Less than a minute later, a resounding chime echoed from the ancient bell atop the trial tower, signaling the commencement of this year's challenge with a solemn toll. The students who had been waiting eagerly began to flow toward the entrance of the trial tower like a tidal wave, orderly and excited. Zhou Huai, guiding Yasuo, followed along at a leisurely pace. Soon it was his turn. However, as he approached the entrance, a female teacher responsible for maintaining order stepped forward to intercept him. "Hello, sir." The female teacher maintained a courteous tone, stating that parents were not permitted to accompany their children in the challenges of the trial tower and requested that he wait in the designated area. Yasuo, feeling speechless, had no choice but to produce his 18-year-old muscular identity card and present it. Upon receiving it, the teacher's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she repeatedly apologized before granting him permission. Zhou Huai sighed helplessly. His next avatar needed to be younger. Looking too old led others to mistake him for a parent, which was quite a hindrance. As he stepped through the enormous luminous gate emanating spatial ripples in front of the trial tower, Yasuo's figure instantly vanished from sight. The next moment, he found himself in a dense primordial forest. This was the 1st level of the trial tower. Soon after, a majestic and ethereal voice resonated in his mind, announcing the rules of the trial tower. 1. Each team or individual entering the trial tower will be transported to a completely independent mirrored space. 2. To unlock the portal to the next level, one must defeat all abyssal creatures on the current floor. 3. Beginning from the 10th level, Each floor will additionally spawn an elite boss far superior to the standard abyssal creatures, significantly increasing the challenge's difficulty. 4. After successfully clearing a level, challengers may choose to temporarily exit the trial tower for rest. However, be aware that exiting midway will incur additional challenge time upon re-entry. With the rules declared, the announcement concluded. The trial tower challenge has officially begun. Simultaneously, a long-awaited system notification echoed in Zhou Huai's mind. Ding. Task triggered. The glory of the trial tower. Task requirement. Successfully clear the trial tower and secure first place on the challenge leaderboard. Task reward. Profession Ball Extraction Chance X1. Chapter 6. Zhou Feng. Zhou Huai felt a surge of excitement. He had triggered a task to clear the trial tower and achieve first place. The reward was too enticing to resist. He maneuvered Yasuo's gaze across the unfamiliar forest. Spotting several emerald green abyssal creatures resembling mantises, the emerald scythe bugs, emerging from the underbrush. Emerald scythe bug LV1 health. 5050. They were merely small fry. Yasuo's figure flickered as he swung his black iron sword, unleashing a glimmering arc. With a swift strike, one emerald scythe bug's head soared into the air. Instant kill. Defeated emerald scythe bug LV1. Gained 5 experience points. The system's notifications chimed repeatedly. Yasuo moved like a tiger among sheep, deftly navigating through the swarm of monsters. Each sword strike found its mark with pinpoint accuracy. These level 1 creatures posed no threat to him whatsoever. The sensation was akin to playing an ultra-high-freedom first-person VR game, exhilarating. In no time, a dozen emerald scythe bugs lay vanquished. Congratulations. Avatar Yasuo has reached LV2. Yasuo's attributes have improved. Strength, 2840. Agility, 5680. Stamina, 2535. Mental strength, 2230. Health, 15200. Mana, 130. His agility surged by over 20 points. Zhou Huai could distinctly feel Yasuo's body becoming lighter, his movements swifter. The creature's attacks couldn't even graze his clothing. Soon, all the abyssal creatures on the first level were eradicated. A flash of light heralded the appearance of a staircase leading to the second level. Zhou Huai guided Yasuo up the stairs, and the scene shifted dramatically. The dense forest vanished, replaced by an expansive, boundless grassland. A series of wolf howls echoed. 4 or 5 agile, prairie-wind wolves, LV3, emerged from the foliage, their emerald eyes fixed on Yasuo with wariness. Zhou Huai refrained from immediate action. He recalled that his avatar was equipped with an intelligent AI system. Activating intelligent AI. Activation successful. With a thought, Zhou Huai detached his consciousness from Yasuo. Switching to a third-person perspective to observe the AI-controlled Yasuo. On the grassland, Yasuo stood still. After a moment, he began to move, initially awkwardly, like a marionette. He took a few steps and attempted to swing his sword, as if acclimating to his new form. Within mere seconds, Yasuo's movements became visibly fluid. He transitioned from walking to a light jog, then to a leap, ultimately executing a series of graceful sword techniques. Ethereal, agile, he resembled a true master of the sword. Impressive. Zhou Huai couldn't help but marvel internally. The AI's learning capabilities were astonishing. At this moment, the prairie wind wolves seemed to sense danger. Emitting deep growls in an attempt to warn Yasuo. His gaze sharpened, locking onto them. He sprang into action. His figure was like the wind, leaving a blur in his wake. The wolves became frantic, opening their mouths to unleash pale blue wind blades toward Yasuo. Yet, he merely swayed, effortlessly dodging every strike. His speed was unparalleled. Swish! The blade of his sword sliced through the air, a crimson arc appearing at the neck of one prairie wind wolf. 188. Another swift strike felled a second wolf. Under the AI's control, Yasuo's combat style was efficient and straightforward. Every sword thrust targeted vital points, devoid of unnecessary movements. In a matter of moments, all 5 prairie wind wolves lay dead. Yasuo sheathed his sword with a graceful flourish. This AI is superior to my own control. Zhou Huai exclaimed in awe. With more avatars, the AI could handle them all, allowing him to relax. Just as Zhou Huai prepared to continue observing the AI Yasuo's subsequent actions, a familiar, urgent voice pierced through his thoughts, pulling him back to reality. Young master, wake up. The master has come to see you. The master? Zhou Feng. Zhou Huai raised an eyebrow, surprised. This father of his, who was consumed by power and profit and indifferent towards him, had come to visit the shabby courtyard. Truly, the sun must have risen from the west today. Zhou Huai's consciousness swiftly returned to his body. He slowly opened his eyes to find Zhou Feng pacing into the modest bedroom, hands clasped behind his back. Zhou Feng's gaze swept across the room, revealing a complex blend of emotions in his eyes. This was once the place he had shared with Zhou Huai's mother, laden with forgotten memories. Zhou Huai straightened his posture, his voice icy. What do you want? What do I want? Zhou Feng's expression darkened, irritation evident in his tone. What else could it be? It's you, causing me endless worry. He approached the bedside and plopped down into the adjacent chair. Listen to me. This time when you return, apologize sincerely to Aunt Lu. Then, move back to the Zhou residence. Move back. Zhou Huai scoffed, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Zhou Feng, are you out of your mind? I barely escaped that frigid hell of a home, and now you want me to return willingly? Zhou Feng exhaled deeply. His tone seemingly softened. I understand that Aunt Lu has not treated you well. However, given your current physical condition, it is essential that someone is there to care for you. Uncle Fu is aging. We cannot expect him to bear this burden indefinitely. Moving back is ultimately for your own good. I refuse, Zhou Huai retorted firmly, devoid of any room for negotiation. He cast a cold gaze at Zhou Feng and continued. You should return home quickly. If your precious wife discovers that you've secretly come to see me, a useless waste, I fear she will not be pleased. Zhou Huai. Zhou Feng's voice rose sharply, anger evident on his face. What sort of attitude is this? Are you disregarding your father's words? I command you to move back. You will comply? After returning, apologize sincerely to her. Do not utter any more foolish nonsense about severing ties with the Zhou family. Zhou Feng. Zhou Huai stood his ground. Glaring back, his voice equally raised. If you wish to be a coward, groveling before your wife, that is your choice. But as for that so-called Zhou family, Zhou Huai, shall never return. From this day forth, it is best if we do not cross paths again. Rest assured, I will not become an obstacle in your quest for the Zhou family patriarch position. Our bond as father and son ends here. Scoundrel, you ungrateful wretch. Zhou Feng trembled with rage, his fury boiling over. He raised his hand, poised to strike Zhou Huai's face. Yet, Zhou Huai did not flinch. He simply regarded Zhou Feng with an expression devoid of fear, filled instead with an infinite chill and disappointment. The hand, raised high, halted just an inch from Zhou Huai's cheek, trembling slightly. Zhou Feng gazed at his son's face, reminiscent of his late wife, yet marked by frost. The fire of anger within him seemed doused by a bucket of ice water. Slowly, he lowered his arm, his gaze lingering on Zhou Huai for a long moment. Finally, it transformed into a heavy sigh. Do as you wish. With those words, Zhou Feng appeared to age several years in an instant. He turned and walked away with heavy steps, the sound of his footsteps fading into the distance. Chapter 7. Preparing for rainy days, watching Zhou Feng's departing figure. Zhou Huai remained unmoved. Perhaps this old man had his own untold struggles. However, Zhou Huai could not forgive this man for his past actions on behalf of the original owner. To put it bluntly, had it not been for this man's indifference and cruelty, the original owner would not have succumbed to despair. The old butler, Uncle Fu, entered the room. Having overheard their conversation outside, Young master, perhaps you should have a proper discussion with the master, Fu suggested hesitantly, hoping to offer some comfort. After all, you are still a member of the Zhou family. Zhou Huai waved his hand, interrupting him. Uncle Fu, there is no need to discuss this matter further. I have a task for you. Fu's expression turned serious as he replied respectfully. What is your command, young master? Take the crystal card Miss Ishi gave you and rent several apartments. They should be scattered across different locations. Ordinary surroundings will suffice. But they must be quiet and easily accessible. Most importantly, ensure that everything remains discreet. Do not reveal any of our information. And do not let anyone trace it back to me. Though Fu felt perplexed, he never questioned Zhou Huai's orders and simply complied. Understood, he nodded, turning to leave without further inquiries. As Zhou Huai observed Fu's retreating figure, he was already formulating plans in his mind. This was a precaution for the future. His avatars were destined to present themselves in various forms. Each powerful avatar would require its distinct persona and background, thus necessitating individual residences. In this manner, even if one avatar gained notoriety and was pursued, the investigation would lead only to the fabricated identity and dwelling, never connecting back to his true self. After all, the current form was far too weak to withstand any turmoil. Once the avatars multiplied and their strength became formidable, he could arrange for one to remain in the shadows, protecting him. For now, it was best to bide his time and focus on strengthening himself. Having completed these arrangements, Zhou Huai redirected his attention to Yasuo within the trial tower. Under the control of the AI, Yasuo's combat skills had become increasingly refined. Each move was imbued with the elegance of a swordsmanship master. Amidst the throngs of monstrous creatures, he struck like a swift bolt of lightning, wreaking havoc. Wherever the light of his sword traversed, the beasts fell before him. Crucially, while other practitioners would inevitably tire after prolonged, intense combat, requiring rest and replenishment, Yasuo did not. The robust physique of an S-rank profession, combined with the AI's precise control, transformed him into an unyielding combat machine. He could continue to slay as long as there were enemies to vanquish. Noticing that everything was proceeding smoothly with Yasuo, Zhou Huai allowed his consciousness to return to his own body. Yasuo required no rest, but Zhou Huai could not endure such exertion. Prolonged concentration on the avatar was taxing on his own energy. He then reclined comfortably on the bed and succumbed to a deep slumber. This sleep was unusually refreshing. When he awoke, the sky outside had darkened. Glancing at the electronic clock beside his bed, he was startled to find it read 5:13 p.m. Zhou Huai gasped in disbelief. Had he truly slept for so long? He recalled that Zhou Feng had left around 11 in the morning. He had slept for over 6 hours. Muttering to himself, his brow furrowed, he pondered when it had begun to feel as though his sleep duration was steadily increasing. Despite having sufficient rest at night, he often felt fatigued and drained during the day. This was not a good omen. Frowning, Zhou Huai sank into deep thought. Could it be the result of that peculiar curse afflicting him? This curse was indeed strange. It bound his lower limbs, rendering him unable to stand or walk. Yet, he could distinctly feel his legs, and, when massaging various acupoints and muscles, would experience normal sensations of soreness. However, any attempt to summon strength to rise would trigger the curse, thwarting his efforts. Now, it seemed this force was not content merely to paralyze his body. Was it preparing to encroach upon his mind as well? The thought sent a shiver down Zhou Huai's spine. It appeared he must find a way to resolve this curse promptly. Otherwise, he might perish before his avatars had the chance to mature, which would be a significant loss. Shaking his head to dispel these distracting thoughts, Zhou Huai closed his eyes and reconnected his consciousness with Yasuo. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Every experience and memory Yasuo had accumulated in the trial tower during his slumber was being synchronized with his own consciousness. Within those short 6 hours, Yasuo had swept through the challenges with an almost terrifying pace, successfully reaching the 7th level of the trial tower. Simultaneously, his level had soared to LV5. Zhou Huai immediately pulled up Yasuo's attribute panel. Duplicate panel, Yasuo. Profession, unique hidden class. S-Class, Thunder Sword Master. Level, LV5, 750-2500. Health, 450-450. Mana, 300-300. Strength, 110. Agility, 205. Stamina, 100. Mental power, 90. Skill list. Passive skill, Wind Rider. Level, LV1. Skill 1, Passive Blade Intent Sharpens. Increases own agility attribute by 100. Normal attacks inflict additional 10 lightning damage and can chain to up to 5 nearby enemies, dealing 30 attack power as splash damage. Skill 2, Active Thunder Strike. Consumes 20 mana, instantly slashes forward with a sword imbued with thunderous power, dealing 150 attack power as lightning damage to enemies in a straight path, with a chance to apply a paralysis effect, lasting 1 second. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill 3, Active Lightning Dash. Level, LV1. Consumes 30 mana, transforms into lightning to dash forward a certain distance, dealing 120 attack power as lightning damage to all enemies in the path, and significantly increasing own movement speed for a short duration. Cooldown, 20 seconds. After examining Yasuo's attributes, Zhou Huai couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Truly, an S-Class profession, even at level 5. His attributes had already surpassed 3 digits across the board, particularly his agility, soaring above 200 points. With such attributes, he could easily rival those B-class professionals around level 15, not to mention that astonishing agility and the newly learned active mobility and AoE skill, Lightning Dash. With this skill, the minor creatures on the 7th layer would scarcely touch the hem of Yasuo's garment. Zhou Huai glanced once more at the attribute panel of his own entity upon reaching level 5. Name, Zhou Huai. Profession, E-Class Duplicate Master. Level, LV5, 201-250. Health, 120-120. Mana, 90-90. Strength, 15. Agility, 14. Stamina, 16. Mental, 20. Active skill, Create Duplicate. Level, LV2. Effect, consumes 10 mana to create a duplicate. Current duplicate limit, 2. Duplicate attributes are 50 of the original. Note, the Divine Duplicate system has overridden some effects. Zhou Huai's mouth twitched involuntarily. His entity had only gained a few levels, with each attribute's increase being minuscule, barely reaching a few dozen points. The sole highlight was the upgrade of the Create Duplicate skill to LV2, allowing a maximum of 2 duplicates. Sigh. Zhou Huai lamented internally. No wonder E-Class professions are deemed to be worthless. The gap between them and S-Class professions is not just slight, it is indeed a chasm. Chapter 8. Who is Yasuo? Meanwhile, outside the trial tower, the atmosphere remained lively, teeming with crowds. Numerous students had just emerged from the trial tower, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Damn it. The beasts in this trial tower are too ferocious. Our team barely made it to the 3rd layer, exclaimed a student of the warrior class, gulping down water. Nearby, another chimed in with a scoff. The 3rd layer? Look at your pitiful achievements. Our team reached the 4th layer. Bragging, are we? A C-class berserker, I know your worth. The first student retorted disdainfully. In the center of the square, not far from the trial tower, stood a massive black crystal display screen. At that moment, the screen had yet to illuminate, but it was already surrounded by layers of spectators. This screen was about to display the real-time progress of the top 100 teams or individuals in this trial tower challenge. Among the crowd, several distinguished middle-aged individuals stood out, being the principals of various vocational high schools in Tianhai City. Principal Zhang, you arrived quite early, greeted a bespectacled principal with an air of sophistication. The man known as Principal Zhang, the head of Tianhai No. 1 High School, smiled at the remark, revealing a hint of pride. Principal Li is too modest. I heard your No. 2 has produced an A-class Holy Light Chantress, the young lady of the Yi family. Quite a promising future ahead. Principal Li smiled modestly in return. Not at all. Yet, your school has that A-class explosive flame mage, Lu Qi, who is Zhou Feng's son. I suspect the first place in this trial tower challenge will likely belong to your school. Principal Zhang laughed heartily, feigning humility. It's hard to say, hard to say. Matters concerning the youth are unpredictable. The other 2 principals from No. 3 and No. 4 high schools listened to their mutual flattery with a tinge of envy, as their schools had not produced a single A-class professional this year. Their participation in the Trial Tower Challenge was merely to accompany the more accomplished teams. Just then, the crowd erupted into a stir. The enormous black crystal display screen gradually illuminated. Golden runes danced across the surface as rows of names and data began to appear. The principals' gazes were instantly drawn to the screen. However, as they discerned the topmost line of data, the smiles on their faces froze in unison. Who is this Yasuo? Principal Zhang furrowed his brow. Which school does he belong to? Principal Li's expression mirrored his confusion. The 4 principals exchanged glances, each filled with bewilderment. I don't recognize him. At that moment, the display screen showcased the name at the very top. First place, Yasuo, individual, 7th layer. In just over 6 hours. The 7th layer. This speed is utterly preposterous. To put it into perspective, the 2nd place is Lu Qi's team from Tianhai No. 1 High School, currently at the 5th layer. The 3rd place is led by Yi Shi's team, also at the 5th layer, albeit progressing at a slower pace. The crucial point is that both Lu Qi and Yi Shi lead fully equipped teams of 5. Yet, Yasuo's name distinctly indicates he is a solo player. A single individual dominating not only leads by leaps and bounds, but has also left behind 2 fully equipped teams led by A-class prodigies by a staggering 2 layers. Is this reasonable? Is this even scientific? The countenance of Principal Zhang from Tianhai No. 1 High School darkened instantly. His tone sharp. Which school does this Yasuo belong to? He's well hidden. Principal Li added gravely. Given his prowess, he might not be an S-class professional, would he? The other 2 principals shook their heads in unison. Not from our school. If we had such a formidable individual, I wouldn't hesitate to showcase them. This opportunity to overshadow other principals and exhibit superiority is something no one would wish to miss. Yet, upon closer inspection, none of the 4 prestigious high schools had such a figure. Not only the principals, but also the students and parents surrounding the display screen erupted in disbelief. What the hell? Who is this Yasuo? So powerful. The 7th layer. Solo. What a joke. Is he even human? The disparity is staggering. This fellow has left Lu Qi and Yi Shi in the dust. What kind of monster has emerged this year? Among the crowd, the teacher in uniform who had previously intervened to prevent a conflict between Zhou Huai and Lu Qi was also gazing at the display screen. Upon seeing Yasuo's name atop the leaderboard, a flicker of unmasked astonishment crossed his eyes. He remembered that name, and the visage on the information card that belied his age with a weathered appearance. Interesting. A knowing smile crept upon the teacher's lips as he stepped aside, retrieving his communicator and dialing a number. Soon, a cool, melodious female voice answered on the other end. What is it? The male teacher grinned, lowering his voice. It seems I've stumbled upon a treasure during my visit to Tianhai. The woman on the other end of the phone fell silent for a few seconds. What does it mean? I encountered a rather intriguing student, the male teacher's voice laced with excitement. The woman seemed to grasp something. Do you intend to bring him back? The male teacher smiled confidently. Of course. Once I set my sights on someone, I never let them slip away easily. The woman responded with a faint hum, reminding him. Then I wish you good luck. Remember, keep your hands clean and avoid causing too much commotion. There are quite a few eyes on us lately. Not just the old guilds, but even the military has begun to stir. Understood. The male teacher's eyes glimmered with determination. Once this job is done, I will return. Chapter 9. The clearance night quietly descended. Uncle Fu, hunched over, pushed open the gate of the small courtyard and hurried inside. A hint of fatigue graced his face, yet his eyes shone brightly. Young master, everything is arranged. Zhou Huai sat up in bed, directing his gaze towards Uncle Fu. How did it go? As per your instructions. I have rented 5 houses. Uncle Fu lowered his voice. They are all in secluded corners, and the keys have been placed on the door frames as you instructed. He handed Zhou Huai several hand-drawn simple maps, clearly marking the locations of the houses. No one noticed, right? Zhou Huai examined the maps carefully. Uncle Fu straightened his back. Rest assured, young master. I have always conducted matters with care, all under the guise of ordinary tenets, processed in batches to avoid arousing suspicion. Zhou Huai nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Fu. His tone softened. Then he earnestly reminded, this matter, along with all the peculiarities of my doppelganger, must not be mentioned to anyone, including my father. This is of utmost importance. A resolute expression crossed Uncle Fu's aged face as he firmly declared, the young master's secret is my life. I vow to protect it and will never disclose a single word. Zhou Huai felt warmth in his heart. All right, that will be all. You've had a long day. You should rest now. Yes, young master. Uncle Fu bowed and slowly exited the room. Once Uncle Fu departed, Zhou Huai did not immediately rest. He picked up the tablet beside him and skillfully accessed the official website for practitioners in Tianhai City. After all, he currently only possessed the perspective of Yasuo, who was deeply embroiled in the Trials Tower's instance. He had no way of knowing the challenge progress of other teams. Fortunately, the homepage of the practitioner's website featured real-time updates on the Trials Tower challenge rankings. The screen illuminated and the data refreshed. First place, Yasuo, individual, 9th level. Zhou Huai's anxious heart finally eased somewhat. A staggering lead. The second place team, Lu Qi's squad, was still struggling at the 7th level. First place is secure. He reconnected his consciousness to Yasuo. The beasts on the 9th level were nearing level 10, with significantly enhanced attack power and health. However, they were still no match for the AI-controlled Yasuo. The sword light flashed and thunder roared. Those ferocious beasts fell like wheat being harvested. The AI was indeed impressive. Zhou Huai nodded inwardly. However, starting from the 10th level, a boss would appear, drastically increasing the difficulty. He worried whether the AI would utilize the healing potions prepared by Uncle Fu. If it merely charged forward recklessly, resulting in excessive health loss, it would adversely affect subsequent efficiency. He observed closely for a moment. The AI-controlled Yasuo exhibited astonishing combat awareness. When faced with a horde of beasts, it cleverly lured them, defeating them one by one. When under intense attack, it would momentarily evade, even using the corpses of beasts as shields. Its cunning surpassed even Zhou Huai's own control. Zhou Huai completely relaxed. A wave of fatigue washed over him once more. He returned his consciousness to his body and fell into a deep slumber. In the early hours of the morning, outside the Trials Tower, the lights were bright, yet the sounds of chatter filled the air. This night was destined for the young practitioners who fought tirelessly. We've finally made it out. Lu Qi gasped, leading his 4 teammates, slightly disheveled, through the light portal of the Trials Tower, preparing for a brief rest. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and encouraged his equally exhausted teammates. Brothers, you've all worked hard. Our teamwork is becoming increasingly seamless. Let's push through tonight, and with one last effort, charge to the 10th level. He patted his chest, boldly promising. Once I secure first place in this Trials Tower challenge, I will reward each of you with 100,000 Daxia coins. Wow, Lu Xiao is amazing. 100,000. That's incredible, Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao is mighty. Upon hearing this, the 4 teammates immediately perked up, their fatigue seemingly dissipating, showering him with praise. Lu Qi, feeling proud, instinctively looked up at the enormous real-time ranking screen in the center of the plaza. However, his smile froze in an instant. He abruptly stood up, staring intently at the glaring data at the top of the screen. First place, Yasuo, individual, 10th level, boss battle in progress. 10th level. What the hell is going on? Lu Qi's eyes nearly bulged out. Their squad had fought tirelessly, consuming countless potions, just to clear the 7th level, emerging exhausted. Yet this guy named Yasuo had already reached the 10th level. And alone. Where did this Yasuo come from? Lu Qi trembled with anger, feeling as if his lungs might explode. Today was indeed a day of misfortune. In the morning, he had been inexplicably beaten by that mysterious old man. And his face still ached. Now, another Yasuo had emerged to compete for first place. Damn it. When has Lu Qi ever endured such humiliation? Hey. Lu Qi pulled out his communicator, his tone cold as the winter wind. Immediately. Right now? Send some people to guard the exit of the Trials Tower. If you see a long-haired man who looks like an old man, capture him on sight. And anyone named Yasuo, if he dares to come out, seize him as well. Do not allow him to re-enter the Trials Tower. The person on the other end of the line acknowledged hastily. After ending the call, Lu Qi's face darkened as he glanced at his resting teammates. Get up. No more resting. Get up. Charge again. Unleash all your firepower. Don't hold back. I will cover all the blue potions. Anyone who dares to slack off will face my wrath. His teammates, intimidated by his fierce demeanor, quickly scrambled up, following Lu Qi back into the Trials Tower. However, the vast disparity could not be bridged merely by momentary bravado. At 4 in the morning, Zhang Minyuan, the principal of Tianhai No. 1 High School, yawned and rubbed his bloodshot eyes. The other 3 principals were similarly exhausted, yawning continuously with dark circles under their eyes. In order to be among the first to encounter that mysterious Yasuo, they had stayed up from day to night. Just then, a deep, resonant chime resonated from the top of the Trials Tower. The ranking data suddenly froze. First place, Yasuo, individual, clearance. Time, 19 hours 58 minutes 32 seconds. He cleared it. That Yasuo has cleared it. Zhang Minyuan sprang from his chair, fully awake. 19 hours. Less than 20 hours to clear the Novice Trials Tower. Our Tianhai city hasn't seen such a prodigy in years. Hurry. To the entrance. The 4 principals rushed towards the exit of the Trials Tower. A blinding white light flashed. The slightly weathered figure of Yasuo appeared outside the tower. Just as he steadied himself, a few burly men dressed in black suits, who had been waiting for some time, suddenly lit up with keen interest. That's him. The long-haired one. Regardless of the circumstances, let us seize the opportunity. The group exchanged glances and swiftly dispersed, stealthily encircling Yasuo. Chapter 10. Audacious Villains. Outside the Trial Tower. A flash of white light heralded Yasuo's sudden appearance. He surveyed his surroundings, a look of perfectly calibrated bewilderment adorning his face. Several dark figures swiftly emerged from the shadows, surrounding him. Leading the group was a burly man clad in a black suit, his face marred by a multitude of scars. Yasuo frowned slightly, his voice laced with a touch of antiquity. What brings you all to seek me? The men in black exchanged glances, bemused by his eloquent speech. What is your name? The burly man barked. Yasuo rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, his gaze unwavering. I am the swordsman, Yasuo. A swordsman? Is this fellow deranged? One of the lackeys muttered under his breath. The burly man waved dismissively. Forget whether he's mad or not. Young Master Lu has ordered us to apprehend anyone with long hair or the name Yasuo. Let us take him down first. He glared at Yasuo, his voice dripping with menace. Boy, you are coming with us. A flicker of wariness crossed Yasuo's eyes. Who are you? Why do you obstruct my path? Enough with the pleasantries. The burly man shouted, his fist, as large as a cauldron, hurtling toward Yasuo's face. He was a level 22 fighter, confident that this punch would leave the seemingly frail opponent incapacitated for months. However, Yasuo merely shifted, evading the blow with a ghostly grace. The burly man's fist met empty air, his surprise palpable. The other men in black charged in unison, blades flashing, their movements synchronized. Each of them was around level 20, seasoned in combat. Yet, Yasuo danced through their onslaught like a leaf caught in the wind, each attack narrowly missing him. Damn it! Is this kid a slippery eel? His speed is astounding. The men in black grew increasingly alarmed. With a swift motion, Yasuo propelled himself several meters away, slowly drawing his black iron longsword, its tip angled toward the ground. An ethereal flute melody seemed to resonate from the void, imbued with a sense of melancholy and resolve. Villains, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A chilling aura emanated from Yasuo. Just as the tension escalated, a commanding voice rang out. Halt. 4 figures rushed forward. The principals of the 4 prestigious vocational high schools of Tianhai City. The headmaster of the first school, Principal Zhang, glared at the men in black, in broad daylight. You dare to commit violence outside the trial tower. Do you have no respect for the law? Upon recognizing the 4 headmasters, the men in black's bravado diminished. The burly man stammered, we merely wish to invite this friend for a chat, nothing more. A chat? Principal Li scoffed. It seems you intend to chat him into the hospital. If you dare strike again, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." The burly man's face shifted between shades of green and white. He glared at Yasuo. "Boy, consider yourself fortunate." With that, he and his subordinates retreated in haste. The 4 headmasters sighed in relief, turning their attention to Yasuo. Upon seeing his somewhat weathered visage, they were taken aback. "Young man," Principal Zhang hesitated, "are you Yasuo? You appear to be at least 30. Are you a participant in this year's Trial Tower Challenge?" Yasuo sheathed his sword, gazing at the night sky at a 45-degree angle, presenting a mysterious silhouette. "It is indeed him, the one at the top of the leaderboard. But he seems a bit peculiar," the headmasters mused. Clearing his throat, Principal Zhang continued, "Yasuo, which school do you belong to?" Yasuo turned slowly, his gaze distant. "I have wandered far and wide, never finding a place to rest." "What on earth?" The 4 headmasters were collectively bewildered. Yasuo offered a slight bow. "I am deeply grateful for your assistance, esteemed elders. However, the night is late, and I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, he turned to depart. "Wait, young man, do not rush off," Principal Zhang quickly interjected, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation. "I wish to inquire, what is your profession? Which school do you hail from?" Yasuo lowered his head, thoughtfully stroking the stubble on his chin. "I am the Thunder Swordsman. Orphaned since childhood, I have roamed the world, making the heavens my abode and the seas my home. My sole aspiration is to punish the wicked and uphold justice." Principal of the 3rd school perked up, eagerly approaching. "Young hero Yasuo, I see great potential in you. Would you consider joining our Tianhai 3rd school? I can guarantee you a place in a prestigious Imperial Academy for further study." "Old Lu, that is rather unseemly," the principal of the 4th school countered. "Yasuo, join us at 4th school. We have an abundance of beautiful women. Rich resources for cultivation and top-notch mentors." Principal Li also chimed in. "Yasuo, our 2nd school," Principal Zhang interrupted. "Enough of this squabbling. Yasuo, our 1st school is the finest choice in Tianhai City. Name your terms, and we shall comply." The 4 headmasters nearly erupted into a brawl over Yasuo. Yet, he remained tranquil, listening until they finished. He then gently shook his head and bowed once more. "I am honored by your affections. However, I am accustomed to a free and unrestrained life and do not welcome constraints. All gatherings eventually disperse. Let us part ways here." With that, he glided away, murmuring, "With sword in hand, I ride through the storm. The bones of the fallen rise like mountains, startling the birds into flight. The affairs of the world are like tides, and humanity flows like water, lamenting how few return from the rivers of the martial world." He strode away, not once looking back, leaving behind a solitary and resolute figure. The 4 headmasters exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, Principal Li of the 2nd school murmured, "I can't shake the feeling that this boy is a bit unhinged." The other 3 headmasters nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Principal of the 3rd school slapped his thigh. "Oh dear, this kid has claimed the top spot, yet he hasn't collected his reward." At that moment, Yasuo had already distanced himself significantly from the Trial Tower Plaza. As night deepened and the streets grew desolate, several shadows once more sprang forth from the alleyways, blocking his path. It was the same group of men in black. The burly leader bore a sinister grin. "You thought you could escape those old men, didn't you? I didn't expect you to have the audacity to venture out alone. With a path to heaven before you, you choose to tread into hell. Surrender quietly, and you may avoid further injury. Otherwise," Yasuo lowered his gaze, his right hand slowly gripping the hilt of his sword. "Audacious ruffians, your recklessness is unforgivable." Clang. The black iron longsword was unsheathed with a resounding cry. Seeking death, the burly man roared, launching the first attack without holding back, his muscles taut. Unleashing the full force of his skill, Mountain Smash. The others followed suit, unleashing a flurry of skills, sealing off all of Yasuo's escape routes. However, a blinding flash of lightning erupted. Yasuo's form transformed into a streak of lightning, effortlessly weaving through the encirclement. Thunderbolt rush. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth. One of the assailants, a dagger-wielding assassin, clutched his throat in disbelief as he crumpled to the ground, a long gash visible on his neck down to the bone. Quickly, he was too fast. It was utterly impossible to discern how he wielded his sword. The burly man, his eyes wide with rage, exclaimed, "Old 3. Yet, Yasuo's figure remained unfaltering, the blade flashing like a silken ribbon as he struck again with thunderclap. The sword, imbued with the might of thunder, swept forth with ferocious power. Cries of agony erupted in succession as 2 more men in black suits were struck by the sword light, their bodies convulsing with arcs of electricity before collapsing. Charred and lifeless. In the blink of an eye, only the leading burly man remained standing, the cruel smirk on his face having vanished, replaced by sheer terror. What kind of monster are you? Yasuo offered no response, instead advancing step by step, his sword gleaming coldly in hand. The tip of the blade danced with flickering electric serpents. The burly man, terrified to his core, turned to flee. But Yasuo's speed eclipsed his own. With a swift flash, the sword light vanished. The burly man's south body froze in place before slowly kneeling, life extinguished. Yasuo expressionlessly sheathed his sword and crouched beside a few corpses, searching them. Moments later, he collected some scattered summer currency and several intact pieces of black iron-grade equipment, rising silently. At that moment, a series of crisp claps echoed abruptly from the darkness nearby. How remarkable! A slightly mocking male voice chimed. To dispatch several level 20 professionals with such finesse before even reaching level 10. Your profession is indeed formidable. I find myself increasingly impressed. Yasuo's gaze shot up, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Who dares lurk here? Chapter 11. Is this how you die? The figure emerged from the shadows, revealing the very instructor who had intervened earlier that morning at the trial tower, preventing a conflict between Lu Qi and Yasuo. A playful smile adorned his face as he strolled forward. No need to be tense, Yasuo remarked, hand resting on his sword hilt, eyes vigilant. Your presence here at such an hour, obstructing my path. What is your purpose? The man shrugged, his smile unwavering. Before we proceed, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chuhi. I have come specifically to seek you out. Yasuo's AI core raced to analyze the situation, yet he maintained his composure. Chuhi continued. You must be an S-Class professional, correct? His tone betrayed a hint of uncontainable excitement. It is truly exhilarating to encounter a genuine S-Class professional in this small Tianhai city. Even more astonishing, he mused, stroking his chin, is that others seem oblivious to this fact. Yasuo, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, slowly shook his head. I am merely a solitary swordsman, a chance encounter. I have no desire for deep engagement with you. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Chuhi raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. What was this? Earlier, though somewhat unconventional, this individual had spoken reasonably. Now, he was adopting a pretentious, almost poetic manner of speech. At that moment, a figure streaked across the night sky, riding a massive broom at astonishing speed. It was the principal of Tianhai Third Middle School. He appeared to be searching for something, and upon spotting the two below, he abruptly halted, turning to call out. Over here. Over here. Come quickly. Chuhi's brow furrowed slightly. This Yasuo had already drawn the attention of several school principals. This was not a good sign. This cannot be explained in mere words. Chuhi's tone shifted to one of authority. I must take you to another location for a more detailed discussion. Before he finished speaking, he lunged forward to seize Yasuo's shoulder. Clang. The sound of steel meeting steel echoed as Yasuo's blade met the oncoming attack with a resounding impact. Chuhi stood unmoving, while Yasuo staggered back a half step. I bore you no ill will, but should you choose to resist, do not blame me. Chuhi's gaze turned cold. He struck again with a casual yet lethal precision, cutting off all avenues for Yasuo's evasion. Yasuo parried, his sword flashing. Yet he found it impossible to break through Chuhi's relentless pressure. In mere moments, Yasuo realized the depth of his opponent's strength. The man hadn't even drawn a weapon. His bare hands suppressed Yasuo's every move. The AI core whirred into action, calculating the odds of victory at 0. Without hesitation, Yasuo pivoted on his toes and fled. Ah, Chuhi sighed, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation, his voice turning icy. If you continue this lack of cooperation, I genuinely will kill you. High above, the principal of Tianhai Third Middle School witnessed the unfolding drama. Who is that man? Why is he attacking Yasuo? Seeing Yasuo sprinting towards him, the principal plunged downwards without a moment's hesitation. He swung his staff, sending a blade of azure wind hurtling toward Chuhi. Windbind. Several azure tendrils materialized, coiling around Chuhi like serpents. However, as they neared him, the tendrils inexplicably passed through his form as if he were a mere illusion. Chuhi didn't even spare a glance at the principal, his figure like lightning, surging towards Yasuo. His speed far surpassed Yasuo's. As the distance rapidly closed, Yasuo abruptly twisted his waist, turning and striking back with a fierce slash. Thunderclap. The sword, charged with the power of thunder, struck true at Chuhi's chest. However, the anticipated fountain of blood did not materialize. Instead, as the sword passed through, Chu-Hie's form rippled like water, with only a spray of crystalline droplets erupting from the point of contact. Heh, Chu-Hie chuckled lightly. He extended a finger towards Yasuo, gently flicking it. A single, translucent droplet shot forth silently. The speed of the droplet was astonishing. Yasuo had no time to react. Boom. The droplet detonated before Yasuo, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. He was sent flying backwards, crashing to the ground several meters away. Health, 12450. Only a sliver remained. I warned you. Chu-Hie approached slowly, looking down at him. If you do not cooperate, I will truly kill you. Do you not comprehend this? At this moment, Yasuo's AI core was in overdrive, encountering unknown formidable enemy. Victory probability, 0. Escape probability, 0. Warning. Warning. To prevent capture, initiating highest level command. Activating self-destruct protocol. The next moment, a scene that caused Chu-Hie's pupils to constrict unfolded. Yasuo, lying on the ground, flashed a resolute glimmer in his eyes. He raised his black iron sword without hesitation and slashed brutally at his own neck. Splash. Blood gushed forth. Yasuo's health plummeted to 0 in an instant. The light in his eyes dimmed rapidly. His body stiffened and fell lifelessly to the ground, silent forevermore. Chu-Hie's smile froze entirely, his lips twitching slightly. This person. Had he truly just committed suicide before him? In his years traversing the martial world, Chu-Hie had encountered all sorts of individuals, hard-headed, soft-hearted, fearful of death, and fearless. But never had he seen someone who, without uttering a single plea for mercy, would take their own life over a mere disagreement. This ignited an inexplicable rage within Chu-Hie. This fellow was undoubtedly insane. At this moment, the principal of Tianhai Third Middle School, who had been diving down, witnessed this horrific scene with his own eyes. His expression twisted with fury, turning ashen. That student, Yasuo, was dead. At that moment, the principal of Sanzhong finally descended. Upon seeing Yasuo lying in a pool of blood, his countenance changed dramatically. Not good. Yasuo, he exclaimed, glaring at Chu-Hie with a fierce inquiry. Who are you? How dare you commit such an atrocity? Swiftly, 3 other principals arrived in succession. Their faces turned pale with horror upon witnessing Yasuo's lifeless body, their hearts laden with grief. After all this time, a genius of S rank had emerged from Tianhai City, only to perish before their very eyes. Seize him. The 4 principals launched their attack simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of formidable elemental magic and combat skills towards Chu-Hie. In an instant, the area was ablaze with radiant light, the energies clashing as if the very fabric of reality would tear apart. Yet, in the face of the furious combined assault from 4 high-ranking professionals, Chu-Hie moved like a wisp of smoke in the wind. As if he were a reflection upon the water, he navigated through the relentless onslaught with poise, narrowly evading each lethal strike. Gentlemen, it seems there has been a misunderstanding between us. Chu-Hie spoke calmly, even with a hint of mockery. I am not the one responsible for his death. His audacity to argue further enraged them. Do not waste your breath. Capture him. The principals, now frenzied, intensified their attacks. With a soft sigh, Chu-Hie shook his head. Very well, since reason has failed, let us part ways. His figure abruptly became ethereal, blending seamlessly into the surrounding night. I shall remember this day, until we meet again. With that, his presence vanished without a trace. No matter how hard the 4 principals searched or sensed, he was nowhere to be found. As if he had never existed at all. Frustration surged within them, accompanied by a wave of regret and self-reproach. Had they known it would come to this, they would not have allowed Yasuo to leave alone. Quick, check if Yasuo can still be saved, Principal Zhang urged. However, when they anxiously turned to where Yasuo had fallen, they were left dumbfounded. The spot was entirely empty. Yasuo's body had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 12. The artisan Iyazi. The following day, Zhou Huai jolted upright in bed, a sudden pang of anxiety jolting him awake. System notification, your avatar, the Thunder Sword Master Yasuo, has perished. Revival countdown, 18 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. Dead. Zhou Huai furrowed his brows. The final image of Yasuo before his demise flooded his mind like a tidal wave. The trial tower's completion, the attack by the suited man, the attention of the elder principals, and that man named Chu-Hie. A chill ran down his spine. This morning, he had perceived him as merely an intriguing teacher. Now it appeared he had a significant background. Tianhai City was indeed a place where dragons and tigers lay hidden. Having barely revealed a hint of his own brilliance, he had attracted such formidable foes. From now on, he must tread more carefully. However, he was genuinely astonished by the AI intelligence that Yasuo possessed. Faced with an insurmountable enemy, He had chosen to end his own life to avoid capture. How decisive. How ruthless. A smirk crept upon Zhou Huai's lips. One could only imagine the expression on Chu Yi's face at that moment. You wish to study my avatar? Not a chance. Though Yasuo could not be summoned for the time being, Zhou Huai felt little despair. At this moment, a new notification from the system arrived. System notification. You have successfully completed the trial tower and achieved first place in this challenge. Task reward. Professional class selection chance X1, now issued. He had done it. Zhou Huai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although Yasuo had fallen, he had successfully completed the trial tower and secured first place. This meant he could select the profession for his second avatar. System. I wish to select the profession for my second avatar. Zhou Huai eagerly called out in his mind. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into his mind. The colossal and familiar gacha machine reappeared, with colorful professional balls slowly rotating within, radiating an enticing glow. Before the gacha machine, the solitary selection button flickered with a soft light. Zhou Huai inhaled deeply. His first avatar had drawn the S-rank Thundersword Master. Surely, the second time would yield at least an S-rank as well. Filled with anticipation, he pressed the select button with conviction. Buzz. The enormous gacha machine began to spin wildly. Countless professional balls transformed into dazzling streams of light, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The brightness intensified, nearly filling the entire realm of his consciousness. 10 seconds later, the spinning abruptly ceased. Whoosh! A singular, extraordinary orb shot forth from the machine. Zhou Huai's pupils constricted. Purple. The orb emanated a profound and mysterious shade of purple. In stark contrast to Yasuo's previous resplendent golden orb, which signified S-rank, could this purple one represent an even higher tier? Zhou Huai's heart raced. Could it be SS rank? Or perhaps the legendary SSS rank? His breath quickened. The purple orb hovered gently before him, erupting in brilliance. It transformed into a scroll even more ancient and arcane than the previous Thunder Sword Master scroll. Intricate runes danced upon it, exuding an indescribable aura of power. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the unique hidden profession of the life class. SS rank artisan Uyazi. Zhou Huai's heart raced and his breath quickened. A life class profession? A blacksmith? In this world, equipment for professionals could only be acquired through slaying monsters or by relying on blacksmiths to forge with the materials. The output from blacksmiths often boasted superior attributes. Thus, blacksmithing was eternally the most coveted profession, bar none. There was no shortage of work, and the speed of earning money rivaled that of a money-printing machine. According to the original memory, last year, Tianhai City produced a blacksmith who sold an epic-level longsword for over $1 million. Legendary equipment? That commanded a starting price of $10 million. Often in high demand, but low supply. Currently, there were no masters capable of forging legendary equipment in the entire Xia country. However, in neighboring Sakura country, there was one such figure, hailed as a national hero. As this thought settled in his mind, the attribute panel for the artisan Uyazi emerged before him. Avatar panel, unnamed. Profession, unique hidden profession. SS rank artisan Uyazi. Level, LV1, health, 120,120. Mana, 150,150. Strength, 12. Agility, 10. Stamina, 15. Mental power, 18. Skill list. Passive skill, Master Blacksmith, LV1. Reduces material consumption by 30 and shortens forging time by 30 when forging equipment. Active skill, Divine Artisan S Blessing, LV1. Designate an item to enhance its quality by 1 level, with a maximum upgrade to rare quality. Cooldown, 24 hours. Zhou Huai stared at the active skill, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. An immediate quality enhancement. Incredible. A piece of fine equipment could be upgraded to rare quality with just a single click. What if the upper limit was rare? What if the skill proficiency increased? Rare could become epic? Epic could be transformed into legendary. Just imagine, providing each of his avatars with a set of legendary equipment. The vision was too beautiful to contemplate. System notification, please name your SS rank avatar. Zhou Huai snapped back to reality, a wild grin spreading across his face. As a master blacksmith, the name must resonate. An idea struck him. Uyazi. In his previous life, he was the legendary craftsman who forged divine weapons such as Long Yuan, Taya, and Zhanlu. May this avatar become a legendary myth of forging in this world. System notification, naming successful. Avatar, Uyuzi created. System notification, please shape the appearance of avatar, Uyuzi. This time, Zhou Huai was clever. The rugged visage of Yasuo often led him to be mistaken for a guardian, which was bothersome. He sculpted Uyuzi's face to be youthful and handsome. resembling a man in his early 20s. With a neat head of short black hair, his gaze was focused and profound, exuding a craftsman's calmness. Unlike Yasuo's flamboyant demeanor, Uyuzi emanated a subtle brilliance. Yes, quite nice, low-key yet luxurious and profound. Zhou Huai nodded in satisfaction. System notification, Avatar Uyuzi's appearance shaping successful. System notification, Avatar generation in progress, please wait. The wait felt somewhat lengthy. Approximately 2 hours later. System notification, SS-level Avatar Wuxiang Shijiang Uyuzi has been successfully generated. No sooner had the announcement concluded than a flash of white light appeared before Zhou Huai. A tall figure materialized out of thin air. The young man, clad in simple gray garments, bore a handsome face and a serene gaze. This was the freshly minted SS-level Avatar, Uyuzi. Chapter 13. The Forging Guild. Zhou Huai concentrated his thoughts. His consciousness instantly sank into the newly created body. Uyuzi. He flexed his arms and kicked his legs. Smooth, natural. It was indistinguishable from controlling Yasuo. In fact, due to the foundation of the SS-level profession, this body's initial strength and stamina far exceeded that of S-level Yasuo. As an SS-level lifestyle profession, Zhou Huai, no, now he was Uyuzi, smirked with anticipation. Advancing in lifestyle professions does not require slaying monsters. Crafting equipment grants experience. The higher the quality, the more experience one earns. It was time to visit the Forging Guild. Resolute, Uyuzi set off. Approaching noon, he left the courtyard and walked straight to the heart of Tianhai City. The Forging Guild is located in the most bustling commercial street of the city center. It serves not only as a workplace for the blacksmiths, but also as Tianhai City's largest hub for equipment trading. Upon stepping through the guild's entrance, a wave of noise and heat greeted him. The spacious first-floor hall was filled with various stalls. An array of dazzling equipment sparkled in myriad colors. Don't miss out. A 10-level exquisite quality belt. Exceptional attributes. First come, first served. A 20-level rare quality gauntlet. Comes with enhanced healing effects. A boon for healers. Grab it quickly. The calls of vendors echoed continuously. Uyuzi scanned the surroundings, nodding inwardly. Most of these items were of ordinary quality, with exquisite and rare ones being quite scarce. A middle-aged man in a traditional coat, jovial and portly, noticed Uyuzi's remarkable demeanor and hurried over. Young man, you look unfamiliar. What are you looking to purchase? My goods are guaranteed to be complete. Uyuzi smiled gently. You misunderstand, boss. I am not here to buy. He paused briefly and continued. I am a blacksmith. A blacksmith? The man's smile faltered slightly, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. In Tianhai City, he was acquainted with nearly every blacksmith. Yet he had never seen this young man before. Are you newly transitioned? The man inquired cautiously. What rank of blacksmith are you? Recalling the troubles brought by Yasuo, Uyuzi opted for modesty. Sea level. I was fortunate to transition successfully. Sea level? The man's enthusiasm surged, even more fervent than before. Oh dear, you are truly promising. He rubbed his hands together, beaming broadly. In the business of equipment trade, what is most vital? Connections. Especially building a rapport with blacksmiths. They are the true wealth bringers. My apologies. I am Zhang Heng. Just call me Old Zhang. Are you looking to join our forging guild? Uyuzi nodded. Indeed. That's easy. Old Zhang slapped his thigh. I'll handle the registration process. Follow me. Uyuzi expressed his gratitude and followed Old Zhang to the second floor. The second floor was considerably quieter, featuring the reception desk of the Forging Guild. A charming female receptionist greeted Old Zhang with a smile. Boss Zhang, bringing in another newcomer today? Old Zhang laughed heartily indeed. This young brother is our Tianhai City's newly minted forging genius. Uyuzi filled out his personal information. Name, Uyuzi. Profession, blacksmith. Registered rank, sea level. The female receptionist received the form and smiled. Mr. Uyuzi, the membership fee is 1,000 dasha coins. Additionally, you will need to pass a simple test to officially become a member. A test? Uyuzi expressed mild surprise. Old Zhang quickly explained. It's a trivial matter. You simply need to forge a piece of equipment on site. Anything will do, even of ordinary quality, and that counts as passing. He lowered his voice, leaning closer to Uyuzi. Of course, if you can produce high-quality equipment, the guild will assess your skills. The higher your rating, the better the treatment you'll receive in the guild. Uyuzi understood, but he had no forging blueprints at hand. Blueprints were generally obtained through defeating exotic beasts or opening treasure chests. The higher the level, the rarer the blueprints, and the greater the difficulty of crafting. Old Zhang waved his hand grandly. Blueprints? We have plenty of those in the guild. Follow me. He led Uyuzi to the blueprint sales area on the other side of the second floor. Indeed, it was a treasure trove. with blueprints ranging from level 1 to level 50 in abundance. Young man, I suggest you start with a level 1 equipment blueprint to practice and familiarize yourself with the process, Old Zhang kindly advised. Uyuzi's eyes roamed among the numerous blueprints until he finally selected one. Blueprint, Apprentice Longsword, required level, LV5, quality, ordinary. Old Zhang raised an eyebrow. Level 5, young man. Isn't that a bit too ambitious to start with level 5 equipment right after transitioning? The difficulty in forging between level 1 and level 5 is not the same. Uyuzi smiled faintly. No matter, I wish to give it a try. Seeing his determination, Old Zhang ceased his persuasion. All right, you have courage. With the blueprint secured, it was time for materials. Old Zhang was even more enthusiastic. I just happen to have the materials to forge this apprentice longsword in my shop. Consider it a gift from me, 2 portions. Uyuzi was somewhat taken aback. I can't accept this. I should pay. Old Zhang chuckled as he pushed back the money Uyuzi offered. Oh, young brother, you're being too polite. Our meeting today is fate. These materials are nothing. In the future, whatever good items you forge, just think of me. Of course, in terms of pricing, I won't let you lose out. Seeing his resolute attitude, Uyuzi decided not to decline any further. Then, thank you, Boss Zhang. You're welcome. Subsequently, Old Zhang led Uyuzi to the 3rd floor. This was the forging area of the Forging Guild. A row of heavy steel doors stood closed, and even with soundproofing arrays in place, the faint sounds of clanging could still be heard from behind the doors. This floor consists of beginner forging rooms, Old Zhang explained. Above are intermediate and advanced forging rooms. He gestured toward the ceiling, a hint of longing in his eyes. On the top floor is the special forging room. It is said that the forged fires there are not ordinary flames, but exotic fires sourced from high-tier secret realms. Only those capable of forging epic-level equipment are qualified to enter. Uyuzi's gaze flickered. Exotic fire, indeed. He accepted the materials and randomly selected a beginner forging room. Pushing the door open, bang, the heavy soundproof iron door closed behind him, and an intense wave of heat surged forward. The forging chamber was modest in size, dominated by a massive furnace at its center, surrounded by an array of forging tools. Uyangzi took a deep breath. The inaugural forging of an SS-Class master craftsman was about to commence. Chapter 14. Is this just mediocre? Zhou Huai controlled Uyangzi, inhaling deeply. The air in the forging room was laced with a hint of metallic tang and the lingering warmth of charred coal. He unfolded the apprentice longsword forging blueprint, purchased from Old Zhang. The blueprint meticulously detailed each step and the required materials: red copper or black iron ingots, and a portion of first-tier wind wolf claw powder. As Zhou Huai recited the materials, he retrieved each one from the storage compartment, arranging them neatly beside the forge. The red copper ore shimmered with a dark crimson hue. The black iron ingots felt heavy in his hands, and the claw powder was contained within a compact leather pouch. He grasped the weighty forging hammer, and at the moment the handle met his palm, a crisp system notification resonated in Zhou Huai's mind. System notification: host's avatar Uyangzi is detected to be forging for the first time, triggering a unique hidden profession-specific challenge task. Task name: the Master Craftsman's First Cry. Task content: successfully forge an epic-level weapon, no restrictions on level or type. Task reward: profession-specific ball extraction opportunity X1. Task time limit: none. Epic level. Zhou Huai's heart raced. A chance to obtain a profession-specific ball. The allure of this reward was overwhelming. Yasuo's S-Class Thunderblade Master had emerged in just such a manner. If he could forge another S-Class, or even an SS-Class, it would be nothing short of exhilarating. However, crafting an epic-level weapon posed a significant challenge. He suppressed his excitement. Refocusing on the forge. Time to test his hand. Uyangzi picked up the fire tongs, grasped a piece of red copper ore, and placed it into the roaring furnace. The flames swiftly engulfed the ore, producing a crackling sound. Uyangzi's gaze was intensely focused. Through Uyangzi's senses, Zhou Huai vividly felt the heat of the flames and the gradual softening of the ore. The sensation was extraordinary, as if he were truly embodying an experienced blacksmith. Every step felt engraved in the depths of his soul. At the opportune moment, Uyangzi swiftly extracted the glowing red ore and placed it upon the cold anvil. With a swift motion, he raised the forging hammer and struck down with tremendous force, no embellishments necessary. The resounding clang echoed throughout the chamber. Sparks flew. Each strike landed precisely on the ore's most critical points. Power, angle, rhythm, flawless. Uyangzi's movements flowed seamlessly, imbued with an indescribable sense of rhythm. Sweat trickled from his brow, cascading down his cheek, yet he paid it no mind, his focus solely on the ever-morphing metal. Impurities were gradually stripped away with each blow, and the metal's density increased. Zhou Huai sensed that Yangzi's passive skill, Master Blacksmith, was in full effect. The material consumption appeared to be lower than anticipated, and the forging efficiency was remarkably high. Soon, the red copper ore was refined into pure copper ingots. Next came the black iron ingots. Following the same procedure, hammering and shaping, the two metals began to merge under the heat and force. Finally, Yangzi carefully opened the leather pouch and evenly sprinkled the wind wolf claw powder over the sword blank. A hissing sound erupted as wisps of green smoke rose. The claw powder seemed to possess a life of its own, rapidly integrating into the blade, imbuing it with a subtle glint of sharpness. Quenching, polishing, and sharpening. Each step was executed with utmost precision. Minutes turned into hours, and after 2 full hours, when the final blow fell, Yangzi exhaled deeply, gently placing the hammer down. On the anvil lay a brand new longsword, quietly resting. The blade displayed a muted metallic sheen, with intricate patterns faintly visible. The edge was sharp, glinting with a cold light. Apprentice longsword. Quality, fine, 2 stars. Level, LV5. Physical attack power, 35. Strength, 2. Durability, 6060. Remarks, a reasonably crafted apprentice longsword, unlikely to dull easily. Fine, 2 stars. Zhou Huai regarded the attribute panel, his brow slightly furrowed. The sensation was peculiar. Through Yangzi, it was as if he had forged this sword himself. Every detail was etched in his mind. Yet, for an SS-Class master craftsman's first attempt, merely achieving fine 2 stars was somewhat unsatisfactory. He had envisioned starting at the rare quality level at the very least. However, upon reflection, perhaps it was for the best. This was not the time for ostentation. Yasuo's past served as a cautionary tale. Quietly amassing wealth was the true path forward. He retrieved another set of materials and returned them to the furnace. Another round of clanging ensued. 2 hours later, a second, apprentice longsword, emerged. The quality remained fine, 2 stars, with identical attributes. Zhou Huai shook his head. Clearly, enhancing the quality of forging was not an overnight endeavor. Equipment grades ranged from ordinary, fine, rare, epic, legendary, to the legendary divine grade. Achieving epic level was a formidable journey indeed. He stored the 2 long swords and opened the door to the forging chamber. Creaking open, he found old Zhang pacing anxiously outside. Upon seeing Yangzi emerge, he hurried over. Yangzi, my brother, how did it go? Was your first forging successful? Concern washed over old Zhang's face. Noticing the absence of exuberance on Yangzi's face, he patted his shoulder, offering comfort. Hey, brother, don't be disheartened if it didn't work out. Forging is hardly a one-time affair. Many blacksmiths attempt 4 or 5 times, even 10, before managing to forge their first piece of equipment. Old Zhang spoke earnestly. Besides, you chose a level 5 weapon blueprint. The difficulty is inherently high. Why not take my advice and start with a level 1 dagger or club? Those are simpler, with a higher success rate, and can help you get a feel for it. Zhou Huai, controlling Yangzi, refrained from elaborating. He quietly retrieved the 2 freshly forged apprentice long swords from behind him, presenting them to old Zhang. Take a look at this. Huh. Old Zhang accepted the longsword, somewhat puzzled. It felt slightly heavy in his hands, still warm from the forge. He instinctively examined it closely. The crossguard was even, the spine straight, and the blade glimmered with a faint cold light. He glanced at the other sword, almost identical. Wow, what is this? Old Zhang was taken aback. Wait a moment. Did you successfully forge both with the 2 sets of materials I provided? Yangzi nodded, his tone flat. Well, it's just mediocre. I suppose it can be considered a success. Mediocre. Old Zhang nearly choked in disbelief. He looked at the 2 level 5 longswords in his hands, then at the exceedingly youthful Yangzi before him, utterly stunned. His first forging attempt, directly tackling a level 5 weapon, and he managed to succeed with both? This could only be described as mediocrity. Where did this prodigy emerge from? Chapter 15. I wish to keep a low profile, but my talent denies me. Having mingled in the blacksmithing guild for decades, old Zhang had encountered countless prodigies. Yet, he had never seen anyone so bold as to tackle a level 5 weapon blueprint on their first attempt, succeeding with a perfect strike. This young man was undoubtedly not someone to be underestimated. Yangzi remained unfazed. It was merely good fortune. Old Zhang's lips twitched violently, muttering to himself. Is this what they call good luck? This is simply divine providence feeding me. The 2 men returned to the reception desk on the 2nd floor. Old Zhang slammed 2 swords down onto the counter and bellowed at the receptionist. Hurry. Register this, brother. Yezi. The receptionist, startled by his booming voice, quickly took the two long swords and began to examine their attributes. In the next moment, her hand trembled, nearly dropping the sword. Stuttering, she looked at Oyezi with incredulity. Is this your first time forging equipment? Oyezi glanced at her, his tone indifferent. Is there a problem? And no problem. The receptionist hastily shook her head, her pale cheeks flushing with excitement. It's just surprising to forge such exquisite quality on your first attempt. Your talent is truly exceptional. What? Before Oyezi could respond, old Zhang erupted, his voice shaking the dust from the ceiling. Exquisite quality. You mean these two swords are of exquisite quality? He had been so astonished by Oyezi's astounding success rate that he had forgotten to inspect the attributes closely. Old Zhang snatched one of the long swords, squinting at it intently. Apprentice longsword. Quality, exquisite, 2 stars. Physical attack power, 35. Strength, 2. Durability, 6060. Wow. Old Zhang gasped, his hand trembling slightly as he held the sword. It really is exquisite quality. And both of them. At that moment, Old Zhang's gaze towards Oyezi transformed entirely. No longer did he see a talented newcomer, but rather a monstrous genius. It is vital to understand that for an ordinary blacksmith to elevate equipment from standard to exquisite quality, it often requires years, if not decades, of relentless honing. The success rate is notoriously unstable, reliant on one's state of mind, luck, and materials. Yet here stood this extraordinarily young man, not only having succeeded in forging both swords, but achieving exquisite quality in both. Was this something a mere mortal could accomplish? Buddy, old Zhang, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped Oyezi's shoulders, his face flushed. Tell me honestly, are you really a C-grade blacksmith? No C-grade could possess such monstrous talent. The receptionist, quick on her feet, swiftly grabbed the internal communicator from the counter to report the events to her supervisor. The supervisor promptly responded, "Don't let him leave. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, she looked at Oyezi, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Mr. O, please don't go. Our supervisor will be here immediately." Old Zhang then patted Oyezi's shoulder meaningfully, lowering his voice. "Brother, I understand you. Young people want to keep a low profile, I get it. But this is the Blacksmith Guild, and here, strength speaks volumes. The more remarkable you are, the more the guild will treasure and cultivate you. Resources will flow your way. Hiding your talents would be a great loss." Despite Oyezi's silence, Old Zhang was convinced that the young man before him was far from just a C-grade blacksmith. His talent was so exceptional that even labeling him A-grade felt like an understatement. Zhou Huai, controlling Oyezi, couldn't help but reflect. He had thought he was being discreet. Yet what he considered low-key was perceived as ostentatious by others. Soon, hurried footsteps approached. A well-dressed middle-aged man, with a slight paunch and appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, strode in with a beaming smile. "Ha ha ha. Which one of you is the remarkably talented Mr. Oyezi?" His voice preceded his arrival. Old Zhang, upon seeing him, hastily approached. "Supervisor Shen, you've arrived. This is brother Oyezi." The middle-aged man, Shinshio, the supervisor of the Tianhai City Blacksmith Guild, immediately focused his gaze on Oyezi. Upon realizing how unreasonably young Oyezi was, a flicker of surprise crossed Shinshio's eyes. However, he quickly masked it with a warm smile, extending his hand. "Mr. Oyezi, a pleasure to meet you. I am Shinshio, the supervisor of this branch. I heard from Xiao Zhang about your astonishing achievements on your first forging attempt. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Your future is limitless." After a round of cordial pleasantries, Shinshio's attention turned to the two long swords on the counter. He picked one up, scrutinizing it closely. As time passed, the smile on Shinshio's face gradually faded, replaced by an expression of profound shock and excitement. "These exquisite 2-star apprentice longswords are truly your first creations, Mr. Oyezi?" His voice was almost hoarse, as he questioned whether his eyes were deceiving him. Oyezi nodded calmly, "Absolutely authentic." Shinshio felt as if his worldview had been irrevocably shaken at that moment. Zhou Huai nearly wanted to facepalm. After all, he was a guild supervisor. Was it necessary to react so dramatically over two exquisite weapons? It wasn't the weapons themselves that astonished them, but rather the extraordinary forging talent Oyezi exhibited. Forging weapons for the first time, successfully creating two in one go, and both were exquisite 2-star quality. Such an achievement, not only in Tianhai City, but across the entire Great Xian nation, would undoubtedly create a sensation. How could Shinshio, the branch supervisor, not be overwhelmed with excitement? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Shinshio solemnly gestured for Oyezi to follow him. "Mr. Oyezi, this place is crowded and noisy. May I invite you to my office for a more detailed discussion?" In a refined private room, Xiao personally brewed a pot of fine tea, his demeanor filled with seriousness and anticipation. Mr. Oyezi, I know my next question may seem abrupt, but your talent is astonishing and exceeds my comprehension. Would you kindly disclose your true rank as a blacksmith? Xiao spoke earnestly. Rest assured, regardless of the outcome, our guild will keep your information strictly confidential and will strive to provide you with the highest level of treatment and resource support available. Zhou Huai, controlling Oyezi, pondered for a moment. It seemed that there was no way to keep a low profile regarding today's events. Perhaps revealing a portion of his strength could facilitate future endeavors and access to resources. Seeing Xiao's earnestness, he decided against withholding the truth. Oyezi raised his gaze and calmly declared, in truth, I am an S-grade blacksmith. He still kept a card up his sleeve. The SS-grade hidden profession. Universal artisan, if revealed outright, would not merely astonish but terrify. It could potentially attract the attention of the highest echelons of the nation, or even military leaders, leading to his protection as a national treasure. Such attention would complicate his intentions to maneuver freely. Public acknowledgement was inevitable, but not just yet. It would come when he possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation and to turn the tables. S-grade. Even though Xiao had already elevated Oyezi's rank in his mind to an extraordinarily absurd level, hearing those two words still left him dazed, nearly losing composure on the spot. An S-grade blacksmith. In their humble Tianhai City Blacksmith Guild, a distinguished S-grade blacksmith had actually emerged. This is indeed a monumental revelation that has the potential to shake the entire forging industry of the Great Xia Kingdom. Xiao felt as if his heart was about to leap from his throat. He took several deep breaths, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous excitement and joy within him, striving to maintain a steady tone. Mr. Oyezi, it is not that I harbor any distrust towards you. However, as an S-grade forger, the matter carries significant weight. According to the highest regulations of the guild, I must conduct a final verification once more. Xiao adopted a notably humble posture, his tone imbued with a hint of cautious pleading. Might I request you to forge an item right here on the spot? Regardless of the level of blueprints you require or any rare materials, our guild is prepared to provide them unconditionally and free of charge. To your heart's content. Oyezi nodded in understanding. Very well. In that case, I shall forge a pair of gauntlets. A level 5 will suffice. Excellent. Xiao exclaimed, nearly leaping from his chair in his excitement, quickly rising to say, I shall personally prepare everything for you. Please wait a moment. Half an hour later, Oyezi returned to the exclusive forging room. At this moment, the forging table was already piled high with an array of metallic materials and auxiliary components, each glimmering with different hues. Xiao, observing through Oyezi's perspective, was taken aback at the sight of the table brimming with materials. Could this possibly be enough for 10 items? He pondered. What are you preparing for me to create? Xiao rubbed his hands together, his face alight with anticipation and obsequiousness. Mr. Oyezi, are these materials to your satisfaction? If they are insufficient, I can immediately send someone to fetch more from the storeroom. Oyezi gave a slight nod, calmly stating, this is sufficient. I shall begin now. Splendid. We shall await your good news outside. Xiao respectfully nodded repeatedly, then cautiously exited the forging room. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. The heavy door of the forging room slowly closed, isolating the interior from the outside world. Inside, only Oyezi remained, surrounded by the mountain of precious materials. Zhou Huai, controlling Oyezi, couldn't help but let out a sigh. Alas, I yearn for a low profile. Yet, my talent and strength do not permit such modesty. However, this time Zhou Huai did not intend to take matters into his own hands. He silently summoned, System, activate Oyezi's AI core. Chapter 16, Astonishing Learning Speed System. Activate Oyezi's AI core. Zhou Huai commanded inwardly. Ding. The AI system of the splendid craftsman Oyezi has been activated. The cold prompt echoed. In the next moment, Zhou Huai felt himself withdraw from Oyezi's body. For a fleeting instant, Oyezi's gaze appeared momentarily vacant. Immediately thereafter, he began to move. Oyezi first awkwardly flexed his limbs, seeming to acclimate to this new body. He approached the forging table and grasped the heavy forging hammer. Clang. The hammer slipped from his grip and fell to the floor with a dull thud. Oyezi bent down, clumsily retrieving the hammer. He picked up a piece of red copper ore and tossed it into the furnace. He worked the bellows, and flames surged forth. The entire process was laden with a sense of unfamiliarity. As he extracted the glowing ore and brought the hammer down for the first strike, boom, he struck too forcefully. The ore shattered into fragments, sparks flying, rendering that material immediately unusable. Zhou Huai shook his head in the realm of consciousness. This AI clearly requires further training. Oyezi paused for a moment, seemingly analyzing the cause of his failure. He silently cleared away the discarded material and retrieved another piece. This time, his movements were markedly more assured. He hammered, shaped, and fused. Though still somewhat clumsy, his actions were devoid of the previous awkwardness. An hour later, ding! The crisp sound of striking resonated. The first pair of gauntlets emerged successfully. Oyezi lifted the gauntlets, and the attribute panel materialized automatically. Apprentice gauntlets, quality, excellent, 1 star. Level, LV5, physical defense, 20, stamina, 1 durability, 5050, excellent, 1 star. Zhou Huai nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. Adapting so quickly already places him at half my level. He yawned, realizing that the mental exertion from controlling the avatar for forging was considerable. For the time being, he would leave it to the AI to continue at its own pace. Zhou Huai completely withdrew from consciousness, returning to his original form. Uncle Fu had long since prepared dinner. After a simple meal, Zhou Huai fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the Forging Guild's exclusive forging room on the 3rd floor, Oyezi's forging did not cease for even a moment. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sounds of striking resonated continuously from within. He resembled a tireless machine, repetitively executing the monotonous forging process. Yet, with each strike, his precision improved. Each step was executed with increasing finesse, from clumsiness to proficiency, and then to a fluid grace. Oyezi gradually emanated the poise and focus characteristic of a true master forger. Outside the forging room, Shin Qiu paced anxiously, hands clasped behind his back. He occasionally cast glances at the tightly shut iron door, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. It had been 5 hours. Why had he not emerged yet? Even an S-grade forger should not take this long to craft a pair of level 5 gauntlets, should they? Doubts began to creep into his mind. Had he misjudged the young man? Could it be that he was merely boasting, seeking to deceive the guild for its resources? Old Shen, what's going on? It's mealtime. And you're still here? Old Zhang ambled up from the 2nd floor, a food container in hand. Here, I brought some takeout from downstairs. Want to share a bite? Shin Qiu waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, I'm not hungry. Do you think that lad is toying with me? Old Zhang was taken aback. Brother Oyezi? Surely not. His 2 excellent 2-star long swords are the real deal. I witnessed him produce them myself. Moreover, I was guarding outside at the time. And it was indeed his first time entering the forging room. Shin Qiu sighed. Who knows? But it has been over 5 hours with no sign of progress. My heart is in turmoil. Old Zhang chuckled. Supervisor, don't be too anxious. Perhaps he is concocting something extraordinary in there. By the way, can you let me in on a little secret? What grade of forger is Brother Oyezi to warrant your presence here? Shin Qiu shot him a glare. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Besides, it's not even certain yet. Zhou Huai slept soundly, lost in dreams. When he finally opened his eyes again, the night sky was dotted with stars. Ah, that was a refreshing sleep. He stretched and immediately plunged his consciousness back into Oyezi's body. Upon connection, he was taken aback. Before him, the forging table, once cluttered with materials, was now neatly arranged with a row of pristine gauntlets. A quick count revealed a total of 9 pairs. My goodness, is the AI this formidable? Zhou Huai approached and picked up the first pair of gauntlets. Apprentice gauntlets, quality, excellent, 1 star, not bad. He looked at the second pair. Apprentice gauntlets, quality, excellent, 2 stars, quite impressive. The third pair was rated excellent, 3 stars. The fourth pair, excellent, 4 stars. The fifth pair, excellent, 5 stars. Zhou Huai's astonishment grew with each glance. The learning and evolving capabilities of this AI were simply extraordinary. As he lifted the 7th pair of gauntlets, his hand trembled slightly. Adept's gauntlets, quality, rare, 1 star. Level, LV5, physical defense, 45, stamina, 3, agility, 2, effect, lightness, passive, attack speed increased by 10, durability, 80-80, a rare quality. And it possesses effects. Zhou Huai's breath quickened. The 8th pair, rare 1 star. The 9th pair, rare 2 stars. My goodness. Zhou Huai gazed at these 9 pairs of gauntlets, especially the last 3 of rare quality, his eyes glimmering with excitement. 9 forges, a success rate of 100%. And the quality skyrocketed. From exquisite 1 star to rare 3 stars. If this were to spread, the entire forging community would be in an uproar. The passive ability of the Omniversal Craftsman saved 30 of materials, and there were still plenty left. However, for now, it was sufficient. Zhou Huai, controlling Oyezi, slowly pushed open the door to the forge room. Creak. Outside, Shin Qiu and Old Zhang were engaged in a casual conversation. Upon hearing the door open, both turned to look. A stiff smile immediately spread across Shunshio's face, though his heart sank. After such a long time, it seemed the outcome was dire. Mr. Oyezi, you have finally emerged. Shunshio forced a grin. Was the forging successful? No mishaps, I hope? Oyezi's expression remained calm as he gestured towards the forge room. The equipment has been completed. Please, Supervisor Shun, take a look. All right, I shall. Shunshio replied politely, though he held little hope. He stepped into the forge room. The next moment, as he beheld the 9 pairs of gauntlets arranged neatly on the forge table, each shimmering with different glows, he froze in place. Rubbing his eyes, he thought he was seeing things. Counting carefully, there were indeed 9 pairs. And that luster, that quality. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Chapter 17, Negotiation. Shunshio's eyes nearly bulged out. His expression was one of disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been doubting whether Oyezi was engaging in deception. It had taken a full 5 hours to forge 1 pair? Yet, upon a closer look, it was not merely 1, but a total of 9. And that luster, that craftsmanship, appeared extraordinarily remarkable. He rushed forward, examining each piece meticulously. The more he looked, the faster his heart raced. Almost every pair exhibited exquisite quality. Not a single one was of ordinary quality. Upon inspecting the last 3 pieces, Shunshio gasped, his body bristling with astonishment. Rare quality. 3 consecutive pieces of rare quality equipment. Was this the prowess of an S-level craftsman? Shunshio, trembling with excitement, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. With unsteady hands, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. On the other end, an elderly, hoarse voice inquired, "Hello? What is it?" "President, a prodigy has arrived at the guild." Half an hour later, a black sedan screeched to a halt at the entrance of the Craftsmen's Guild. A man in his 60s, yet remarkably sprightly, stepped out. His hands were calloused, and his gaze sharp. It was Guyen, the president of the Tianhai City Craftsmen's Guild. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode directly to the 3rd-floor forge room. Approaching the forge table, he picked up the gauntlets, scrutinizing each one carefully. After a long while, he set down the last piece and turned to the still, breathless Shunshio. Guyen nodded knowingly, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Excellent. Our Tianhai City is finally set to produce a truly competent craftsman. Subsequently, under Shunshio's guidance, Guyen entered Oyezi's office. The old president's keen gaze appraised Oyezi before he spoke slowly. "I am Guyen, the current president of the Tianhai City Craftsmen's Guild. I have examined the gauntlets you forged. They are quite impressive." He paused, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. "I hear you are an S-level craftsman? It seems our great Xia nation is destined to gain another legendary master of craftsmanship." Zhou Huai, controlling Oyezi, maintained a placid demeanor. "President, you flatter me." Guyen waved his hand, getting straight to the point. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. You are formally invited to join our Tianhai City Craftsmen's Guild. I appoint you as a special craftsman of the guild, enjoying the privileges of a vice president. From now on, you will have free access to the guild's top-tier forge room. All forging blueprints, except for a few that are not publicly available, will be accessible to you free of charge. Additionally, the guild will provide basic forging materials at no cost, and you will have priority supply and cost-price purchasing rights for rare materials. We will also assign you a dedicated team to handle miscellaneous tasks, gather materials, and collect intelligence, along with the highest level of security." With each condition Guyen outlined, Shunshio's eyelids twitched, his heart secretly astonished. These terms were astonishingly generous. Even the guild's most talented prodigies might not receive such treatment upon entry. After hearing this, Oyezi remained composed, lifting his teacup for a gentle sip. The conditions proposed by President Qin were indeed compelling and enticing. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. "I wish to know what I must give in return." Guyen regarded him with admiration, recognizing the young man's composure in the face of such temptation. "Ha. It is not about giving, merely a few minor requests," Guyen replied with a smile. "First, once you join our Tianhai City Craftsmen's Guild, you must acknowledge yourself as a member of our Tianhai Guild when outside. Second, the guild will have the right of first refusal on the equipment you forge. But rest assured, the purchase price will be the highest on the market. If the equipment can be auctioned, you will also receive additional profit shares. Third, while the guild will not restrict your personal freedom on a daily basis, you must return whenever the guild requires your presence." Zhou Huai listened, his brow slightly furrowing. Guyen's conditions, though seemingly generous, were intricately woven into a web. This way, Oyezi would be thoroughly bound to the Tianhai City Craftsmen's Guild. This was not Zhou Huai's intention. His SS-level omniversal craftsman was destined to become the core pillar of his own influence. and could not be hindered by a mere branch in Tianhai City. President Qin, I appreciate your good intentions. Oyezi set down his teacup, his tone tinged with regret. However, I find it difficult to comply with your requests. I am inherently free-spirited and do not enjoy constraints. I fear I am better suited to being an ordinary guild member. Upon these words, the atmosphere in the office suddenly froze. Shun Xiu listened, his heart racing in trepidation, fearing that the president would leave in anger. Gu Yan's smile faded somewhat as he scrutinized Oyezi intently, his gaze probing. Oh, is it that my conditions are insufficiently generous, or does the young friend have other aspirations? After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Oyezi, I genuinely appreciate your talent. How about this? If you have any thoughts or conditions, feel free to express them. As long as they are not excessive, I can consider them. Zhou Huai had been awaiting this moment. In truth, to agree to your requests is quite simple. I merely require an additional condition to be added to the existing terms. Gu Yan's eyes flickered with curiosity. Oh, what condition? I stipulate that should I wish to withdraw from the guild, I may do so at any time, and the guild cannot obstruct me for any reason. Gu Yan's brows instantly furrowed into a deep frown. He stared intently at Oyezi, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. The guild has invested enormous resources in nurturing you, only to have you walk away at any moment? Wouldn't all those resources have been wasted? Such a condition would be difficult for any guild leader to agree to easily. Just as the atmosphere became slightly tense, Oyezi added, I am but a humble person, and my words may lack weight. I hope the guild leader will forgive me. However, there is one thing I need to clarify. It's not that I, Oyezi, am indispensable to your Tianhai Blacksmith Guild. With my talent, I can thrive in any blacksmith guild in any city. I am confident of that. But, with my joining, your Tianhai Blacksmith Guild can definitely rise one or even several levels above its current level. Becoming the top blacksmith guild in the entire Great Xia Kingdom in the future is not impossible. Gu Yan was taken aback upon hearing this, then let out a low, cold laugh. Heh, you little rascal, so young, yet so boastful. He stared intently at Oyezi, as if trying to see right through him. After a long while, his laughter subsided. His gaze fixed intently on Oyezi, and he said, word by word, I love your arrogance. I agree to your condition. Chapter 18. Forging a Set. Shin Xiu, standing to the side, nearly popped his eyes out. Gu Yan had actually agreed to Oyezi's outrageous request without hesitation. Wasn't he afraid that this peerless genius, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, would simply leave? Gu Yan understood perfectly. The kid was right. With his forging talent, he could shine anywhere. A small blacksmith guild in Tianhai City couldn't possibly contain this hidden dragon. Rather than watching him fall into someone else's arms, it was better to cultivate this goodwill with the utmost sincerity. Perhaps there would be unexpected surprises in the future. Soon, both parties finalized the details and signed a standard contract. Gu Yan beamed, taking out an antique-looking ring from his storage pouch and handing it to Oyezi. Young friend, this is a small token of my appreciation. A spatial ring. Consider it a welcoming gift for joining the guild. Zhou Huai controlled Oyezi to accept it, a slight ripple of excitement stirring within him. A spatial ring. Each one of these is priceless. Even the most ordinary ones start at 500,000 Great Xia coins. This guild master Gu is truly generous. He slipped the ring onto his finger, his mind racing. Inside the ring, indeed, was a hidden world. A separate space. A full 10 cubic meters in size, quietly unfolded. Thank you for your generous gift, Guild Master Gu, Oyezi said sincerely. Gu Yan waved his hand dismissively. A small trinket. Nothing more. He sized up Oyezi, saying with concern, young friend, you've forged so many gauntlets in a row. You must be tired. If there's nothing else, go back and rest. If you don't have a place to stay, I'll have Xiao Shin arrange a quiet courtyard for you. Zhou Huai controlled Oyezi to shake his head. Guildmaster, I'm not tired. I want to go to that top-tier forging room and forge a few more pieces of equipment to test my skills. Gu Yan, upon hearing this, revealed an undisguised astonishment. Are all S-rank blacksmiths this energetic? Ordinary blacksmiths, successfully forging 1 or 2 pieces of equipment a day, are already exhausted, looking like dogs. This kid, today, he's probably forged no less than a dozen pieces of equipment, right? And he's still full of energy, saying he's not tired. Little did he know, Zhou Huai's clone was equipped with an AI core and didn't have an energy bar. As long as there are enough materials, theoretically, forging can continue indefinitely. Gu Yan suppressed his shock, nodded, and looked at Shun Xiu beside him. Little Shun, since young friend Oyezi is so enthusiastic, why don't you take him? Shin Xiu quickly bowed and agreed. Don't worry, Guild Master. I will arrange everything properly. The two then left the Guild Master's office. Oyezi didn't immediately go to the top-level forging room on the highest floor. He first went to the blueprint sales area on the second floor. The dazzling array of blueprints was overwhelming. Zhou Huai's eyes were sharp as he quickly sifted through them. Soon, he selected several blueprints. Forging blueprint, Shadow Wind boots, excellent. Forging blueprint, Shadow Wind breastplate, excellent. Forging blueprint, Shadow Wind gauntlets, excellent. Forging blueprint, Shadow Wind belt, excellent. This was a level 8 blue excellent quality set. 4-piece set effect, increases all attributes by 15 and restores 1 health per second out of combat, if it can be forged to a higher quality. The set effect will be further enhanced. This set of equipment is practically tailor-made for Yasuo. Afterwards, he selected an 8th level Windbreaker Longsword blueprint. With everything ready, Oyezi, led by Shinshio, arrived at the guild's 5th floor. The entire 5th floor was empty and silent. Only a huge bronze door stood silently at the end of the corridor. The door was engraved with intricate flame patterns, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. Mr. Oyezi, this is our guild's only top-tier forging room. Shinshio's tone carried a hint of reverence. Oyezi nodded and pushed open the heavy bronze door. Boom. A wave of heat, far hotter and purer than that of the basic forging room, rushed out. The interior of the top-tier forging room was extremely spacious. The most striking feature was the enormous, dark golden forging furnace in the center of the room. Beneath the furnace burned not ordinary fire, but a ghostly blue flame, dancing silently as if alive, radiating a terrifyingly high temperature that sent chills down one's spine. Is this the strange fire? Oyezi murmured to himself. Indeed extraordinary. Just approaching it, one could feel the immense fire energy it contained. Forging equipment with this strange fire would undoubtedly greatly improve the success rate and quality. A moment later, Shinshio personally led a group to bring up all the materials Oyezi needed. Various rare ores and exotic beast materials piled up on the forging table. Mr. Oyezi, the materials are all here. Please feel free to request anything if you need anything, Shinshio said respectfully. Oyezi thanked him and slowly closed the heavy stone door of the top-tier forging room. System, AI take over, Zhou Huai commanded in his mind. Oyezi's eyes flickered for a moment, then returned to normal, and he silently began a new round of forging. Zhou Huai then returned his consciousness to his body. A deep weariness washed over him, his eyelids drooped, and he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, falling on Zhou Huai's face. He abruptly sat up in bed, immediately checking Oyezi's work. His consciousness sank in. In the top-tier forging room, on the forging table, the 4 pieces of the Shadow Wind set, along with the Windbreaker Longsword, were neatly arranged. Each piece of equipment radiated a dazzling light far exceeding that of a superior quality. Zhou Huai controlled Oyezi to step forward and pick up the Shadow Wind boots. Shadow Wind boots, rare, required level, LV8, defense, 80, agility, 15, movement speed, 10 rare 3 stars. He picked up the Shadow Wind breastplate. Shadow Wind chestplate, rare 4 star. Shadow Wind gauntlets, rare 3 star. Windbreaker longsword, rare 4 star. When he picked up the last piece, the Shadow Wind belt, his breath hitched slightly. Shadow Wind belt, rare 5 star. Full stars. Shadow Wind set, 44, effects, 1. All attributes increased by 32. 2. In out-of-combat state. Recovers 3 HP per second. Hiss. Zhou Huai gasped. These attributes are simply heaven-defying. In the marketplace, an ordinary level 8 rare equipment can fetch at least 10,000 daxia coins. When enhanced with set effects, the price can multiply by 2 or 3 times. Just the Shadow Wind set alone is valued at over 150,000 daxia coins, and that is merely the cost of materials. If auctioned, the price could soar even higher. Zhou Huai meticulously stored all the equipment into his spatial ring. He commanded Oyezi to push open the door to the elite forging chamber. Outside, a young woman of refined appearance, clad in professional attire, had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Oyezi emerge, she promptly bowed in greeting. Greetings, Mr. Oyezi. I am Lin Wei, your dedicated assistant arranged by the president. You may summon me for any needs you may have. Oyezi nodded slightly, a hint of fatigue evident on his face. I am rather weary and need to return to rest, after forging continuously for a day and night. To claim otherwise would be quite extraordinary. Lin Wei quickly replied. The president has arranged accommodation for you in a luxurious apartment near the guild. I will escort you there immediately. Oyezi acknowledged with a sound of agreement. The two arrived at the guild's entrance. Just as Lin Wei went to retrieve the vehicle from the parking lot, a familiar figure appeared at the street corner. The resurrected Thunder Sword Master, Yasuo. The two avatars exchanged glances through the crowd, devoid of any expression or words. In the next moment, Oyezi flicked his wrist, and the spatial ring silently slipped from his hand, tracing an almost imperceptible arc before landing precisely in Yasuo's grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, Yasuo turned and melded into the ever-flowing throng of people. The entire exchange was fluid and seamless, reminiscent of an experienced underground operative exchanging intelligence. Zhou Huai mused internally that it would be prudent for the two avatars to limit their interactions for now, lest they be traced and ensnared. Chapter 19. Leaving the city, Lin Wei guided Ayazi to a high-end apartment building near the guild. The room was spacious and well-lit, adorned with luxurious decor. Mr. Ayazi, this is your designated residence. Should you require anything, feel free to contact me. Lin Wei respectfully offered a business card. Ayazi accepted it and nodded slightly. Thank you for your assistance. Once Lin Wei departed, Zhou Huai promptly issued new instructions to Ayazi's AI core. From today onward, your task is to continuously forge equipment. Rest when fatigued, eat when hungry, and behave like a normal person until the forging challenge task issued by the system is completed. Command received. AI initiating lifestyle forging mode. A flicker of data flowed through Ayazi's eyes, which then settled into a calm depth. He approached the window, gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Having completed these tasks, Zhou Huai's consciousness swiftly shifted. Yasuo. At this moment, he stood beneath the towering city gates of Tianhai City. The trials of the challenge tower had long since concluded. To level up swiftly, the area beyond the city was the true paradise in hell. In the wilderness, exotic beasts roamed freely, secret realms flourished, and dungeons proliferated. Countless professionals pursued power and wealth in this domain. Yet, high rewards also signified high risks. This was a genuine lawless territory. Beyond the bloodthirsty beasts, one must also be wary of treachery from fellow adventurers. For a piece of equipment or a resource, drawing blades and committing murder for gain had become commonplace. The massive alloy gates divided the city into two starkly contrasting worlds. Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, approached the exit passage. Several fully armed guards obstructed his path. Identity card. One guard stated expressionlessly. Yasuo produced a forged identity card. The guard accepted it and scanned it with a device, confirming its authenticity. He then scrutinized Yasuo. Alone? Where's your team? Yasuo shook his head, deliberately lowering his voice, tinged with weariness. No teammates. Just out to level up a bit. Will return soon. The guard raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. He then routinely cautioned. The beasts outside are all at least level 10. You should be careful alone. He pointed to a notice affixed to the wall nearby. It contained an emergency contact number. Make a note of this. If you encounter insurmountable trouble, you can call. However, the rescue fee is not cheap. It starts at 10,000 daxia coins. Zhou Huai understood. That price was indeed steep. However, it was reasonable for others to risk their lives to save you. Thank you for the warning. I will be cautious, Yasuo replied calmly. With a hum, the alloy gate began to rise slowly. The guard cast a final glance at Yasuo's retreating figure and added, try to return before dark. The wilderness is 10 times more perilous at night. Yasuo did not turn back and stepped outside the city gates. A chaotic blend of vegetation and bloodlust greeted him. Beyond the city lay an endless expanse of primordial jungle. A worn asphalt road stretched into the distance, occasionally interrupted by vehicles emblazoned with the emblems of various adventurer guilds. Most professionals opted to join guilds or organizations for safety in numbers. Yet Yasuo required no such support. He continued along the main road for a while, ensuring he was well beyond the surveillance of Tianhai City. With a thought, the spatial ring shimmered. The 4 pieces of the Shadow Wind set, along with the Galebreaker's sword, instantly adorned him. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through his being. Avatar panel, Yasuo. Class, unique hidden class. S-Class, Thundersword Master. Level, LV8. Health, 1720-1720. Mana, 1190-1190. Strength, 161. Agility, 311. Stamina, 172. Mentality, 119. Attack power, 328. Physical defense, 202. Magic resistance, 95. A faint smile curved the corners of Zhou Huai's lips. At merely level 8, these attributes were explosively enhanced, capable of overwhelming the vast majority of B-class professionals around level 20. The only drawback was that the Shadow Wind set appeared somewhat ostentatious, not quite aligning with Yasuo's Wanderer aesthetic. Appearance switched to default simple attire. With a flash of light, Yasuo reverted to his plain linen garb, yet his underlying terrifying strength remained undiminished. Gripping the Galebreaker's sword tightly, the blade hummed in anticipation. He commenced his hunt. Yasuo's form flickered and darted into the dense thicket like a wraith. Not far ahead, a wolf's howl echoed. 3 robust, gray-brown wolves leapt ferociously from the underbrush. Jungle Wolf LV-10, Health, 1200. Their crimson eyes fixated on Yasuo, radiating a bloodthirsty menace. The leading wolf, the fastest, opened its maw wide, foul drool dripping as its sharp claws glinted ominously, lunging directly at Yasuo's face. Seeking death, Yasuo's gaze turned icy, advancing instead of retreating. Thunder slash. Swoosh. A brilliant bolt of lightning in the form of sword energy erupted instantaneously. Swift. Too swift. The wolf barely had time to emit a cry before being pierced by the raging force of thunder. 372. 341. 362. A flurry of terrifying damage figures ascended. In an instant, the jungle wolf fell lifelessly. The other two wolves halted mid-attack, a glimmer of fear flashing in their eyes. Yet Yasuo's assault showed no signs of ceasing. He moved like the wind, his sword creating a flurry of afterimages. The elemental lightning from his ordinary attacks continually splashed forth. 354. 43. Splash damage. 377. 51. Splash damage. Moments later, the remaining two jungle wolves followed their companion's fate, transforming into experience points and several glimmering materials. Defeated Jungle Wolf LV-10, gained 100 experience points. Defeated Jungle Wolf LV-10, gained 100 experience points. Defeated Jungle Wolf LV-10, gained 100 experience points. Acquired materials, Wolf Skin X3, Wolf Fangs X6. Yasuo casually stored the materials in his spatial ring. The efficiency was satisfactory. Indeed, the wilderness was teeming with exotic beasts. One could encounter a group merely by taking a few steps. After experiencing a thrilling escapade as a swordsman, Zhou Huai's consciousness withdrew from Yasuo's body. System. Activate Yasuo's AI core for independent leveling. Command received. The Avatar Thunder Swordmaster Yasuo AI System 10 has been activated. A gleam of determination flashed in Yasuo's eyes, and he soon resumed his carefree demeanor. Sword in hand, he ventured deeper into the jungle. While other adventurers required caution, teamwork, and rest to level up, Yasuo needed none of that. Thanks to the formidable regenerative capabilities of the Shadow Wind set, as long as he wasn't instantly defeated, he could fight continuously like a perpetual motion machine. Zhou Huai yawned, comfortably reclining back onto his bed. From here on, he would merely await the rapid ascent of his experience bar. Chapter 20. Is someone attempting to steal my spotlight? Under AI control, Yasuo's movements became increasingly elusive. The agility of an S-rank swordsman was fully showcased within the jungle. Each evasion of a beast's assault was executed with pinpoint precision, as if he were dancing on the edge of a blade. The experience bar surged rapidly. In less than 2 hours, Yasuo's level skyrocketed to LV9. Just as Zhou Huai's consciousness returned to his own body, preparing for a brief rest, a knock echoed at the door. Uncle Fu entered with a beaming expression. Young master, Miss Yi is here to see you. A smile crept onto Zhou Huai's lips. This girl certainly acted swiftly. She must have just completed the trial tower and rushed over without delay. Brother Zhou Huai. Even before she appeared, her melodious voice rang out from beyond the door. Brimming with excitement, Yi Shi bounded into the room, her youthful face radiant with vitality. Zhou Huai smiled at her. So, how did the trial tower go? What was your score? Did you secure first place again? Yi Shi's cheeks flushed slightly at his words as she stuck out her tongue. Not quite. Although our team completed it quickly, we only placed third in the end. At this point, her tone shifted, revealing a hint of schadenfreude. However, that Lu Qi fellow didn't even take first place. He ended up second, and was left far behind by the first. She chuckled, recalling how his face turned green with anger at the time. Zhou Huai secretly laughed while feigning curiosity. Oh, even Lu Qi couldn't secure first? So, who claimed the top spot? Yi Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, It's someone named Yasuo. Brother Zhou Huai, you can't imagine how incredible he is. That morning, Lu Qi came to trouble me, but Yasuo knocked him down in just a few punches and kicks. It was so satisfying. Zhou Huai's heart stirred. Yet he maintained an expression of surprise. Oh, this Yasuo is quite fierce. Which school does he belong to? How come I haven't heard of such a character before? Yi Shi shook her head, a look of confusion on her face. I don't know. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. His personality is rather strange, cold, and aloof. Moreover, he looks like a 30-year-old man, yet his registered age is only 18. She tilted her head and made a silly face. Now I finally understand what it means to be young yet look older. Zhou Huai couldn't help but clear his throat. What is this girl implying? Ahem. Perhaps he simply matured earlier. Yi Shi, oblivious to Zhou Huai's discomfort, continued, her voice tinged with regret. I heard that Yasuo has extraordinary talent, at least S rank. Unfortunately, just the night before last, after he completed the trial tower, he was killed. This incident alarmed many high-ranking figures in Tianhai City. Lu Qi was even summoned for questioning this morning. Zhou Huai raised an eyebrow, probing further. Killed? Is there any clue about the murderer? Do we know who did it? Yi Shi lowered her voice, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. According to my father, the perpetrator is incredibly powerful. The four principals of Tianhai City joined forces, but couldn't capture him. He likely belongs to a guild called Dawn. Dawn Guild? Zhou Huai's pupils constricted slightly. He had heard of this name online. It was said that this guild was particularly sinister, known for its erratic and domineering behavior, though few in number. Every member was an elite. The entry barrier was extremely high, requiring at least an A-rank occupation. Once they set their sights on a prodigy, they would go to great lengths to recruit them. If the target refused, they would resort to deadly measures, showing no mercy. A classic case of if I can't have it, I'll destroy it. He hadn't anticipated that Yasuo had attracted the attention of such a mad faction. Thankfully, Yasuo had chosen to end things in front of Chu He. Otherwise, getting entangled with such a group would certainly pose a tremendous problem. Zhou Huai's thoughts raced, and he suddenly remembered something, asking, by the way, now that the trial tower has concluded, where do you plan to level up next? Yi Shi's talent practically ensured her admission into the top academy of the Daxia Kingdom. However, the National Professional Examination had strict level requirements, mandating that candidates reach level 15. Thus, during this period, those who had just completed the Trial Tower Challenge would venture out of the city to level up in the wild. Upon hearing this question, Yi Shi's previously bright expression suddenly dimmed. Her lips pouted slightly, clearly displeased. Zhou Huai keenly noticed the shift in her mood. What's wrong? Did something happen? Yi Shi sighed, a hint of frustration in her tone. It's my father. Last night, for some reason, he insisted that I team up with that Lu Qi to venture outside the city for dungeon leveling. Zhou Huai's expression instantly turned icy. What does the Yi family mean by this? Are they trying to matchmake Yi Shi with Lu Qi? Although Lu Qi currently flaunted the Zhou family's name, his stepmother, Lu Yuru, hailed from the imperial capital's Lu family. Rumor had it that Lu Qi's biological father had quite an impressive background as well. Humph, what does background matter? If he dares to covet my woman, I'll make him understand why flowers bloom. Sensing the cold aura emanating from Zhou Huai, Yi Shi hurriedly explained, Brother Zhou Huai, please don't be angry. Even if I go leveling up with him, nothing will happen, I promise. Zhou Huai took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure. He reached out, gently grasping Yi Shi's delicate hand, his tone softening with a hint of affection. Yi Shi, you are so well behaved. Of course, I trust you. By the way, which dungeon are you planning to level up in? With Zhou Huai's warm hand enveloping hers, Yi Shi's cheeks flushed crimson, even her ears tinged with a rosy hue. Brother Zhou Huai, you seem much more proactive than before, she thought, her heart racing as she shyly lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. It's the Clean Water Lake, 30 miles outside the city. My father said a new level 10 dungeon has opened there, and we should go there to level up. Zhou Huai nodded, his hand, however, mischievously caressing her palm. Well, the wilderness is far more dangerous than the city. You must prioritize safety. I understand, Yi Shi replied softly. Her face still flushed. The two lingered for a while before Yi Shi reluctantly rose to take her leave. After bidding her farewell, Zhou Huai's gentle smile instantly vanished. His gaze turning icy as he muttered, Lu Qi, you wish to steal my spotlight? Lousy, I shall not spare you. Just then, a system notification chimed. Your avatar. The Thunder Sword Master Yasuo has encountered a level 10 elite boss, the Jungle Blood Wolf King, in the wild. Would you like to take control and engage in battle? Chapter 21. The Jungle Blood Wolf King, an encounter with a boss? What splendid fortune. Zhou Huai's spirit soared. The likelihood of encountering a wild beast boss was inherently low. Yet, should one be fortunate enough to face and successfully vanquish it, the rewards often exceeded expectations. However, wild bosses also signified extraordinary strength and peril. A typical adventurer team, unprepared, often faced annihilation. It was not uncommon for them to be completely wiped out, let alone facing it alone. That would be akin to an old man hanging himself. Longing for life, Zhou Huai hesitated not for a moment and swiftly immersed his consciousness into Yasuo. In the depths of the jungle, the light was dim. Not far away, a colossal wolf, twice the size of a normal jungle wolf, stared intently at Yasuo with blood-red eyes. Its fur bore a sinister dark red hue, as if soaked in endless blood, emanating a strong metallic scent. Its bared fangs glistened ominously, flashing with a chilling gleam. The Jungle Blood Wolf King LV-10 Elite Boss. Health, 180,001,8000, 18,000 health points. More than tenfold that of the ordinary jungle wolves. To kill or not to kill? Was that even a question? The boss had shown its face. How could one refrain from striking? If Yasuo's avatar perished, so be it. At worst, in 24 hours, he would emerge anew. To gamble 24 hours of waiting for the chance at treasures of untold value from a boss drop was an investment worth taking. However, Zhou Huai did not intend to take control personally. Through recent observations and experiences, he realized that the AI core performed more fluidly in combat than he could manage himself, with a more precise grasp of battle opportunities. After all, AI does not experience anxiety or make mistakes, maintaining absolute composure and rationality at all times. System: activate the AI core for Yasuo. Objective: eliminate the Jungle Blood Wolf King. Command received: Avatar Thunder Swordmaster Yasuo AI Core System 10, Battle Mode activated. A cold Azure data stream flickered in Yasuo's somewhat unruly eyes. He subtly adjusted his sword-holding stance, and his entire demeanor shifted, akin to a legendary weapon drawn from its sheath. Exuding an undeniable aura, a howl erupted from the Jungle Blood Wolf King, seemingly sensing the danger posed by this human. The deafening roar reverberated, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. In the next moment, it surged forward, its massive form transforming into a blood-red blur, propelled by a gust of wind aimed directly at Yasuo. Fast, incredibly fast. As expected of an elite boss, its explosive speed far surpassed that of ordinary jungle wolves. Yet Yasuo, under the guidance of the AI, remained unflustered. Just as the Wolf King's claws were about to strike, he invoked Lightning Rush. In a flash, Yasuo became a twisting bolt of electricity, narrowly dodging the Wolf King's lethal assault. The sharp claws grazed past the hem of his garment. Boom! The Jungle Blood Wolf King missed its strike, its enormous paw crashing into the ground, creating a shallow crater and scattering debris. As the Wolf King adjusted its stance, it opened its massive maw, unleashing a concentrated blood-red energy sphere that hurtled toward Yasuo's last position. Bloody Bomb. Yasuo deftly pivoted, gliding sideways with grace. As the blood sphere detonated upon impact with the ground, enveloping the area in a cloud of foul-smelling mist, the Jungle Blood Wolf King pressed on relentlessly, its massive body displaying agility that belied its size, launching a series of ferocious pounces, bites, and tail swipes, stirring up fierce winds. Yet Yasuo's figure danced like a leaf in the wind, evading the Wolf King's torrential assault with finesse. The Wind Rider, passive triggered flawlessly, each movement was executed with elegance, and every dodge was impeccably timed. With the Windbreaker sword in hand, Yasuo, under the AI's precise control, seized every opportunity amid the Wolf King's attacks, unleashing streaks of lightning that struck fiercely against its form. Splat. 485. Weakness attack. The blade's sharpness triggered a surge of electric energy. The Jungle Blood Wolf King howled in pain, growing increasingly furious as its onslaught intensified. It rose up on its hind legs, its front claws gleaming with an eerie crimson light, and slammed down onto the ground. Blood Fury Shockwave. A wave of blood-red energy radiated from the Wolf King, expanding outward in a powerful area attack. Yasuo's gaze sharpened. He activated Lightning Rush, once more, propelling himself upward just in time to evade the AoE attack. Now was the moment. The AI precisely detected the Wolf King's brief moment of vulnerability after unleashing its ultimate attack. Yasuo descended from the air, his sword crackling with electric energy. Thunderous Slash. With a resounding roar, a massive bolt of thunderous sword energy, imbued with destructive power, cleaved down upon the Wolf King's head. 950. Critical hit. Weakness attack. The Jungle Blood Wolf King emitted a heart-wrenching wail, its massive frame shuddering from the impact, its health visibly diminishing. The paralysis effect triggered. Although it lasted merely a second, for a top-tier expert, it was ample time to accomplish much. Yasuo seized the opportunity, unleashing a torrent of strikes upon the Wolf King. 377. 392. 380. As the moment of paralysis ended, the Jungle Blood Wolf King resumed its wrathful assault. Eyes burning with fury, now tinged with madness, it abandoned its flashy skills, relying solely on its brute strength to launch a primal and frenzied pursuit of Yasuo. In the dense jungle, a heart-pounding chase ensued between man and beast. Initially, the Jungle Blood Wolf King pursued Yasuo, attempting to shred this elusive creature to pieces. Yet, as time passed, the Wolf King's speed began to wane, its wounds multiplying. The stamina of an S-rank class, combined with the healing effects of the Shadow Wind set, rendered Yasuo nearly tireless. Meanwhile, though the Wolf King boasted thick skin and high defense, it could not withstand continuous blood loss. Gradually, the tide of battle shifted. Yasuo, no longer merely evading, began to counterattack. With heightened agility, he turned the tables and pursued the jungle blood wolf king. His graceful movements and fierce sword strikes resembling a relentless predator. The wolf king, despite its brute strength, struggled to even graze Yasuo's attire, emitting frustrated roars of indignation. Minutes passed, and the jungle blood wolf king's health dwindled to a critical state. Its movements slowed, its attacks losing vigor. The final strike. Yasuo's eyes gleamed with determination. Lightning rush and thunderous slash were activated nearly simultaneously. He transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly closing the distance to the wolf king. His sword, imbued with terrifying electric energy, plunged accurately into the wolf king's heart. 1280. Fatal strike. The jungle blood wolf king let out a final mournful cry as its massive body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Defeated the jungle blood wolf king LV10, elite boss. Awarded 12,000 experience points. Materials acquired. Wolf King's Essence X1, Bloodied Wolf King's Fangs X2. Sturdy Wolf King's Hide X1. A staggering 12,000 experience points. Yasuo's level surged from LV9, 20 to LV9, 50 in an instant, just a half away from reaching level 10. Zhou Huai's heart swelled with joy. These few rare materials of boss level were indeed priceless. The Wolf King Essence served as a core component for certain potions and equipment, while the Bloodied Wolf King Fang could be crafted into high-quality weapons. The Resilient Wolf King Fur was a prime material for exquisite armor. Roughly estimating, just these items alone could fetch over 50,000 daxia coins. This was indeed a windfall. Yasuo bent down, preparing to gather the loot scattered on the ground. Just then, a faint rustling sound from afar caught his attention. Yasuo abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sharp, directed towards the source of the noise. He observed 4 or 5 figures emerging from the shadows of the forest, approaching him with ill intentions. Chapter 22. Movement like thunder. The interplay of light and shadow in the forest painted a patchy scene, as 5 figures stepped forth from the gloom, encircling Yasuo and the corpse of the Blood Wolf King. The leader, a burly man with a grotesque scar across his face, hefted a gleaming giant axe on his shoulder. Beside him stood a tall, slender man wielding an icy blue staff, a fierce-looking woman with a longbow, and 2 muscular warriors brandishing tower shields and one-handed swords. Their expressions wary. They formed a typical 5-member adventurer party. Their eyes unabashedly scanned the corpse of the Blood Wolf King on the ground, lingering momentarily on the few glowing dropped items before finally converging on Yasuo, who stood calmly with his sword in hand. The scarred man grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, his voice a harsh growl. "Brother, you've got some skills." Zhou Huai did not immediately take control of Yasuo. He wanted to observe how this intelligent AI would handle the current situation. Yasuo moved with fluid grace, swiftly collecting the Wolf King Essence, Bloodied Wolf King Fang, and Resilient Wolf King Fur, stowing them in his spatial ring. After completing this task, he slowly rose, his gaze steady upon the 5 intruders. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Yasuo's voice carried an air of deliberately crafted weariness and indifference. Upon hearing this, the 5 were momentarily taken aback. Zhou Huai nearly chuckled in the consciousness space. The AI-controlled Yasuo certainly had a unique way of speaking. One might think he had stepped out from a historical drama. The scarred man snapped back to reality, his laughter booming. "Your words are quite entertaining, brother. This Blood Wolf King was first discovered by our team. We merely wanted to call in more brothers and approach with caution to avoid any mishaps. Yet, we did not anticipate you would get here first." Yasuo remained impassive, his brow not twitching, his tone still flat. "And so what?" Beside the scarred man, the tall mage's eyes flickered with displeasure as he scoffed. "This guy is quite arrogant." The scarred man waved a hand, silencing the mage. His smile remained, though it now bore an insincere quality. "Brother, you see, it wasn't easy for us to come all this way. How about this? You give us half of the materials dropped by the Wolf King, and you can keep the rest. We'll mind our own business, and perhaps we can look out for each other outside Tianhai City in the future. What do you say?" Zhou Huai, listening to this, smirked internally. What a claim of being the first to discover it. What a suggestion to share half. This bandit logic was truly masterful. Yasuo clearly did not take the proposal to heart. He even found it tedious to spare them another glance. Turning to leave with a cold remark, "Dream on. If you have the capability, go hunt for it yourselves." To seize another's belongings is not the act of a true warrior, but rather a source of mockery. As soon as these words fell, the smile vanished from the scarred man's face. His expression darkened, and his tone turned menacing. "Buddy, I advise you against refusing a toast and opting for a penalty drink. Spare me your pretentious words." If you don't hand over the items today, you may find it difficult to leave this forest in one piece." As he spoke, he exchanged glances with his 4 companions. They quickly spread out, subtly sealing off all of Yasuo's escape routes. The 2 shield warriors planted their tower shields on the ground. Producing a dull thud, their weapons aimed threateningly at Yasuo, their faces a mix of mockery and threat. In their eyes, this Lone Ranger, who had apparently enjoyed a stroke of luck in claiming their boss, was merely an opportunist. It was time for him to relinquish what did not belong to him. The scarred man advanced a step, coldly stating, "Let me be clear, we are members of the Blood Hunters Guild. Given your youth and some level of strength, we approached you amicably to give you a chance to spare your life. Since you choose to disregard our goodwill, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Hand over everything valuable you possess." Yasuo slowly turned around, his gaze calm as it swept over the 5 encircling him. The blade of his broken wind sword reflected a chilling light amidst the dappled shadows of the forest. "Words are futile. Let us engage in battle." Before the last syllable left his lips, Yasuo's figure erupted into motion. He did not choose to defend and counterattack. Instead, he launched a thunderous offensive. His target was none other than the most vulnerable member of the opposing team, the female archer positioned at the rear. The archer, caught off guard by Yasuo's decisive action, instinctively drew back to ready her bow as he darted towards her like a wraith. But it was too late. Lightning dash. Zipping through the air, Yasuo transformed into a twisting bolt of lightning, instantly covering the distance of several meters to appear right before the female archer. "Watch out. Protect Lily," the scarred man bellowed, the others quickly reacting, aiming to assist. However, Yasuo's sword moved faster. The blade shimmered with brilliant lightning. Thunderclap slash. With precision, the first strike landed squarely on the archer's shoulder blade. The ferocious power of thunder erupted instantly, not only stripping away a portion of her health, but also triggering a paralysis effect. The female archer stiffened, her skill interrupted just as she readied to unleash it, despair flashing in her eyes. In the next moment, Yasuo's second strike, imbued with the scent of death, followed swiftly. The sword's edge traced a mournful arc, aimed directly at the archer's fragile neck. 788. Critical hit. A massive crimson damage number floated above the archer's head. She could not even utter a scream before her eyes bulged, her body collapsing limply, life extinguished. A swift kill. From the moment Yasuo initiated his attack to the instant he took down the female archer, the entire process flowed seamlessly, like a river in motion, swift as lightning. It was all over in less than 2 seconds. "Damn it, I will kill you." The scarred man's eyes bulged with rage as he watched his teammate fall in an instant, consumed by fury. His muscles tensed, skin flushed red, eyes ablaze. He let out a beast-like roar, swinging his giant axe in a whirlwind, unleashing a fierce gust of wind as he recklessly aimed it at Yasuo's head. Simultaneously, the tall mage regained his composure, urgently pointing his staff. Ice spike. With a sharp sound, a gleaming ice spike coalesced from thin air, hurtling towards Yasuo's previous position with a piercing whistle. Unfortunately, it missed. After dispatching the female archer, Yasuo propelled himself forward, his feet barely touching the ground. Advancing like a specter once more, he deftly evaded the mage's ice spear, causing the burly man with the scar to miss his heavy axe swing entirely. Yasuo's objective was clear. He aimed directly at the ice mage, whose reaction was slightly delayed. "You're seeking death." The ice mage, upon seeing Yasuo charge towards him, briefly displayed a flicker of panic, yet his movements remained swift. Frost Nova. A wave of extreme cold surged outward from him, attempting to freeze Yasuo in place. However, Yasuo's speed was unparalleled. Just before the icy blast could reach him, he had already closed the distance to the mage. With a swift motion, his sword crackled with lightning. Thud. Another precise strike landed. The ice mage let out a muffled groan as his health plummeted by nearly half. "Cover me," the mage shouted urgently, retreating rapidly to create some distance. At that moment, 2 shield warriors finally arrived, flanking Yasuo, shields raised, attempting to force him back. Shield bash. Yasuo's gaze remained calm as he subtly shifted his form, slipping through the gap between the encroaching shields like a darting fish. His target remained the fleeing ice mage. Damn it! The ice mage, now terrified, had not anticipated the swordsmanship of this elusive fighter. As the combined assault of the 2 shield warriors failed to impede him in the slightest. Ice wall. In desperation, the mage unleashed another spell. Crack. Thick walls of ice erupted from the ground, positioned between him and Yasuo. Yet, this barrier did little to hinder Yasuo's advance. Lightning dash. Yasuo's figure transformed into a streak of electricity, piercing straight through an ice wall and reappearing before the mage. The mage's eyes widened in fear and confusion. Thud! The flash of Yasuo's sword severed the mage's head, leaving behind an expression of disbelief. Another one. Aya, I'll fight you to the end. The scarred brute had completely lost his sanity, discarding all defense and swinging his massive axe frantically at Yasuo like a raging bull. However, in his berserk state, while his attacks were fierce, his accuracy was utterly lacking. Yasuo, with his superior agility, deftly dodged the tempest of axe swings, occasionally returning with a counterstrike that left a gash on the brute's body. The two shield warriors attempted to coordinate their attacks with the scarred man, yet their movements were painfully slow in Yasuo's eyes. Often, as soon as they raised their shields, Yasuo had already shifted to another position. The battle unfolded as a one-sided massacre. Yasuo weaved between the three adversaries, each strike precise and lethal. The power of lightning coursed through them, hindering their movements and exposing countless vulnerabilities. Thud! One shield warrior, unable to evade in time, found Yasuo's sword piercing through his throat, falling to the ground in defeat. Next came the other shield warrior. Despite his desperate attempt to block, Yasuo's sword was too swift, the angles too sharp, ultimately piercing through his heart. On the battlefield, only the scarred brute remained, still wildly swinging his axe. He was drenched in blood, his body marred with numerous sword wounds, and his movements grew increasingly sluggish. Yasuo's gaze turned icy as he seized an opportunity during the brute's attack, his sword striking like a viper, aiming directly for the heart. The brute's movements halted abruptly as he looked down at the sword piercing his chest, filled with regret and unwillingness. Thud! His massive body collapsed to the ground. Thus, the five-man team of the Bloodthirsty Guild was entirely annihilated. Zhou Huai, witnessing this in the realm of consciousness, felt exhilarated, declaring it a thrilling spectacle. The AI-controlled Yasuo fought with an artistry that was simply captivating. Yasuo shook the blood from his sword, preparing to inspect the spoils of war. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from the nearby thicket. The footsteps were numerous. Yasuo's gaze sharpened as he swiftly abandoned the idea of looting, vanishing into the shadows of the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Chapter 23, A Plump Target. Not long after Yasuo's figure disappeared into the depths of the forest, another group emerged onto the chaotic battlefield. At the forefront was a young man, his sharp brows furrowing as he cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Strange, he muttered. The coordinates Iron Soldier relayed are right around here. Why is there not a single soul in sight? Just as he spoke, a team member called out, "Boss, come quick." The young man's expression shifted as he hurried over. Upon a glance, his pupils constricted. Lying scattered across the ground were 5 corpses, none other than Iron Soldier's team. Iron Soldier. The young man's jaw clenched, fury igniting in his eyes. They were all dead. How could this be possible? Boss, could it be the Blood Wolf King from the forest? The young man shook his head decisively. Impossible. A mere level 10 elite boss wound T caused a total wipeout of Iron Soldier's team. He crouched down, inspecting the wounds on the corpses. The cuts were clean and sharp, clearly inflicted by a blade. They were murdered. The young man stood abruptly, his gaze icy. Molly, deploy your eagle eye and scout for any suspicious targets within a kilometer. Wang Chong, immediately contact our guild members online. Instruct them to halt their leveling and converge here at full speed. The one who so effortlessly dispatched Iron Soldier's team must possess considerable strength. Understood, boss. A tall woman beside the young man produced a green short flute and raised it to her lips, blowing a few clear notes. Several birds of prey took flight from the treetops, circling above. As Molly gestured, the birds spread out to scout the area. With her eyes closed, a few strands of hair floated as if sharing vision with the birds. Moments later, she opened her eyes abruptly. Boss, target spotted. To the northwest, approximately 2 kilometers away. There's a solitary figure. The young man's eyes narrowed. One person? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Molly nodded firmly, within a 5-kilometer radius. He's the only living target. It's definitely him. A cold glint flashed in the young man's eyes. That must be him. Molly, keep your eagle eye fixed on him. Do not let him escape. Also, gather information on him. Molly nodded again, a faint green pattern flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away, an eagle circling above Yasuo also manifested the same green pattern in its gaze. Target information confirmed, Molly reported, level 9, profession, Thundersword Master. Thundersword Master? The young man found the title rather unfamiliar. However, upon hearing the level, disbelief washed over him. What? You mean to say this person, at level 9, could annihilate a level 20 team? Although Iron Soldier's team was not top tier and equipped with average gear, their levels were still substantial. Even an A-class professional would find it challenging to easily dispatch a 5-man team at only level 9, unless he was an S-class. Yet, such a ludicrous notion was quickly dismissed by himself. If an S-class professional truly emerged in Tianhai City, there would have been some word of it. The young man's gaze flickered as he turned to a slender, reserved team member. Xiao Wei, go meet him. Remember, take a cautious approach. If he truly is formidable, stall him until our main force arrives. Regardless of whether he is the murderer, anyone daring to wreak havoc on our bloodthirsty guild's territory must face consequences. The team member named Xiao Wei grinned, a glint of bloodlust evident in his eyes. Rest assured, my leader, leave it to me. Before the words faded, his figure flickered, merging into the shadows of the forest like a phantom, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, Zhou Huai's consciousness returned to his physical form. He felt little disturbance regarding Yasuo's actions in the wilderness, where he took lives and seized treasures. In this world, survival of the fittest prevailed. If one refrains from killing, they risk being killed instead. Compassionate leniency merely serves as a stepping stone for others. He picked up his phone and opened the wilderness map of Tianhai City, quickly locating the Clearwater Lake mentioned by Yi Shi. It was approximately 10 kilometers away from Yasuo's current position. While battling monsters on his way, he should arrive before nightfall. His objective was simple. Since Lu Qi was so eager to team up with Yi Shi for a dungeon raid, he would deliberately defy his expectations. Just as he pondered, a notification sounded. Ding. System alert. Yasuo, the Thundersword Master, is under malicious attack from an unknown assailant. Zhou Huai raised an eyebrow. Here it comes again. The ruffians of the wilderness are truly relentless. Without hesitation, he shifted his consciousness to Yasuo. In the depths of the forest, Yasuo had just dispatched a group of poison flower spiders and was preparing to collect the loot. Suddenly, a venomous gleam shot silently from the shadows behind him, aimed directly at his back. Without turning, Yasuo swiftly countered with a sword. Sparks flew. The assailant, missing his strike, retreated like a specter, creating distance. It was a man clad in tight black attire, wielding 2 azure daggers. The very assassin, Xiao Wei. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Wei's eyes. Such quick reflexes. Yet he hesitated not, as his form blurred and he activated stealth. Yasuo remained calm, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, the air distorted slightly to his left. Death. Xiao Wei's figure materialized, daggers crossing with a fierce whoosh, aimed viciously at Yasuo's flank. Backstab. Bone extraction. The signature combo of an assassin. Thud. Thud. 2 muffled sounds echoed. Xiao Wei's daggers struck true. However, the anticipated spray of blood failed to materialize. Above Yasuo, only 2 meager damage numbers floated. 38. 45. What? Xiao Wei's pupils constricted, his face etched with disbelief. How could this be? He was a level 23 agile assassin. A full set of skills should have reduced even a shield warrior of the same level to shreds. Yet against this level 9 sword master, he could barely inflict 100 points of damage. Just how formidable was this guy's defense? At that moment of shock, Yasuo moved. He barely glanced at his wounds. His sword crackled with lightning as he executed a sweeping strike. Swift, ruthless, accurate. Bad news. Xiao Wei's heart raced, attempting to dodge, but it was too late. Swoosh. The razor-sharp blade sliced through his chest, spraying blood. 432. A staggering damage number floated above Xiao Wei's head. He flew back like a kite with its string cut, his health bar evaporating in an instant. Cough. Cough. Xiao Wei fell to the ground in disarray, terror and confusion filling his eyes. Was this really a level 9? Zhou Huai chuckled coldly in the realm of consciousness. The rare quality equipment forged by Yezi over a night was not for play. With your pathetic gear, do you really think you can breach my defense? Yasuo's gaze turned icy, showing no signs of pausing as he advanced for the finishing blow. Seeing this, Xiao Wei's guts churned, his survival instinct surging to the utmost. Shadow escape, he shouted, dark energy enveloping him, vanishing from sight once more. Yasuo's sword struck empty air, and he frowned slightly. He scanned the area. Only the faint scent of blood lingered, and the assassin's presence had vanished without a trace. Zhou Huai made a quick decision. No need to pursue. Time to relocate. Engaging with such a slippery assassin would only lead to unnecessary complications. Moments later, Xiao Wei's figure reappeared slowly in a concealed hollow of a tree. His complexion was pale. Cold sweat drenched his clothes, and he gasped for breath. In that fleeting moment, he had genuinely felt the specter of death. Too powerful. Trembling, he retrieved his communicator and swiftly dialed his leader's number. Hello, leader. How is it? Xiao Wei, what kind of player is that guy? A young man's anxious voice came through the phone. Xiao Wei spoke with a hint of fear. Leader, Tai Bing and the others must have fallen to this guy. I couldn't even breach his defense. One strike nearly took me out. I suspect he is definitely wearing a set of top-tier gear. Top-tier gear. The young man's eyes widened in realization. Could he truly be some rich young master out for a taste of life? This would explain why a mere level 9 could turn the tables on Tai Bing and the others, relying on superior equipment without a care in the world. He had no bodyguards at all. A greedy look crossed the young man's face. This is a prime target. Since such a prize has appeared, how could one resist? The young man licked his lips, murderous intent evident in his eyes. Emily, ensure your eagle-eyed surveillance on him. We must capture him today. Chapter 24, Dimensional Strike. Meanwhile, Zhou Huai transferred his consciousness to Oyezi, who was resting in a high-end apartment. Yasuo would soon reach level 10. His main body's level would also rise to 10, allowing him to create a third clone. However, currently, Oyezi had not forged any epic-level equipment. He needed to enhance his blacksmithing level. The leveling speed for crafting professions lagged significantly behind combat or support professions. Progress was painfully slow. Just yesterday, Oyezi had forged over a dozen pieces of equipment, all of decent quality, yet his level barely reached 3. It was incomparable to combat professions. However, the benefits of leveling were evident. In addition to enhancing various attributes, it increased forging proficiency and allowed the acquisition of new skills. Zhou Huai, controlling Oyezi, contacted his assistant, Lin Wei. Within 10 minutes, Lin Wei's car arrived at the apartment building. Oyezi entered the vehicle. Lin Wei politely inquired, Master Oyezi, how was your rest last night? At that moment, Zhou Huai refrained from controlling Oyezi, curious to see how this clone AI would respond. Would it speak in the same eloquent manner as Yasuo? To his surprise, Oyezi simply replied in a low voice, not bad. He then closed his eyes, lapsing into silence. The car fell into a quiet stillness. Lin Wei, seemingly unwilling to let it in there, attempted to spark a few more topics. Master, the weather is quite nice today. A new batch of rare ores has arrived at the guild. Yet again, Oyezi's terse responses quickly silenced the conversation with mere single-syllable words like I know, or okay. Zhou Huai nodded to himself. It seemed this clone's AI embodied the persona of a taciturn, tech-savvy individual. Different clones, different personas. There was something intriguing about that. Before long, the car arrived at the blacksmith guild. Oyezi directly handed Lin Wei the blueprints and materials he needed, instructing him to prepare them for the top-tier forging room. Lin Wei accepted the list, promptly nodding, understood. Master, I will take care of it. Oyezi then headed straight to the familiar top-tier forging room. Shortly after, a plethora of materials was delivered by guild personnel. The blueprint Oyezi selected this time was for a level 10 ring of blue quality. Once crafted, it would guarantee a minimum of fine quality. The ring was petite and exquisite. There is no need to expend excessive materials and time. It is perfectly suitable for leveling up the forging skill. If fortune smiles upon us, we may forge an epic item directly, which would be even more splendid. With the materials prepared, the heavy door of the top-tier forge slowly closed. Oyezi took a deep breath, a glimmer of focus flashing in his eyes. He resumed his tedious and intricate crafting work. At that moment, a cold system notification echoed in Zhou Huai's mind. Ding! System alert. Your avatar, the Thunderblade Master Yasuo, is under malicious attack from unidentified professionals. Zhou Huai's brow furrowed sharply. How could he be attacked again? The wilderness felt perilously unsafe. It was only the first day out of the city, and he had already faced 3 assaults. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately switched his consciousness to Yasuo. The perspective shifted. In the next instant, Zhou Huai was astonished to find that Yasuo was surrounded by a multitude of professionals. These figures, shadowy and indistinct, formed a tight encirclement. Among them, 2 or 3 warriors wielding sword and shield had already engaged Yasuo. With a swift thrust, Yasuo's sword gleamed coldly, and one warrior, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain as blood erupted from his arm, retreating with a cry. Clearly, their strength was not formidable. Zhou Huai's gaze sharpened. Why were so many people converging to attack Yasuo? It seemed as if they were specifically targeting him. Zhou Huai's mind raced. These individuals must be from the same guild as the 5 who had previously perished at Yasuo's hands. Yet, he could not comprehend how they could locate Yasuo's position so precisely in this vast jungle. As he pondered, the battle took a sudden turn. One warrior's steel blade was severed by Yasuo's strike. The clatter of the broken weapon echoed as it fell to the ground. Instead of despair, the warrior's face lit up with a wild joy. He shouted excitedly, the boss was right. This guy is loaded with top-tier gear. Brothers, seize him. Zhou Huai scoffed internally. Did they really think they were worthy of Yasuo's equipment? However, He noted the implication in their leader's words. How did the leader know Yasuo was adorned with fine gear? He suddenly recalled the assassin he had encountered earlier, and it all clicked into place. Clearly, they had been tracking him for some time. Given this, it was time to show no mercy. Although these individuals might possess higher levels than Yasuo, their equipment paled in comparison. Yasuo was clad in a set of rare quality armor, a feat that few could rival in the entire Tianhai city. Moreover, Yasuo was an S-Class. Facing them would be akin to a dimensional strike. With a thought, Zhou Huai commanded the AI Yasuo to unleash his full strength and eliminate them. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Yasuo's rebellious gaze as he nodded silently. In the next moment, he abruptly pivoted, charging towards a group of distant-range professionals. "Stop him! Don't let him escape!" Someone shouted from behind. Instantly, a torrent of colorful control spells rained down upon Yasuo. Vines erupted from the ground, fierce and unyielding. Above, scorching fire circles plummeted. In front, a formidable wall of ice rose abruptly. Yet, just as Yasuo was about to collide with the ice wall, he halted abruptly. With a strange maneuver, he swiftly turned back. The two warriors trailing him were caught completely off guard by this sudden shift. Thrust. One warrior was pierced directly in the chest by Yasuo's swift strike. Thunderslash. 580. The paralysis effect erupted instantly. The warrior's body stiffened, rendered immobile. Yasuo's expression remained cold as he continued his assault, delivering two more precise strikes that cleanly severed the last remnants of the warrior's health. The entire sequence flowed like a deadly ballet, as if he were a merciless killing machine. After dispatching one foe, Yasuo wasted no time. He charged like a predator fixated on its prey towards the mages and archers in the distance. Focus fire on him. Take him down. Countless skills erupted like fireworks upon Yasuo. The air was filled with thunderous explosions. Yasuo's health visibly diminished by 1/3. However, as the smoke cleared, 4 or 5 cold corpses lay on the ground. Yet Yasuo stood tall. His shadow wind set radiated a faint glow, swiftly restoring his health. The attackers felt a chill surge from their feet to the crown of their heads. Was this still a human being? He was nothing short of a monster. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague. This was not a game. Without special resurrection gear or items, death was final. They had never encountered such a ferocious, reckless character. This was beyond human. It was absurd. Run, run. Finally, someone succumbed to the overwhelming fear. The first to turn and flee. Once the first broke ranks, the second followed, then the third. The scene spiraled into chaos. A relatively composed warrior shouted hoarsely, "Don't run. We still have a chance. We can kill him." Yet, his cries fell on deaf ears among the panicked throng. In the next second, a sharp beam of sword light flashed. The warrior's voice was abruptly silenced. His head soared high into the air. Blood splattered across Yasuo's stoic visage. With the fall of that warrior, his eyes widened in shock and disbelief, still reflecting the horror of his final moments. The remaining professionals, who had considered putting up a fight, now saw their mental fortitude shatter. "A demon! He is a demon! Run!" they screamed, abandoning all semblance of formation and orders, fleeing into the depths of the jungle like frightened rabbits. Yet now, was it too late to escape? Yasuo's figure darted like a bolt of lightning, the cold blade carving arcs of death beneath the moonlight. With every gleam of his sword, a piercing scream followed, accompanied by splashes of blood. He was like the most efficient harbinger of death, coldly pursuing the fleeing individuals, methodically reaping their lives. Thud, thud. The sounds of screams and steel meeting flesh echoed through the silent night forest, forming a chilling symphony of death. In the distance, a clearing crackled with the sound of a campfire. The leader, a young man in fine garments, wore a grim expression as he observed the battle unfolding in the jungle. His brow furrowed as he turned to the pale-faced Jasmine beside him. "What is the state of the battle?" Jasmine closed her eyes, her body trembling slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. After a moment, she opened her eyes wide, her voice trembling with uncontainable fear. "It seems they are all dead." The young man's pupils constricted suddenly. "What do you mean? All 10 of them are dead?" Jasmine nodded with great difficulty, her eyes filled with the terror of having survived. "That person is too powerful. He is like a killing machine. Our people are utterly helpless before him. Useless. A bunch of useless fools." The young man erupted in fury, kicking over the nearby campfire stand, sparks flying. "What is the point of this guild supporting such worthless individuals? 10 of them couldn't even take down a single opponent." His chest heaved violently with anger, his face a deep shade of iron. Behind him, 2 composed middle-aged men exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of relaxed amusement. One stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute, and said, "Young Master Mo, please remain calm." No matter how formidable the opponent, he is merely at the 9th level. A rabble of this sort cannot pose a challenge for us. The other man added with a smile, Indeed, young Master Mo, allow us, your brothers, to handle this troublesome matter for you. However, we must remind you of our previous agreement. If we take down that young man, the reward of 100,000 daxia coins for each of us cannot be overlooked. The youth known as young Master Mo was visibly agitated. He waved his hand dismissively. I understand. Do you think I would begrudge you such a trifling sum? As long as you can eliminate him for me, I would gladly offer you 200,000. He urged them, hurry. Do not let him escape. These two men were the trusted aides of his father, Zhao Tianming and Zhao Tianqi. Both were seasoned professionals above the 30th level, possessing extensive combat experience. Initially, young Master Mo had merely summoned them for reassurance, never imagining that he would need their formidable skills to deal with a mere 9th level opponent. Yet, the current circumstances seemed to leave him no choice. As they spoke, a disheveled figure stumbled forth from the distant thicket, rolling and crawling in a state of panic. Blood smeared his face, his clothes in tatters, and his eyes were filled with sheer terror. Young Master Mo, save me, he pleaded, collapsing at young Master Mo's feet, trembling as if in a fit. They are all dead. My brothers are all dead. That man is not human. He is a monster. A demon from hell. Young Master Mo's expression darkened, and he kicked the man away in disgust. You worthless fool. If they are all dead, why do you not join them? Suddenly, he noticed that beside him, Jasmine was trembling even more violently, her teeth chattering. Young Master Mo furrowed his brow. What is wrong with you? Why are you shaking so? Jasmine's voice quivered with sorrow, filled with despair. Young Master, that man. He seems to have deliberately let him go. He wants to know our exact location. It appears he is already on his way. Before she could finish her sentence, soft footsteps echoed from the shadows of the nearby forest. A tall, imposing figure emerged slowly. The moonlight illuminated his somewhat weathered yet exceptionally stern countenance, along with the black iron longsword in his hand, stained with droplets of blood. One man, one sword. He approached steadily, exuding an oppressive aura that felt as if he were accompanied by an army, suffocating in its intensity. Young Master Mo looked upon this figure with a flash of ferocity and cruelty in his eyes, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You have arrived just in time. No need for me to seek you out. He abruptly turned to the Zhao brothers, commanding them sternly, Zhao Tianming, Zhao Tianqi, it is your time to shine. Do not disappoint me. Zhao Tianming and Zhao Tianqi exchanged a glance before stepping forward confidently from behind young Master Mo. Zhao Tianqi, slightly leaner, wore a smirk of nonchalance. He turned to his sturdily built brother, Zhao Tianming, and drawled, Brother, why not let me handle this little one by myself? A mere child who hasn't even reached the 10th level hardly piques my interest. Zhao Tianming, however, remained cautious. His gaze was sharp as he scrutinized the slowly approaching Yasuo, speaking in a low, serious tone, do not underestimate him. The ability to single-handedly annihilate over a dozen of our skilled men is not to be taken lightly. Do not let your guard down. Zhao Tianqi yawned dismissively, rubbing his sleepy eyes. And what of it? Those insignificant insects are not worthy of comparison with us brothers. To me, they are but ants to be crushed. As he spoke, Yasuo had already reached within a dozen meters of the two and came to a halt. His deep-set eyes surveyed the Zhao brothers and the tense young Master Mo behind them. His cold, deep voice resonated slowly. Who are you? And why do you seek to harm me? Zhao Tianqi scoffed, his gaze filled with condescension. Boy, if you must blame someone, blame yourself for provoking the wrong people, and also for possessing that which does not belong to you. Before the words had fully left his lips, a glint of icy light flickered in Zhao Tianqi's eyes. And without further ado, he sprang into action, moving like a ghost, swiftly closing the distance to Yasuo. A piercing shriek sliced through the air as a slender, gleaming blade appeared in his hand, slicing through the air with unmatched ferocity, aimed directly at Yasuo's face. Zhou Huai's pupils constricted slightly. How swift! This man's prowess was indeed on an entirely different level compared to the previous rabble. Yasuo reacted swiftly, raising his sword to parry. The clash of metal rang out abruptly in the silent night, jarring to the ears. Sparks flew as an overwhelming force surged from the opponent's blade. Yasuo felt a tingling in his palms, his body involuntarily sliding back half a step. Zhao Tianqi, surprised that his attack missed, exhibited a bloodthirsty grin. Oh, you managed to block my strike? It seems you possess some skill. This could be interesting. Chapter 26. Then let us test it. Zhou Huai felt a surge of alarm. This fellow's swordsmanship was not only sharp and cunning, but his speed also matched Yasuo's own agility. He was a far cry from the previous lowly adversaries. Undoubtedly, He was a top-tier combatant hidden within the ranks of the Bloody Guild. It made sense. In a second-rate guild, there must be a few fierce characters capable of holding their ground. Zhao Tianqi licked his parched lips, his eyes glinting with a beast-like hunger. Come again, he roared, launching himself once more. The flash of his blade enveloped Yasuo in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. The resonating sounds of metal on metal echoed continuously, sparks erupting in the dim forest. Under the precise control of the AI, Yasuo's swordsmanship flowed like the wind, rendering his defenses impenetrable. Each block and evasion was executed with impeccable precision. Yet, under the relentless barrage of Zhao Tianqi's overwhelming strength, Yasuo found himself continually forced back. The ground beneath him was marred with deep impressions from his feet. The disparity in attributes was becoming painfully evident. In the moment Zhao Tianqi's energy waned, Yasuo's eyes sparkled with a flash of data. An opening. He thrust down hard with his feet, twisting his body at an impossible angle. His longsword struck like a viper's strike, swift as lightning. It transformed into a deadly bolt, aimed straight at Zhao Tianqi's vital heart. This strike was clever, ruthless, and the timing was impeccable. Zhao Tianqi's pupils dilated. A chill shot up from his feet to the crown of his head. The shadow of death loomed over him. Desperately, he attempted to evade or block, yet strength eluded him. In that critical moment, enough! A commanding shout rang out like thunder. Not far away, Zhao Tianming made his move. It was as if he had been gathering momentum for some time. The silver spear in his hand surged forth like a slumbering dragon awakened. The spear shot forth like lightning, so swift it tore through the air with a piercing wail. A flash of silver, with the terrifying might to pierce through all. It aimed unerringly at Yasuo's exposed side. The angle was exceptionally cunning. The timing was exquisitely precise. At this moment, Yasuo was spent, his old strength depleted, and new strength yet to emerge. His sword had already been unleashed, leaving him unable to change his course. Faced with a lethal ambush from another elite player, even the AI's control could not completely evade the peril. With a sharp thrust, the gun's tip pierced through Yasuo's ribs. Blood splattered. A glaring crimson number, 528, floated above Yasuo's head. His health bar plummeted to a pitiful 1/3. Zhou Huai furrowed his brow in the realm of consciousness, his heart sinking. Such formidable attack power. His rare quality armor should have easily outclassed others of the same level. Yet, he had lost a significant portion of his life to a single shot. The level and attacking prowess of this Zhao must be astonishingly high. Retreat. He immediately commanded without hesitation. There was no way to engage head-on. Yasuo, propelled by the impact of the shot, forced himself through the searing pain, rolling backward with great urgency. Lightning flashed. In a split second, he created distance and turned, shooting into the dense shadows of the forest like an arrow released from its bowstring. A few flickers, and he vanished deep within the trees. Big brother, what do you mean by this? Zhao Tianqi, having narrowly escaped, was still shaken, soon giving way to a fit of rage. He shouted at Zhao Tianming. I was handling him just fine. I was about to take him down. Why did you interfere? Zhao Tianming, expressionless, retracted his long gun and cast a cold glance at him. Fool, this is not a duel. It's a quick fight to earn the reward and leave. Wasting time. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes as he glanced at the tip of his gun. This kid's armor is unnaturally high. Despite only being level 9, he managed to survive my full force shot? He suddenly raised his head, gazing in the direction Yasuo had vanished, and barked, Stop talking. Chase after him. This kid is incredibly swift. He must be a specialist in agility. If we let him escape, it will be troublesome. At that moment, Mo Xiao also realized the urgency. Urgently shouting into the communicator, Molly, keep a close watch on him. Don't let him get away. A hint of fear flickered across his face. But more so was the anger and greed stirred by the provocation. Don't worry, he won't escape. The night deepened. The forest loomed like a monstrous beast, ready to devour any who dared enter. Yasuo darted swiftly among the dense trees, completely disregarding the startled birds and the red-eyed beasts lurking in the darkness. The wind howled past his ears as he continually changed directions, utilizing the complex terrain in an attempt to shake off his pursuers. Once he confirmed that there were no immediate threats, he slightly slowed his pace. The Shadow Wind Set's post-battle recovery effect quietly activated. Threads of vitality seeped into his body, slowly healing his wounds. The health bar gradually began to rise, eventually stabilizing at full capacity. Zhou Huai felt a sense of calm wash over him as he sensed the state of his doppelganger. The two opponents were formidable. In a one-on-one scenario, Yasuo could manage with the advantage of AI control and equipment. However, if the two collaborated to encircle him, his chances of survival would be non-existent. The immediate priority was to level up. If he could reach level 10 and acquire new skills, his power would undoubtedly surge. Only then would there be a chance for a turnaround. Just then, the urgent sound of rushing wind and heavy footsteps, like relentless pests, quickly approached from behind. Soon, Zhao Tianqi's anxious and excited figure appeared at the edge of Yasuo's vision. Hey, buddy, don't waste your energy. You can't escape. Just accept your fate. Zhao Tianqi's voice dripped with mockery, akin to a cat playing with its prey. Zhou Huai's heart sank. So soon? How is that possible? Did they plant a tracking mark on him? Without a moment's hesitation, Yasuo transformed into a flash of lightning once more, instantly widening the distance. He dashed deeper into the forest. Damn it! Is he a rabbit? Running so fast. Zhao Tianqi glared at the receding flash, furious, spitting in frustration and gritting his teeth as he pursued at full speed. Let us see how far you can run. The chase resumed. Deep within the forest, three figures moved like phantoms at high speed, entangled, separating. Yasuo, leveraging the extraordinary mobility of his S-level class and the AI's precise terrain analysis, consistently evaded encirclement just in the nick of time. Several times, Zhao Tianqi's blade nearly grazed Yasuo's back. The sharp blade aura even sliced through the air. Zhao Tianming, like the most seasoned hunter, always launched deadly ambushes from unexpected angles. Yet, under the AI's superior prediction, Yasuo always managed to evade at the critical moment. Each time, he narrowly escaped fatal strikes. Frustrated, Zhao Tianqi yelled in anger, yet found himself powerless. Damn it, so slippery. If I catch you, I'll turn you into minced meat. This test of endurance and skill stretched on for a grueling 5 to 6 hours, from dusk until the first light of dawn. Even with their high levels and rich experience, the Zhao brothers were beginning to tire. Sweat drenched their garments, and their breaths grew heavy. Zhao Tianqi leaned against a large tree, gulping down water, his chest heaving violently. What on earth is this kid made of? He has been running all night, without even breaking a sweat. Zhao Tianming also leaned against the trunk, trying to catch his breath, his eyes filled with astonishment. This is outrageous. The communicator crackled to life, and Mo Xiao's irritable roar came through. What the hell are you two doing? It's been 5 to 6 hours. You can't even kill one person. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. P.S. just 2 kilometers northeast of your position. Immediately, go and take him down. If you can't handle this, your reward will be halved. Zhao Tianming's expression darkened as he abruptly severed the connection. A flash of malice flickered in his eyes. He turned to Zhao Tianqi, whose face mirrored his own displeasure, and spoke in a hushed tone. We can't delay any longer. This kid is too crafty. We'll split up. You keep trailing him, applying pressure. I'll take a detour and ambush him from the front. Force him to my ambush point. We'll sandwich him from both sides. Let us see where he can run. Zhao Tianqi's eyes brightened, fatigue vanishing as he grinned wickedly. All right, let us do it. This time, let us see if he lives or dies. The two brothers immediately set off in separate directions. Zhao Tianming's figure flickered and silently melded into the nearby thicket, taking a shortcut at speed. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianqi slowed his pace, like the most patient of snakes, cautiously moving towards Yasuo's location, guided by Molly's directions. Soon, the target came into view. However, the sight before Zhao Tianqi caused him to pause. Yasuo was not frantically fleeing like a cornered animal. Instead, he was engaged in battle. He was being besieged by several formidable, iron-claw lynxes. The light of his sword flashed, arcs of lightning danced. One by one, the lynxes wailed and fell beneath his blade. He was genuinely grinding monsters to level up? Huh. Zhao Tianqi almost thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken. A sense of absurdity surged within him. Has this guy lost his mind? Being chased by 2 level 30 players all night, at risk of losing his life at any moment, and he still had the leisure to grind monsters. Has he lost his mind, or is he overconfident? With the target clearly in sight, Zhao Tianqi no longer concealed himself. He swaggered out from behind the tree, wearing an expression thick with derision and confidence in his victory. TSK, 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 buddy, you sure have a big heart, being chased like a stray dog. Yet you still find time to grind monsters here? Should I call you foolish or just plain stupid? Just then, Yasuo struck down the last lynx with a swift sword. He slowly turned around, a few drops of beast blood staining his face, yet his gaze was chillingly calm. Unlike before, he did not immediately turn to flee. His gaze swept sharply around the surroundings, seemingly confirming something, before returning to Zhao Tianqi, who he addressed with indifference. Is it just you? His voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Zhao Tianqi was momentarily taken aback by this calm retort, but soon scoffed, twirling his long knife with an air of arrogance. Against a mere level 9 minion like you, I alone am more than sufficient. Do I need assistance? Yasuo nodded slightly, raising his hand to leisurely wipe the beast's blood from his long sword. His movements were unhurried, as if he were engaged in the most mundane task. In the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A crackling sound erupted. Countless dazzling blue arcs of lightning burst forth from Yasuo's body, enveloping him entirely. The ferocious power of thunder raged around him, his hair standing on end, surrounded by crackling electricity, as his aura surged wildly. He resembled a war god bathed in lightning. A chilling, destructive presence instantly locked onto Zhao Tianqi. Yasuo's eyes, illuminated by the flickering electric light, were as cold as millennia-old ice. He slowly raised the long sword, entwined with wild lightning, pointing it at Zhao Tianqi. His deep voice resonated with the roar of thunder. Let us test this. Chapter 27. The thunder armor. Zhao Tianqi furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. This young man should have fled at the sight of him. Yet now he dared to take the initiative to attack? What audacity! Moreover, the aura he exuded felt markedly different from before. Little did Zhao Tianqi know that in the midst of this frantic chase, Yasuo's level had already surged to LV10, and he had comprehended a terrifying new skill. Thunder Armor LV1, forged with the power of thunder, transforming into an indestructible lightning armor. Upon activation, it consumes 10 mana points per second, significantly enhancing one's attack power and movement speed. The raging thunder surrounding the user can absorb a portion of incoming damage and retaliate against attackers with a paralyzing effect. The armor's dissipating moment triggers a thunderous explosion, inflicting devastating area damage on nearby enemies and applying paralysis. Zing! Blinding lightning erupted from Yasuo's body. Countless tiny electric serpents danced across his surface, intertwining, swiftly coalescing into a magnificent blue lightning armor. The overwhelming pressure of thunder permeated the air. This was fortuitous. Though Zhao Tianqi felt a shiver run down his spine, he remained unafraid. He had navigated the guild for many years, battling countless foes, and his experience was profound. Could a mere rookie truly pose a threat? Boom! The two figures collided instantly. The clash of blades and the roar of thunder echoed. Clang! 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 The metallic sounds resounded endlessly. Zhao Tianqi grew increasingly astonished. The young man's speed had escalated dramatically. His strength had surged immensely. Each strike carried tremendous force, infused with wild lightning, numbing Zhao Tianqi's grip. Ha! Now this is more like it. Is this your true strength? Zhao Tianqi felt a surge of exhilaration, his battle spirit igniting fiercely. Don't think you're the only one with hidden cards. Blood rage explosion. The blood surged within Zhao Tianqi, his skin reddening. As his strength and speed soared once more, the phantom of his long knife solidified, exuding a pungent scent of blood. Die for me. Soul Rend. Seizing a minuscule opening in Yasuo's attack, he concentrated all his power, the crimson blade slicing through the air with lethal intent, aimed directly at Yasuo's head. Before the blade reached him, the fierce blade aura already caused Zhao Tianqi's skin to sting. This strike was monumental. However, Yasuo's eyes flickered with data streams. He did not choose to evade. Instead, he lowered his body, charging directly into the terrifying crimson blade aura. Simultaneously, the glow of his thunder armor intensified to its zenith. Seeking death, Zhao Tianqi sneered. Boom! The blood-red blade aura struck the thunder armor decisively. Lightning flickered violently, dimming and brightening. Some damage was absorbed. Yet the terrifying force still penetrated deeply. 901. A massive crimson number floated above Yasuo's head. His health plummeted by nearly half. Yet, Yasuo remained unfazed, as if the grievous blow had not befallen him. The cost of withstanding that strike was merely to close the distance between the two to its utmost limit. In the moment when the blade's momentum seemed to wane, lightning dash. Swish! Yasuo transformed into a true bolt of lightning, instantly darting past the range of the blade aura, appearing right before Zhao Tianqi, inescapably close. What? Zhao Tianqi intended to withdraw and strike again, but a paralyzing force coursed through his arm, rendering him momentarily immobile. It was the backlash effect of the thunder armor. In that instant, Yasuo's sword, the Windbreaker, shimmered coldly. Thud. 235. Thud. 248. Thud. Critical hit. 370. Each strike found its mark with precision. Zhao Tianqi's heart raced with horror. His total health barely exceeded 4,000, and in the blink of an eye, he had lost over 1,500. Damn, this paralyzing effect. As he sensed the paralysis waning, he prepared to retreat. Suddenly, the glow of Yasuo's thunder armor dimmed and detonated. Boom! A violent shockwave of thunder swept outward. 310. Zhao Tianqi let out a pained scream, once again engulfed by the dense, paralyzing force. Yasuo's eyes gleamed coldly as his long sword danced like a dragon. 2 more strikes fell heavily. Then came Thunderstrike. A massive, thunderous sword energy, wrapped in destructive power, crashed into Zhao Tianqi. 550. Zhao Tianqi's health plummeted below 1,000. No. Yet, all that remained in Zhao Tianqi's eyes was boundless terror. The once arrogant hunter had now become a desperate prey. He had to flee. His heart raced, and he turned to run. All tasks and pride were cast aside. He solely wished to survive. However, the roles had irrevocably reversed. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Swish! A flash of the sword severed Zhao Tianqi's right wrist, causing the long knife to fall along with his hand. Ah! A shrill scream echoed through the forest. Staggering, he attempted to block with his left hand. Swish! The sword flashed again. His left arm was severed at the elbow. Blood gushed forth. Don't kill me. Spare me. We were merely following orders. Zhao Tianqi was utterly broken, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded in despair. The only response was a cold sword, still entwined with residual lightning, gliding across his throat. Thud! His voice was abruptly silenced. Zhao Tianqi's face bore an expression of utmost fear and disbelief, his pupils dilating as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Blood rapidly stained the dry leaves beneath him. Yasuo coldly flicked the blood from his sword. He leaned down and felt around Zhao Tianqi's corpse, retrieving a storage ring embedded with a blood-red gem. Without a glance, he pocketed it and vanished into the depths of the forest. Only a gradually cooling corpse and the lingering scent of blood remained. In the distance, at the makeshift camp, Jasmine suddenly gasped, her delicate face as pale as a sheet. He is dead. He is actually dead. Beside her, Mo Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Haha, that young man has finally met his end. The Zhao brothers did well, even if it took a bit longer. Yet Jasmine shook her head vigorously, her voice trembling uncontrollably. No, it's not that person who died. It's Zhao Tianqi. Zhao Tianqi is dead. What? The smile on Mo Xiao's face instantly froze, as if he had been dealt a sharp slap, his expression filled with disbelief. Zhao Tianqi is dead. How could this possibly be? The two of them, both experts above level 30, couldn't even defeat a mere level 9 brat. Molly's voice trembled. They acted separately. Zhao Tianming went around to flank him. Who would have thought that the Thundersword Master wouldn't flee this time? He directly killed Zhao Tianqi. Useless. Fools. A bunch of brainless pigs. Mo Xiao exploded with rage. His face contorted as he cursed furiously. What use is it to keep you useless fools? Huh. Molly trembled under his scolding, timidly whispering, Mo Xiao, let's just forget it? We really can't handle that person. Slap. Mo Xiao retaliated with a loud slap, sending Molly sprawling on the ground. Shut up, you wretched woman. He seized the communicator, roaring into it. Zhao Tianming. What the hell are you doing? Your brother Zhao Tianqi has been slaughtered, and you're just sitting there like an idiot? Are you a pig? On the other end of the communicator, Zhao Tianming, who was cautiously lurking at the designated location, was struck dumb by Mo Xiao's roar. The communicator slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Zhao Tianqi is dead? His eyes were filled with bloodshot disbelief. No, it's impossible. This cannot be true. Chapter 28. He is right there. How could this be? How could Tianqi possibly be dead? Zhao Tianming stood frozen in place, muttering to himself. As his brother, he was well aware of Zhao Tianqi's strength. As a B-rank profession, bloodthirsty swordsman, his swordsmanship was fierce and domineering. They had fought hard in the Bloody Guild, rising from obscurity to a modest fame. Countless times they had battled side by side, living and dying together. They were on the brink of being recruited by a larger guild, with a bright future ahead. Yet tonight, everything had turned upside down. His brother had been killed by an unknown brat. He still could not believe this reality. Trembling, he picked up the communicator. His voice hoarse, Mo Xiao, tell me the coordinates. Where is Tianqi? Upon receiving the exact coordinates, Zhao Tianming's eyes turned crimson as he grasped his breaking army gun and rushed frantically toward that direction. Under the moonlight, in a clearing among the trees, Zhao Tianqi's body lay in tatters, the expression on his face still etched with terror and unwillingness from his last moments. An uncontrollable fury erupted within Zhao Tianming's heart, like a volcano ready to explode. He let out a heart-wrenching roar that echoed through the forest. Tianqi, however, not far away, a figure stood quietly. The moonlight outlined his solitary silhouette, his sword pointed downward as if he had been waiting for this moment. It was Yasuo. Zhao Tianming abruptly turned his head, his blood-red gaze locking onto Yasuo. It was you. You killed Tianqi. Enemies meeting, their eyes burned with hatred. Without any further words, Zhao Tianming's internal energy surged as he activated his professional skill, blood battle, in all directions. He transformed into a bloodthirsty beast, his spear like a dragon, unleashing a storm of crimson spear shadows aimed directly at Yasuo. Yasuo's expression remained calm, unfazed. He raised his sword to meet the attack. Clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying. The tragic death of his brother had completely stripped Zhao Tianming of his previous calmness and composure. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent and madness. Each thrust of his spear contained all his power, aiming to be fatal and vicious. Yet because of this, his attacks became erratic, filled with openings. Yasuo, like a leaf in a raging storm, appeared to be on the verge of capsizing, but always managed to evade deadly strikes at the most critical moments with minimal cost. 10 minutes later, a sharp beam of sword light precisely captured a tiny flaw in Zhao Tianming's defense, instantly piercing his throat. Zhao Tianming's madness and rage gradually froze, replaced by profound disbelief. He had actually been defeated? He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but only managed to emit a wheezing sound. His massive body collapsed to the ground. Yasuo's expression remained impassive, his body marred by several deep wounds, his health reduced to a mere sliver. However, the Shadow Wind set, out of combat healing effect quickly activated. Green healing light flickered around him, and in no time, his health was fully restored. As usual, Yasuo bent down to search the corpse. Sure enough, another spatial ring was found. The Bloody Guild had indeed not treated these two brothers poorly. Meanwhile, in a separate courtyard bedroom, Zhou Huai stirred, awakening from his slumber. Since Yasuo had been pursued, he had returned to his body due to excessive mental energy consumption. After sleeping for over 5 hours, he had barely regained some spirit. He let out a long breath. Upon waking, he immediately checked the system notifications. No death prompt for Yasuo. Wonderful. Zhou Huai felt a surge of joy. He had been somewhat worried that during his sleep, Yasuo would be overwhelmed and killed by those two troublesome foes. Although death meant resurrection, it would ultimately delay leveling up. He couldn't wait to transfer his consciousness back to Yasuo. In the next moment, he found himself crouched down, rummaging through a corpse. Zhou Huai paused for a moment. Wasn't this the guy who had been hunting him with a gun? Immediately, a torrent of memories flooded into his mind, encompassing all of Yasuo's experiences from the moment he fell asleep until now. After absorbing all the memories, Zhou Huai was left stunned. Wow. Yasuo actually managed to turn the tables and kill both of those guys. He had initially worried that Yasuo would be taken down by the enemies. Instead, it was Yasuo who had dispatched both of them. This was truly an unexpected delight. The level 10 skill, Thunder Armor, is indeed impressive. Zhou Huai couldn't help but praise silently. At the temporary camp of the Bloody Guild, Molly, who was responsible for reconnaissance, suddenly opened her tightly shut eyes. Her complexion turned pale as paper, filled with incredulous terror. Zhao Tianming is dead. Her voice trembled with extreme fear. Bang! Mo Xiao slammed his fist against a nearby tree trunk, his facial muscles twisted with anger, his expression darkening. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. 2 experts above level 30 couldn't handle a mere level 9 brat. Useless. Good for nothings. He trembled with rage. I will have my father send more people over. I must kill him. I want him torn to shreds. The situation had escalated to the point of becoming an irreconcilable enmity. It was either the enemy's death or their own. He took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and screamed at Molly, "Keep an eye on him. Where is he now?" However, Molly's face grew even paler, her voice quivering with a sob. He seems to have vanished. Vanished. Mo Xiao grabbed Molly by her collar. How can he vanish? Haven't you been keeping an eye on him with the eagle eye? Molly trembled in fear. He seems to have noticed my surveillance and started moving towards a place where the leaves are particularly dense. My line of sight has been completely obstructed. Find him. Immediately find him. Mo Xiao shouted in agitation, an ominous premonition spreading in his heart, growing ever stronger. He trembled as he took out his communicator, dialing his father's number. Hello? What is the matter, son? A somewhat authoritative middle-aged voice came from the other end. Father, come save me. Father. The voice of Mo Xiao trembled with a sob, imbued with palpable fear. What on earth is happening? Speak slowly. Did I not send Zhao Tianming and Zhao Tianqi to protect you? Are they not even a match for that person? The middle-aged man's tone grew grave. They are both dead. All our brothers here are dead. Mo Xiao's voice was filled with despair. The middle-aged man on the other end of the line fell silent for a moment, clearly grasping the severity of the situation. Son, what kind of person have you provoked? I don't know. I truly don't know, father. Mo Xiao cried out, his voice laced with anguish. He killed our guild brothers. I merely sought vengeance for them. I never anticipated that even Zhao Tianming and Zhao Tianxi would be no match for him. That person is a monster. The middle-aged man quickly reassured him. Do not panic. Find a safe place to hide. I will send reinforcements immediately. Hearing his father's words, Mo Xiao felt a slight alleviation of his fear and hurriedly replied, Father, please come quickly. I am afraid that as soon as the call ends, he will appear. Just as he hung up, he noticed that beside him, Jasmine seemed to have seen a ghost, collapsing onto the ground, her eyes wide with terror. Fixed on a certain direction, Mo Xiao furrowed his brow, impatiently scolding. What now? Why the panic? That person. Jasmine's voice trembled uncontrollably. He has appeared. Mo Xiao's heart tightened, but he soon exhaled in relief. As long as he has appeared, we can find a concealed location to hide. Keep using your eagle eye to track his position. Once my father's men arrive, it will be the end for him. However, Jasmine trembled as she pointed to a nearby spot. He is right there. Mo Xiao's heart sank as he suddenly realized something. He stiffly raised his head, following the direction Jasmine was pointing. There, in the shadows at the edge of the clearing, a solitary figure emerged, wielding a long sword. The moonlight illuminated him, casting a long shadow, reminiscent of Ashura returning from hell. Chapter 29. Gathering followers, Mo Xiao gazed at the figure slowly stepping out of the shadows. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an icy iron hand, abruptly halting its rhythm. A chill surged through him like a venomous serpent, racing up his spine. With great difficulty, he swallowed hard, his legs weakened and nearly buckling beneath him. The dread was palpable. He abruptly turned his head, fury igniting in his eyes as he glared at the already terrified Jasmine beside him. You wretched girl. Why didn't you tell me he was right in front of me? Jasmine was already pale with fright, tears brimming in her eyes. Her voice thick with sorrowful indignation. I didn't know? It seems he has long seen through my eagle-eye reconnaissance. My birds couldn't locate him at all. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, capturing the expressions of terror on their faces, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. As expected, his suspicions had been correct. He had sensed something amiss earlier, as if an invisible tracker had been planted on him. No matter how he tried to shake it off, the opponent could always quickly reacquire his location, like a relentless parasite. Eventually, from the chaotic memories of battle in Yasuo's mind, he detected subtle clues. It seemed that every time he lingered in one spot, birds would circle overhead. Zhou Huai then understood the method by which the opponent tracked him. Thus, after eliminating Zhao Tianming, he deliberately guided Yasuo through areas dense with foliage to effectively obscure the view of any birds above, allowing him to completely lose his target. Now, Yasuo's deep-set eyes, akin to ancient ice, coldly scrutinized the crumpled Mo Xiao. You are the leader of that group, are you not? His voice was devoid of any emotion. Why have you repeatedly sent people to deal with me? Mo Xiao's body trembled violently, his teeth chattering. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, he forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. It's a misunderstanding, brother. A colossal misunderstanding. It was my short-sighted subordinates who provoked you first. This has nothing to do with me. A misunderstanding? A cold smile crept across Yasuo's lips, his eyes devoid of warmth. You pursued me for an entire day and night. Do you think a mere word of misunderstanding can gloss over this? Mo Xiao felt his scalp prickle under Yasuo's gaze, hastily invoking his connections. Brother, listen to me. My father is Mo Tianxiong, the president of the Bloodthirsty Guild. If you spare me this once, everything can be discussed. Money, equipment, materials. Our guild's treasury is at your disposal. From now on, you shall be our guild's most esteemed guest. He spoke rapidly, attempting to sway the harbinger of death with promises of wealth. Yasuo slowly shook his head, his movements exuding an undeniable finality. Zhou Huai's expression remained indifferent as he controlled Yasuo's actions. I do not require anything. All I desire is your life. Upon hearing this, the last flicker of hope in Mo Xiao's eyes extinguished, replaced by boundless fear and despair. No, you cannot kill me, he screamed hoarsely, his voice piercing and shrill from terror. If you kill me, my father, our bloodthirsty guild, they will never let you go. You will face endless pursuit. Yasuo's expression remained unchanged, his tone still flat. Then let your father come and try. I would not mind extinguishing a guild in passing. His calm demeanor concealed a chilling dominance and confidence. Die. Mo Xiao completely broke down, the instinct for survival overwhelming all else. He held, the tip of his staff suddenly surging with a blazing fireball. Explosive fireball. The frenzied elemental fire surged forth, carrying an aura of destruction as it hurtled towards Yasuo. However, to Yasuo, this desperate attack was as slow as a snail. He merely sidestepped, the fireball grazing his clothing. crashing into a tree behind him and erupting into a charred explosion. The firelight illuminated Mo Xiao's face, leaving only despair and madness. He no longer possessed any will to fight, turning to flee desperately into the depths of the forest. A swift thrust, a cold glint, like lightning slicing through the night, effortlessly pierced his fragile magical shield. The icy blade found its mark in his back. Mo Xiao's forward motion abruptly halted. He looked down in disbelief at the blood-stained blade protruding from his chest. All strength drained from him in an instant. The fear, madness, and unwillingness in his eyes finally transformed into a profound, vacant stillness. A muffled groan escaped his throat, meaningless. His body collapsed forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yasuo stood silently, gazing at Mo Xiao's lifeless body. The blade of the windbreaker in his hand dripped blood, each drop falling with a soft thud, echoing in the tranquil forest. This sound seemed to strike at his very heart. A complex emotion, indescribable and profound, spread silently like a cold tide. Though achieved through a proxy, this felt like the first human life he had truly ended with his own hands. The sensation of life dissipating into nothingness was so clear and vivid. The warmth of blood splattered on his hands, the metallic tang lingering on his face. The remnants of fear and resentment when the flame of the soul extinguished. Everything felt so real. Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, stood quietly, as if he had become a statue in the forest. After several seconds, he abruptly lifted his head, inhaling deeply the cold, bloody air. His chest heaved violently. It was as if an internal tempest was being forcefully suppressed. The desire to establish a foothold in this cruel world and seize control of one's own fate surged within. Longing to break free from confinement, to make those who belittled her gaze in awe. This was a price that had to be paid. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the last flicker of turmoil within her had succumbed to utter coldness. Her gaze shifted to the figure of Jasmine, who lay crumpled on the ground not far away, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Jasmine's face was ashen, her body devoid of strength, collapsing onto the cold, muddy earth. Shaking violently, as if her very bones had been extracted. Tears streamed down her dirt-streaked face like pearls that had lost their string, carving two clear trails. Please, don't kill me. I beg you. I'm not doing this willingly. It's all Mo Xiao. He forced me. He threatened me with my mother's medical expenses. He threatened my brother's education. Please, have mercy on me for my pitiable state. Her voice was hoarse, laced with cries filled with endless fear and humble supplication. Zhou Huai loomed over Jasmine, controlling Yasuo, surveying the woman who wept like a willow in the rain. One couldn't he deny her beauty. He suddenly spoke, his tone as frigid as ever. What is your profession? Are those birds in the sky your skills? Jasmine dared not conceal anything further, hastily divulging her information in a torrent. Yes, those birds are indeed my skills. I am a C-grade support summoner, known as the Eagle Eye Summoner. My current level is low, allowing me to summon only 5 Scout Spirit Eagles at a time. I can share vision with these Spirit Eagles. It is how I manage to keep track of your location. Zhou Huai nodded, understanding that his conjectures were correct. Does this skill have a range limitation? Jasmine quickly replied yes. As long as the straight line distance between the eagles and me does not exceed 10 kilometers, I can share vision with them. 10 kilometers of shared vision. Zhou Huai stroked his chin, recognizing that while this skill lacked direct combat power, its practicality was indeed commendable, particularly in the wild. Such a complex environment could be likened to a mobile radar map. It was a very useful tool. Were it not for her existence, he would not have been relentlessly pursued by the Bloody Guild's members, nearly facing disaster. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Huai resumed speaking, his tone tinged with amusement. Even if I let you go today, the president of the Bloody Guild will not spare you once he learns that his son is dead while you returned alive. Upon hearing this, Jasmine's cries abruptly ceased, her body stiffened, and her complexion turned as pale as paper. She was all too familiar with the president's character, ruthless and vengeful. If Mo Xiao died, the president would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon all associated individuals. Even if she managed to return alive, she would face a grim fate, likely becoming a scapegoat, tortured to death. Upon witnessing Jasmine's expression, Zhou Huai knew he had struck a nerve. Seizing the moment, he continued, I can indeed consider sparing your life. However, from now on, you must follow me and serve my needs. After all, returning is a path to certain death. You might as well accompany me. Though there may be risks involved, it could very well be an opportunity to change your fate. Jasmine's mind raced as she processed his words. She was no fool and understood the implications. Returning meant certain death. Accompanying this mysterious and powerful man, though uncertain, at least offered a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, if he was truly as formidable as he claimed, she might rise to heights unimaginable. Within less than 5 seconds of deliberation, Jasmine made her decision. She abruptly raised her head, determination flickering in her eyes, and without hesitation, she bowed deeply once more. Boss, from now on, I will follow your lead. You are my master. Zhou Huai nodded in satisfaction, pleased with Jasmine's timely understanding of the situation. Of course, he did not expect her to be remarkably loyal. As long as his true identity remained concealed, he cared little whether Jasmine genuinely submitted or merely pretended. All he required was a temporary, effective tool. Chapter 30. The touch of spirit refinement. Yasuo sheathed his sword, his icy gaze sweeping over Mo Xiao's still warm corpse. He bent down, his fingertips brushing over an ornate storage ring, which silently fell into his palm. Ah, another one, Zhou Huai chuckled inwardly. Indeed, the sons of wealthy families were typically equipped with storage rings. This trip had proven immensely profitable. Just the 3 storage rings alone were worth over 1 million daxia currency. Not to mention the treasures within. Mo Xiao's ring contained a particularly rich trove. A cursory glance revealed over 100 bottles of high-grade magical recovery potions gleaming with a soft blue hue, neatly arranged. A thick stack of crisp daxia currency, estimated to be at least 100,000. And a collection of low-grade exotic beast materials shimmering with various colors. In contrast, the rings of Zhao Tianming and Zhao Tianxi were rather meager. Only a few pieces of mediocre equipment and a handful of basic life recovery potions. Zhou Huai understood. No one would carry all their wealth on them. To them, rings were merely a convenient tool for travel. After carefully tallying his spoils, Zhou Huai nodded in satisfaction and glanced at the sky. The dawn light was beginning to break. It was already past 7 in the morning. Though last night's fierce battle had consumed considerable time, he could still make it to Clearwater Lake if he set off now. His gaze fell upon Jasmine, who was curled beneath a tree, still somewhat shaken. You come with me. Jasmine jolted to attention, scrambling to her feet and nodding like a chick pecking at rice, not daring to defy him in the slightest. Following Zhou Huai's gesture, Jasmine summoned her scout spirit eagles once more. Several agile birds took to the sky, circling above Yasuo and Jasmine, surveying the environment within a radius of several hundred meters. 3 level 5 gale wolves are 300 meters to the left. In the woods to the right, there's energy fluctuation. It should be a level 7 spotted venom spider. Be cautious of its webs. Jasmine's voice was slightly hoarse, yet her tone was focused as she continuously directed Yasuo, reporting the distribution of the exotic beasts. With this mobile radar, Yasuo's efficiency in advancing significantly increased. He was able to avoid unnecessary entanglements with exotic beasts, choosing the optimal route, thus saving considerable time. However, Jasmine was ultimately just a support summoner, and her physical stamina was a limitation. After more than half an hour of intense running, she was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, and stumbling. She was on the verge of being left behind. Boss, I can't run anymore. Her voice trembled with fear and distress. Yasuo halted, turning to glance at the nearly collapsed Jasmine. After a few seconds of silence, he turned away, half squatting down. Climb on. The cold command was devoid of emotion. Jasmine was taken aback, and a sudden flush crept up her cheeks. Hesitation lasted only a moment. She bit her lip and cautiously climbed onto his back, her arms encircling his broad, sturdy shoulders. Through the fabric, she could feel the warmth of his powerful physique. A strong scent, tinged with sweat and a hint of blood, filled her nostrils. Jasmine's heart involuntarily skipped a few beats, her cheeks burning. Focus, report. Yasuo's icy voice was like a bucket of cold water, instantly shattering Jasmine's fleeting daydreams. Ah, yes. 500 meters ahead, 2 iron-clawed lynxes roamed on the right side. It is advisable to circumvent the low slope on the left. Jasmine promptly gathered her thoughts, diligently reporting what the aerial eyes beheld, her cheeks still aflame. Yasuo carried her, swift as the wind, racing towards the Clearwater Lake. Meanwhile, Zhou Huai shifted his consciousness to Oyezi atop the Forge Guild's highest floor. Within the premier forging chamber, the flames blazed fiercely. The monotonous yet rhythmic sounds of hammering resonated like a heartbeat. Oyezi, bare-chested and robust, had beads of sweat cascading along the contours of his muscles, immersed in an endless cycle of creation. On the forge table lay over 20 freshly crafted rings, each glimmering with a gentle magical luster. Zhou Huai inspected them one by one, yet his expression revealed little joy. They were all rare, devoid of epic quality. It seemed that even an SS-grade master craftsman faced challenges in forging epic gear, requiring not just time, but a touch of fortune. As Yasuo reached level 10, Zhou Huai's own level surged in tandem. also attaining level 10, thus meeting the prerequisites to forge a third avatar. Now merely awaiting an opportunity to extract a profession for it. Although Oyezi could not yet craft epic-level equipment, there was a silver lining. After hours of relentless forging, Oyezi had reached level 5. In his skill panel, a new active skill emerged, Spirit Quench Touch LV1, consuming 200 mana points. It allows the selection of an equipment piece to alter one random attribute. Cooldown, 1 hour. The notion of altering attribute properties ignited Zhou Huai's eyes with excitement, akin to discovering a new continent. The value of equipment is not solely determined by its base quality. A potent attribute can metamorphose an ordinary item into something extraordinary, even surpassing high-quality gear. He understood well that, in this world, the worth of an item greatly hinges on its accompanying attributes, alongside its inherent quality and level. A favorable attribute could sometimes empower a lesser-quality item to outperform even top-tier gear. Equipment attributes are categorized into several grades. Ordinary attributes typically provide fixed stat boosts, such as 10 strength, 8 agility, etc., being the most common. Excellent attributes often grant percentage increases, like 5 attack power, 3 critical rate, or 10 healing effects, or 20 physical penetration, already possessing considerable value. Advanced attributes are rarer, frequently including passive effects such as a chance to stun the target for 1 second upon attack or freeze the attacker when struck, or even reflect a portion of damage. Above these are the exceedingly rare premium attributes. Items with premium attributes can even endow the wielder with a brand new active skill, effectively granting an additional skill slot. The value is immeasurable. At the pinnacle lies the legendary golden legendary attributes. Each of these attributes possesses terrifying effects that can alter fate, with some providing persistent passives, while others bestow formidable actives, and even combinations of multiple effects. More alarmingly, certain golden legendary attributes may even encroach upon the forbidden realms of time and space. Zhou Huai recalled a thunderous example of a golden legendary attribute, the epic armor, immovable battle soul armor, worn by Qi Fengyun, the national guardian general of the Great Xia Kingdom. This armor, though merely of epic quality, bore the golden legendary attribute Undying Battle Soul, granting the wearer a chance for a full-state resurrection at the same location. Furthermore, this was not a one-time consumable. After the resurrection effect triggered, a mere year of cooldown would allow it to be utilized again. Such is the terrifying nature of golden legendary attributes. An item, due to a single attribute, could attain a strategic significance. This Spirit Quench Touch not only alters attribute properties, but might also elevate the grade of the attributes. Could low-grade attributes be reshaped into advanced, or even premium ones? With this thought, he promptly instructed Oyezi to halt the forging of the new rings. Silence enveloped the forge. His gaze fell upon a freshly crafted level 10 ring. Zhou Huai summoned its attribute panel. Wolf's Ring, Rare. Required level, LV10, Spirit, 30, Mana Capacity, 150, Attribute 1, Ordinary 20 Strength. This is it. Oyezi extended his index finger, its tip suddenly aglow with a deep, swirling golden light. Within this radiance, countless tiny chains of runes flowed and restructured. This was Spirit Quench Touch. He gently tapped the ring. Buzz. The golden light enveloped the entire ring, causing it to levitate and tremble, emitting a low hum as if some internal structure was disassembling and reassembling. Moments later, the golden glow abruptly receded. The ring gently settled back into Oyezi's palm. Upon reviewing the attribute panel, Wolf's Ring, Rare. Required level, LV10, Spirit, 30, Mana Capacity, 150, Attribute 1, Excellent 10 Physical Lifesteal. 10 Physical Lifesteal. Zhou Huai's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. It worked. Not only had the attribute been altered, but the ordinary attribute had been reshaped into an excellent one. Moreover, the lifesteal effect was nothing short of miraculous for melee professions. Currently, this Spirit Quench Touch was merely at level 1. As the level increases, would the probability of reshaping higher-tier attributes also rise? Could it even allow for targeted reshaping? An expansive blueprint for equipment innovation unfurled in Zhou Huai's mind. This skill must be utilized frequently. Time to build proficiency. Chapter 31. Roadblock in the Forest. The scent of blood lingered. Not long after Yasuo and Jasmine departed, several figures, exuding an ominous aura, darted from the depths of the woods, arriving almost instantaneously beside Mo Xiao's cold corpse. Leading them was a burly middle-aged man with a grim visage, bearing a resemblance to Mo Xiao. He was none other than Mo Tianxiong, the president of the Bloody Guild. Upon witnessing his son's lifeless form, With eyes wide open in horror, a surge of rage surged through Mo Tianxiong, rendering him momentarily blind with fury. Mo air. A heart-wrenching roar echoed, causing leaves to cascade from the trees. Who? Mo Tianxiong's eyes reddened, akin to a ferocious beast. Who was responsible for this? The subordinates around him fell silent, none daring to respond. In this vicinity, there were no survivors aside from them. Just then, a small figure timidly emerged from the shadows nearby, trembling uncontrollably. It was the assassin Xiao Wei, who had previously attempted to ambush Yasuo but narrowly escaped. He had been hiding close by, witnessing the entire ordeal, yet was too terrified by Yasuo's ferocity to reveal himself. The guild leader's voice trembled uncontrollably. Mo Tianxiong abruptly turned, his bloodshot eyes locking onto him. Speak. What did you see? Who was the murderer? Xiao Wei fell to his knees with a thud, spilling forth everything he had witnessed like bamboo shoots in a torrent. He recounted how Yasuo had turned the tables on the Zhao brothers, and how he had ended Mo Xiao with a single sword strike. Mo Tianxiong's brow furrowed deeply. A level 10 swordsman? He killed Zhao Tianming and Zhao Tianqi? Those two were formidable opponents, both above level 30. Are you certain? Mo Tianxiong's voice was frigid as ice. Xiao Wei, trembling in fear, stammered, I swear it's true. That person is incredibly strong. I suspect he is at least S-grade. S-grade? A flicker of gravity passed through Mo Tianxiong's eyes. What is his name? What does he look like? Xiao Wei strained his memory. The name eluded him. However, he distinctly recalled a striking figure with long black hair tied back, appearing to be at least 30 years of age. 30 years old, and only at level 10? Doubts swirled in Mo Tianxiong's mind. The description felt peculiarly unsettling. Suddenly, Xiao Wei's eyes lit up as he remembered. That's right. Jasmine. Sister Jasmine should know more about him. But it seems she was taken away by that person, and her fate remains uncertain. My strength is lacking, and I dared not follow. I have simply been waiting here for your arrival. Mo Tianxiong nodded expressionlessly. You have done well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei's heart soared, eager to express his gratitude. Yet, Mo Tianxiong's gaze turned icy, as unyielding as ancient glaciers. So, you merely stood by and watched as Emoer was slain, utterly indifferent? I have treated you well. Is this how you repay me? Xiao Wei's face paled, repeatedly bowing his head. President, spare me. I did not wish to refrain from saving her. That person was simply too formidable. I was no match. Mo Tianxiong slowly shook his head. What I wish to hear is not this. He signaled one of his subordinates, who understood the cue. In an instant, a cold flash glimmered. Xiao Wei's head soared into the air, his face still etched with terror and confusion. Blood soaked the earth beneath Mo Tianxiong's feet. Meanwhile, Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo. Having reached a crucial path leading to the Clearwater Lake, Jasmine was beside him, eyes closed, a faint sheen of sweat on her forehead, evidently exerting herself to summon the spirit eagle for reconnaissance. Zhou Huai, returning to his own consciousness, discreetly inquired via text whether she had set out yet. She promptly replied, Yes, brother Zhou Huai. We just left the city and are en route to Clearwater Lake. A subtle smile graced Zhou Huai's lips as he urged, Be cautious on the road and prioritize your safety. If you encounter any danger, let that annoying Lu Qi take the hit while you find an opportunity to escape. Understood? Yishi responded with a cheerful emoji. Got it, brother Zhou Huai. You can rest easy. With Clearwater Lake so near to Tianhai City, what danger could possibly arise? Moreover, we have 3 professional bodyguards in the vehicle. They will ensure our safety. Putting down his phone, Zhou Huai furrowed his brows slightly. He initially planned to have Yasuo intercept Lu Qi's vehicle midway to impart an unforgettable lesson to that brat. However, he did not anticipate the presence of 3 professional bodyguards in the car. This posed a minor complication. Before proceeding, he needed to ascertain the strength of these 3 bodyguards. If their levels were too high or their roles too challenging, he would have to temporarily abandon his plan and seek another opportunity. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jasmine, who had been resting her eyes, suddenly opened them, her voice tinged with urgency. Boss, it seems we have located the target vehicle. Zhou Huai's spirit lifted. Provide me with the details of the individuals within the vehicle. Jasmine steadied herself and swiftly reported, There are 5 people in the car, 3 men and 2 women. The beautiful girl in the passenger seat is likely the one you mentioned. She is a level 6 light chantress. The driver is a level 16 Holy Shield Knight. In the back seat, the young man in the middle is a level 6 Fire Mage. The other 2 are a level 16 Jungle Ranger and a level 16 Life Priest. All the bodyguards are level 16? Zhou Huai mused, realizing that these 3 were likely not merely bodyguards, but also Lu Qi and Yishi's teammates for this dungeon expedition. After all, The rules of dungeons in this world dictate that team members cannot have a level difference exceeding 10. The levels of these three fit perfectly within that limit. Since the opposing team's highest combat strength was merely level 16, his chances of success had significantly increased. Turning to Jasmine, Zhou Huai spoke calmly, "Wait here. If anything unexpected occurs to me, do not concern yourself and leave immediately." Jasmine's face paled slightly, but she obediently nodded. "Boss, please be careful." Zhou Huai said no more. Controlling Yasuo to flash directly to the center of the road, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, within the speeding SUV, Lu Qi glanced at Yi Shi in the passenger seat, who was engrossed in her phone, occasionally breaking into a sweet smile, clearly engaged in conversation with someone. Since they had gotten in the car, she and T spared him a glance. This ignited a burning jealousy within Lu Qi, who snidely remarked, "What's the matter?" Still texting that useless Zhou Huai. Yi Shi lifted her head, a flicker of disdain flashing in her clear eyes as she retorted coldly, "That's none of your business. Besides, brother Zhou Huai is not useless. He is 1,000 times stronger than you." A sinister expression briefly crossed Lu Qi's handsome face before he masked it. "I advise you to keep your distance from him. Before long, you will be my woman." Yi Shi's face hardened. "In your dreams." Lu Qi smirked cruelly. "Whether I am dreaming or not is not for you to decide. Once our families officially announce the engagement, if you dare seek out that useless fellow again, I assure you, I will personally see to his demise." Chills ran down Yi Shi's spine, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury. "You dare say that again, and I'll get out of the car right now." Seeing her reaction, Lu Qi swiftly adopted a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Oh, I was just joking, sister Sure. Don't be upset." At that moment, a screeching halt echoed. The immense inertia caused everyone in the vehicle to lurch forward. Once the vehicle came to a complete stop, Lu Qi erupted in fury, berating the driver. "What the hell is wrong with you? Are you trying to get us killed?" The Holy Shield Knight behind the wheel looked aggrieved and shaken. "Young master, I didn't mean to break." Someone suddenly blocked the road. "Block the road? Who the hell dares to stop my car?" Lu Qi leaned forward, irritation etched on his face as he peered ahead. What a death wish. However, when he recognized the familiar figure standing in the middle of the road, he froze in shock, as if struck by lightning. A curse escaped his lips uncontrollably. What the hell? Chapter 32, A Ghostly Encounter? Lu Qi was utterly stunned, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, doubting his vision. Even Yi Shi in the passenger seat gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. The figure blocking their vehicle, tall, and with a face bearing traces of hardship, was none other than the 30-year-old man who had previously taught Lu Qi a lesson with just a few punches at the trial tower. What was his name again? Yasuo. Yes, it was him. The mysterious powerhouse who had single-handedly claimed first place in the Trial Tower Challenge. At the time, many speculated that Yasuo was likely an S-Class elite professional. Yet, that was not the most critical aspect. The crucial point was that this man was supposed to be dead. Just 2 days ago, news had spread that he was ambushed by members of the Dawn Guild shortly after exiting the Trial Tower. This had incited fury among the principals of the 4 major high schools in Tianhai City, who were collaborating on an investigation. Lu Qi himself had been summoned for questioning several times over the past 2 days. And yet, here he was, just outside the city, alive and blocking their car. Truly, it was a ghostly encounter. Damn it, where did this blind fool come from? The Holy Shield Knight cursed angrily, flinging open the car door and stepping out. He was a burly man with a brutish face, pointing accusingly at Yasuo. "Kid, are you blind? Do you know whose car this is? How dare you block the road? You must be tired of living." Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, his expression inscrutable, and uttered 2 words through clenched teeth: robbery. "If you wish to live, surrender all your possessions." The Shield Knight appeared to have heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. He paused for a moment, then erupted into laughter, tears almost spilling from his eyes. "Robbery? You think you can rob us 5 all by yourself? Ha ha. Kid, have you lost your mind? Are you sure you're thinking straight?" Something felt amiss to Lu Qi, who sat in the car, as he observed Yasuo's eerily calm demeanor. A deceased person suddenly appearing to rob them. This was undeniably sinister. He decisively ordered his 2 bodyguards in the back seat. "Get out. Don't waste time talking. Collaborate with the Shield Knight and take him down." The Ranger and the Life Priest exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. They nodded quickly and opened the car doors, flanking the Shield Knight and subtly encircling Yasuo. The Shield Knight continued to taunt. "Kid, how much do you want? Just name a number, if I'm in a good mood. I might just give you a couple of coins for a coffin, haha." But before he could finish his sentence, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. The Ranger, standing behind him, had his eyes glint with cold light, his longbow fully drawn. An arrow, glowing with a sinister green light, shot forth like a viper striking, aimed directly at Yasuo's head. A surprise attack. A lethal strike without mercy. Yet, Yasuo seemed to be prepared. The instant the arrow was released, he shifted slightly, moving sideways like a wraith. The deadly arrow whizzed past his temple, embedding itself deep into the ground behind him, its fletching quivering violently. What? The ranger's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had been confident that even a fellow level 16 agile class would find it impossible to evade such an arrow. Before he could react, Yasuo sprang into action. In a flash of lightning, he activated Lightning Dash. His form transformed into a serpentine bolt of electricity, instantly breaching the Shield Knight's defenses and lunging toward the ranger. Protect the ranged. The Shield Knight roared, lifting his heavy tower shield and stepping forward to intercept. But he was no match for Yasuo's speed. The Life Priest reacted swiftly, waving his staff to conjure a chain of holy light, attempting to ensnare Yasuo. Clang! Without even glancing back, Yasuo retaliated with a single stroke of his sword, effortlessly cleaving the holy chain apart. The momentum of his strike did not wane. A flash of lightning followed as he executed Thunderous Slash. Sizzle! A massive bolt of thunderous sword energy, imbued with destructive force, instantly consumed the terrified ranger. 875. A colossal damage number floated upwards. The ranger could not even utter a cry before disintegrating into a beam of white light, slain in an instant. The Shield Knight and Life Priest were left dumbfounded, their bodies frozen in horror. What kind of damage is this? Without pausing, Yasuo pivoted and charged directly at the Life Priest. Divine Shield. The Life Priest's soul quaked as he hastily encased himself in a protective barrier. Crack! The shield shattered under Yasuo's furious blade as if it were made of paper. Thud! 450. 467. 432. 3 consecutive strikes. The Life Priest fell. In the blink of an eye, 3 level 16 professionals were reduced to only the Shield Knight. Watching his companions fall lifelessly, his grip on the tower's shield trembled. Fear consumed his rationality. Monster! He shrieked, abandoning all resistance, attempting to dive back into the car. But Yasuo would not grant him that chance. He swiftly positioned himself in front of the car door. Thud! A sword pierced his throat. The Shield Knight froze, his face a mask of terror and resentment, gradually collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Inside the car, Lu Qi's eyes widened in terror. 3 level 16 professionals, all dispatched in a single encounter. Was this still human? Fear. An overwhelming dread engulfed Lu Qi. He no longer cared about dignity or status, scrambling from the back seat to the driver's seat, flooring the gas pedal. Now you wish to flee? Too late. Yasuo's chilling voice echoed like a death knell in his ears. Lightning Dash. In a flash, Yasuo's figure appeared outside the driver's window. He yanked the door open and, like handling a chick, dragged the terrified Lu Qi from the car and hurled him to the ground. Cough! Don't do anything rash. Lu Qi writhed in pain. Dirt and cold sweat smeared across his face, utterly disheveled. Yet he still shouted defiantly, I am from the Zhou family of Tianhai. My mother is the legitimate daughter of the Lu family in the imperial capital. My grandfather is. Enough. Yasuo smiled, though the expression was cold as ice. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking your life. Zhou Huai scoffed inwardly. Though he found Lu Qi exceedingly irksome, now was not the time to kill him. The forces behind this fellow were deeply intertwined. If he were to slay him, Yasuo's freshly revived avatar would likely find itself embroiled in trouble again. Until he fully spread his wings, it was better to spare this dog-ass life for now. This uncle. No, this elder brother. What exactly do you want? We have no grievances in the past, nor animosity in the present. Why do you repeatedly target me? I have the feeling you harbor some deep-seated grudge against me. If there has been some misunderstanding, or if I have offended you, please let me know. We can certainly sit down and discuss it, find a way to resolve this. Can't we? Lu Qi continued to prattle on, hoping to negotiate. However, Yasuo was disinterested in his empty words. He bent down, seized Lu Qi's ankle, and roughly yanked off the sports sock, emitting a pungent odor. Then, in front of Lu Qi's horrified gaze, he twisted the sock into a ball and stuffed it into his mouth. Lu Qi's eyes bulged, struggling violently, tears and snot streaming down his face in disgust. Yasuo impassively grabbed several resilient vines from nearby, binding Lu Qi tightly to a large tree by the roadside. Symbolically patting him down, he indeed discovered a storage ring. After completing all this, Yasuo casually plucked a ring from Lu Qi's finger, which emanated a faint magical aura. He turned to leave, but Lu Qi, sensing that Yasuo truly intended to spare his life and merely rob him, felt the tautness in his chest ease slightly. Though humiliated, he had at least preserved his life. There would be plenty of opportunities for vengeance later. Yet the very next moment, Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, suddenly turned his head, his gaze frigid. Lu Qi's heart sank, a foreboding sense of dread washing over him. Yasuo, expressionless, lifted his right foot and delivered a swift, precise kick between Lu Qi's legs. Thud. The sound was heavy and eerie. A shrill, inhuman scream erupted from his throat, muffled by the foul sock. His eyes bulged, bloodshot veins spreading across his sclera. The muscles in his face contorted in agony, turning a purplish hue, while veins in his forehead and neck bulged like grotesque worms. His entire body arched like a cooked shrimp, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Cold sweat poured down his forehead and back, instantly soaking his clothes. The pain was excruciating. The excruciating pain rendered him incapable of thought in an instant. Zhou Huai sneered inwardly. While he could escape the death penalty, the punishment for living was inescapable. How dare one lay a hand on his woman? He would first render you incapable of continuing your lineage. Observing Lu Qi's wretched state, Zhou Huai felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then turned, striding towards the off-road vehicle. At that moment, Yishi sat in the passenger seat, having witnessed everything unfold in vivid detail, especially Lu Qi's final, inhuman scream and his expression of utmost agony, which sent her heart racing and caused her body to tremble involuntarily. Her hands clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning pale as she dared not breathe a word. She was uncertain how this man, akin to a reaper, would treat her next. Click. The car door creaked open. Yasuo's weathered face appeared before Yishi, his gaze profound. Surprisingly, his tone carried an almost imperceptible softness. Did I frighten you? Yishi was taken aback by this sudden inquiry. Instinctively, she shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. I'm fine. Yasuo nodded, seemingly satisfied with her response. That's good. He stepped aside. Get out of the car. Follow me. Yishi's heart tightened, yet she complied and opened the car door. Stepping out, standing before Yasuo, who towered over her, she mustered her courage to ask softly, where are we going? Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, maintained a deliberately aloof demeanor. You are now my hostage. Just follow me and refrain from asking too many questions. Yasuo's icy gaze and authoritative tone caused Yishi's heart to race anew, and she involuntarily shivered. Nonetheless, she bit her lip, nodded silently, and followed in his wake. For reasons unbeknownst to her, despite this man's ruthless demeanor and astonishing methods, her instincts whispered that he would not truly harm her. Lu Qi watched Yishi's retreating figure, emitting muffled sounds in an attempt to call for her help. Yet, Yishi never cast a glance in his direction, resolutely following the man named Yasuo. Lu Qi's eyes reddened, filled with resentment and humiliation. It was the first time in his life he had been so thoroughly shamed. No matter who it was, he vowed to make them pay. Chapter 33. The clever Yishi, are you planning to kidnap me? Yishi timidly attempted to negotiate, trailing behind Yasuo. I am the daughter of the Yi family's head. How much do you want? I will do my best to convince my father. But please, do not harm me. Zhou Huai almost chuckled at Yishi's cautious yet earnest demeanor. It was evident that his actions had genuinely frightened her. However, he still wore an expression of cold indifference. Rest assured, I am not after money. Yasuo replied without looking back, his voice flat. Upon hearing this, Yishi did not feel relieved. Instead, she instinctively hugged her chest tighter, her face paling further. Not after money. Could it be you intend to abduct me for other reasons? She bit her lip, her tone resolute. That is unacceptable. If you dare touch me, I would prefer to die. Yasuo paused, turning his head with an expression of incredulity, as if gazing at a fool. I have no intention of that either. Yishi was utterly bewildered. Her large, watery eyes were filled with questions. Not after money. Not after anything else. What, then, is this man's purpose in dragging me away from Lu Qi? Yishi was astute, not a naive girl. She quickly recalled that earlier in the car, Zhou Huai had been messaging her, asking if she had set off, subtly reminding her to stay safe. As if he had anticipated this situation. Could it be that this mysterious strongman named Yasuo was sent by Zhou Huai? Reflecting on the earlier encounter outside the trial tower, when Lu Qi had been pestering her, it was Yasuo who suddenly appeared, effortlessly rescuing her. Once could be coincidence, but twice was too deliberate. This solidified her belief that the weathered man before her was likely intricately connected to Zhou Huai. As Yishi lost herself in thought, a rustle erupted from the tall grass beside her. A petite figure, as agile as a deer in the forest, sprang forth. Boss. A melodious voice rang out. The figure gracefully approached Yasuo, bowing slightly and standing respectfully before him. Yishi then noticed that this sudden appearance was also a girl of similar age. dressed as a professional. It was the previously subdued Jasmine. After catching her breath, Jasmine curiously blinked her big eyes, surveying Yi Shi from head to toe. Finally, she posed the question that Yi Shi had longed to ask, but hesitated to voice. "Boss, what do you intend to do with this lady?" Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, remained expressionless, succinctly stating, "We're going to level up." Upon hearing this, Jasmine was taken aback. "Level up? You've just robbed and eliminated those annoying bodyguards, and even taught that obnoxious rich boy a lesson, just to bring this stunning lady along for training?" In Jasmine's mind, countless scenarios of domineering bosses and reluctant beauties embarking on adventures flashed through her thoughts, casting a sympathetic and understanding look at Yi Shi. Conversely, Yi Shi, upon hearing level up, displayed an expression of realization. It was undoubtedly Zhou Huai's concern for her, not wishing for her to team up with that loathsome Lu Qi. Thus, he had arranged for this powerful man to escort her away for training. Feeling warmth in her heart, Yi Shi discreetly took out her phone and quickly typed a message. Soon, Zhou Huai, connected to Yasuo from a separate residence, received her text. "Brother Zhou Huai, this Yasuo is indeed sent by you, right?" Upon reading the message adorned with cute emoticons, Zhou Huai couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed Yasuo's previous behavior had been too overt, leading this girl to realize his intentions. Yet, he couldn't bear to let his future wife train alongside scoundrels like Lu Qi. After contemplating, he replied, "Rest assured, he will not harm you." This served as a tacit admission of the truth. Zhou Huai felt comfortable disclosing a portion of his situation to Yi Shi, knowing he would eventually have to reveal everything. Upon receiving the message, Yi Shi felt the last remnants of doubt dissipate, fully relaxing at Zhou Huai's reassuring response. Shortly after, Zhou Huai sent another message. "This is our little secret. You must not tell anyone." Yi Shi beamed at this message, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Her cheeks slightly flushed. "Yes, don't worry, brother Zhou Huai. I absolutely will not tell anyone. This is our little secret." Indeed, Yasuo was Zhou Huai's man. But where had Zhou Huai found such a formidable ally? Beside them, Jasmine observed Yi Shi as her expressions fluctuated, frowning one moment, stifling a laugh the next, and then beaming blissfully at her phone, lost in a daze. Such a carefree heart the young lady possesses, despite being whisked away by a seemingly formidable stranger. How could she remain so cheerful? Indeed, their leader is truly captivating. 10 minutes later, at the entrance to the Clearwater Lake instance, the sunlight danced off the water's surface, while the shore buzzed with a lively commotion. Temporary stalls were haphazardly arranged, selling potions, equipment, and an array of peculiar materials. More prominently, throngs of people brandished signs, vociferously calling for team members. Clearwater Lake, normal difficulty, seeking strong DPS, level 3 to 2. Nightmare raid team, looking for healers. Minimum healing output of 1,000. Experienced players preferred. Sensational ranger leading a group, newbies hop on. Guaranteed to clear normal. As Yasuo arrived with Yi Shi and Jasmine, a striking trio of one man and two women, many eyes were drawn to their captivating appearance. "Wow, that guy's impressive." Surrounded by two stunning beauties. "So envious. That tall lady with long black hair and that adorable petite girl are both exceptional." Speculations flew about which guild's young master he could be, flaunting such an entourage while leveling up. Unfazed by the attention, Zhou Huai guided Yasuo directly toward the portal at the instance's entrance. A massive crystal screen beside the portal displayed the instance details. Clearwater Lake. Level: LV10, LV20. Selectable difficulty: Normal, Nightmare, Catastrophe, and Hell difficulty currently unavailable. Zhou Huai's gaze swept across the information. In normal mode, the strength of the aberrant creatures was 30% higher than that of wild monsters of the same level. In Nightmare mode, their strength doubled, comparable to elite monsters. Moreover, this instance was not a mere child's play like the novice trial tower. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. However, the risks accompanied by high rewards were undeniable. The experience points and loot from high difficulty instances far surpassed those of normal ones. "This will do," Zhou Huai declared without hesitation, selecting Nightmare difficulty. "Wait." Jasmine's face paled slightly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Isn't Nightmare difficulty a bit too perilous?" In their team, she held the highest level, a 12th level, Eagle Eye Summoner. Yet her combat prowess was virtually non-existent. Yi Shi, a 6th level, Light Chanting Priest, was a healer but too low in level to provide substantial support. Their only main damage dealer was the newly leveled 10th Yasuo. Sending a level 10 main damage dealer with two low-level supports into a Nightmare level instance seemed nothing short of reckless. "Not to worry," Zhou Huai replied, his tone calm, exuding an air of undeniable confidence. Just stay close behind me and prioritize your safety. Yishi had no objections, still lost in the euphoria of being led by Zhou Huai for leveling up. Beep. You have selected Nightmare difficulty. Do you confirm entry into the instance? Confirm. In the next moment, the three figures were enveloped by the portal's light. Chapter 34. Astonishing crafting volume. The surrounding scenery shimmered slightly, and the bustling crowd vanished. Before them lay the vast expanse of clear water lake, the water appearing darker and more profound than what they had seen outside. A faintly fishy and damp scent lingered in the air. Suddenly, the tranquil lake's surface began to bubble ominously. Then, with a splash, grotesque aberrant creatures began to claw their way out of the water. These creatures, akin in size to calves, were covered in slick, dark green scales and festooned with repulsive pustules. Their heads resembled catfish, yet their mouths were lined with razor-sharp fangs, and their stocky limbs ended in vicious claws. Rotten Lake Fish LV10, Nightmare. Health, 2,200-2,200. The mere sight of them was enough to induce a sharp decline in sanity for any normal person. Yishi and Jasmine, both young women, turned pale with fright, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, nearly colliding with Yasuo. Zhou Huai frowned slightly. Indeed, they were quite repulsive. Yet he maneuvered Yasuo forward, charging into battle. With a crackle, thunder armor activated. Brilliant arcs of lightning erupted from within, enveloping Yasuo in an imposing suit of electric armor, exuding a devastating aura. In that moment, Yasuo resembled a thunderous deity descending from the heavens. Roar! The Rotten Lake Fish emitted piercing shrieks, clumsily advancing toward Yasuo. Their foul saliva dripped from their grotesque mouths. With a frigid gaze, Yasuo brandished his sword, the Windbreaker, and initiated with Thunderstrike. With a whoosh, a thick bolt of lightning surged forth, infused with violent energy, instantly tearing through the air and striking the foremost Rotten Lake Fish. 585. A bright red critical damage number floated above the creature. Nearly 600 damage. Such astonishing damage. Yishi covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. This was a Nightmare difficulty aberration. Its defense and health far exceeded those in normal mode. For any other level 10 player to deal over 100 damage would be remarkable. Yet this man before her had dealt nearly 600 with a single strike. Truly outrageous. Zhou Huai himself was slightly taken aback. This damage exceeded his expectations by at least 50%. It appeared the power of thunder had a distinct advantage over these aquatic aberrant creatures. To verify this, he charged Yasuo into the fray of Rotten Lake Fish. His sword danced, sending arcs of lightning flying. Swoosh. 320. 317. 344. Another Rotten Lake Fish howled, flickering with electric bursts. The sharpness of his sword triggered splash damage, affecting surrounding aberrant creatures as well. In Nightmare difficulty, these aberrations fell before Yasuo as easily as cutting through soft vegetables. The efficiency of clearing monsters was astonishing. However, the aberrations swarmed around Yasuo, their attack frequency high, battering against his thunder armor like a torrential storm. 28, 31, 25. A series of damage numbers floated above Yasuo's head. Yet each was under 40 points. The damage mitigation effect of the thunder armor was showcased brilliantly at that moment. Even more disheartening for the Rotten Lake Fish was that each attack against the thunder armor triggered a violent backlash of lightning. The creatures were engulfed in electric flashes, entering a brief state of paralysis. Now was the moment. Zhou Huai seized the fleeting opportunity, commanding Yasuo to unleash Thunderstrike. With a swoosh, the robust lightning blade swept forth, cleaving through 7 or 8 paralyzed Rotten Lake Fish in an instant. Green ichor erupted, the stench overwhelming. Kill Rotten Lake Fish LV10, Nightmare. Gain 250 experience. Kill Rotten Lake Fish LV10, Nightmare. Gain 250 experience. A flurry of system notifications inundated Zhou Huai's mind. Meanwhile, Yishi remained active, her staff gently tapping. A series of softly glowing holy light projectiles whistled forth, accurately striking the aberrations attempting to attack Yasuo. Although the damage was modest, only amounting to a few dozen points, it was consistent. Occasionally, she would chant, light chant. The warm rays of the holy light cascaded down, with Yasuo's health remaining unwaveringly at a robust level. Observing this, Zhou Huai secretly praised him. Truly, he was worthy of being an A-level profession, the holy light chanting mage. Capable of dealing damage while providing healing, he was remarkably versatile. In stark contrast, the other participant, Jasmine, appeared rather ineffectual. The scouting spirit eagle she summoned possessed no offensive capabilities whatsoever. She could only awkwardly wield a novice short bow, shooting at the tough-skinned, foul-smelling lake fish. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Each damage number was pathetically low, barely registering as a scratch. Zhou Huai shook his head in disbelief and spoke helplessly. Jasmine, stop shooting. Try using your spirit eagle to lure the foul lake fish from other areas over here. Upon hearing this, Jasmine's eyes lit up. Of course. She quickly maneuvered the spirit eagle towards another group of foul lake fish loitering by the far lakeside. The spirit eagle circled above their heads provocatively. Soon enough, the previously idle foul lake fish were successfully enraged, wobbling their way toward Yasuo. It worked, Jasmine exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, she found her place in the team. Yasuo, as the main tank and damage dealer, stood at the forefront, dealing damage relentlessly. Yishi was responsible for healing and ranged support, while Jasmine controlled the Spirit Eagle, continuously drawing enemies from various corners of the dungeon. In a flash, this seemingly absurd trio executed a near-perfect synergy. Experience points skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Ah! Yishi suddenly exclaimed in surprise, I leveled up. I'm now level 7. Her delicate face was filled with disbelief. How long had they been in the dungeon? Surely not even half an hour. And she had already gained a level. This leveling speed was astonishingly rapid. Meanwhile, Zhou Huai, while controlling Yasuo to slash at the foes, was consuming high-grade magical recovery potions with reckless abandon. Only he understood that Yasuo's resilience amidst the horde of monsters was entirely due to the powerful effects of Thunder Armor. However, this skill was also a notorious mana drain, consuming 10 points of mana per second. With Yasuo's current mana cap, even at full mana, he could hardly sustain it for 2 minutes. Fortunately, he had scavenged a wealth of high-grade mana potions from the unfortunate Mo Shao of the Bloody Guild, over 100 bottles. In the short term, he could easily withstand such extravagant consumption. As the battle situation stabilized, Zhou Huai transferred control of Yasuo to the intelligent core AI. He then shifted his consciousness to the distant figure of Oyezi in the Blacksmith Guild. Inside the premier forging chamber of the Blacksmith Guild, Oyezi slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a workbench cluttered with dozens of rings emanating various colors of light. A total of 42. Each one reached rare quality. Regrettably, not a single epic tier had appeared. Zhou Huai remained undeterred. Forging was not something that could be rushed. He guided Oyezi to conclude this lengthy forging session and prepare to clock out. Creak. The door of the forging chamber swung open. Assistant Lin Wei entered, carrying a cup of hot tea, intending to provide a moment of respite for the tireless master craftsman. However, upon seeing the dazzling array of rare rings piled high on the workbench, she was struck dumb as if struck by lightning. The cup in her hand clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. This. Lin Wei's eyes widened, her delicate hand covering her mouth to stifle a scream. Her voice trembled with disbelief. Master Oyezi, you crafted so many rings today. To put it into perspective, the previous record for the highest number of crafted items in a single day at the Blacksmith Guild was merely 12. Moreover, those were primarily ordinary quality rings. But here, there were a staggering 42, a multiplication of several times. Furthermore, each one was of rare quality. Lin Wei examined them closely and noted that several rings had exceptional affix attributes. Her breath quickened. She roughly estimated in her mind that even the most common 1-star rare quality ring could easily fetch 10,000 Great Xia coins. Those with higher stars and better attributes could command 20 to 30,000 each, with demand exceeding supply. This pile of rings could potentially yield at least 600,000 Great Xia coins. After deducting material costs, the pure profit would be no less than 500,000. Many blacksmiths might struggle to earn that amount in an entire year, yet Master Oyezi managed it in just one night. Chapter 35. A city in turmoil. After settling Master Oyezi back in the apartment, Lin Wei wasted no time and hurried to Supervisor Shinshio's office. Supervisor Shun. Supervisor Shun. Shinshio, leisurely sipping his tea, was startled by her sudden intrusion. What's the matter? Breathless, Lin Wei's face flushed with excitement. Master Oyezi crafted 42 rare quality rings in just one night. Uft. Shinshio spat out his tea, nearly scalding himself. How many? He sprang to his feet, his voice rising in pitch. 42. All rare. Lin Wei nodded vigorously, her tone affirmative. Shinshio's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped. Such a prodigy. Truly a genius. He muttered, pacing back and forth in his office, his face a canvas of shock and elation. Now I understand why the president would stop at nothing to sign him. This is no mere blacksmith. He is a walking money-printing machine. Our guild's golden goose. With a decisive slap on his thigh, Shinshio exclaimed, Quick! Immediately transfer the payment for this forging and the promised bonus to Master Oyezi's account. We must ensure that he is well taken care of. He rubbed his hands together with a mischievous grin, lowering his voice. Lin Wei, I see that Master Oyezi is young and without a companion. Perhaps, if the opportunity arises? He raised his eyebrows suggestively. Lin Wei's face flushed crimson, and she stomped her foot in mock indignation. Supervisor, you're joking. She turned and fled the office, her face still red. Shin Qiu chuckled, watching her retreating figure with satisfaction. Meanwhile, having ensured Oyezi was settled, Zhou Huai briefly returned his focus to Yasuo's dungeon battle. After a fierce hour of combat, Yasuo, along with Yi Shi and Jasmine, had successfully advanced to the territory of the first boss in the nightmarish level Clearwater Lake dungeon. In the dim depths of the lake cavern, a giant crab, comparable in size to a small truck, brandished its terrifying pincers capable of crushing steel. Its dark blue, heavy shell gleamed with a metallic sheen, adorned with sharp bone spikes and menacing patterns. 8 sturdy limbs supported its massive form, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step. Abysmal Giant Claw Crab LV-12, Nightmare Elite Boss. Health, 3, 200, 0003, 200, 000. This boss was evidently tough-skinned and possessed overwhelming attack power. Its only apparent weakness was a relatively slow movement speed. The battle commenced. Yasuo's form flickered like a wraith, weaving through the boss's massive claw strikes and corrosive venom sprays. Thunder armor enveloped him, crackling with energy. Each swing of his blade of the Windbreaker struck precisely at the gaps in the abysmal giant claw crab's armor or its comparatively vulnerable joints. Clang. 285. 302. With a strike infused with the might of thunder, even in the face of this remarkably resilient boss, one could still inflict an impressive 200 to 300 points of damage. Yi Shi, positioned at the rear, exerted herself to the fullest, alternating between Holy Light Bomb and Chant of Radiance, striving to maintain Yasuo's health. Jasmine's Spirit Eagle soared overhead, incessantly circling and distracting the boss, occasionally reporting on the impending skills about to be unleashed. Their coordination was indeed harmonious. Observing that the battle between his companions and the boss had gradually stabilized, Zhou Huai finally felt at ease. His consciousness slowly withdrew from Yasuo, returning to his own body. After a day filled with adventuring and fierce combat, he had scarcely closed his eyes that night. At this moment, an indescribable wave of fatigue washed over him like a tide. Unable to endure any longer, Zhou Huai collapsed onto his bed, pulled up the covers, and fell into a deep, immediate slumber. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family residence, Lu Qi was carried back on a stretcher. After enduring hours of agonizing torment and terror, he appeared utterly exhausted. Although he had received urgent care from the family's light-based healer immediately upon his return, the irretrievable loss of his vitality weighed heavily on him. Presently, his complexion was as pale as paper, his eyes devoid of spirit, and he lay languidly on the bed, as if entirely hollowed out. Lu Yuru stood vigil by the bedside, her heart aching at the sight of her son in such a pitiful state, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. My son, what has happened? Did you not go outside the city to level up with that girl Yi Shi? How could it have come to this? Lu Yuru's voice trembled, filled with urgency and anger. At the mention of this, an abyss of resentment and fear surged in Lu Qi's vacant gaze, and tears streamed down his face as he spoke in a hoarse, distorted voice. It was Yasuo. Mom, that bastard named Yasuo. He not only slaughtered the bodyguards I brought, but he also bound me to a tree and tortured me mercilessly. In the end, he even abducted Yi Shi. What? Lu Yuru's brows furrowed fiercely, her anger igniting as a wave of murderous rage erupted from within her. Yasuo, how dare Yasuo bully my Lu Yuru's son like this? I do not care who he is. I will find him and make him suffer 1,000 tortures. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open. Zhou Feng rushed in, his expression anxious. Yuru, I heard Qi'er is in trouble. What is the situation now? Upon seeing him, Lu Yuru's pent-up fury found its outlet as she turned sharply, her gaze as cold as steel. Zhou Feng, you still dare to come back? Qi'er has been in trouble for so long, and you have only now shown your face. Is he not your own flesh and blood? Do you not care at all? Zhou Feng's face flashed with helplessness as he hurried to explain. Yuru, what you are saying is unfair. I was handling an urgent matter in the guild, and as soon as I received the news, I rushed back without delay. The Zhou family's guild, the Radiant Alliance, was one of the top 3 guilds in Tianhai City, boasting thousands of professional members and immense power, serving as one of the Zhou family's crucial economic pillars, currently managed entirely by Zhou Feng. However, Lu Yuru paid no heed to his explanation, hands on her hips like an enraged lioness. I do not care what you were busy with. Right now, Qi'er has been bullied by a man named Yasuo. That girl Yishi has also been abducted by him. I give you 1 day. Immediately. Right now? Investigate the background of that Yasuo and bring him back to me. I must personally avenge Chi-er. All right. Do not be agitated. I will take care of it. Zhou Feng nodded repeatedly, not daring to show any signs of delay. After calming Lu Yuru, he swiftly turned and exited, beginning to contact all the informants and intelligence personnel of the Radiant Alliance within the city to thoroughly search for the whereabouts of the man named Yasuo. Meanwhile, at the Yi family residence, Yi Jintian, the patriarch, was engulfed in fury upon learning that his precious daughter had been abducted in broad daylight, her life and death uncertain. The entire Yi family estate was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. He dispatched numerous family members to swiftly exit the city, conducting an extensive search towards the direction of Clearwater Lake. Simultaneously, he placed a call to Zhou Feng, his tone menacing. Zhou Feng, my daughter left the city with your son Lu Qi. Now she is missing. I do not care if this matter concerns your Zhou family or not. I demand to see her alive or dead. If she encounters any mishap, your Zhou family must provide me with an explanation. Zhou Feng was overwhelmed, his head spinning. The city was in turmoil. Chapter 36. The old district. At this moment, Yi Shi, one of the parties involved, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding chaos. She was happily leveling up alongside Yasuo in the Clearwater Lake instance. As the last of the foul-smelling giant lake bottom worms disintegrated under Yasuo's furious thunderous sword energy, a bright white light enveloped Yi Shi once more, signaling her ascent to level 10. Feeling the surge of holy light energy coursing through her, far more potent than before, an uncontainable joy radiated from Yi Shi's lovely face. So fast. This leveling speed is simply outrageous. I initially thought that reaching level 10 would take at least 2 or 3 days of relentless effort. Yet here I am, effortlessly achieving it in just a matter of hours. If I tackle this nightmare difficulty instance of Clearwater Lake one more time, perhaps I could rush to level 12 today. With this thought, Yi Shi's eyes sparkled brightly. She turned to Yasuo beside her, tentatively inquiring, "Hey, big brother Yasuo, shall we tackle it once more?" At this moment, Zhou Huai had already fallen into slumber, and Yasuo was entirely controlled by the AI. Upon hearing Yi Shi's question, the AI simulated human politeness and slightly nodded. If the young lady wishes to proceed again, it is entirely acceptable. Huh. A large question mark slowly appeared over Yi Shi's head. What is with this man? Why does his tone sound different from before? He used to be so cold and aloof, speaking so sparingly, yet now he addresses me as young lady. Nevertheless, Yi Shi dismissed her thoughts, attributing it to his good mood. Thus, the three turned to exit the instance's light gate, preparing to wait for the cooldown reset before re-entering. However, just as they stepped out of the instance and returned to the bustling lakeside camp, a voice called out from a distance, "Miss Yi, it is truly you." Surprised, Yi Shi turned to see several robust men clad in the Yi family's standard guard uniforms hastening toward her. The leader, whom she recognized as a squad leader close to her father, approached quickly. "Uncle Zhang, what brings you here?" The man, referred to as Uncle Zhang, assessed Yi Shi closely, relieved to find her unharmed. "My lady, the master heard you were abducted and was nearly driven mad with worry. He specifically sent us to find you. Are you all right? Are you injured? Abducted?" Yi Shi blinked her beautiful eyes, somewhat bewildered. Instinctively, she fished out her phone from her spatial ring. To her shock, the screen displayed over 30 missed calls, all from her father, Yi Jintian. She had been so focused on battling in the instance that she had not noticed. Yi Shi stuck out her tongue and promptly returned her father's call. The phone connected almost instantly. "Chi-er, where are you right now? Are you all right? Did that scoundrel do anything to you?" The urgent and booming voice of Yi Jintian, the head of the Yi family, resonated through the phone, causing Yi Shi's ears to tingle. "Hello? Dad, please don't panic, I'm fine," Yi Shi hurriedly explained. "How could I possibly be kidnapped? I was just leveling up with a friend. It's merely a misunderstanding." Yi Jintian, still harboring a hint of suspicion and profound concern, pressed on. "A friend? What kind of friend? Male or female? Are they reliable?" "You are too naive, easily deceived." "Ah, Dad, please rest assured. They are truly a good friend." Yi Shi chuckled, a mix of exasperation and amusement. "I was just so engrossed in leveling up that I forgot to check my phone, which worried you." After a brief silence, Yi Jintian's tone softened somewhat, but still bore an unyielding command. "I don't care about any misunderstandings. You need to come back right now. Zhang Meng and the others have already found you. Let them escort you home immediately." "All right then," Yi Shi sighed in resignation, realizing her father was genuinely distressed. After hanging up, she turned apologetically to Yasuo and Mo Li. "Yasuo, Mo Li, my dad wants me to go back first." so I probably won't be able to level up with you today. Yasuo maintained his courteous demeanor. Miss, please travel safely. Emily, seeing her leader's politeness, quickly mimicked him, offering a sweet smile. Safe travels, Miss Yi. Let us play together again sometime. At that moment, a guard named Uncle Zhang from the Yi family fixed a hostile gaze on Yasuo, his tone frigid. Are you the one who kidnapped our young lady? You have some nerve, he declared, his professional aura surging as a level 20 shield warrior, clearly ready to take action. Startled, Yishi rushed forward to intervene. Uncle Zhang. It's not him. This is a misunderstanding. Yes, my friend. He brought me to level up. With a furrowed brow, Uncle Zhang scrutinized Yasuo. But seeing how fiercely Yishi defended him, he refrained from further aggression. With a cold snort, he shot Yasuo a fierce glare. Humph. I'll let you off this time, considering the young lady is unharmed. You better be cautious and don't let me see you in the city again. With that, he escorted Yishi, accompanied by several other guards from the Yi family, hastily departing towards Tianhai City. Watching Yishi's retreating figure, a glimmer of subtle light flashed within Yasuo's deep-set eyes. Lowering his voice, he urgently addressed Emily. We must leave quickly. Emily, enviously observing Yishi being surrounded by so many people, paused in confusion. Boss, where are we going? The dungeon hasn't cooled down yet, has it? Yasuo's tone was succinct and grave. Enemies are approaching. Their intent is upon us. As he spoke, several figures stealthily advanced toward Yasuo's location. They were members of the Radiant Alliance. Having heard Lu Qi's description of Yasuo, they had already locked onto him the moment he appeared. Without hesitation, Yasuo swiftly lifted the petite Emily onto his back, and with a flash of lightning, he dashed toward the dense thicket. Don't let them escape. Block him. One of the pursuers, a control-type professional, shouted, slamming his hands onto the ground. Vines of monstrous length erupted from the earth. In an instant, numerous thick, dark green vines emerged, writhing like venomous serpents, ensnaring him. Yasuo's gaze sharpened. He advanced rather than retreating. He leaped high, evading the encroaching vines. Simultaneously, spikes erupted from the ground beneath him, glinting ominously. With impeccable timing, Yasuo twisted in midair, his right foot landing precisely on one of the spike's tips, propelling himself forward. With a crackle of lightning, his figure transformed into a zigzagging flash, narrowly avoiding the entangling vines and the onslaught of spikes, hurtling several meters forward into the shadowy forest. Humph, not bad. But today, you cannot escape. The leading captain of the Radiant Alliance, his eyes flickering with surprise, quickly hardened. We must pursue. Detain him. Others. Notify the nearby guild members. The target has been spotted. They must encircle him from all directions. Today he must not escape the Jingshui Lake area. With a commanding shout, 5 or 6 elite members of the Radiant Alliance, all above level 20, swiftly spread out like leopards into the forest. Within the thicket, Yasuo, carrying Emily, maintained his speed, deftly maneuvering through the complex terrain. Emily, quickly scout the pursuers. Emily, shaken and disoriented, finally regained her composure and summoned several reconnaissance spirit eagles, sending them in all directions. Closing her eyes, she shared vision with the eagles. Moments later, she opened her eyes, pale and breathless, urgently reporting, Boss, 6 individuals are following us. They are incredibly fast, all at least level 25. Wait, to the northeast, 3 more are flanking us. What should we do? We seem to be surrounded. Yasuo's expression remained calm, his AI core processing rapidly. He glanced ahead and suddenly spoke. What lies ahead? Emily, through the vision of the spirit eagles, discerned the scene. In the distance, a dilapidated city outline emerged, with crumbling walls and overgrown weeds, exuding an aura of desolation and foreboding. From afar, the chilling roars of monstrous beasts could be heard. Emily's complexion paled further. That is the old district of Tianhai City. After the abyssal invasion, it was completely abandoned and is now overrun by formidable beasts. With panic etched across her face, she exclaimed, Boss, please don't tell me you intend to go in there. It's too dangerous. The average beast level is above 20. They say there are several level 30 bosses inside. However, Yasuo remained resolute, unshaken by her words. Sometimes, one must confront death to find life. We must enter. With that, he stepped over the crumbling walls of the old district. Chapter 37. If you seek death, don't blame me. The forces of the Radiant Alliance soon arrived at the crumbling walls of the old district. They halted in unison. Captain, what should we do? The kid seems to have gone inside. Should we pursue? A young team member's voice trembled, his grip on his weapon slick with sweat. He had heard tales of the beasts within the old district, where levels were high. Their small group could easily meet their demise. the team leader. A burly man with a fierce scar on his face furrowed his brow, spitting in frustration. Damn it, this kid knows how to pick his spots. He must know the dangers of the old district. But orders from above were absolute. They had to bring back the man named Yasuo, alive or dead. Don't be a coward. Another team member mustered his courage, encouraging himself. The beasts inside are only around level 20. If we are careful and avoid the bosses, we can definitely make it out alive. The scarred captain's eyes darkened, a flash of determination crossing his face. Regardless, we must investigate. That kid is only level 10. Entering the old district is tantamount to seeking death. By the time we find him, he might already be a cold corpse. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand decisively, commanding, "Everyone, stay alert. Let us go in." I refused to believe that he could possibly sprout wings and fly away. Indeed, despite the turmoil of emotions within, the captain's orders compelled the elite members of the Radiant Alliance to muster their courage and scale the crumbling walls, entering in single file. Within the old city, remnants of shattered walls and overgrown grass lay scattered. The air was thick with a bizarre amalgamation of decay and blood, while towering abandoned buildings loomed like silent giants, casting vast shadows that deepened the eerie and oppressive atmosphere. This place was a paradise of death. Yasuo, carrying Jasmine on his back, navigated this desolate and perilous ruin with ease. His steps were light and swift, always finding the safest footholds, deftly avoiding loose stones and hidden traps. The core AI operated at high speed, transforming the surrounding environment into data, continuously analyzing the optimal path and circumventing potential threats. Jasmine clung tightly to Yasuo's broad back, her pale face betraying her anxiety, her large eyes warily scanning their surroundings. The several reconnaissance spirit eagles under her command circled like loyal sentinels, relaying real-time information back to Yasuo. "Boss, 30 meters to the left, around that corner. There are 3 corpse hounds. They're approximately level 22. Jasmine's voice was low, tinged with urgency. Yasuo, undeterred, did not pause in his stride. With a gentle push off a fractured wall, he soared as if weightless, gliding silently past the dilapidated billboard on the other side. Below, the distinctive low growls of the corpse hounds and the scrabbling of their claws against the ground were audible, yet they remained oblivious, their targets slipping silently overhead. Jasmine let out a long breath, her small hand lightly patting her heaving chest. "Boss, you're incredible. You managed to evade them." Yasuo remained silent, continuing to weave through the intricate ruins. Suddenly, Jasmine's voice rose again, now tinged with a noticeable tremor. "Boss, straight ahead. Something is coming from below. It's moving so fast. It's enormous." Before she finished speaking, a thunderous rumble erupted as the ground ahead collapsed, sending debris and dust soaring into the air. A giant python, its entire body covered in a dark green, tough scale, burst forth from the depths. Its massive triangular head bore murky yellow slitted eyes that glinted with a cold, bloodthirsty light, and its crimson tongue flicked menacingly, emitting a terrifying hiss. Burrower LV-26, Elite. Health, 2,800, an elite beast of level 26. The burrower opened its cavernous maw wide enough to swallow an elephant, and a foul wind rushed forth, hurtling towards Yasuo with lightning speed. Jasmine, pale as a ghost, instinctively closed her eyes and screamed, "Ah!" Yet, the anticipated violent impact never came. Instead, she felt Yasuo's body drop suddenly. Then, in an astonishing maneuver, he shifted sideways. The serpent's gaping maw narrowly grazed Yasuo's shoulder, snapping violently at the empty air. With a crunch, a nearby crumbling wall was shattered by its bite, bricks scattering everywhere. Yasuo did not even glance back. A flash of lightning at his feet activated Lightning Dash, propelling him and Jasmine forward, swiftly disappearing into the shadows of another alley. The burrower, having missed its target, furiously lashed its massive tail, causing the surrounding ruins to tremble and fill the air with dust, yet it had already lost its quarry. After a considerable time, Jasmine cautiously opened her eyes, realizing they were safe. She gazed at Yasuo's steady silhouette, filled with relief and an inexplicable sense of admiration. "Boss, you're simply extraordinary. Such skill, such judgment, it's utterly beyond belief." Yasuo's tone remained calm, laced with an unusual rhythm. "Do not panic, simply follow my lead." Time passed unmeasured. As nightfall gradually enveloped the desolate ruins in a deeper darkness, Zhou Hui awoke languidly from his soft bed. He opened his eyes, instantly sharing all of Yasuo's memories. "Oh, the Zhou family's actions are remarkably swift." He smirked coldly, his eyes devoid of fear. He had anticipated their retaliation for Lu Qi's failings. Yet he was surprised by their rapid response. Just as he finished his dungeon run, their forces had already been strategically placed around Clearwater Lake. Fortunately, the core AI acted decisively, carving a bloody path through encirclement and successfully escaping into this treacherous old city. Now, it would depend on my skill. At this moment, Yasuo was hiding with Jasmine in a dilapidated two-story building, taking a moment to regroup. He suddenly opened his eyes and turned to the still-shaken Jasmine. Use your Spirit Eagles to check if any members of the Radiant Alliance are approaching. Jasmine paused, a bit taken aback, her thoughts racing. Huh? Why does the boss's tone seem normal again? However, this was not the time for such musings. She nodded quickly, summoning the reconnaissance Spirit Eagles to silently blend into the night and soar high into the sky. Moments later, Jasmine opened her eyes, her expression grave as she reported, "Boss." Indeed, a small team has entered, 9 individuals in total. They appear to be headed towards us, about 200 meters southwest. Zhou Huai smiled with amusement upon hearing this. Oh, they dare to venture into the old city. If they seek death so eagerly, then I shall oblige. Chapter 38. Total Annihilation. He continued issuing commands to Jasmine. Use your Spirit Eagles to carefully search for any powerful beast bosses nearby. Hearing this, Jasmine's face paled further, her voice trembling. B-boss, why are we looking for a boss? Shouldn't we find a more concealed place to hide? Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, replied flatly, do not ask too many questions. Simply do as I say. Jasmine nodded obediently, closing her eyes. After a moment, she opened her eyes and spoke. 500 meters to the northwest, there seems to be a boss in the underground parking lot. My Spirit Eagles dared not approach, so it's likely the boss is indeed there. Yasuo nodded and cautioned, stay hidden here. Remember, no matter what happens outside, do not emerge or make any noise. Though filled with confusion and fear, Jasmine nodded firmly. I understand, boss. Yasuo said no more. Swiftly gliding like a specter from the second-floor window, vanishing silently into the inky darkness. The worn-down building fell silent once more, leaving only the sound of Jasmine's anxious heartbeat. The night in the old city was even more sinister and terrifying than during the day. Whispers of cold winds rustled through, stirring the dry leaves and dust, evoking the sensation of ghosts murmuring. Using the core AI's precise environmental analysis, along with the earlier reconnaissance from Jasmine's Spirit Eagles, Yasuo swiftly maneuvered through the labyrinthine ruins. His figure darted among the shattered walls, deftly avoiding wave after wave of roaming low-level beasts. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of a largely collapsed underground parking garage. A strong stench of decay and sulfur wafted from the dark maw, nauseating to the senses. Yasuo came to a halt, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Deep within the parking lot, a series of muffled, thunderous snores mixed with heavy breathing could be faintly heard. He had found it, Zhou Huai thought to himself. Cautiously, he crept closer. In a relatively open area on the second underground level of the parking lot, a massive creature lay sprawled on the ground, deeply asleep. This was a giant beast, standing nearly 3 meters tall and exceeding 7 meters in length. Its form resembled that of a massive pangolin magnified several dozen times, yet its body was not covered in scales, but rather in thick, dark brown keratinous plates, akin to a natural heavy armor that shimmered with a hard metallic sheen. Its head was fearsome, with a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, exuding a foul stench, while saliva mixed with an unknown green slime dripped to the ground, hissing as it corroded the surface. Its sturdy limbs bore powerful claws embedded in the earth, and with each breath, its colossal chest and abdomen rose and fell slightly. Wasteland Corruptor LV-28, Elite Boss. Health, 450-004-5000, an elite boss of level 28 with considerable vitality. Zhou Huai assessed the slumbering giant, already devising a plan. He slowly raised his Windbreaker sword, its tip pointed towards the Wasteland Corruptor. In the next instant, thunderclap slash. With a swift motion, a sharp bolt of thunderous sword energy shot forth, precisely striking the thick carapace of the Wasteland Corruptor. Clang. 388. The damage was not substantial, but it was enough to rouse the sleeping behemoth. Roar. The Wasteland Corruptor jolted awake, letting out an ear-splitting roar that reverberated throughout the underground parking lot. The very ground seemed to tremble in response to its bellow. Its fierce dark yellow eyes locked onto the diminutive Yasuo, filled with brutality and rage. Having struck successfully, Yasuo wasted no time in fleeing. Trying to escape, the Wasteland Corruptor roared again, its massive body displaying surprising agility as it lunged forward, its weighty form crashing through everything in its path, shaking the ground beneath. Yasuo moved swiftly, weaving through the complex pillars of the parking lot. The corruptor's roar acted as a signal, disturbing other creatures in the old city. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Several large mutated rats scurried out from the shadows, their red eyes fixed hungrily on Yasuo. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the distance, a few staggering corrupted wanderers were also drawn in, shambling towards him with rigid steps. In an instant, the area grew restless with the awakening of the wasteland corruptor. Seeing the small humans still fleeing, it became even angrier. It opened its massive jaws, and a jet of dark green acidic liquid shot forth like a high-pressure water gun, aimed directly at Yasuo's back. Not good. Zhou Huai's heart sank. Yasuo pushed off the ground, attempting to dodge to the side. Splurt. The acid grazed his left arm, instantly corroding a large hole in his shadow wind armor, sending a sharp pain coursing through him. 750. An alarming damage figure appeared above Yasuo's head. His health plummeted drastically. Damn, this boss has incredibly high corrosive damage. Zhou Huai cursed inwardly. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he quickened his pace, rushing towards the direction where the Radiant Alliance had last vanished. The Wasteland Corruptor relentlessly pursued, its enormous form crashing through obstacles, followed closely by a horde of disturbed beasts, forming a small wave of creatures. Meanwhile, the Radiant Alliance's team was cautiously navigating through the ruins of the old city. The night was deep, and the occasional roars of beasts heightened everyone's tension. Damn it! This cursed place. One member could no longer contain his frustration, muttering about the darkness that obscured any sight of the enemy. Captain, do you think that guy has already been devoured by the beasts here? Another member asked quietly, a hint of retreat in his tone. The old city was proving more dangerous than they had anticipated. They had just faced a small wave of corrupted hounds, nearly suffering casualties. Scarface Captain's face darkened, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. This old city was vast, with a complex terrain. Searching for one person here was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Let's search a bit further. Scarface Captain gritted his teeth. If we still don't find him, we'll retreat. This cursed place is truly eerie. Just as he finished speaking, a distant rumble echoed, mixed with the roars of wild beasts. What is that sound? The group was startled, all looking in the direction of the noise. They saw a familiar figure dashing towards them around a street corner. The person had wild black hair loosely tied back, with flickers of lightning shimmering around him. Captain, look, up ahead. It's that guy? It's Yasuo. One sharp-eyed member exclaimed with excitement. Scarface Captain's spirits lifted, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ha! Heaven has a path, yet you choose not to walk it. Hell has no door, yet you come barging in. Truly, it's as if he has stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Brothers, let us go. Capture him, and there will be great rewards. Several members of the Radiant Alliance became exhilarated, raising their weapons, ready to intercept. However, Scarface Captain, being experienced, quickly sensed something amiss. Wait, he suddenly raised his hand, halting his men's movements. He seems to be coming towards us. And behind him, oh no. Scarface Captain's pupils constricted, the grin on his face instantly vanishing, replaced by overwhelming terror. Behind Yasuo, a terrifying giant creature was hot on his heels, its massive body shaking the ground with every step. Even more frightening, a horde of various beasts followed closely behind, roaring and howling, forming an unstoppable torrent. Damn it, that guy is leading us into a trap. Retreat, retreat. Scarface Captain's spirit shattered as he turned to flee without a second thought. The other members, seeing this, no longer cared about capturing Yasuo. Their lives were at stake. Pale-faced, they scrambled away, cursing Yasuo's treachery. Yet, how could their speed match Yasuo's? He shot forward like an arrow, closing the distance in mere breaths. He didn't even spare a glance at the panicked members of the Radiant Alliance. Just as he brushed past them, the lightning armor on Yasuo dimmed suddenly, then exploded. Boom! A violent shockwave of thunder erupted from him, sweeping outwards. The 9 startled members of the Radiant Alliance were engulfed in this tempest of thunderous power. 155. 162. A series of damage numbers floated above their heads. More critically, the intense paralysis effect rendered their bodies rigid, unable to move. I can't move. Damn it. Despairing wails filled the air. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, never looking back, continuing to sprint toward the predetermined direction. The members of the Radiant Alliance no longer needed him to finish them off. Behind him, the Wasteland Corruptor and the horde of beasts surged forth. The Radiant Alliance members, just recovering from the paralysis, had no time to get back on their feet before being utterly overwhelmed by the enraged boss and the frenzied wave of beasts. Their piercing screams echoed through the night, only to be abruptly silenced. Blood and flesh stained the dilapidated streets. From the window of a nearby 2-story building, Jasmine watched everything unfold, her mouth agape in disbelief, her face reflecting shock and horror. She witnessed firsthand as Yasuo led the terrifying boss and a horde of monstrous beasts, driving the 9 arrogant members of the Radiant Alliance into the depths of hell with unsettling ease. The entire process flowed seamlessly, executed with a ruthless elegance that bore a semblance of cruel artistry. After a prolonged moment, Jasmine found it difficult to swallow, her voice betraying a subtle tremor. This move from the boss is truly ruthless. Chapter 39. A frenzied slaughter. After a while, the tumult on the road gradually subsided. The aimless beasts retreated like a receding tide, vanishing into the dark recesses of the ruins. Zhou Huai then maneuvered Yasuo out from the shadows of a broken wall, approaching the very spot where the 9 members of the Radiant Alliance had met their demise. The air was thick with the lingering stench of blood and char, inducing nausea. The ground was strewn with dismembered limbs and shattered innards, the terror etched onto the contorted faces of the fallen. Most of their equipment lay in tatters, rendered worthless by the claws and corrosive substances of the beasts. After a brief search, Zhou Huai could only salvage a few bottles of inferior healing potions and a barely intact staff of rare quality, charred and cracked, its crystal tip marred with fine fissures, barely worth mentioning. Yasuo tucked the spoils into his cloak and swiftly returned to the 2-story building. Jasmine was curled up by the window, her pale face still bearing signs of distress. Upon seeing Yasuo return, her eyes sparkled with an unusual light, as if she had glimpsed a savior. "Boss." Her voice quivered slightly, yet was filled with sincere admiration. "You are truly incredible." She racked her brain, seemingly at a loss for words to express her astonishment. This feeling stemmed not only from Yasuo's display of strength, but also from his calm demeanor, exuding an air of confidence, as if everything were under his control, effortlessly turning seemingly impossible predicaments into lethal traps. Jasmine took a deep breath, her tone laced with a hint of hope. "Boss, since the pursuers have been dealt with, can we leave this old city now? It's far too terrifying here. I don't wish to linger even a moment longer." Yasuo stood by the window, gazing into the profound darkness of the night, his voice unperturbed. "Not yet." Jasmine momentarily faltered, and Yasuo continued. "The real show has only just begun." "The show?" Jasmine blinked, her face a mask of confusion, utterly baffled by the meaning behind Yasuo's words. Zhou Huai offered no explanation, merely instructing her, "Stay here and keep a watchful eye on the outside, especially towards the direction of the Clearwater Lake. If anyone else enters the old city, inform me immediately." Though Jasmine was puzzled, her trust in Yasuo bordered on blind obedience. She nodded emphatically. "Yes, boss. I understand." Time passed, seconds turning into minutes. The old city fell into an eerie silence. Approximately an hour later, Jasmine, who had been intently watching outside, suddenly shuddered, her voice laced with tension. "Boss." "Indeed. Someone has come again. They're approaching from the Clearwater Lake direction. This time, there are even more of them. I counted at least 12. Zhou Huai snickered coldly within. "They're quite swift. It appears they won't relent until they see the grave." Yasuo's figure, under Jasmine's watchful gaze, melted into the darkness outside once more. Soon, familiar roars of beasts and the cries of humans echoed from afar, but this time, the commotion was considerably subdued, concluding more swiftly than before. In less than half an hour, when Yasuo reappeared inside the small building, Jasmine could even detect a faint trace of blood and char emanating from him. They? Jasmine inquired cautiously. Yasuo nodded slightly, acknowledging her unspoken question. Zhou Huai waited patiently, eager to see just how many more members the Radiant Alliance, particularly his troublesome stepmother, could send into this bottomless pit of the old city. After considerable time had passed, long enough for Zhou Huai to suspect that the Radiant Alliance would not send more to their demise that night, Jasmine's voice, tinged with uncontainable fear, rang out once more. "Be boss. They come again. My heavens. This time, there are even more. I can't see exactly how many, but there must be at least 20. Her voice trembled. "Moreover, I sense their presence is incredibly strong, far superior to the previous 2 groups." Zhou Huai narrowed his eyes. 20? All elites? It seemed Lu Yuru was truly desperate, willing to expend considerable resources. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. "Regardless, this batch of individuals must remain here today. If this avatar of Yasuo perished, it would be reborn in 24 hours. Using a body that could be revived at any moment to deplete the Zhou families and Lu Yuru's living strength was an advantageous trade. Today, the Zhou family would surely pay a heavy price." Zhou Huai directed Yasuo back into the night. This time, he felt the pressure mounting significantly. The newly arrived members of the Radiant Alliance were not only numerous, but also far stronger than the previous 2 waves. They moved with cohesive precision, displaying high alertness. Clearly seasoned veterans. Zhou Huai employed familiar tactics, luring a level 29 elite boss, the Shadow Cheetah, along with a small wave of beasts. However, the battle unfolded in a manner he had not anticipated. The 20 members of the Radiant Alliance, under the command of a robust, shield-wielding man of level 40, formed a solid battle formation. Ranged classes unleashed devastating attacks from the rear, while melee classes held the line against the beast's onslaught, and the healer's light flickered continuously. They withstood the initial wave of the beast tide with remarkable resilience. Though the Shadow Cheetah was ferocious, it found itself ensnared by the level 40 shield warrior, struggling to break through their defenses. Interesting, Zhou Huai raised an eyebrow. If one is insufficient, allow me to provide you with more. Yasuo's figure danced along the edges of the battlefield, evading arrows and spells, as he darted deeper into the old city. Moments later, accompanied by a more ferocious roar, a Wraith Conglomerate LV-30 elite boss, engulfed in eerie green flames and as massive as a small mountain, was successfully summoned to the battlefield. The arrival of the second boss shattered the battlefield's previous equilibrium. The Wraith Conglomerate's wide-ranging fire breath and Wraith shock dealt catastrophic blows to the Radiant Alliance's formation. The rear ranks of ranged and healing classes suffered grievous losses. The line they had barely maintained crumbled in an instant. Despite the valiant efforts of the level 40 shield warrior, who fought fiercely, he could not withstand the onslaught of the two elite bosses and the remaining beasts. Sustaining continuous damage, he ultimately roared and activated a burst skill, carving a bloody path and fleeing with the few surviving comrades toward the outskirts of the old city without a glance back. Yasuo's figure appeared atop an abandoned clock tower, coldly observing their hasty retreat. This time, he did not pursue. In the skirmish, the Radiant Alliance suffered a loss of over 40 members, an immense blow. It was nothing short of a frenzied slaughter, astonishing the onlookers gathered around Clearwater Lake. Chapter 40. A Bounty on Their Heads. Near the entrance of the Clearwater Lake dungeon, night had deepened, yet numerous adventurers congregated in small clusters, whispering amongst themselves. What a lively night this has turned out to be. An assassin clad in leather armor gulped down cheap wine. Isn't it? Has something new been discovered in the old city? Members of the Radiant Alliance are flooding in wave after wave, chimed in an elemental mage. Strangely, only those who entered were seen, but few emerged. What could be the situation? As these words were spoken, a hush fell over the crowd, and an eerie tension permeated the air. After a prolonged silence, 3 figures staggered out from the distant end of the dilapidated street. Leading them was a level 40 shield warrior, bloodied and battered, his armor in tatters, his face etched with terror and dread. The other 2 were similarly disheveled, their expressions weary, as if they had just escaped from the depths of hell. Look, someone's coming out. My heavens. Over 20 people entered, and only these 3 remain? A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd, who then realized that the Radiant Alliance had engaged in a fierce confrontation in the old district against either beasts or some adversaries. Yet what was the purpose? That cursed old district holds little reward but immense danger. A well-informed merchant whispered, I've heard that someone offended the young master of the Zhou family, and he has taken refuge in the old district. The Radiant Alliance is on a mission to capture him. The Zhou family? Lu Qi. Ah, now it makes sense. The crowd's eyes filled with a mix of respect and curiosity as they gazed toward the old district. My goodness, what kind of person could cause the Radiant Alliance to suffer such losses? The previous 2 groups must have also met with dire fates. This was nothing short of a slap in the face to the Zhou family. Within the Zhou mansion, the lights blazed brightly, yet the atmosphere was suffocating. Lu Yuru's well-maintained visage was marred by frost. Incompetent fools. Is this the Radiant Alliance that your Zhou family painstakingly established? You can't even capture a sneaky little bastard. And you've lost so many men. Are the people you raised nothing but useless drunks? Zhou Feng's face was ashen, his fists clenched and released repeatedly, veins throbbing on his forehead, yet he remained silent, enduring Lu Yuru's tirade in silence. In a corner of the bedroom, Lu Qi lay on the bed, appearing utterly frail, despite having received treatment from a healer. Mother, you must stand up for me. That scoundrel Yasuo has caused me such misery. Look at my injuries. Upon hearing her son's lament, Lu Yuru's heart melted with compassion. She quickly approached Lu Qi, gently stroking his forehead, and spoke softly, My dear Qi'er, do not worry. I will not let that little wretch escape. I will capture him and make him suffer 1,000 deaths for your sake. Having comforted Lu Qi, she abruptly turned her fury back on Zhou Feng, her gaze sharp as a poisoned dagger. Zhou Feng, listen to me. If anything happens to Qi'er, or if he suffers any lasting effects, I, Lu Yuru, will not let your Zhou family off the hook. You must mobilize every available resource immediately. Even if we have to turn the entire old district upside down, we must bring that Yasuo to justice. Zhou Feng took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently as he suppressed his anger and humiliation. I will increase our manpower, he forcefully articulated through clenched teeth. With that, he could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere and stormed out of the bedroom. Stepping into the courtyard, the cool night breeze alleviated some of his agitation. Zhou Feng pulled out a communicator and dialed a number, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. Issue a bounty for that Yasuo. The reward is 500,000 Dasha coins. He paused, as if feeling insufficiently vindicated, and a ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. No, 1 million. Bring him alive or dead. Overnight, news of the $1 million bounty spread like wildfire through the circles of professionals in Donghai City. The Radiant Alliance bounty. Yasuo, male. Suspected Thunder-type practitioner. A reward of 500,000 for assistance in capture. A reward of 1 million Dasha coins for anyone who can kill or capture this individual. Accompanying the announcement was a blurred image based on Lu Qi's and a few survivors' descriptions, as well as surveillance screenshots of Yasuo outside the trial tower. 1 million. The Radiant Alliance is serious this time. What kind of figure is Yasuo to warrant such a price? You haven't seen the state those members of the Radiant Alliance returned in. I heard nearly 40 people in the old district fell victim to this Yasuo. One person, in that cursed place, took down dozens from the Radiant Alliance? This is simply extraordinary. How did he manage it? Can he control the beasts of the old district? Such audacity. I truly wish to witness this formidable individual firsthand. In taverns and forums, discussions about Yasuo erupted. Some marveled at his strength and audacity, while others reveled in schadenfreude. What good is sheer audacity? With a 1 million bounty, who knows how many big shots and lone experts will be stirred into action? Indeed, he has become a walking target. Hiding in the old district won't save him. It's only a matter of time before he is caught. What a pity it would be for such a fierce character to meet an untimely end. Various speculations and discussions ran rampant, and the name Yasuo rapidly became the focal point of conversation in Donghai City. In the dilapidated two-story building of the old district, Jasmine curled up in a corner, finally succumbing to overwhelming fatigue and drifting into a deep sleep. She was utterly exhausted. The events of that night were more thrilling than all the dangers she had faced in the past year combined. Meanwhile, Yasuo moved like a specter through the ruins. The beasts in the old district were generally above level 20, posing significant pressure on Yasuo, who was only level 10. Yet, thanks to his S-grade profession's formidable attributes and the precise combat control of his AI core, he proceeded cautiously, targeting isolated or pairs of lower-level beasts. Thunderslash. A flash of sword light severed the head of a level 22 Rotting Hound, which howled in anguish. Kill Rotting Hound LV-22, gained 1,800 experience points. Yasuo swiftly cleared the battlefield, collecting dropped materials before relocating to avoid being surrounded by other beasts. Thus, like a patient and lethal hunter, he gradually accumulated experience in the perilous old district. Time passed slowly, when the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, illuminating the desolate ruins. Yasuo had quietly leveled up to LV-14. The experience from slaying higher-level monsters was indeed bountiful, as he felt a surge of newfound strength within his body. He felt quite satisfied. At that moment, a notification from the system suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your clone, Oyezi, has successfully forged an epic-level equipment, completing the challenge task of the Divine Craftsman's initial cry. Task reward, Profession Ball Extraction Opportunity X1, has been granted. Zhou Huai's Spirit Sword. Finally, success. Chapter 41. The Forbidden Spellcaster Gandalf. This was perhaps the most exhilarating news Zhou Huai had received all day. Oyezi had spent 3 full days and finally, just as his level reached LV8, succeeded in forging the first piece of epic-level equipment. With a thought, Zhou Huai's consciousness returned to his main body. He closed his eyes, and the familiar, colossal, and mysterious knob machine once again surfaced in his mind's eye. A wave of indescribable excitement surged within him. He reached out and forcefully pressed the ancient button on the knob machine. Countless orbs of light spun rapidly within the machine, radiating brilliance, and finally, a blazing red orb shot forth. The orb exploded, transforming into a dark red scroll that emanated terrifying waves of magical power. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the profession, SS level Forbidden Spellcaster. Zhou Huai gasped. SS level. He eagerly unfolded his attribute panel. Avatar panel, unnamed. Class, unique hidden profession. SS rank Forbidden Spell Mage. Level, LV1 health, 250,250, mana, 500,500, strength, 52, agility, 55, stamina, 60, spirit, 210, skill list. Passive skill 1, elemental mastery, LV1, passive, effect. Possesses an extraordinary understanding and affinity for the fundamental elements. All elemental damage is increased by 30, and the casting time and mana consumption of all elemental spells are reduced by 30. Passive skill 2, mana spring LV1, passive, effect. Maximum mana capacity increased by 100, mana recovery speed enhanced by 100. Active skill 1, forbidden spell meteor fire rain LV1, effect. Consumes 200 mana points after chanting. Summons 3 massive meteors engulfed in raging flames to strike a designated area violently. Each meteor that lands causes a violent explosion, inflicting 350 spirit fire damage to all enemies in the explosion point and surrounding medium range, with a high probability of leaving behind a burning area on the ground that deals 50 spirit fire damage per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Zhou Huai's heart raced with excitement. These attributes, at merely level 1, they could easily surpass the panels of ordinary practitioners at level 10, especially that staggering spirit score of 210, which was utterly astonishing. If this were to grow, a single forbidden spell could wreak havoc on the world. It could only be described in 2 words: monstrous. Far more so than the S-rank Thunder Swordmaster Yasuo. System prompt: please name your SS rank avatar. Zhou Huai pondered for a moment, envisioning the classic image of a robed wizard. Since he was a mage and so powerful, he decided to name him Gandalf. He had always admired that wise and formidable wizard. System prompt: naming successful. Avatar Gandalf created. System prompt: please shape the appearance of Avatar Gandalf. Zhou Huai reflected. The Gandalf from the movies appeared aged and gray-haired. His avatar, however, had just reached level 1 and could not be made to look like an old man. He decided to base it on his youthful appearance, making him even more handsome. Zhou Huai had a plan in mind and began to meticulously adjust the avatar's appearance. Before long, a tall, handsome young wizard with deep eyes reminiscent of the starry sky and an elegant, yet mysterious aura emerged. Flowing silver-gray hair cascaded loosely, adding an ethereal touch. Perfect. Zhou Huai felt quite satisfied. System prompt: Avatar Gandalf's appearance shaping successful. System prompt: Avatar generation in progress. Please wait. Approximately 2 hours later, a flash of white light illuminated Zhou Huai's bedroom. A young version of Gandalf, clad in simple linen robes yet exuding a remarkable presence, appeared out of thin air. Standing at an impressive height of 1.93 meters, he towered slightly over Yasuo, his posture as straight as a pine tree. Zhou Huai assessed Gandalf. If he were to wield a finely crafted staff, he would resemble a powerful mage even more. With that thought, Zhou Huai promptly issued new instructions to Iyazi, who was diligently working at another secret base. He commanded him to halt his current tasks and prioritize crafting a set of mage robes suitable for level 1 for Gandalf, along with a matching staff. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Uncle Fu rushed in, and upon seeing the tall, extraordinary young man in the room, he was clearly taken aback, momentarily halting in his tracks. "Young master, who is this?" Uncle Fu's voice was tinged with caution. Zhou Huai looked up from his wheelchair and smiled reassuringly at Uncle Fu. "Don't be alarmed, this is also my avatar." Hearing this, Uncle Fu exhaled a long sigh of relief, though his gaze towards Gandalf still brimmed with astonishment. He steadied himself, his expression growing serious as he lowered his voice. "Young master, something has happened. The news in Donghai City is rampant. It is said that Father has issued a bounty on your avatar Yasuo. The reward is as high as 1 million daxia coins." Zhou Huai's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing this. 1 million? To kill a level 10 avatar? His so-called father, Zhou Feng, was indeed willing to spend a fortune. Or perhaps, that woman Lu Yuru wielded considerable influence, prompting Zhou Feng to go to such lengths for her. 1 million for the life of my avatar? How flattering. Zhou Huai replied with a calm tone that betrayed no emotion. It seemed that soon, more reckless individuals would storm into the old city, seeking trouble with Yasuo. His thoughts raced. He should first ascertain the situation on Yasuo's end. With that in mind, Zhou Huai hesitated no longer and closed his eyes, shifting his consciousness to Yasuo, who was far away in the old city. At that moment, Yasuo was still diligently battling under AI control. Upon taking over his body, Zhou Huai swiftly returned to the dilapidated second floor where Jasmine was located. "Boss, you're finally back," Jasmine exclaimed, nearly in tears. We should run. It seems a powerful expert has arrived outside." Before she could finish, a thunderous roar, filled with majesty and an overwhelming presence, suddenly erupted from above. The terrifying might of the dragon descended like a tangible force, causing the entire decrepit building to creak under the strain. Jasmine trembled in fear, her face turning as pale as a sheet, nearly collapsing to the ground. Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, furrowed his brow and quickly approached the window, cautiously peering outside. Above, in the azure sky, a massive dragon, its entire body covered in gleaming silver scales, was unfurling its enormous wings, slowly circling above the old city. The sunlight reflected off its scales, casting a cold yet divine glow. Its molten gold eyes coldly surveyed the silent ruins below. On the wide back of the dragon stood a tall, slender figure, hands clasped behind their back, dressed in a well-tailored black outfit that accentuated their height. The figure stood behind the dragon's head, their face shrouded in a faint veil of energy, making it difficult to discern. Yet, the calmness and indifference they exuded seemed to penetrate the air for hundreds of meters, pressing down on one's heart. Seeing a live dragon for the first time, Zhou Huai was struck by the sheer impact of this dramatic entrance. A bounty of 1 million daxiao coins could attract such a formidable being? The scale of this was truly astounding. Jasmine, what level of practitioner is that? Zhou Huai whispered to the trembling girl beside him. I don't know, Jasmine stuttered, her voice heavy with fear, her teeth chattering. My spirit eagle wouldn't dare go out. It would be spotted by that dragon. She took a deep breath, seemingly summoning all her strength. But a beast master capable of commanding a dragon must be at least an A rank. Their level is likely over 50. 50. Zhou Huai's heart skipped a beat. This was entirely beyond his current comprehension. Just then, from deep within the old city, several equally powerful presences suddenly erupted. Roar. The previously drawn-out corruptor of the ruins, having been lured away by Yasuo, burst forth from the underground parking lot, howling to the sky as green acidic liquid gathered in its mouth. Hiss. In another abandoned building, the enormous head of a burrower emerged, its murky vertical pupils fixated on the silver dragon in the sky. Amidst the piercing cries, the silhouette of the shadowy cheetah emerged atop a towering building, emanating an ominous black mist. Several elite bosses, entrenched in the old city, unusually united under the oppressive might of the dragon, daringly provoked the invader from the skies. In the next instant, dark green acid spears, infused with shadow energy claws and invisible mental shocks, hurtled through the air towards the silver dragon soaring above. Yet, the man clad in black upon the dragon's back remained utterly unmoved. The silver dragon merely flicked its head dismissively. A visible silver shield materialized around it in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. All attacks struck the shield, creating mere ripples, effortlessly dissipated without even causing the shield to tremble. With nonchalance, the silver dragon slowly opened its massive jaws. Taking a deep breath, a blinding platinum light ignited within its chest. Roar. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, an immensely powerful breath of platinum flame surged forth, cascading down like a heavenly river. Wherever the dragon's breath passed, the very fabric of space twisted in its wake. The hardened chitinous armor of the corruptor of the wasteland melted before the dragon's breath, as fragile as paper, disintegrating into vapor in an instant. It did not even have time to emit a cry before its colossal form was reduced to ashes amidst the platinum flames. The dragon's breath swept across, leaving a deep, scorched mark on the earth, obliterating the buildings and ruins in its path. The other arrogant elite bosses, touched by the edges of the dragon's breath, quickly melted away like ignited candles. One strike, merely one strike. The powerful bosses entrenched in the old city were annihilated. The remaining lesser aberrations, terrified by this divine might, let out anguished wails of fear, frantically fleeing from the old city. In an instant, the entire old city seemed to stage a grand escape from the apocalypse. In the sky, that indifferent voice finally resonated, like a divine judgment, clearly reaching every corner. I know you're down there, Yasuo. Come out now, and walk with me. I assure you, I will not kill you. Do not harbor any false hopes. If you do not present yourself willingly, I shall utterly destroy this old city. At that point, your demise will be inevitable. Jasmine collapsed in despair, her legs buckling beneath her as her eyes filled with endless hopelessness. What do we do, boss? This person is too powerful. We stand no chance. We will die? However, Zhou Huai remained remarkably calm. He turned, controlling Yasuo, a faint smile gracing his lips. He is looking for me. Why are you so afraid? Jasmine was momentarily taken aback by his seemingly nonsensical words. Aren't we in this together? We rise and fall as one. She understood that principle well, despite having known them for less than 2 days. Zhou Huai disregarded her confusion and continued. There is not much time left. Now, tell me your address in Donghai City. Jasmine was utterly bewildered. At such a critical moment. Why was the boss asking for her home address? Was he thinking of seeking refuge at her place? But what good would that do? The key issue was that it was impossible to escape from here. Her mind was a whirlwind, yet she instinctively provided an address. 127, Dingxiang Road, Changning District, Donghai City. Zhou Huai nodded, pulling a simple ring from his pocket and tossing it to her. It was the spatial ring he had obtained from that unfortunate Mo Xiao's corpse. Jasmine fumbled to catch it, utterly puzzled. What does this mean, boss? Zhou Huai did not answer, speaking quickly and concisely. Next, listen to me. I will go out to draw him away. Once he leaves, you must immediately escape the old city and return to Donghai City. Wait for me at home. He paused, enunciating each word with exceptional clarity. At that time, I will come to find you. Do you understand? Jasmine nodded, still dazed. But she soon realized. Her eyes filled with worry and confusion. Boss, how do you plan to escape from him? There is a real dragon under his feet. Zhou Huai smiled. That is not something you need to concern yourself with. With that, he leaped from the second-floor window into the cold wind, leaving behind a clear command. Remember, you must wait for me at home. Meanwhile, the silver dragon in the sky had grown impatient. It began unleashing small bursts of dragon breath, demolishing the buildings of the old city. Boom, boom, boom. Abandoned structures collapsed in the platinum flames. Countless aberrations that could not escape were reduced to charred remains beneath the dragon's breath, emitting piercing cries. The entire old city had transformed into a sea of flames. Just then, a figure, bathed in lightning, surged upward from the ruins, landing steadily atop a still-standing building. It was Yasuo. The man in black atop the dragon smiled lightly upon seeing this. You finally decided to show yourself. Zhou Huai smiled back, gazing up at the colossal creature. I did not expect that a mere million could draw forth a powerhouse like you. The man in black shrugged indifferently, his tone laced with languor. There is no choice. Taming beasts is incredibly costly. Raising a dragon is quite expensive. Besides, capturing you is just a matter of convenience. Why not? He paused before continuing. All right, enough small talk. I harbor no intent to kill you. Now, do you plan to surrender willingly, or shall I take action? My only responsibility is to bring you back. As for your grievances with the Zhou family, I have no concern. Yasuo maintained his smile. In that case, I surrender. With that, he genuinely tossed his windbreaker sword onto the ground and raised his hands. The man in black seemed somewhat surprised but nodded in satisfaction. Those who recognize the situation are the true talents. He lightly patted the neck of the dragon beneath him. The silver dragon let out a low hum, slowly folding its wings and beginning to descend towards the rooftop where Yasuo stood. A massive shadow enveloped Yasuo entirely. The fierce wind whipped up dust and sparks. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. Just as the silver dragon was less than 30 meters from the rooftop, its massive head almost within reach, a sudden, terrifying brilliance erupted from Yasuo's eyes, which had seemed to abandon all resistance. Now, thunderbolt rush. His figure instantly morphed into a twisting bolt of lightning, charging forward, not retreating, but advancing towards the colossal dragon. The target was not the dragon, but the composed man in black upon its back, seeking death. The man in black appeared to have anticipated this, letting out a cold snort. The silver dragon reacted even faster, requiring no command from its master. It opened its massive jaws wide. This time, it was not a tentative breath. Instead, it harnessed terrifying energy, capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas, the annihilation dragon breath. Sizzle. Yasuo's figure was completely engulfed in that disproportionately robust platinum beam midair. No screams, no struggles. The lightning extinguished in an instant. That defiant figure, along with all his equipment, disintegrated in the face of that horrifying heat, leaving not a trace of ash. The dragon breath continued unabated, crashing into the building where Yasuo had stood moments before. Boom. The multi-story structure vanished as if erased by an eraser, silently collapsing from the center, creating a vast void, before crashing down and sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. The man in black watched this scene, shaking his head lightly. To refuse to surrender even unto death, what a man. Such a pity. He commanded the silver dragon, circling in the air for a moment before slowly descending onto the ground, which had transformed into a sheet of glass-like surface. He needed to locate Yasuo's body, even if it was merely a charred corpse. He had to bring it back for accountability. However, he searched meticulously for a long time. The ground had been melted by dragon fire and then re-solidified, smooth as a mirror. Not a single trace was found, not even a charred bone or a fragment of equipment. He found nothing. The man in black furrowed his brow, puzzled. Was everything burned to ashes? That shouldn't be the case. While his dragon's breath was indeed powerful, it shouldn't have left no trace at all. After some contemplation, he concluded that the opponent must have been too low in level, too fragile in form. Perhaps they had truly been completely vaporized. Chapter 43, Yasuo. You beast. Molly witnessed that figure being wholly consumed by a column of platinum light, leaving not a shred behind. She curled up in a corner on the second floor, trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. Only when the colossal silver dragon, bearing its master, vanished beyond the horizon did that overwhelming, soul-crushing terror begin to dissipate. At last, Molly exhaled, feeling as if her bones had been extracted, collapsing to the ground. She felt dazed. Was the boss really gone? The man who could always create miracles and guide her through dire straits was simply no more. She looked down at her open palm. A plain, unadorned ring lay quietly in her hand, still warm from his touch. Wait for me to come home. That unquestionable phrase echoed in her ears. But he was dead, truly beyond the realm of life. Did she still need to uphold that promise? Compelled by an inexplicable force, she infused a wisp of feeble magic into the ring. In the next moment, Molly gasped sharply. The space within the ring was small, yet it held items that made her heart race. Stacks of brand new Daxia currency, roughly estimated to be worth at least 200,000. Scattered nearby were several pieces of equipment shimmering with faint light, along with a pile of rare beast materials, some of which she couldn't fully identify. But all exuded an air of considerable value. This money had been scavenged by the boss from the deceased members of the Radiant Alliance, adding to the value of the spatial ring itself, which was worth 70 to 80,000. This fortune was sufficient for her to purchase a decent home in any second-tier city, allowing her to live comfortably for the rest of her life. A thought, like wild grass, rapidly took root in her mind. The boss was dead. Didn't that mean all these possessions were now hers? As long as she took this money and quietly left Donghai City, who would know? Who could find her? In that moment, Molly found herself in a fierce internal struggle. Her breath quickened, her gaze flickering uncertainly. In the bedroom, Zhou Huai suddenly opened his eyes, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. It was his first encounter with death. The sensation was akin to having experienced an extraordinarily vivid nightmare. The searing pain of being instantaneously disintegrated by the terrifying dragon's breath still lingered in every nerve ending. That dragon was too fearsome. Zhou Huai had not anticipated that such a top-tier powerhouse could be concealed within the small Donghai city. However, orchestrating a suicide attack using Yasuo was a result of his careful deliberation. As long as Yasuo remained alive, the situation would remain unresolved. With a bounty of 1 million hanging over his head, subsequent troubles would only continue to arise. Dying now would allow him to shed his skin like a cicada, temporarily disappearing from the sights of the Zhou family and Lu Yuru. After all, in 24 hours, Yasuo would rise again. This was the perfect opportunity to expedite the crafting of the equipment necessary for Yasuo and Gandalf with Oyezi. He also needed to have Uncle Fu arrange for a new identity card for Gandalf. All of this required time. As for Molly, Zhou Huai's expression deepened. The ring was indeed a spur-of-the-moment gift. It served not only as a comfort, but also as a test. He wanted to see how this seemingly timid girl, yet one who possessed her own convictions, would choose when faced with the double impact of immense profit and his own demise. To establish his own influence in the future, he required not only powerful avatars, but also an absolutely reliable and trustworthy foundation. Before long, at the Zhou family estate, a member of the Radiant Alliance rushed in to report the news of Yasuo's demise. In the study, Zhou Feng listened with a furrowed brow. You say there are no remains? Not even a trace of ash? The member lowered his head respectfully. Yes, Chairman. The esteemed individual stated that the opponent was likely vaporized directly by the dragon's breath. A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhou Feng's eyes. One must see the living or the dead. Without a body, he felt an unsettling lack of assurance. Yet, upon hearing the name of the prominent figure who had acted, all doubts vanished in an instant. If it was that individual who struck, it would be no surprise if they could vaporize a person or raze the entire old city district. Understood. Zhou Feng waved his hand, his voice tinged with weariness. Go to the accounts office and transfer the full bounty of 1 million to that esteemed individual's account. Yes. The member accepted the order and departed. Zhou Feng leaned back in his chair, letting out a heavy sigh. That night, the Radiant Alliance lost nearly 50 capable individuals and incurred a loss of 1 million. Truly, a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Lu Yuru, that madwoman, would finally have a moment of peace. He picked up the communicator on the table and dialed Lu Yuru's number. Soon, this news reached Lu Qi's ears. Dead. Huh, he is finally dead. Lu Qi lay in bed, and upon hearing this news, the gloom that had oppressed him for days lifted, rejuvenating his spirit. This was the consequence of offending Lu Qi. The man named Yasuo had nearly become his mental demon. Despite the therapist's repeated assurances that his body had healed completely, leaving no aftereffects, he still felt a vague pain in a certain area every time he went to the restroom, a sense of unease gnawing at him. The therapist reassured him that this was all psychological, but Lu Qi was unconvinced. He had to verify it personally. That very night, Lu Qi donned a flashy designer outfit. Driving his ostentatious sports car straight to Donghai City's most upscale nightclub, the Golden Splendor. No one knew what transpired in that luxurious presidential suite. All that was known was that he had summoned 5 women of varying beauty and charm. The first one entered and emerged in under 5 minutes, her face displaying a peculiar expression. The second one went in and returned in 3 minutes, her eyes filled with disdain. The third, fourth, and fifth followed suit. Ultimately, when the 5th woman stormed out with a face of disgust, the suite echoed with Lu Qi's frenzied howls and the sounds of destruction. Yasuo, you beast. You ruined me. You've utterly destroyed me. When the nightclub manager and security rushed in, all they found was utter chaos and a seemingly deranged Lu Qi, clutching a bottle, weeping inconsolably. Chapter 44, Starmoon Ensemble. That night, Zhou Huai's phone screen lit up, vibrating softly. It was a message from Yishi. Brother Zhou Huai, I heard about the one named Yasuo. Is it true? Between the lines, there was a cautious probing and an undercurrent of anxiety. Zhou Huai tapped his fingertips, replying yes. He is dead. The moment the message was sent, Yishi called directly, her voice tinged with evident tears and guilt. I'm so sorry, Brother Zhou Huai. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have tangled with Lu Qi, and he wouldn't. It's not your fault. Zhou Huai's voice was gentle and tranquil, imbued with a soothing power. This is my decision. It concerns you not. You needn't ponder or act upon it. On the other end of the line, Yishi was sobbing, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. But, Zhou Huai interrupted, Sheer, listen to me. This matter ends here. Never again mention the name Yasuo in front of anyone. Be sure to delete all the messages you sent me, as well as our call records. I will remember. Yishi nodded emphatically, her voice still thick with nasal tones. After a moment of silence, she added softly, Brother Zhou Huai, I may not be able to see you for a while. My father said that the National Unified Examination is approaching, and he has arranged for a special training team for me, insisting that I focus on my studies. Zhou Huai chuckled lightly. That's wonderful news. The examination is important. Put forth your best effort. Once you achieve excellent scores, I shall prepare a grand surprise for you. Really? A hint of excitement crept into the young girl's voice. Of course. After hanging up, Zhou Huai deleted all related records. Leaning back in his wheelchair, he gazed out at the night sky, his expression serene. Meanwhile, within the Forging Guild of Tianhai City, the office of Supervisor Shinxiu was ablaze with light. He held a ring in both hands, his palms trembling slightly. His face a mixture of shock, elation, and disbelief. Is this truly the creation of today? Shinxiu's voice wavered. Opposite him stood Lin Wei, nodding vigorously, her youthful face radiant with excitement. Absolutely. Supervisor. Master Oyezi has been focused solely on forging the ring these past few days, only resting intermittently. Just now, he entrusted this ring to me. Shinxiu inhaled deeply, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. An epic-grade piece of equipment. Although merely a level 10 ring, its significance is extraordinary. This means our forging guild has birthed a master capable of crafting epic-grade gear. It was well known that the forging world in Donghai City had long been overshadowed by the numerous adventurer guilds and powerful families that monopolized skilled forgers. Though the guild was an official organization, it appeared feeble due to its inability to retain top talent. Many gifted smiths were lured away by affluent families, becoming their exclusive artisans. This had led to a dearth of high-end equipment from the guild, diminishing its influence within the community. Now, everything had changed. Oyezi. He is still so young. His future is boundless. Quick, come with me to see the president. Shinxiu could no longer contain his enthusiasm, carefully stowing the ring and dragging Lin Wei towards the president's office. President Gu Yin soon arrived upon hearing the news. As he received the ring emanating a purple glow from Shinxiu, a spark of fierce brilliance ignited in his weathered eyes. Good. Excellent. Gu Yin exclaimed, stroking the ring, his voice resonant with vigor. I have been holding this breath for far too long. He lifted the ring high towards the light, as if admiring a priceless work of art. Shinxiu. Yes, President. Immediately arrange for this ring to be sent to our guild's auction house. Gu Yan's eyes gleamed with astuteness. We shall publicly auction it. The grander the spectacle, the better. I want everyone in Donghai City to know that our forging guild is not devoid of talent. We have returned. Zhou Huai was unaware of the guild's high-level decisions. At this moment, he was controlling Oyezi, meticulously selecting new equipment blueprints in the guild's second-floor draft repository. Yasuo would revive in 24 hours. And Gandalf had already been generated. It was time to prepare new gear for them. His gaze soon settled on a set of level 15 purple rare equipment blueprints. Wild set, rare. This ensemble was tailor-made for Yasuo. The set effect not only increased agility by 50, but also featured an active skill, Feral Charge. Upon activation, it boosts attack speed and movement speed by 100 each, while increasing critical hit rate by 30, lasting for 10 seconds. The cost is 100 mana points, along with a loss of 100 health points per second during the effect. An exceptionally powerful burst skill. As for the health loss drawback, Zhou Huai was unconcerned. As long as he could inscribe several lifesteal attributes onto the equipment with spirit infusion, this issue would be effortlessly resolved. Having prepared Yasuo's equipment, it was time to focus on Gandalf. As an SS-grade forbidden sorcerer, Zhou Huai dismissed ordinary sets as beneath him. After a considerable search, his gaze finally landed on an epic-grade blueprint exuding a faint purple glow. Starlight set, hat. Required level, LV 15. Set effect, inactive. 25. Increases magic recovery speed by 50. 35. Reduces skill cooldown time by 30. 55. Activates the active skill, Arcane Duplication. Arcane Duplication. Consuming 500 mana points. It allows the user to ignore cooldown times and instantly cast the same skill twice. Zhou Huai's breath quickened slightly. The effects of this set were simply extraordinary. Particularly, Arcane Duplication. If combined with Gandalf's forbidden spell, Meteor Ring, the visual spectacle was unimaginable. However, the Starlight set consisted of 5 pieces: hat, gloves, pants, robe, and boots. Yet, in the current repository, there was only a blueprint for the hat available. Zhou Huai promptly summoned his assistant Lin Wei. Master Oyezi. Lin Wei stood respectfully to the side. Oyezi pointed to the Starlight blueprint and, in his characteristic succinct style, inquired, "Is this the only one?" Lin Wei instantly grasped his meaning, a hint of apology gracing her features. "Yes, master. Currently, our guild has indeed only acquired this single hat blueprint." She paused to explain. This, Starlight said, blueprint is exclusively found in one location, the Shadow Marsh Cavern. Moreover, it can only be dropped by the final boss on disaster difficulty. With a very low probability, our guild has organized several explorations, expending immense resources to obtain this one. The Shadow Marsh Cavern, Zhou Huai mused, realizing that he had already pinpointed his next leveling destination. Understood. Oyezi nodded, handing the wild set blueprint to Lin Wei. Prepare the materials. I intend to forge this set. Lin Wei accepted the blueprint, examining the list of materials with a pained expression. Master, most of these materials are available in the guild's warehouse. However, the Storm Griffin's Feather and Raging Lizard's Reverse Scale are both exceedingly rare level 15 elite materials. The guild currently lacks inventory and will require some time to procure them from the market. It may take a while. You can return to rest for now. I will notify you as soon as the materials arrive. Oyezi calmly nodded. Zhou Huai then maneuvered him to leave the guild and return to his upscale apartment. With all arrangements in place, Zhou Huai's consciousness finally withdrew from the avatar, returning to his true self. He needed a good rest to rejuvenate for the upcoming endeavors. Chapter 45. I will bring her back. As the cooldown for the doppelganger Yasuo concluded, a tall figure materialized seemingly out of thin air. At first, his eyes appeared somewhat vacant, but as Zhou Huai's consciousness fully immersed into him, they instantly regained their luster. The equipment wasn't T-ready yet. It was unwise to venture out of the city at this moment, Zhou Huai contemplated. He summoned Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, please procure a fitting long coat for him and prepare a pair of scissors. Uncle Fu moved swiftly, soon returning with the items. Zhou Huai guided Yasuo to pick up the scissors and, facing the mirror, snipped away at the iconic unruly long hair, transforming it into a neat short style. Donning a dark long coat, along with a hood and mask that concealed all but his piercing eyes, the flamboyant aura of the swordsman was perfectly subdued, replaced by an air of urban mystery and coldness. Excellent, Zhou Huai mused, surveying Yasuo's new appearance. The uproar concerning Yasuo's bounty had just begun to settle. He preferred not to be recognized so soon. Having completed his preparations, Zhou Huai fully immersed his consciousness into Yasuo and steered him out of the courtyard's gate. He intended to investigate the address mentioned by Jasmine. Would that timid yet somewhat clever woman obediently return home to await him? Or had she already absconded with that spatial ring? Dingxiang Road, Number 127. Inside a dilapidated residential building, Jasmine pushed open the door. She had returned, not due to some ethereal promise, but because she had no choice but to come back. The dimly lit room was infused with a faint medicinal scent. "Sister, I'm back." Jasmine's voice carried a hint of exhaustion. On the bed in the inner room lay a young woman, her face haggard. Upon hearing the voice, she strained to turn her neck, a glimmer of joy illuminating her features. "Jasmine, you're finally back. It's such a relief to see you safe. What has been happening these past few days?" The Bloody Guild has come several times, inquiring about your whereabouts. At the mention of the Bloody Guild, Jasmine's complexion drained of color. It seemed they truly had no intention of letting her go. "Sister, this is not the time for that." Jasmine hastened to the bedside, her eyes filled with urgency. "You must come with me at once." The woman on the bed, Jasmine's sister, Yaoyu, wore a bitter expression. "Go. In my current state. Where can I accompany you? Just tell me what happened." Jasmine's lips quivered as she hesitated momentarily before finally whispering, "Emo Xiao from the Bloody Guild. He was killed. They suspect that I am associated with the one who murdered him." Upon hearing this news, Yaoyu's face drained of color. She understood all too well the means of the Bloody Guild's leader and the gravity of the situation. "Then you must leave quickly." Yaoyu's voice became urgent. "Hurry. Don't worry about me. I'm already a lost cause. They won't do anything to me." "No." Jasmine stubbornly shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "You are my sister. We promised to never be apart." She reached out, attempting to grasp her sister's hand, only to find it limply hanging at her side, immobile. Just as the sisters were locked in their dispute, a heavy thud echoed from the hallway, growing closer, suggesting at least 3 or 4 men were approaching. Jasmine's heart tightened, and she cautiously glanced toward the door. "Who is it?" No answer came. The next moment, crash. The frail wooden door was violently kicked open, splintering into pieces. 3 burly men, their faces adorned with brutish features, blocked the entrance, the leader wearing a sinister grin. "Jasmine, you truly couldn't bear to leave your paralyzed sister behind. You've returned, indeed. The Bloody Guild has treated you well, and Emo Xiao valued you highly, keeping you close by his side. How dare you betray him?" Jasmine trembled, instinctively positioning herself before her sister, her face ashen. She realized that any explanation at this juncture was futile. "I can go with you." She inhaled deeply, her voice trembling. "But you must not harm my sister." The leader scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Yaoyu on the bed. "Don't worry, I have no interest in the paralyzed. Otherwise, we would have acted long ago. Wouldn't we?" Despair washed over Jasmine like a tidal wave, drowning her completely. She turned away, her back to the men, and stealthily placed the spatial ring into her sister's hand. Leaning close to Yaoyu's ear, she whispered urgently, "Sister, keep this ring safe. If someone comes looking for me, give it to them and let them rescue me. If that person doesn't come, take this ring and live your life well." Upon finishing, a bittersweet smile graced Jasmine's face. How foolish were her words. That person was already dead beneath the dragon's breath. How could they possibly come to save her? It was but a final illusion. "No, Jasmine, don't." Yaoyu cried out, her voice breaking, veins bulging in her neck. Yet her body remained immobile. She could only watch helplessly as the men roughly dragged Jasmine away, like cattle being led to slaughter. The door slammed shut behind them. Inside, only her helpless and desolate wails remained. Time passed, and as the cries gradually turned hoarse, footsteps echoed once more at the entrance. A figure clad in a long coat, hood, and mask stepped inside. He surveyed the surroundings, ultimately resting his gaze upon the tear-stained woman on the bed, his brow slightly furrowing. "Is this Jasmine's home?" he inquired, his voice calm and steady. Yaoyu, gazing at the mysterious man before her, suddenly recalled her sister's words just before she left. In that instant, it felt as if a drowning person had grasped onto a final lifeline. The flame of hope rekindled in her lifeless eyes. The ring. The ring is on the bed. She strained with all her might to gesture towards its location. Zhou Huai then noticed that this woman was also paralyzed, and her condition seemed even more dire than his own. While he was merely half paralyzed, she appeared unable to move anything below her neck. Without uttering another word, he approached, retrieving the ring from the disheveled bedding. Indeed, it was the very ring he had given to Jasmine. "Where is Jasmine?" Zhou Huai inquired again. "Please, save her." The woman implored, her voice choked with tears. "She has been taken by the Bloody Guild." Zhou Huai nodded in understanding, without a single superfluous word, pocketing the ring and turning to leave. "I will bring her back." His simple statement eased Yaoyu's tension somewhat. She could sense the confidence in his words, as if he would undoubtedly fulfill his promise, even against an entire guild of adventurers. Chapter 46. I heard someone was looking for me, so I came. In the lavishly decorated office of the Bloody Guild's headquarters, smoke swirled through the air. Mo Tianxiong extinguished his cigar forcefully in the ashtray, his eyes bloodshot. With a loud bang, he slammed his fist onto the heavy wooden desk, causing the documents atop it to flutter. Useless. All of you are utterly useless. These past few days had aged him a decade. He had not only lost dozens of brothers from the guild, but also his capable subordinates, the Zhao brothers, who had been painstakingly nurtured. Most critically, his son Mo Xiao had been slain. For the Bloody Guild, this was akin to losing a limb. A devastating blow to their strength. What infuriated him further was that he hadn't even caught a glimpse of the culprit. He had certainly seen the 1 million reward from the Radiant Alliance. The swordsman named Yasuo was most likely the one who had killed his son. But what of it? The Radiant Alliance dispatched numerous members, only to suffer significant losses in the old district, returning in disarray. With the current manpower of his bloodthirsty guild, charging in would be tantamount to a senseless demise. The feeling of helplessness gripped him like an invisible hand around his throat, driving him to the brink of madness. Little did he know, the man he loathed to the core, Yasuo, had already been obliterated by a mysterious powerhouse who descended from the skies just yesterday. To prevent unnecessary complications, the Zhou family chose to keep this information under wraps. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. What is it? Mo Tianxiong's voice brimmed with impatience. Outside, a subordinate's voice, filled with reverence and a hint of excitement, responded, President, we have captured Mo Li. A glimmer of ferocity flickered across Mo Tianxiong's cold eyes. Bring her in. Soon, two subordinates roughly shoved Mo Li into the room. Here she is, President. Mo Tianxiong lifted his gaze, his murderous intent unabashed. He rose and strode toward Mo Li. Without uttering a word, he swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap. The crisp sound reverberated throughout the office. Mo Li stumbled, blood immediately oozing from the corner of her mouth, her cheeks swelling at a visible pace. My son cherishes you so dearly, keeping you by his side at all times. How dare you betray him? Betray the guild. Mo Tianxiong's voice was as frigid as ice, each word laced with palpable malice. Mo Li shook her dizzy head and raised her gaze. She understood that her death was inevitable today. If death was unavoidable, what use was begging for mercy? She spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, her eyes devoid of the usual timidity, igniting instead with a fierce flame of defiance. Cherish me. Mo Li laughed, her laughter haunting. Mo Tianxiong, stop deluding yourself. You know exactly what sort of person your son is. If my profession weren't of any use to him, he wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. I would have long been nothing more than his plaything. She straightened her back, tears inescapably mingling with her blood, creating a striking sight. I am merely a support class practitioner. To you, I am but a tool. Who truly cares about my feelings? Who will concern themselves with my life or death? I merely wish to survive. Is that a crime? Each question pierced the suffocating air of the office like a blade. Mo Tianxiong was momentarily taken aback, surprised. The Mo Li he remembered, always compliant and docile, now dared to speak to him this way. It was as if she had transformed overnight. He narrowed his eyes, reassessing the girl before him, his tone softening slightly. If you wish to live, I can offer you a chance. Mo Tianxiong resumed his seat, fingers interlaced, his gaze flickering. That Yasuo character might let you return to the city, as he presumably trusts you. As long as you can lure him out of the old district and deliver him to me, I will consider granting you a path to survival. His scheme was audacious. If he could capture Yasuo before anyone else, not only would he claim the 100,000 bounty from the Radiant Alliance, but he could also forge a connection with the Zhou family. Perhaps this was indeed the opportunity for his bloodthirsty guild to soar. As Mo Li listened to his words, a cold laugh bubbled up within her. This old fox still believed Yasuo was alive. Did he truly think he could use her to draw out a corpse? Absurd. Even if Yasuo were alive and she complied, with Mo Tianxiong's ruthless nature, once the deed was done, she would undoubtedly be silenced. You still wish to use me? Mo Li's smile dripped with scorn. Mo Tianxiong, keep dreaming. She suddenly felt a surge of satisfaction at the thought of unsettling this man before her demise. Let me tell you the truth. Yasuo has long escaped the old district. He could be living freely anywhere now. Cling to your hatred and let it consume you slowly. You will never capture him. The muscles in Mo Tianxiong's face twitched violently, veins bulging on his forehead. You seek death. He lunged forward, delivering two heavier slaps. Slap, slap. Mo Li's vision blurred, nearly losing consciousness, barely held up by her two subordinates. You filthy whore. You ungrateful wretch. I show you mercy, and you throw it back in my face. Mo Tianxiong was nearly rabid, seizing Mo Li by the hair, his face contorted with rage. If you wish to die so badly, I shall grant your wish. Not only will I ensure your demise, but I will also send your paralyzed sister to accompany you. Just as he was about to give the order to act, there came a series of knocks at the office door. Mo Tianxiong froze momentarily, then impatiently barked, "Who?" Outside, a calm yet weary voice responded, "I heard someone was looking for me, so I came." The voice, though soft, resonated in Mo Li's mind like thunder, causing her to widen her eyes in disbelief. This voice belonged to the boss. How could it be? Was he not supposed to have perished beneath the dragon's breath? Mo Tianxiong's expression mirrored her disbelief. This was the core of the bloodthirsty guild, heavily guarded. How could someone approach his office unnoticed without any of his subordinates reporting it? He shot a glance at one of his subordinates. The subordinate understood immediately, cautiously moving to the door and flinging it open. Standing there was a man clad in a dark long coat, his hood pulled low, obscuring his face. With only a pair of sharp, cold eyes visible, eyes that seemed capable of piercing through one's soul. Upon recognizing those eyes, Mo Li's body trembled uncontrollably. It was indeed her boss. Despite his changed attire and hairstyle, she would never mistake those eyes. Mo Tianxiong furrowed his brow, staring intently at the newcomer. His voice dark and foreboding. "Who are you? How did you get in? Why did none of my men report your arrival?" The newcomer did not answer, but merely shifted slightly to the side, allowing Mo Li to glimpse the scene outside. His voice remained devoid of emotion. "Your subordinates? Aren't they all lying there?" Following the direction of the stranger's gaze, Mo Tianxiong's pupils constricted violently. What was he seeing? In the corridor of the guild, his prideful elite members lay scattered like ragged sacks, each with a fine line of blood marking their necks. A single strike, and they were dead. How could this be possible? Chapter 47. I promised I would make you wait, and I will indeed arrive. Mo Tianxiong's face contorted in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before him. Although most of the guild's main forces had exited the city to level up, those that remained were all above level 20. How could they have been silently dispatched by this man without a single alarm being raised? Mo Tianxiong's teeth ground together, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. He glared at the hooded figure, his voice strained. "Who are you?" The newcomer chuckled lightly, the sound jarring in the silence of the office. "Weren't you looking for me? Why is it that now I stand before you, and you cannot recognize me?" This rhetorical question caused Mo Tianxiong's pupils to constrict. His eyes widened, filled with incredulity and horror. "Why, you are that Yasuo? Impossible. How could you be here?" He had just been contemplating how to lure this cowardly turtle out of the old city when, to his astonishment, the opponent delivered himself right to his doorstep, appearing at his stronghold. After a brief moment of shock, an overwhelming fury surged within him. Mo Tianxiong's rage twisted his expression into a grotesque mask. "Very well. You chose not to tread the path to heaven, yet you brazenly barged into hell. This is fortuitous. Today, I shall avenge my son." He seized a massive axe, barbed and menacing, from the wall, and his battle spirit erupted. "Charge! Slay him!" At his command, two subordinates who had been poised for action, along with a bouncer who had just reacted, formed a triangle and roared as they lunged at Yasuo. Three distinct flashes of professional prowess ignited, blades, arrows, curses, instantly sealing off all avenues of escape for Yasuo. Jasmine's heart raced to her throat. Yet, in the face of this lethal assault, the man merely raised his hand calmly, slowly drawing forth his sword, the blade of the wind. "Too slow." The chilling words echoed. In the next instant, his figure transformed into a twisting bolt of lightning. Lightning flash. With a swift thrust, the foremost warrior wielding a battle knife froze mid-motion. A slender line of blood appeared at his throat, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. He hadn't even glimpsed how the attack had unfolded. The lightning continued unabated, bending at an uncanny angle, swiftly closing in on the archer behind. The archer's astonishment had yet to fully bloom when a hand had already seized his throat. Crack! A crisp sound of bones fracturing resonated. The third curse caster let out a terrified scream, turning to flee, but a bolt of lightning had already pursued him. The icy blade pierced through his back, bursting forth with a torrent of hot blood. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. 3 elite professionals, all above level 20, had perished without even grazing the hem of Yasuo's garment. In the office, only Mo Tianxiong's heavy breathing remained. The fury on his face had been replaced by sheer dread. The strength of this man before him was far more terrifying than the intelligence had suggested. Just as Mo Tianxiong uttered a word, Yasuo's form surged forward once more. No words, no pauses, only slaughter. "Damn it!" Mo Tianxiong roared, turning to deliver a sweeping strike. Bloody whirlwind. The massive axe howled as it tore through the air, conjuring a gust of foul wind that sealed off Yasuo's escape. Yet, Yasuo did not retreat. He advanced instead. The black iron sword in his hand thrust upward, its tip precisely striking the whirling axe blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening. A ferocious force surged along the blade, causing Yasuo to slide back several meters before barely regaining his footing. Truly, a level 35 warrior possessed astonishing strength. With his strike landing, Mo Tianxiong's momentum soared. The massive axe swung with tremendous force, each move a potent assault, stirring up a gale that made it hard to breathe. In an instant, the office was a flurry of axe shadows and glinting blades. Zhou Huai maneuvered Yasuo, maximizing the agility advantage of an S-Class profession. His figure darted like a specter amidst the violent axe shadows, each dodge perilously close, each strike sharp and lethal, targeting Mo Tianxiong's vulnerabilities. Mo Tianxiong grew increasingly alarmed. This kid's speed is too swift. Each axe he swung seemed calculated with precision. Yet Yasuo dodged by the narrowest of margins. Conversely, the strikes from his sword came from angles that defied belief. The electric power coursing through the blade incessantly eroding Mo Tianxiong's body, leaving him numb and sluggish. Mo Tianxiong was utterly driven mad, his eyes bloodshot, abandoning all defense to channel his full strength into the massive axe. Desperate cleave, he leaped high, both hands gripping the axe, pouring every ounce of his might into a downward strike aimed at Yasuo. This blow encapsulated all his power and fury, intent on cleaving the man before him in two. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering strike, Yasuo did not flinch. He stood calmly, allowing the blood-red axe to loom larger in his gaze. Just as the axe was about to descend upon him, a blinding flash erupted from within Yasuo. A grotesque armor forged from pure thunder surged over his body instantaneously. Thunder armor. Boom. The axe slammed into the thunder armor, producing a thunderous roar. The violent shockwave sent all the furniture in the office flying, shredding it to pieces. Mo Tianxiong felt as if his axe had struck an ancient iron mountain, a terrifying backlash reverberating through him, splitting his palm and causing blood to flow freely. Even more horrifying was the surge of powerful electricity racing up the axe handle into his body, making him convulse violently and fall into a brief state of paralysis. Yasuo withstood the blow, losing a fraction of his health, but his gaze grew increasingly frigid. He moved. Seizing the moment Mo Tianxiong was incapacitated, Yasuo's sword transformed into a flurry of swift lightning, raining down upon Mo Tianxiong. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The armor on Mo Tianxiong was easily torn apart. Blood splattering. The excruciating pain jolted him from his paralysis, and as he attempted to retreat, he found his body still rigid. Just then, the duration of Yasuo's thunder armor expired. The armor dissipated instantly, erupting into a more ferocious thunder explosion that struck Mo Tianxiong squarely in the chest. Thud! Mo Tianxiong felt as if struck by lightning, violently spewing forth a mouthful of blood. His body plunged back into a 1-second paralysis. The outcome was clear. Yasuo's figure appeared before him as if teleporting. A cold beam of sword light cleaved through Mo Tianxiong's despairing gaze. Blood gushed from him incessantly. No. Despair and terror finally flickered in Mo Tianxiong's eyes. He wished to plead for mercy, but found himself only able to emit raspy sounds from his throat. At that instant, Yasuo delivered the final blow. Thunderclap slash. Mo Tianxiong's body, already on the brink, could no longer withstand the assault. He collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, his body charred and devoid of life. The battle concluded. Yasuo sheathed his sword calmly. At that moment, Jasmine curled up on the ground, though her entire body ached. A smile crept across her lips. Is this a dream? It felt as though her boss had come to save her. He had even slain Mo Tianxiong. Just then, she sensed someone approaching her side. They lifted her onto their back, just like before. Feeling the solid breadth of their shoulders, she could no longer contain her tears, streaming down her face. Boss, is it really you? Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, quietly affirmed with a calm and resolute tone. I promised I would come for you. And I always keep my word. Chapter 48. Clues about the curse. It wasn't until a gust of cold wind blew through that Jasmine felt herself breaking free from a surreal nightmare. She lay on a broad, sturdy back, the street scenes whirling by in a blur. Everything felt hazy. Is it really you, boss? Her voice was soft, laced with an overwhelming sense of unreality. Didn't that dragon kill you? She had witnessed with her own eyes how the dragon's breath, capable of melting steel, had completely engulfed that figure. Yet now, he stood right before her, unharmed. Not a single scratch marred his body. Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, moved forward without a moment's hesitation, his voice drifting calmly on the wind. I have my ways. You need not inquire further. Jasmine obediently sealed her lips. Yet the tears that had long accumulated in her eyes could no longer be restrained, silently cascading down and soaking the man's collar. Before stepping through the door of the bloody guild, she had never imagined she would emerge alive, let alone hope for someone to rescue her. In this frigid world, apart from her sister, who was her only companion, there would be no one else to care about her existence. But he had come. The man before her was like a beam of light slicing through the endless night, unyielding, domineering, and irrationally pulling her back from the depths of despair. Boss, why are you so kind? I thought I was doomed, she sobbed. Listening to the girl's choked voice, Zhou Huai maintained his placid tone. Do not weep. Did I not say? I am your boss, and it is my duty to protect you. Before long, the two returned to the dilapidated residential building on Lilac Road. When Meiyu saw her sister being carried back by Yasuo, her lifeless eyes suddenly erupted with incredulous light, which swiftly transformed into torrents of tears. Jasmine, you're back. You're safe. Jasmine alighted from Yasuo's back and rushed to the bedside, gripping her sister's frail hand tightly, stifling her tears to offer comfort. Sister, I am fine. I am well. Meiyu wept with joy, her gaze turning to the silent man at the door, her voice filled with utmost gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for saving my sister. Zhou Huai waved his hand dismissively, signaling her not to mention it. His gaze lingered on Meiyu's haggard face, a faint sense of familiarity causing his brow to furrow imperceptibly. In the next moment, he stepped forward abruptly. Under the astonished gaze of the sisters, he swept aside the thin blanket covering Meiyu. Instantly, his hand rested upon Meiyu's delicate wrist. It was a mere moment of contact. Yet Zhou Huai's expression abruptly tightened. Indeed, it was this sensation, chilling, deathly, akin to a parasitic curse. This woman before him was afflicted by the same curse. The sudden action startled both sisters. Jasmine cautiously asked, Boss, what's wrong? Zhou Huai released his grip, offering no answer, but instead focused on Jasmine with an unprecedented seriousness. What caused your sister's current condition? Upon hearing this, Jasmine's initial worry was instantly replaced by a tide of rage, her teeth clenched. Isn't it because of the Zhou family? The Zhou family? Zhou Huai's heart jolted. So Meiyu had connections to the Zhou family? At that moment, Meiyu gently sighed and began to explain. Her voice was weak, yet distinctly audible. A few years ago, I was a servant of the Zhou family, specifically tasked with attending to the third madam. Later, the third madam fell victim to a dreadful attack, and several of us servants were caught in the turmoil. In the end, only I and the young master survived. Since then, my body has been immobile, and the Zhou family cast me out. Zhou Huai's understanding deepened. She was once a maid to his mother. He rummaged through the dim recesses of the original owner's memories, and indeed, there appeared to be a figure who quietly busied herself by his mother's side. Yet the present Jasmine was far more frail and emaciated than he remembered, almost unrecognizable. No wonder he had failed to identify her at first. The original owner's recollection of that attack was fragmented, filled with chaos and fear. Perhaps from this survivor, he might uncover some clues regarding the curse. Do you remember what transpired back then? Yasuo's question caught Meiyu off guard, and Jasmine was equally intrigued. Boss, why do you ask this? Zhou Huai replied without a flicker of emotion. I merely wish to understand the situation. Perhaps we can find a way to lift your sister's curse. Upon hearing this, a bitter smile of despair crossed Meiyu's face. Lift the curse? Even the esteemed young master of the Zhou family, despite consulting renowned physicians, was at a loss. How could I dare to be hopeful? She fell silent for a moment, seemingly recalling the traumatic past. This is something I should not disclose to outsiders. But since you are Jasmine's savior, it is permissible. That day was the Zhou family patriarch's birthday banquet. After the festivities concluded, the third madam, the young master, and several of us servants were traveling back to the third madam's villa. On the way, we were ambushed. Her voice began to tremble as she recalled that horrific moment. Everything happened too swiftly. I only remember countless attacks coming from all directions, and the carriage was instantly torn apart. I was rendered unconscious. Just before I lost consciousness, I seemed to see the third master, Zhou Feng, coming to our rescue. I vaguely recall him shouting at the assailants, asking if they were sent by the Sun family. The mention of the Sun family struck Zhou Huai like thunder, resonating in his mind. The foremost family in Donghai City, the Sun family. Could it be that the attack targeting his mother and him was somehow linked to the Sun family? And then, Zhou Huai pressed. Meiyu shook her head, her face filled with sorrow. And then, I know nothing. When I awoke again, everything was over. The madam was dead, the young master paralyzed. Although I had survived, it felt as though I had died. The Zhou family gave me a sum of money and sent me away for these years. If it weren't for Jasmine's care, I might have perished long ago. Zhou Huai nodded in understanding. Regardless of whether this lead was truthful, at the very least, he now had a direction for his investigation. He turned to the sisters. You cannot stay here any longer. The remnants of the Bloody Guild might come looking for trouble. I will arrange a new place for you. Fortunately, the apartment he had previously rented through Uncle Fu was plentiful. Any one of them would suffice to provide shelter for the two sisters who were without support. Soon, after settling the sisters into their new abode, Zhou Huai instructed Jasmine. For the next few days, you should rest well and take care of your sister. In due course, I will entrust you with an important task. Jasmine immediately straightened her back and nodded vigorously, not inquiring further. Boss, you can rely on me. Watching Yasuo's figure disappear at the door, Mayu turned to her sister and softly asked, Jasmine, who exactly is your boss? Jasmine shook her head. I do not know, but in her eyes, there was already an almost blind admiration and trust. In any case, he is an incredibly formidable person. Meanwhile, Yasuo exited the apartment building, merging into the bustling cityscape. He did not pause for a moment, heading straight towards a specific destination, the Blacksmith Guild of Donghai City. His equipment, crafted by Uyuizi, was now complete. Chapter 49. The terrifying forbidden spell mage outside the top-tier forging room of the Blacksmith Guild, Yasuo's figure appeared silently. The heavy stone door slowly opened, and a wave of scorching air tinged with the scent of metal rushed towards him. Uyuizi wasted no time, directly placing the finished equipment into a spatial ring, then handed the ring to Yasuo. Without a word, Yasuo turned and walked away, his figure quickly vanishing at the end of the corridor. The two had not exchanged a single word, leaving Lin Wei beside them utterly bewildered. She cautiously inquired of Uyazi, Master Uyazi, who was that just now? Uyazi replied succinctly, a friend. Please deduct the material costs directly from my funds. Thank you for your efforts. Kindly escort me back. He did not genuinely seek rest, but rather, under Zhou Huai's arrangement, he quietly utilized the skills of Divine Craftsman's Enlightenment and Spirit-Quenching Touch within the apartment to enhance his proficiency. Particularly, the skill Divine Craftsman's Enlightenment, although it could currently only elevate items to rare quality, seemed somewhat redundant for Uyazi. However, it held the potential to eventually create legendary-grade equipment, at which point it would truly be a divine skill. In Donghai City, at the North City Gate, Yasuo, clad in a dark long coat, stood quietly against the city wall. Moments later, a tall figure approached from afar, Zhou Huai's third avatar, the SS-level forbidden spell mage Gandalf. The two united, preparing to exit the city. As the guards at the city gate conducted their routine checks, surprise flickered across their faces upon seeing Yasuo's identification. You are also named Yasuo. The guard scrutinized him, astonished. Such a notable name. To share the same name as that million-dollar bounty criminal is quite remarkable. He half joked. If I hadn't heard that the other Yasuo had been obliterated by a powerful individual, I might have thought you were him. Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, let out a dry laugh. Indeed, I've been on edge these past few days, fearing I might be mistakenly apprehended for the reward. The guard burst into laughter, patting his shoulder. Fear not, brother. Looking at your stature, you hardly seem like someone who could have taken down dozens of the Radiant Alliance. After exchanging a few light-hearted jokes, the guard waved them through without hesitation. Yasuo, accompanied by Gandalf, successfully exited the city and re-entered the wilderness beyond. Next commenced their leveling session, with their objective being the dungeon, Shadow Marsh Cave, that Lin Wei had previously mentioned, located 20 kilometers north of the city. At Yasuo's current level of 14, it was not overly ambitious to clear a path there and reach level 15. At that point, he would be able to don the meticulously crafted Wild Set by Uyazi, thus enhancing his odds against the dungeon's disaster-level difficulty. Not far beyond the city, figures of aberrant beasts began to stir within the nearby thicket. Zhou Huai did not hesitate. He swiftly shifted his consciousness from Yasuo to Gandalf. His curiosity was piqued regarding the sheer destructive power of an SS-level forbidden spell mage, a class that existed only in legend. He promptly equipped Gandalf with the transitional gear prepared by Uyazi, a clean white robe and a hood that obscured half of his face, grasping a modest wooden staff. As Zhou Huai commanded Gandalf, he gazed towards the distant, shadowy woods, slowly raising his staff. A deep and ancient incantation spilled from his lips. Forbidden spell, meteoric fire rain. Buzz. A torrent of immense magical energy surged forth from Gandalf, instantly depleting a significant portion of his mana. At that moment, the sky darkened, the wind stilled, and the birds and beasts fell silent, enveloped in an indescribable sense of oppression that blanketed the area for miles. Following this, 3 colossal fireballs, trailing long tails of flame as if descending from the heavens, tore through the dim sky. Their target was the thicket teeming with aberrant beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions erupted almost simultaneously. A searing shockwave, imbued with the power to annihilate all, surged outward in a frenzy. Within 100 meters, the ground transformed into a roiling sea of fire. The anguished cries of countless aberrant beasts lasted but a second before being completely drowned out by the more violent sounds of explosion. The earth trembled, flames roared, and Zhou Huai was inundated with a cascade of system notifications, cascading down like a waterfall. Killed Jungle Wolf LV-12, gained 150 experience points. Killed Mutated Wild Boar LV-11, gained 120 experience points. Killed. The radiant light of level up surged from Gandalf twice. In the blink of an eye, his level soared from LV-1 to LV-3. Zhou Huai stood in stunned silence, controlling Gandalf as he stared at the smoldering expanse of scorched earth before him, rendered speechless. Good heavens! Is this the power of the SS level Forbidden Spell Mage? This is utterly absurd. This was merely the effect of a level 1 skill. At higher levels, wouldn't a single forbidden spell lay waste to an entire city? Just as his mind was racing, a familiar notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Detected that host Avatar Gandalf has demonstrated extraordinary potential. The unique Hidden Profession Challenge quest has been triggered. Quest name, name of the top scholar. Quest content. Please control the Avatar Gandalf to achieve the title of National Top Scholar in the Unified Examination for Practitioners of the Great Xia Kingdom, to be held in 4 days. Quest reward. Opportunity for Profession Ball Draw X1. Zhou Huai's eyes gleamed with excitement. Another challenge quest had been activated. Initially, he had no interest in participating in the national examination and had not prepared to join any practitioner academies. However, with a quest reward now at stake, the situation had entirely changed. He must strive for that title of top scholar. The prerequisite, however, was that Gandalf needed to reach level 15. For others, this might be a daunting challenge, nearly impossible. Yet, for the forbidden spell mage Gandalf, it was a task of utmost ease. Suddenly, from the direction of Donghai City's city gate, a piercing alarm blared. Clearly, Gandalf's earlier, meteoric fire rain had created quite the ruckus. The cataclysmic force had led the guards on the city wall to mistakenly believe that a formidable boss was preparing to assault the city. Such occurrences were not uncommon in Donghai City, with each boss raid heralding a brutal bloodbath. Thus, the city guards were particularly sensitive to such disturbances. Zhou Huai dared not linger. He swiftly directed Yasuo and Gandalf to vacate the area, retreating deeper into the thicket. No sooner had they departed than a fully armed squadron of city guards arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the still smoldering ground, resembling a recently plowed field, every one of them drew a sharp breath. Shock and horror etched across their faces. Who did this? A young team member queried, his voice trembling. The captain approached the edge of the scorched earth, kneeling to grasp a handful of smoldering ash, his expression grave. The air still vibrated with potent elemental fire energy. Yet there were no signs of boss-level aberrant beasts nearby. The ability to unleash such a devastating skill indicated an extraordinary level of power. Captain, another team member reported. Recent aberrant beast activity has been escalating. Several members of various adventurer guilds have encountered small-scale beast tides in the wilderness. The captain rose, surveying the harrowing landscape and then gazing into the depths of the shadowy thicket. Convey my orders. From today forth, intensify patrols in all surrounding areas outside the city. Double the frequency. His voice carried an air of grim determination. I suspect those creatures are planning something significant. Understood. The team members replied in unison, their voices resonating loudly. Chapter 50. Enormous growth in the wilderness. 2 figures advanced methodically, one following the other. Zhou Huai wielded Yasuo like a cold-hearted hunter, transforming every scattered beast encountered along the way into souls claimed by his blade. Meanwhile, Gandalf followed silently, quietly sharing in the continuous flow of experience points. As a marsh shrouded in dark green miasma appeared at the horizon, a brilliant golden light erupted around Yasuo, signaling a momentous upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your avatar Yasuo has reached level 15. With a mere thought, Zhou Huai summoned a pristine set of equipment from the spatial ring bestowed by Oyezi. The wild set, comprising gauntlets, a longsword, leather armor, battle boots, and trousers, shimmered with deep or dazzling hues. Yasuo donned each piece, and in an instant, an untamed aura surged forth from within him. Particularly, the wild sword and wild chest plate radiated a stunning violet brilliance, adorned with twinkling stars, unmistakably of epic quality. Though merely a one-star epic, its attributes had doubled. Zhou Huai's consciousness unfurled a brand new panel before him. Avatar panel, Yasuo. Class, unique hidden class. S-rank, Thunder Sword Master. Level, LV 15, 020000. Health, 38203820. Mana, 20502050. Strength, 321. Agility, 654, 205. Stamina, 356. Mentality, 288. Attack power, 1079. Physical defense, 556. Magical resistance, 305. This stat sheet took Zhou Huai aback. An attack power exceeding 1,000. Agility nearing the 900 mark. He hardly resembled a mere level 15 practitioner. One could easily mistake him for a top-tier assassin of level 30. What astonished him further was that with this elevation, Yasuo had grasped a brand new skill. Skill 4, Active Passive Mark of Thunder's Instant LV1. Passive. Each of your attacks applies a layer of Mark of Thunder to the target, lasting 10 minutes. With a maximum stack of 5 on the same target. Upon reaching 5 stacks, it detonates instantly, dealing 200 attack power worth of lightning damage and applying a 1-second paralyze effect. Active, consuming 100 mana. You can instantly teleport to any target within a 100-meter radius that bears a Mark of Thunder. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Incredible. Zhou Huai marveled internally. Mobility. Burst. Control. This skill undeniably elevated the Thunder Swordmaster's agility and assassination capabilities to an unfathomable pinnacle. If he were to face Zhao Tianming or Zhao Tianqi now, Zhou Huai possessed absolute confidence that he could dispatch them effortlessly within 10 seconds. Simultaneously, Gandalf, who had been quietly trailing to absorb experience, had also ascended to level 5. Avatar panel, Gandalf. Class, unique hidden class. SS rank Forbidden Spell Mage. Level, LV 5, 02500. Health, 11001100. Mana, 32003200. Strength, 189. Agility, 160. Stamina, 218. Mentality, 588. Magical damage, 679. Physical defense, 101. Magical resistance, 327. Likewise, he had acquired a new skill at level 5. Forbidden Spell, Icebound in 1,000 miles LV1. Channeling the power of extreme cold, it instantaneously freezes a vast area ahead, dealing substantial frost damage to all enemies within the zone, and imposing a deep freeze effect, significantly reducing movement and attack speed, with a chance to directly encase the target in ice. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Another overwhelmingly powerful forbidden spell, one that could obliterate the heavens with fire, another that could freeze all with ice. Zhou Huai even felt that as their levels rose, Gandalf's potential for growth surpassed that of Yasuo, calming his excited heart. The two had arrived at the entrance of the Shadow Marsh Cavern. In stark contrast to the bustling sounds of Clean Water Lake, this place appeared somewhat desolate. Only a few teams were resting near the entrance. As they approached, a slender young man eagerly greeted them. "Brothers, it seems this is your first time in the Shadow Marsh Cavern. Would you be interested in forming a party to tackle the normal difficulty? We have a professional healer and a powerful fire mage. Our damage output is absolutely commendable." Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, merely cast a fleeting glance at him before preparing to bypass. Observing this, the young man hurriedly followed, his tone more earnest. "Brother, don't rush off. Think it over. Our team composition is genuinely impressive. We just need 2 strong damage dealers." Zhou Huai remained unmoved, shaking his head. The youth, seemingly agitated, bit his lip and lowered his voice conspiratorially. "How about this? If you agree to join us, we'll cover your entrance fee. This is my utmost sincerity. I wouldn't be so persistent if I weren't desperate for suitable teammates." Finally, Zhou Huai paused. He controlled Yasuo to turn, a hint of curiosity lacing his tone. "Entrance fee? What do you mean?" In his memory, outdoor dungeons were randomly generated. When had it become necessary to pay a fee? The youth was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. "It appears you brothers are indeed newcomers." Zhou Huai nodded. The young man leaned in closer, lowering his voice as if divulging a grand secret. "Brother, it's understandable that you're unaware. Many lucrative outdoor dungeons surrounding Donghai City have been monopolized by those large guilds. Want to enter a dungeon? Sure, bring money. Otherwise, you can't even get in." He pointed to the ominous cave nearby. "This Shadow Marsh Cavern is currently occupied by the Sword of the Sky Guild. To enter normal difficulty, it costs 1,000 Daxia coins per person. That's just the cheapest option. The higher the difficulty, the more expensive it gets. If you wish to attempt the Calamity difficulty, not only will you have to pay, but a portion of your loot will also be taken from your rewards upon exiting. Zhou Huai raised an eyebrow. Such tyranny from the guild, and you don't resist? The youth shot him a look as if he were a fool. Resist? Brother, are you joking? How could we resist? Should we charge headlong against a guild like that? The Sword of the Sky is one of the top guilds in Donghai City. Backed by the Sun family, we mere mortals cannot afford to offend them. He sighed, his tone laced with helplessness. This is still the better situation. Those dungeons for levels 20 to 30 are completely monopolized by the large guilds, leaving us no opportunity to even pay to enter. It has long since become an unspoken rule. The Lord's office in Donghai City doesn't oversee this matter at all. There have been some hot-headed individuals who went to the Lord's office to lodge complaints. And guess what? They were thrown straight into prison and haven't been released since. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huai couldn't help but smirk coldly. Indeed, outside the city walls lay a lawless realm. These top guilds had become bandits, seizing resources and draining the lifeblood of ordinary practitioners. While others may fear, Zhou Huai was unperturbed. Thank you for your kind reminder. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo to say to the youth. But we prefer to keep it to just the two of us. With that, he ignored the youth's disappointed expression and, accompanied by Gandalf, strode directly towards the dungeon entrance. As expected, before they could approach, a dozen figures surged forth, blocking their path entirely. Each of these individuals exuded a fierce aura, clad in formidable gear, and proudly bore the emblem of a sword piercing the heavens upon their chests. At the forefront stood a bald, muscular man, wielding a massive battle axe. Scrutinizing Yasuo and Gandalf from head to toe, his bell-like eyes brimmed with unabashed arrogance and disdain. New arrivals? The burly man tapped the ground with the handle of his battle axe, producing a dull thud. Do you understand the rules here? Speak up. Which difficulty are you prepared to tackle? Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, did not even lift his eyelids, merely responding calmly with a few words. Does it concern you? Chapter 51. Like a god of death, the muscular man's facial muscles twitched slightly. In his eyes, round as bells, disbelief filled his expression. Having lingered here for so long, it was the first time he had heard such an arrogant retort. He furrowed his brows and slammed the battle axe, which he carried on his shoulder, heavily onto the ground, producing a loud thud. Kid, quite the audacity. State your name and which guild you belong to. As he spoke, he subtly signaled a nearby thin thief with his eyes. The thief understood and discreetly released a barely perceptible wave of energy from his fingertips, silently landing on Yasuo and Gandalf. Detection spell. The thief's expression changed slightly, quickly leaning towards the burly man's ear to whisper rapidly, "Boss. The one in the trench coat is a level 15 swordsman. The one in the white robe is only level 5. The burly man's expression froze instantly. The shock on his face morphed into an incredulous absurdity, which ultimately transformed into a rage of being mocked. A level 15, dragging along a level 5 dead weight? Just the two of them dare to challenge me? Who gave them the gall? He gazed once more at Yasuo, as if trying to discern some clue from the face mostly hidden beneath the hood and mask. Kid, I ask you again, which guild do you belong to? Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, maintained a tone of utter indifference. No guild. Those two simple words acted like a spark, igniting the burly man's fury entirely. He laughed in anger, his voice suddenly rising, filled with sharp mockery. Ha! No guild? Two pathetic drifters, unable to even join a guild, dare to act tough in front of me? Have you lost your minds? His battle axe pointed menacingly at Yasuo's nose, spittle flying. Now, immediately, kneel and bow 3 times, then crawl through my legs. Otherwise, you two shall never leave this place standing. The dozen or so members of the Celestial Sword behind him began to snarl, gripping their weapons tightly, surrounding the two. The atmosphere growing tense and charged. Nearby, other wandering players instinctively took a few steps back, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. Everyone regarded the two oblivious individuals with expressions akin to watching a death sentence being enacted. Faced with the palpable murderous intent, Yasuo slowly lifted his head. From beneath the hood's shadow, his eyes appeared as tranquil as a still pond. I believe, quite the contrary, he spoke softly. Yet his voice resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. While I am in a good mood, I advise you to leave promptly. The air fell into a deathly silence. The smile vanished from the burly man's face, replaced by a grim and sinister pallor. You seek death, he spat through clenched teeth, veins bulging in his arm as he swung his battle axe violently. Attack! Turn these ignorant fools into minced meat. Kill! The members of the Celestial Sword roared in unison, various skills igniting, blades and spells converging upon the two like a torrential storm. However, in that very instant of their assault, Yasuo moved as well. Buzz. Deep purple arcs of lightning erupted from within him, weaving together to form a magnificent thunder armor. He stood as if a deity of thunder descended upon the earth. Too slow. The chilling voice echoed. Yasuo transformed into a blur of electric light, activating lightning surge. He did not retreat. Rather, he charged into the deadly net of blades and magic. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous attacks struck at empty air, merely shattering a lingering shadow. A warrior at the forefront felt a flash of electricity before a razor-sharp blade sliced through his throat. 1,258. 1,558. Terrifying four-digit damage numbers floated above him. His body froze. Confusion still in his eyes, before his head was sent soaring into the air. Instant kill. Yasuo's figure never faltered, gliding like a specter through the crowd. Each swing of the Wildsman's longsword emitted a lethal arc of lightning, efficiently harvesting lives. The members of the Celestial Sword, averaging around level 20, were well-equipped. Yet, before Yasuo, they crumbled as if made of paper. Their attacks failed to even lock onto Yasuo's breathtakingly swift form. This was a one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, Gandalf remained stationary. Hands tucked within his voluminous robe, his expression obscured beneath the hood, as if the bloody carnage unfolding before him was merely a farcical spectacle unrelated to him. There was no alternative. As a forbidden spellcaster, once he intervened, there would be no survivors left in this place. Amidst the chaos, his subordinates fell one after another. The burly man suffered a single blow, and half his life was gone. Fear surged like a cold tide, drowning all his fury and reason. A monster. This is not a mere level 15 swordsman. This is an absolute beast. Retreat. Run. He howled in despair, abandoning all pretense as he turned to flee. His speed was impressive, leaving his subordinates behind. He dashed 70 to 80 meters, glancing back occasionally, relieved to see the harbinger of death had not pursued him. However, in the next moment, he felt a chilling sensation in his chest. In astonishment, he looked down to find a tip of a sword flickering with lightning piercing through his chest. How is this possible? He gasped. He didn't chase me. Yasuo slowly withdrew his sword, kicking him down to the ground. The burly man lay in a pool of blood, life swiftly draining away as he gazed at the devilish figure, filled with boundless regret and terror. What are you? Before he could finish, his head tilted, and he fell silent. Zhou Huai sheathed his sword, standing tall. The entire encounter had flowed seamlessly, lasting no more than 30 seconds. As the last member of the Celestial Sword collapsed, the battlefield returned to silence, with only the acrid scent of blood permeating the air. In the distance, the wandering players stood dumbfounded, as if petrified. This was utterly absurd. One person had annihilated an entire squad. Particularly, the final act of slaying the burly man was profoundly shocking, appearing as if he had teleported behind his foe, eerily uncanny. The previously eager thin youth who had sought to recruit Yasuo now found his legs weak, collapsing onto the ground, his face as pale as a ghost. He had just considered teaming up with such a god of death. After a brief, stunned silence, panic erupted among the crowd. Run. Something big is about to happen here. Hurry. As if awakening from a dream, the players, no longer concerned with dungeons, scattered in all directions, fleeing from the scene. It wouldn't be long before reinforcements from the Celestial Sword arrived. Staying any longer could lead to collateral damage. Zhou Huai paid no heed to the fleeing players. He guided Yasuo calmly to the glowing teleportation stone at the dungeon's entrance. For options hovered silently above the stone tablet. He extended his finger without the slightest hesitation, directly selecting the last option, which was the deepest blood-red one. Catastrophe. A blood-red vortex materialized upon the stone tablet, exuding an unnerving aura of terror. Subsequently, the two figures stepped into the twisted light portal, disappearing in an instant. Chapter 52. Master of the Shadow Marsh. A flash of white light blinked, and then swiftly receded. The scene before Zhou Huai transitioned abruptly from the stone tablet at the entrance of the instance to a vast, dimly lit cavern, steeped in silence. The air was thick with a pungent odor, a nauseating blend of decaying vegetation and damp earth. The cavern's ceiling soared high above, faintly illuminated by moss that emitted a pale green glow, casting mottled shadows that failed to dispel the profound darkness. All around, the only sound was the rhythmic dripping of water from the stalactites, echoing in a manner that enhanced the eerie atmosphere. Zhou Huai did not hesitate. He resolutely withdrew his consciousness from Yasuo's body. The ensuing battle was best left to the intelligence core AI. He merely needed to observe, akin to an audience, relishing the spectacle of carnage. Buzz. Just as Zhou Huai's consciousness returned to his own body, a swift and formidable shadow erupted from the side, striking without warning. It was a bifurcated tongue, resembling a long whip, its tip shimmering with a virulent green poison, aimed directly at Yasuo's temple. The speed was astonishing. Had Zhou Huai been in control, he might not have had time to react. Yet, Yasuo's body moved with astonishing agility. He tilted backward at an improbable angle, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The elongated tongue grazed by his nose, the gust of foul wind ruffling his short hair. Before he could regain his balance, the wild blade, in his hand, transformed into a streak of lightning, thrusting upwards against the oncoming force. Swish! Lightning flickered, and blood splattered. The long tongue was severed at its base, black blood gushing forth. 890. An astonishing damage figure floated up from the shadows. A cry of pain followed. The shadowy figure faltered, finally revealing itself under the dim green light. Zhou Huai could now discern its form. It was a massive lizard, nearly 3 meters long. Its body cloaked in dark scales that nearly melded with the surrounding rocky walls. Had it not been for the intelligence core AI's superhuman reaction speed, Zhou Huai would have likely sustained severe injuries from that strike. Shadow Marsh Lizard LV-18, Elite. Health. 4, 110, 500. Skills. Venomous Strike, Shadow Stealth. Scale Hardening. Such formidable defense from merely an elite creature. Yasuo's strike had barely diminished 1/5 of its health. However, troubles were just beginning. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next moment, dozens of scarlet eyes suddenly illuminated the darkness from all directions. Immediately, a cacophony of slicing sounds followed. Numerous venomous tongues, from every conceivable angle, wove a deadly net, completely enveloping Yasuo and Gandalf. Excellent. Instead of retreating, Yasuo advanced decisively, stepping forward to shield Gandalf behind him. Thunder armor. Boom. A ferocious surge of thunderous energy erupted, instantaneously forming a majestic purple lightning armor around him. Clang, 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 clang. Countless tongues viciously struck against the thunder armor, producing a series of metallic clangs. 215, 231, 208. A barrage of damage figures ascended densely above Yasuo's head. The radiance of the thunder armor dimmed at a visible rate. Yet, Yasuo remained unfazed. His gaze sharpened, and he swung his sword, creating a flurry of lightning afterimages as he hacked at the nearby Shadow Marsh Lizards. 977, 297, 1012, 301. The vampiric attribute of the Wild Blade proved crucial at this moment. Each strike, while inflicting substantial damage, also siphoned pure life energy back, swiftly replenishing his lost health. In this exchange, Yasuo managed to withstand the concentrated assault of dozens of elite monsters. Meanwhile, Gandalf finally made a move. He slowly lifted his unassuming wooden staff. Ancient and obscure incantations spilled forth from beneath his hood. In an instant, the temperature within the cavern plummeted. Visible ice crystals began to form in the air, rapidly spreading across the walls and floor in a layer of icy frost. Forbidden spell, frozen in 1,000 miles. Buzz. A wave of pure, soul-freezing cold energy radiated from Gandalf, expanding in a circular fashion. Crack, crack, crack. Wherever it passed, life withered. The ferocious and brutal expressions on the faces of the Shadow Marsh Lizards attacking Yasuo instantly froze. Their movements ceased, their bodies quickly encased in a thick layer of solid ice. Within a mere second, the entire battlefield transformed into an exhibition of ice sculptures. Zhou Huai finally realized that over 30 Shadow Marsh Lizards were surrounding them. Had any other party of level 15 adventurers found themselves in such a terrifying ambush, they would likely have been annihilated within a minute. 3,990. Frozen damage. 3,905. Frozen damage. A terrifying array of damage figures erupted from the tops of the frozen figures. Nearly half of the Shadow Marsh Lizards, already low on health, had no time to emit a sound before dissolving into myriad light particles within the ice. The remainder became ensnared in a state of deep freeze, immobile and rendered as lambs to the slaughter. Without a moment's hesitation, Yasuo stepped forward, sword in hand, and began to reap the rewards. The blade flashed, and shards of ice flew. One by one, the ice sculptures shattered. Kill Shadow Marsh Lizard LV-18. Gain experience 560 points. Kill. A flurry of notification sounds echoed incessantly. As the last Shadow Marsh Lizard was vanquished, a golden light of level up glimmered from Gandalf. His level ascended to LV-6. The two swiftly cleared the battlefield, collecting all the dropped materials before venturing deeper into the cavern. This cavern was even more immense than Zhou Huai had envisioned. The further they traversed, the more expansive the space became. The luminous moss overhead grew denser, casting a ghastly green hue all around. Ahead, a vast underground marsh appeared. The murky green mire bubbled ominously, releasing a nauseating miasma. Zhou Huai cautiously urged Yasuo's toes to touch the marsh's edge. Then a paltry damage figure floated up. Although the damage was minimal, once ensnared, movement would likely be severely restricted, turning one into a living target. Yasuo, undeterred, activated Thunder Armor and stepped onto the firm ground at the marsh's edge, probing forward. Rarely, bizarre creatures would leap from the marsh to launch surprise attacks, all of which Yasuo dispatched with precision. Approximately 5 minutes later, the path ahead was entirely engulfed by the endless marsh. There was no route left to traverse. Other adventurer parties would typically choose to detour through a narrow, rugged path on the opposite side. Although that route was lengthy, it offered safety. However, they had no such need. Gandalf approached the marsh, observing it quietly for a moment. He raised his staff once more. Forbidden spell, frozen in 1,000 miles. The same spell, but the effect was far more staggering. The frigid energy, akin to an invisible hand, caressed the vast expanse of the swamp before him. The boiling mire subsided in an instant, while the noxious gases bubbling forth solidified into grotesque green ice crystals. A frosty thoroughfare, stretching hundreds of meters in length and nearly 100 meters in width, materialized above the swamp. Yasuo stepped lightly onto it. The ice was as unyielding as iron, providing a firm footing. The two figures, one following the other, traversed the frozen swamp. Through the crystalline ice layer, one could clearly observe countless bizarre swamp creatures, entombed in the mire, frozen in various poses of struggle. Zhou Huai's experience bar began to fluctuate wildly. Just as they reached the midpoint of the frosty pathway, a subtle tremor rippled through the ice beneath their feet. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous roar resonated from beneath the ice. The entire surface quaked violently. Before them, the ice began to crack, massive fissures spreading like a spider's web at an alarming pace. A presence more terrifying than all the creatures combined was awakening with haste. Boom! With a cataclysmic sound, the ice 100 meters ahead erupted violently. Countless shards of ice and dark green sludge shot skyward. A colossal shadow emerged slowly from the swirling mist and muck, breaking through the ice. Lord of the Swamp. Kraken LV-20, Catastrophic Level Boss. Health. 1000010000000. The enormous form shattered the ice, resembling a mound of flesh rising from the mire. Its body resembled that of a grotesquely bloated toad, its skin a murky green, covered in pus-filled nodules that oozed foul-smelling slime. Yet, sprouting from its back were 8 thick, slimy tentacles, thrashing about like enraged serpents. Most chilling was its gaping maw, split to the roots of its ears, devoid of teeth, save for layers of keratin akin to a meat grinder. The Kraken's solitary eye, crimson and murky, fixated on the two diminutive figures atop the ice. In the next moment, it opened its mouth. A piercing roar erupted, transforming into a visible wave of dark green sound that surged forth. Simultaneously, the 8 tentacles thrust into the mire below, emerging with 8 massive spheres concocted from venom and sludge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 toxic mud projectiles, akin to whistling cannonballs, sliced through the air, sealing off every escape route for Yasuo and Gandalf. However, Yasuo's figure had already vanished from the spot. Lightning dash. He transformed into a zigzagging bolt of electricity, effortlessly weaving through the dense barrage of projectiles, untouched. Gandalf's movements, however, were markedly different. Lacking Yasuo's swiftness, he merely sidestepped to the left at the moment the projectiles approached, moving with deliberate calmness. Just one step. A toxic mud projectile narrowly grazed the edge of his robe, detonating at his previous position and corroding the ice into a sizzling pit. He then retreated half a step. Another projectile nearly grazing the brim of his hood before crashing onto the ice. Each movement was impeccably timed, as if calculated with utmost precision, always finding the singular path to survival just before the attacks landed. This was the terrifying prowess of the AI, transforming combat into a cold mathematical equation. It's our turn. Zhou Huai's thought resonated. In the midst of evading, Yasuo suddenly ascended, his sword crackling with electric energy. Thunderous strike. A colossal sword aura, extending 10 meters, surged forth with a momentum capable of obliterating all, cleaving toward the Kraken's massive form. Simultaneously, Gandalf halted. He raised his staff. Forbidden spell, Meteor Fire Rain. 3 blazing meteors materialized, trailing long tails of flame, striking accurately toward the Kraken's head. Boom. The sound of thunder and explosions intertwined. causing the entire cavern to reverberate. A howl of excruciating pain escaped the Kraken. The thunderous sword aura left a charred wound deep enough to see bone, while the meteor fire rain obliterated its head into a bloody mess. A series of staggering damage numbers floated above its head. The Lord of the Swamp let out a pained wail. Its health plummeted by a third. It inhaled sharply, its abdomen swelling, before unleashing a fan-shaped spray of deadly poison. The dark green mist instantly enveloped an area nearly 100 meters ahead. The ice was swiftly corroded, emitting a shrill sound as plumes of white smoke rose. Simultaneously, its form began to sink slowly, as if attempting to retreat into the swamp. This was the Kraken's most troublesome aspect. Countless adventurer squads had perished due to its insidious tactic of retreating to regain health and then launching surprise attacks. Unless the party included water or flying-type professionals, they were utterly helpless against it. Yet today, it met its nemesis. It's time. Gandalf's voice, calm as a still pond, resonated. He raised his staff once more. Forbidden spell, 1,000 miles of ice. A chilling wave swept through the underground space for the second time. The toxins in the air, along with the moisture, instantaneously froze into countless tiny, grotesque green ice crystals that tinkled as they fell to the ground. The Kraken's massive form was once again immobilized by the renewed cold. Its descent abruptly halted. Its lower half had completely fused with the ice beneath, rendering it motionless. Now, Yasuo's figure appeared as if teleporting to the Kraken's side. Lightning Mark. The Wildsman's longsword, in his hand, blazed with blinding lightning, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon the Kraken's corpulent form. 1,150, 1,201, 1,188. A cascade of damage numbers erupted like a waterfall from the boss's head. The Kraken emitted a painful roar, its 8 tentacles thrashing against the surrounding ice, attempting to strike Yasuo. Yet, Yasuo's figure flickered upon its massive body, evading each tentacle as he expertly used Lightning Mark to teleport to another mark, rendering the boss's attacks futile. It was akin to a clumsy giant, unable to catch the shadow of a nimble mosquito that ceaselessly tormented it. As its health dipped below half, the Kraken's solitary eye turned blood red. The pus-filled nodules on its back began to writhe violently before bursting open. Uft, uft, uft. Countless streams of dark green venom sprayed in all directions like a torrential downpour. This was an indiscriminate area attack. Yasuo's brow furrowed slightly as he activated Wild Charge, his speed surging once more, narrowly weaving through the rain of venom. Meanwhile, Gandalf had long since retreated beyond the attack range. His forbidden spells were now on cooldown, leaving him to observe Yasuo's performance. As the rain of venom ceased, the Kraken's breath had weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Yasuo closed in once more. 5 layers of lightning marks rapidly stacked up, detonating. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning descended from above, striking down upon the Kraken's head. 3,540. The boss's body trembled violently, falling into a brief state of paralysis. It's over. Yasuo leaped high, gripping his sword with both hands, the tip pointed downward, channeling all the power of thunder into the blade. Thunderous strike. With a flash of destructive energy, the lightning sword cleaved down upon the Kraken's massive head. 5,899. A vivid crimson critical hit number floated slowly above the boss's head. Its colossal form convulsed violently a few times, the light in its single eye rapidly dimming, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous crash, transforming into a myriad of luminous particles. Defeated the Abyssal Marsh Lord Kraken LV-20, gained 15,000 experience points. A cacophony of spoils erupted, blanketing the icy surface. A few rare pieces of equipment, shimmering with azure light, lost their allure to Zhou Huai after a mere glance. Despite their rarity, the gear crafted by Oyezi far exceeded these mundane items in attributes. However, among the heap of materials, several items exuding a unique luster caught his attention. Kraken's venom sac, heart of the marsh. Luck was on his side. Zhou Huai's heart stirred. These were precisely the rare materials required to forge the Starlight set. The effort spent on this boss was not in vain. The duo swiftly gathered their loot and pressed deeper into the cave. The subsequent journey could only be described as a smooth progression. Any beast bold enough to show its face met a swift demise under Gandalf's cataclysmic forbidden spells. They either perished or were left maimed. Yasuo hardly needed to lift a finger, often trailing behind to collect materials. Gandalf's level soared at an astonishing rate due to this seemingly cheat-like method of monster farming. LV7. LV8. Upon reaching level 8, his mental power effortlessly surpassed the 1,000 point threshold. The fireballs of Forbidden Spell, Meteor Fire Rain, increased from 3 to 5. With a broader range and greater potency, a single cast often left the area devoid of life. Typically, even a regular party tackling ordinary difficulty would require an entire day to traverse from the dungeon's entrance to the final boss's domain. Yet, they accomplished this feat in under an hour. The only drawback was Gandalf's rapidly depleting mana, necessitating frequent consumption of high-grade mana recovery potions acquired from Imo Shao. The mana expenditure was excessive. As they reached the end of the cave, a vast circular hall unfolded before them. No longer was there a swamp, but rather an expansive chamber. At the far end stood an ancient stone door towering over 10 meters high, adorned with intricate and bizarre engravings. No one knew what lay beyond this door. It was said that many elite teams had attempted to budget through various means, yet to no avail. Just as Yasuo's gaze fell upon the stone door, a hissing sound, reminiscent of nails scraping against a chalkboard, echoed from above. A massive shadow silently descended from the pitch-black ceiling. It was a colossal spider, its size comparable to a heavy-duty truck. 8 limbs covered in black bristles resembled sharp spears, while its abdomen was a grotesque, pulsating mass of pale flesh, dotted with clusters of crimson spots resembling human eyes. Shadow Marsh Weaver Arachnia LV22, Catastrophic Boss. Health, 150. 150, 000. Skills, Venomous Silk, Swarm Summon, Death's Embrace. Before either could react, Arachnia launched its assault. Its bulbous abdomen contracted sharply, unleashing a gigantic web that engulfed the hall. Simultaneously, it opened its fearsome mandibles, spewing forth countless small white spheres. These spheres exploded midair, transforming into hundreds of smaller venomous spiders that screeched as they surged towards the two. Gandalf lightly raised his staff. Forbidden Spell, Meteor Fire Rain. Boom, 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 boom. 5 massive fireballs, trailing long tails of flame, descended from above. Fire was the bane of all arachnids. The enormous web was reduced to ashes upon contact with the fireballs, and the fearless little spiders perished in the inferno, unable to utter even a scream. This final boss proved to be easier to handle than the kraken they had encountered earlier. With the minor spiders cleared away, Yasuo felt no hesitation. Wild Charge, he shouted, his muscles swelling as a surge of primal energy erupted. His longsword danced in a mesmerizing blur as he unleashed a torrent of damage upon Arachnia's massive form. Gandalf's second forbidden spell was also ready. 1,000 miles of ice encapsulation. Frigid frost swiftly enveloped the boss, drastically slowing its movements. In this exchange, the once mighty catastrophic boss, with its 150,000 health, appeared remarkably fragile before the duo. In less than 5 minutes, accompanied by a reluctant screech, Arachnia's tremendous body crashed to the ground, scattering loot across the floor. Regrettably, there were still no blueprints for the Starlight set. Zhou Huai remained undeterred, knowing they were destined to farm this dungeon until they were satiated. Before exiting the dungeon, he guided Yasuo to the enormous stone door, attempting to push it. The door did not budge, seemingly fused with the mountain itself. It appeared that some special trigger conditions were required. Zhou Huai formulated a plan in his mind, refusing to linger further, and swiftly exited the dungeon with Gandalf. Outside the Shadow Marsh Cavern, as their figures reappeared before the teleportation stone, the atmosphere was palpably different. A new group of adventurers had gathered at the dungeon entrance, encircling the corpses of the Celestial Sword members, their faces filled with shock and horror. My goodness! The Celestial Sword members are all dead here? Who did this? How ruthless! A spectacle was about to unfold. The Celestial Sword would surely go mad. An astute adventurer spotted Yasuo and Gandalf emerging from the dungeon and hurried over. Brothers, do you know what just happened here? He pointed at the corpses, his face brimming with curiosity. Who killed these people? Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, shrugged his shoulders, and a playful smirk crept across his masked face. He innocently shook his head. I have no idea. We just arrived. With that, he disregarded the bewildered adventurer. Ding! The Shadow Marsh Cavern has been reset. The cold system notification rang out. Yasuo and Gandalf turned, once again stepping into the blood-red portal under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Chapter 54. The Stone Door Opens. In Donghai City, at the Zhou family ancestral home, an elderly man with silver hair and a vigorous demeanor sat upright in the garden pavilion. He held a cup of tea, his movements slow and deliberate. This was Zhou Ting, the current head of the Zhou family. Outside the courtyard, Zhou Feng approached at a measured pace, stopping before the elder and bowing respectfully. Father, you summoned me? Zhou Ting did not lift his gaze, merely responding with a soft HM. After sipping his tea, His face revealed no trace of emotion. I heard that Lu Qi was attacked recently. As his father, what happened? Zhou Feng lowered his head further. Zhou Ting gently set the teacup down on the stone table, producing a crisp sound. I instructed you to take good care of them. And this is how you did it? Luckily, Lu Qi suffered no major harm this time. Have you considered the consequences for our Zhou family, if anything were to happen to him? Zhou Feng lowered his head, his voice heavy. I did not consider it thoroughly. I have already sent someone to deal with the one who bullied Lu Qi. In the future, I will arrange for more personnel to protect him when he goes out. Zhou Ting's expression remained unchanged, merely emitting a soft huff from his nostrils. Changing the subject, he continued, moreover, you and Lu Yuru should expedite the process of having another child. Lu Qi is ultimately not of our Zhou bloodline. We cannot wait until you become the family head, only to hand the Zhou family over to an outsider. So, while you are still young, consider having a child. Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng's lips curled into a bitter smile. Ever since Lu Yuru married into the Zhou family all those years ago, not only has she not allowed him to father a child, but she has not even permitted him to touch her. How could they discuss offspring? Yet, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. To speak them would only invite reproach from the elder, branding him as inept. Zhou Feng could only swallow this humiliation and nod silently. Zhou Ting then lifted his teacup, gently blowing on the floating tea leaves. As for Zhou Huai, I have heard that Lu Yuru expelled him from your home. Is that true? Zhou Feng's body stiffened slightly, but he still nodded. Yes, Huaier has transitioned to an E-level profession, and Lu Yuru cast him out. He is currently residing in the villa left behind by his mother. Zhou Ting responded with a calm "oh," as if he were merely hearing an inconsequential tidbit. An E-level practitioner certainly does not deserve to remain part of the Zhou family. I do not oppose Lu Yuru's decision. Zhou Feng clenched his fists hidden by his side, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, yet he remained silent. Zhou Ting continued, saying, do not hold it against me, as a grandfather, for being ruthless and unfeeling. This world operates on survival of the fittest. The Zhou family's current standing has been forged through countless trials and tribulations. You are well aware of the resources our family has expended over the years to lift the curse afflicting him. I believe the Zhou family has shown him ample compassion. If there is blame to be laid, it falls solely upon his own failure to strive, awakening to a useless profession. Let him fend for himself in that villa. Remember to provide him with some living expenses so that he does not starve. Zhou Feng felt as though a lump of cotton had lodged in his throat. He opened his mouth, but ultimately managed to utter but a single word, yes. Zhou Ting seemed satisfied with his acquiescence, his tone softening. By the way, after the national examinations conclude, it will be the birthday of that girl from the Yi family. Find an opportunity to discuss with Yi Jintian on Yixi's birthday. We shall also hold the engagement banquet for Lu Qi and her. It will be a double celebration. Meanwhile, Zhou Huai slowly awakened from his slumber. The sky outside had darkened completely, with only the dim glow of a bedside lamp illuminating the room. He glanced at the digital clock, noting that over 5 hours had passed. This excessive sleepiness was becoming increasingly frequent. Zhou Huai rubbed his throbbing temples and focused his thoughts inward. Immediately, he began to check the status of his two avatars. During his slumber, Yasuo and Gandalf had continued to operate like tireless machines, tirelessly grinding through the Shadow Marsh dungeon. As Gandalf's level increased, their efficiency in clearing maps rose correspondingly. Just then, a golden light of level up radiated from Yasuo, who had reached LV-16. Meanwhile, the ever-experiencing Gandalf had remarkably ascended to LV-10. Avatar panel, Gandalf. Profession, unique hidden class. SS level forbidden spell mage. Level, LV-10, 0100000. Health, 25802-580. Mana, 61006100. Strength, 431. Agility, 399. Stamina, 456. Spirit, 1289. Magic damage, 1588. Physical defense, 305. Magic resistance, 685. Zhou Huai's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the SS level profession. The attributes at level 10 surpassed those of Yasuo at level 15. Particularly striking was the astonishing magic damage exceeding 1500, truly astounding. What delighted him even more was that Gandalf had mastered a new skill at level 10. Arcane Barrier LV1. Consumes 500 mana, creating an indestructible defensive shield around oneself, capable of withstanding all forms of damage. The shield can absorb damage up to 10 times the caster's maximum mana. The shield lasts for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Zhou Huai's breath quickened, 10 times the upper limit of mana, giving Gandalf's current maximum of 6,100 mana. This arcane barrier could absorb over 60,000 points of damage. That was terrifying. Previously, he had worried that although Gandalf dealt explosive damage, his frail constitution left him vulnerable in close encounters. However, with this skill, such concerns seemed to vanish entirely. A shield that lasts for 5 minutes and has a cooldown of only 1 minute was practically a game-breaking feature. Over the past few hours, the duo had cleared the Shadow Marsh dungeon at the disaster difficulty level at least 5 or 6 times. They had accumulated a plethora of materials. Yet, the coveted Starlight set, blueprint he desired had only yielded a single piece, this Starlight Gloves blueprint. The drop rate was rather disappointing. At this moment, deep within the Shadow Marsh dungeon, as the last elite monster, the Shadow Weaver, let out a pained wail and collapsed, Yasuo and Gandalf prepared to exit the dungeon, awaiting the next reset. Suddenly, the entire hall began to tremble violently, as if a strong earthquake had struck. Debris fell from the ceiling. Yasuo instinctively shielded Gandalf, scanning their surroundings warily. The source of the tremors appeared to emanate from the innermost part of the hall. The massive stone door, heavy and imposing, was slowly opening. An ancient and desolate aura, far surpassing any presence within the dungeon, surged forth from beyond the door. Chapter 55, The Sanctuary of Leveling Up. Zhou Huai gazed at the slowly opening stone door, his heart racing. What was happening? A hidden dungeon? After grinding so many times, this door had never budged. Why was it opening now? Zhou Huai's mind raced as he analyzed the differences. The most significant change was Gandalf reaching level 10. His skill's potency had increased, and their efficiency in clearing maps surged due to his substantial attribute boost. This time, they had completed the dungeon in merely 30 minutes. Could this be the key to unlocking the stone door? Was it necessary to defeat the final boss within 30 minutes? Zhou Huai pondered privately. He could think of no other reason. If this were indeed the condition, it would be exceedingly harsh. Even a fully equipped elite team of level 20 would require at least 4 to 5 hours to clear the disaster difficulty of the Shadow Marsh dungeon. Those above level 30 would exceed the dungeon's level limit and be unable to enter. What lay behind this door? With a sense of determination, Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo and Gandalf, stepping into the profound darkness. However, just 2 steps in, Zhou Huai's brow furrowed sharply, and he quickly halted, retreating. At the moment they crossed the threshold, Yasuo and Gandalf's health began to plummet at a staggering rate of 100 points per second. 100. 100. It was as if an invisible poison permeated the space beyond the door. Merely stepping inside resulted in continuous damage. With their current health hovering just above 3,000 points, they would hardly last half a minute before meeting their demise. Should I go out to find a few healers? Zhou Huai immediately dismissed that thought. Setting aside whether he could find trustworthy healers, what if the stone door, which had finally opened, closed again when they exited the dungeon? Moreover, at this rate of health loss, even with a few healers, it would be impossible to keep them alive. Zhou Huai found himself in a quandary. Theoretically, the higher the danger of this concealed map, the more substantial the rewards tend to be. To abandon it like this is truly disheartening. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Huai's gaze fell upon Gandalf. With a mental command, he guided Gandalf to raise his staff. Arcane Barrier. A pulsating surge of arcane energy immediately erupted, coalescing around Gandalf's form into a semi-transparent shield composed of countless blue runes. The surface of the shield shimmered with an indomitable aura. One could only wonder if this barrier would withstand the insidious damage of the toxins. Zhou Huai, controlling Gandalf with the activated shield, stepped once more through the stone door. 100. 100. The familiar damage numbers reappeared. However, this time, it was not Gandalf's health points that were deducted, but rather the shield value of the arcane barrier enveloping him. Zhou Huai felt a surge of joy within. Gandalf's shield value exceeded 60,000 points. Even if the shield were completely depleted, the cooldown for the skill was merely 1 minute, allowing for regeneration. This was akin to possessing an infinite lifeline. With this thought, Zhou Huai promptly made a decision. He instructed Yasuo to guard the entrance, just in case, while allowing Gandalf to venture forth alone. Gandalf stepped into the depths of darkness. Before him lay an ancient stone staircase that spiraled downward. As he delved deeper, torches, coated in dust, unexpectedly ignited along the rocky walls, their eerie blue flames flickering. The light cast shadows upon grotesque and twisted carvings, as if they might spring to life at any moment. A chilling wind howled from the abyss below, carrying with it the scent of decay. As Zhou Huai descended, he found no sign of any aberrant beasts. The silence enveloped the space, chilling to the bone. After what felt like an eternity, the winding staircase finally reached its terminus. Below him, the view opened up to reveal an interminably long corridor. The corridor was in a state of disrepair, littered with the skeletal remains of various creatures, which had likely lain in silence for countless ages. Zhou Huai guided Gandalf onward. As he walked, a murky green gas began to spread like gossamer at his feet. The shield value of Gandalf began to increase from 100 points per second to 150. Shortly thereafter, the damage escalated once more. 200. 200. Zhou Huai's heart raced, and as he observed the shield value depleting, he hurriedly activated Arcane Barrier, again, replenishing the shield. The potency of this toxin was formidable. Any other tank class would surely falter in such a scenario. The difficulty of this hidden map was indeed intimidating. Only a sorcerer with an extraordinary shield could hope to withstand it. Before long, Gandalf arrived at the end of the corridor, where the skeletal remains were even more numerous. Nearly forming a small mountain, he could barely glimpse a narrow passage between the bones. Just as Zhou Huai prepared to guide Gandalf forward, the shield's constant depletion suddenly ceased. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this area posed no toxic threat. He pressed onward. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed from behind him. Zhou Huai turned in astonishment to behold the entrance to the corridor being slowly sealed by a massive gate. The retreat was cut off. Simultaneously, from the bone mound ahead, ominous cracking sounds emerged. A multitude of ghastly green soul flames ignited among the scattered skulls. The scattered skeletons began to rapidly reassemble, as if compelled by invisible threads. Undead War Beast LV30 Elite. Health. 1000. Skills. Bone Charge, Undead Bite. It was as though some mechanism had been triggered. 1, 2, 10. 100. Swarms of skeletal beasts surged forth from the bone pile, staggering to their feet. Within mere seconds, over 100 undead war beasts surrounded Gandalf. Rather than panic, Zhou Huai felt exhilaration. Sorcerers are least deterred by sheer numbers of foes. This was fortuitous. Gandalf slowly raised his staff, ancient incantations flowing from his lips. Forbidden spell, Meteor Shower. Boom. The space above him seemed to tear open under some unseen force. A colossal portal, ablaze with furious flames, materialized. Following this, massive meteors, trailing long tails of fire, plummeted from the portal like a cataclysmic disaster. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled violently. Each meteor that struck the ground unleashed a cataclysmic explosion. The raging shockwaves of flames swept outward in a frenzy. The recently resurrected undead war beasts were unable to mount any semblance of an attack before being obliterated, reduced to ash amidst the inferno. In an instant, countless skeletal beasts were pulverized into dust. Kill Undead War Beast LV30. Gain 2,000 experience points. Kill Undead War Beast LV30. Gain 2,000 experience points. The system notifications cascaded in Zhou Huai's mind like a torrential waterfall. Ding. Congratulations, host. Gandalf's level has increased to LV11. A radiant beam of upgrade light erupted from Gandalf. Zhou Huai's eyes sparkled with excitement. This place was nothing short of an upgrade sanctuary. Chapter 56. The three-headed undead tyrant. The remnants of the meteor shower had yet to dissipate, and the air still bore the acrid scent of char. From the bone mountain, the fractured remains emitted ominous cracking sounds once more. Countless ghastly green soul flames reignited, and a second wave of undead war beasts rapidly congealed into form. They emitted silent roars, their hollow eye sockets fixated intensely on Gandalf below, before surging downward like a tidal wave. Claws, fangs, and bone spikes rained down upon him. Yet, all were thwarted by the shield of arcane runes surrounding Gandalf. 571,411,602. The barrage of damage numbers ascended like raindrops from above Gandalf. The brilliance of Arcane Barrier visibly dimmed before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the shield value had evaporated. Zhou Huai remained unperturbed. He controlled Gandalf to stand still, like a magnet drawing in the moths. As the awakened undead war beasts multiplied to over 100, he finally commanded Gandalf to slowly raise his staff once more, reciting the ancient incantation again. Forbidden spell, Icebound Prison. Buzz. An extreme chill rippled outward. In an instant, the once ferocious undead war beasts transformed into crystalline sculptures of ice. The immense bone mound became a foreboding iceberg in the blink of an eye. Ding. Congratulations, host. Gandalf's level has increased to LV12. A golden light of upgrade illuminated the surroundings. With this elevation, Gandalf's mana was instantly replenished to full capacity. He was in peak condition, even without the need for mana potions. Beneath the icy expanse, more skeletons began to stir, seemingly endless. Yet, the thick ice provided Gandalf with precious time. By the time the undead war beasts broke free from their frozen prisons, the cooldown for Forbidden Spell, Meteor Shower, had long since concluded. And the cooldown for Forbidden Spell, Icebound Prison, was also halfway through. What followed was an inevitable cleansing of the battlefield with forbidden spells. Boom. Meteoric fire rains down, melting the icebergs and reducing the fallen battle beasts to ashes. Buzz. 1,000 miles of ice spreads, freezing the newly reborn battle beasts, setting the stage for the next reign of fire. The symphony of ice and fire here plays the melody of destruction. The entire underground space has been utterly transformed. Had it not been for its unique structure, it would have long since collapsed. On the ground, not a single complete skeleton of the otherworldly beasts remains. All bones have been reduced to the finest powder under the relentless bombardment of the forbidden spells. Ding. Congratulations, host. Gandalf's level has increased to LV14. The golden light of leveling up shone once more. Zhou Huai gazed at the desolate arena, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Is this it? How underwhelming. It has only raised Gandalf by 4 levels. With the vast multitude of fallen battle beasts completely annihilated, a new pathway appeared before Gandalf. Beyond the towering mound of bone powder, Zhou Huai directed him to step forward through the passage. Before him lay a vast circular plaza. The square was still littered with skeletal remains, but these bones belonged not only to otherworldly beasts, but also to many humans. Among the piles of bones, Zhou Huai even spotted several scattered, dulled pieces of equipment. This place seemed to have once witnessed a brutal bloodbath between beasts and humans, resulting in mutual destruction. He guided Gandalf forward and casually picked up a battle axe embedded in the ribcage of a giant beast. Corrupted Titan Battle Axe. Quality: Epic, 3 stars. Level: LV30. Attributes: Damaged, unable to view. Special effects: Damaged, unable to view. Remarks: This was once a battle axe that drank the blood of gods, but time has dulled its edge. Perhaps a true divine craftsman could restore its former glory. Epic, 3 stars. Zhou Huai's eyes brightened. He rummaged nearby for more equipment: a broken longsword, a shattered suit of armor, a pair of battle boots riddled with holes. Without exception, they were all level 30 epic gear. Unfortunately, they were all in a state of decay and unusable. Zhou Huai, however, did not let them go. He collected these scraps of metal, one by one, into his spatial ring. He would later have Iyazi examine them. Perhaps they could indeed be restored to their former splendor. As Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf, scavenging in this ancient battlefield, at the very center of the circular plaza, an exceptionally large skull of an otherworldly beast suddenly ignited with 2 balls of eerie green flames in its dark eye sockets. A chilling wind swept through the air. The entire plaza began to tremble slightly. Zhou Huai instantly sensed something amiss. This atmosphere suggested the beginning of a boss battle. Indeed, in the plaza's center, countless massive bones seemed to respond to an invisible call, rapidly assembling. Soon, an enormous skeletal beast rose slowly from the ground. It resembled a colossal 4-legged creature, yet bore 3 fearsome heads. 3-headed undead tyrant LV30, catastrophe level boss. Health: 1000000100000. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Huai wasted no time and commanded Gandalf to raise his staff. A preemptive strike grants an advantage. Forbidden spell, meteoric fire rain. However, the response of the 3-headed undead tyrant exceeded Zhou Huai's expectations. In the face of the falling apocalyptic meteors, the leftmost head suddenly raised high, emitting a piercing howl. Countless fragments of bones soared into the air, rapidly coalescing above its head to form an incredibly thick wall of bone. Boom, boom, boom. The meteor fire rained down violently upon the bone wall, producing deafening roars. The wall of bones withstood Gandalf's full force strike, yet it soon cracked, shattering into a cloud of bone powder. Zhou Huai realized immediately that this boss was rather formidable. Without hesitation, he relinquished control of Gandalf. He now trusted the micromanaging and judgment of the AI core more than himself. The boss seemed to take offense at having its defenses breached. Its right head whipped around to glare at Gandalf, unleashing a shrill roar. An invisible sound wave surged through the space, sweeping toward Gandalf at incredible speed, leaving no chance for evasion. Zhou Huai furrowed his brow, uncertain of the effect of this attack. To his surprise, when Gandalf was struck by the sound wave, he remained unfazed. Even the arcane barrier, shielding him, showed no signs of wear. It was as if it were merely an ordinary roar. This scene bewildered not only Zhou Huai, but also caused a brief pause in the 3-headed undead tyrant, as if it too were momentarily confused. What Zhou Huai did not realize was that the boss's attack, Soul Shock, could bypass any physical or magical defenses and directly assault the target's soul. Those with strong mental faculties would be plunged into a prolonged state of dizziness, while the weak would face immediate soul annihilation and death. However, the Gandalf controlled by Zhou Huai possessed no soul. It was merely the cold AI core. Thus, soul attacks held no efficacy against him. After a brief moment of astonishment, a wave of fury surged forth. The central head of the three-headed undead tyrant suddenly opened its gaping maw. A thick, sinister green flame, exuding an ominous aura, erupted forth like a torrent. Under the control of the AI core, Gandalf instinctively evaded. Yet the flame's area of effect was far too vast. Even with timely dodging, he was still grazed by the edge of the flame. 12,391. A massive damage number appeared above Gandalf's head. Fortunately, he had the arcane barrier. Otherwise, that blow would have been fatal. Yet, the eerie green flame, while blocked by the arcane barrier, showed no signs of extinguishing, like a parasite. It continued to scorch the surface of the shield. 521,522,531 continuous damage numbers kept popping up. Chapter 57. Is this otherworldly fire? That strange green flame clung to the arcane barrier, burning fiercely and emitting a sizzling sound. Zhou Huai's heart sank. The persistent damage from this flame was alarmingly high. Luckily, after Gandalf leveled up to 14, his mental strength surged, and the shield value of the arcane barrier surpassed 80,000. For the time being, it could hold. Seeing that the three-headed undead tyrant seemed poised to unleash flames again, Gandalf, under the AI core's control, decisively raised his staff. Forbidden spell, 1,000 miles of ice sealed. The frigid energy spread once more, instantly enveloping the entire circular plaza in a thick layer of ice. The three heads of the undead tyrant, just moments ago poised to spew flames, were frozen along with the impending fire within the solid ice. The next moment, the flames erupted in its throat. 5,871. 8,121. The first damage came from the 1,000 miles of ice sealing, while the second resulted from its own flames rebounding. Such a tactic? Zhou Huai couldn't help but chuckle at the spectacle. This boss had effectively blown itself up. Roar! The undead tyrant bellowed thunderously, violently shaking its heads to shatter the ice shards clinging to its jaws. The eerie green soul flames flickered wildly in its eye sockets, clearly indicating that it was infuriated to the utmost. The rightmost head suddenly opened its massive mouth. A peculiar sound, reminiscent of a colossal ship's horn, echoed through the air. In an instant, the scattered remains of bizarre beasts in the square were summoned once more, swiftly reassembling. Before long, several skeletal giants, towering at 5 meters, emerged. Though their movements were clumsy, each step sent tremors through the ground. They strode forward, charging towards Gandalf. Zhou Huai's mind raced, contemplating a solution to this predicament. This was the most formidable boss he had encountered since acquiring his doppelganger, without exception. The cooldown of Meteor Shower had finally concluded, yet he knew that the creature would undoubtedly erect a bone wall to thwart it. While Icebound Earth could inflict damage, its cooldown was excessively lengthy. Even with the passive skill reducing cooldown by 30, it still required a protracted 63 seconds. To whittle it down with such minimal damage would take no less than 15 minutes. Gandalf could not endure that long. Bang! Just as the thought crossed his mind, a skeletal giant barreled towards him, its massive bone fist, imbued with tremendous force, crashing down upon Gandalf's arcane barrier. 5,320. An astonishing damage figure appeared. Gandalf's body was sent tumbling like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily against a distant wall. Struggling to rise, his AI, the Wisdom Core, swiftly commanded him to erect a new arcane barrier. However, before he could catch his breath, the central head of the bone tyrant unleashed a torrent of viscous green flames. The flames struck Gandalf, who had just regained his footing, with deadly precision. 21,055. A damage figure capable of instilling despair in any similarly ranked professional erupted upon the shield. The newly formed barrier was instantly reduced by a quarter. Furthermore, the green flames clung to it, igniting a continuous burn. 1,052. 1,066. 1,049. The flames intensified, and the shield's value plummeted at an alarming rate. The situation was dire. Zhou Huai's gaze remained fixated on the three-headed bone tyrant. The right head commanded the skeletal giants and bone walls. The middle head exhaled flames, while the left head seemed ineffective against Gandalf. The breakthrough lay with the right head. A bold plan rapidly took shape in his mind. When Meteor Shower was cast, it would surely use the right head to summon the bone wall. In that fleeting moment, he would freeze it with Icebound Earth. This required an exceptionally precise timing. A second too early, and Icebound Earth would strike first, alerting the enemy. A second too late, and the bone wall would form, blocking the Meteor Shower. But now it was a gamble. Soon, The cooldown for Icebound Earth concluded. Now was the moment. Zhou Huai immediately issued the command. Gandalf raised his staff high, chanting ancient syllables. A rift tore open in the space above him, and a portal of flaming meteors slowly emerged. As anticipated, the right head of the three-headed bone tyrant immediately lifted, preparing to summon the bone wall. Just as it opened its mouth, the syllables about to be uttered, Gandalf's second forbidden spell followed closely behind. Forbidden spell, Icebound Earth. An extreme chill precisely enveloped the three heads of the bone tyrant. Crack! The three enormous mouths were simultaneously sealed by solid ice. The bone wall, which had just begun to coalesce, lost its energy support and collapsed instantly, transforming into a cloud of bone dust. Success! Zhou Huai felt a surge of elation. In the sky, the meteor shower soared unimpeded, crashing down upon the massive form of the bone tyrant. Boom, 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 boom. 5 colossal meteors exploded upon it in succession. 6,541, 6,890, 6,622, 6,710, 6,498. A series of devastating damage figures floated above the bone tyrant's head, its lengthy health bar visibly diminished by half. A painful roar was muffled within the ice, appearing both comical and powerless. Simultaneously, the skeletal giants that had been pursuing Gandalf lost control, their movements faltering as they collapsed into a heap of shattered bones. The crisis was temporarily averted. Gandalf seized the precious moment to replenish his arcane barrier just before the previous one shattered. The ensuing battle entered a heart-stopping cycle. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf like an artist dancing on the edge of a blade. Each release of a forbidden spell was timed to the utmost precision. Every skill was executed flawlessly. Amidst another round of the duality of ice and fire, this overwhelmingly despair-inducing hidden boss let out a final, unwilling wail. Its massive skeletal form could no longer withstand the onslaught, crashing down and shattering into countless pieces. With the fall of the bone tyrant, a vast influx of experience poured into Gandalf, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. Ding! Congratulations, host. The doppelganger Gandalf has leveled up to LV-15. The radiant light of the upgrade illuminated the desolate ancient battlefield. Zhou Huai exhaled a long breath, only to realize that his back had become soaked with cold sweat. How extraordinarily formidable. To render even Gandalf, with his SS-tier profession, so beleaguered, the strength of this hidden boss had surpassed his expectations. Indeed, had it not been for Gandalf's lack of a soul, granting him innate immunity to the boss's most bizarre soul attacks, it would have been akin to the bone tyrant severing its own limb. Otherwise, the outcome remained uncertain. Unfortunately, it encountered Zhou Huai, the cheat. Although the boss had been defeated, the green flames still clinging to Gandalf had yet to extinguish. They burned for a full 5 minutes, gradually dissipating only under the continuous drain of the arcane barrier. Zhou Huai hastily maneuvered Gandalf forward to inspect the spoils. Amidst a pile of shattered bones, a shimmering purple blueprint lay quietly. Blueprint for the Star Moon robe. Zhou Huai's heart leaped with joy. He had finally gathered 3 pieces of the Star Moon set. In addition, there were several precious materials exuding a strong aura of death, all core components for forging high-level necromantic equipment. Subsequently, his gaze was drawn to an object at the center of the bone tyrant's corpse. There, a fist-sized orb of ghostly green flames hovered silently in midair. It emitted no heat, yet radiated an unsettling aura, as if capable of incinerating everything. As Zhou Huai approached the flames, his breath caught in his throat, and an overwhelming joy erupted in his eyes. Could this be otherworldly fire? Chapter 58, Soul-Eating Nether Flame. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf, swiftly closing the distance to the ghostly green flames. Before he could fully approach, a wave of heat washed over him, not the searing of flesh, but an uncanny warmth as if it sought to ignite the very soul. A prickling sensation surged from the depths of his heart. When Gandalf was within 3 meters of the flames, an information panel finally materialized before him. Otherworldly fire, soul-eating nether flame, unidentified. Unbound. Effect. This fire originates from the depths of the 9 nether purgatory, forged from endless vengeful souls and malevolent energy. Once tainted, it clings like a parasite, exceedingly difficult to extinguish. During its burn, it will continuously scorch the target's flesh and soul, inflicting fire and soul damage based on mental power every second. The flame lasts at least 15 minutes, until the target is reduced to ashes or the caster actively retracts it. Those whose souls are burned by this fire have a chance of soul collapse, resulting in complete obliteration. Note: absorbing this fire requires enduring the backlash of purgatorial malevolence and the gnawing of myriad souls, a perilous endeavor. Indeed, it was otherworldly fire. Zhou Huai's pupils suddenly constricted, and his breath quickened. The anomalous fire. This is undoubtedly a rare and precious treasure in the Great Xia Kingdom. And even throughout the entire Blue Star world, anomalous fire is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The conditions for its formation are exceedingly stringent, often only occurring in environments of extreme peril, where energy is highly concentrated, or in the aftermath of the fall of formidable bosses who wield the laws of fire. With a minuscule probability of emergence, the birth of each anomalous fire is enough to incite frenzied competition among countless practitioners, even triggering bloodshed. Its value is beyond measure. For fire attribute practitioners, anomalous fire is the ultimate coveted treasure. Once successfully absorbed and refined, not only will their fire skills experience a monumental surge in power, but they will also inherit the unique attributes of the anomalous fire, becoming unpredictable and difficult to defend against. It is said that the legendary mage renowned as the Flame Calamity in the Free Federation, despite being merely an A-rank fire control master, attained an S-rank anomalous fire known as the True Flame of the Sun. With this fire, he could even confront seasoned S-rank powerhouses and emerge unscathed, thereby solidifying his legendary status. This clearly illustrates how terrifying the enhancement provided by a powerful anomalous fire can be for practitioners. Beyond combat, anomalous fire plays an irreplaceable role in forging, alchemy, array formation, and even high-level culinary arts. The most prestigious blacksmithing guild in East Sea City boasts a forging chamber powered by a cluster of D-rank magma fire. Zhou Huai felt that the magma fire paled in comparison to the soul-devouring dark flame before him, akin to the difference between a firefly and a bright moon, entirely disparate in magnitude. Anomalous fire also possesses various grades, from D to S. Even the lowest D-rank anomalous fire can easily fetch a staggering price of 10 million Great Xia coins on the market, and it is perpetually in high demand, yet low supply. Gazing at the soul-devouring dark flame before him, Zhou Huai's heart surged with fervor. However, absorbing anomalous fire is no simple task. The more powerful the anomalous fire, the more terrifying its backlash. During the absorption process, one must endure not only the excruciating agony of the flames, but also withstand the violent while embedded within the essence of the anomalous fire. A moment's carelessness could lead to total annihilation of the soul, reducing one to ashes. Throughout history, countless talented practitioners have perished in their attempts to absorb anomalous fire. Therefore, before attempting absorption, practitioners typically make thorough preparations. First, they must utilize a valuable, anomalous fire appraisal scroll to ascertain its grade and characteristics, assessing the risks involved. Secondly, they prepare various potions or items to resist the backlash and stabilize their minds before cautiously attempting absorption. Yet, at this moment, Zhou Huai found himself deep within this enigmatic hidden dungeon, devoid of any appraisal scrolls or even the most basic tools. To acquire this anomalous fire, Gandalf had no choice but to charge ahead. Fortune favors the bold. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Zhou Huai's eyes. He decisively relinquished control of Gandalf's body, entrusting everything to the coldly rational intelligence core AI. An AI devoid of a soul might yield unexpected results when confronting the backlash at the soul level. Under the guidance of the intelligence core AI, Gandalf slowly extended his right hand toward the quietly suspended soul-devouring dark flame. Just as his fingertips were about to graze the flames, the soul-devouring dark flame erupted to life like a beast awakened from slumber, morphing into a ghastly visage that lunged ferociously at Gandalf. Buzz! The brilliance of the arcane barrier surged, firmly repelling the green visage of the flame. However, the flames did not relent. They enveloped Gandalf like a gigantic green web, scorching him relentlessly. 1229, 1299, 1258. A series of astonishing damage figures erupted above Gandalf's head. The shield value of the arcane barrier plummeted at a terrifying speed. Were any living person in this scenario, they would likely have succumbed to this excruciating agony long ago. Meanwhile, he closed his eyes, resembling a monk in meditation, attempting to guide and absorb this destructive power from the depths of hell along some arcane trajectory. This was a protracted and perilous process. The soul-devouring dark flame was exceedingly violent, with each flicker of flame seemingly possessing an independent will, desperately trying to tear through Gandalf's defenses and penetrate his body, aiming to reduce him to nothingness. The shield value dwindled rapidly, teetering on the brink of collapse, only to be reinstated by the intelligence core AI at the moment of cooldown. Gandalf's magical energy also diminished swiftly, compelling Zhou Huai to have him consume several vials of previously acquired mana recovery potions. Time passed agonizingly slowly. Zhou Huai's heart raced. He could keenly sense that the intelligence core AI was engaging in a struggle with the soul-devouring dark flame in a manner beyond human comprehension. It lacked emotion, fear, and operated solely on cold, precise calculations. It transformed Gandalf's body into a flawless vessel, meticulously guiding the raging flames into his being, gradually extinguishing their malevolence and refining their essence with its immense mental power. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, when the shield value of the arcane barrier was on the verge of depletion once more, the last wisp of ghostly green flame emitted a reluctant whimper as it was completely absorbed by Gandalf. Zhou Huai's taut nerves finally relaxed. He exhaled deeply. Success. Just moments ago, he had been prepared for the possibility of Gandalf being torn apart, meeting his demise on the spot. The backlash of this anomalous fire was indeed ferocious. Its grade undoubtedly high. After absorbing the anomalous fire, Zhou Huai contained his excitement and controlled Gandalf to meticulously scour the ancient battlefield for any remaining treasures worth taking, ensuring that no other valuable items or deeper hidden bosses remained. Only then did he feel satisfied as he guided Gandalf away from the hidden underground space to reunite with Yasuo, who awaited outside the stone door. Subsequently, the two did not linger and swiftly exited the Shadow Marsh dungeon. Whoosh, whoosh. Two beams of white light flashed, and Yasuo and Gandalf reappeared at the entrance of the Shadow Marsh dungeon instance. At that moment, the sky outside had completely darkened. The night sky was dotted with stars, yet it did little to dispel the wilderness's depth and chill. Zhou Huai gazed at the scene before him, momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of surprise. He noticed that a considerable number of practitioners had gathered outside the entrance of the Shadow Marsh dungeon instance, numbering at least 100. They sat in small groups around several campfires, whispering amongst themselves, the atmosphere noticeably tense. Each face bore traces of worry and unease. The bodies of the members of the Sky Sword Guild had been callously dragged to one side, piled haphazardly like refuse. These individuals, who typically wielded their power to bully others, were now disregarded even in death. Strangely, throughout this entire time, no one had cast their gaze upon the newly appeared Yasuo and Gandalf. It was as if they were mere specters. A flicker of curiosity arose in Zhou Huai's heart. Where were the members of the Sky Sword? By all accounts, with so many deaths here, the news should have spread by now. Moreover, what were these individuals doing here? They did not appear to be preparing to form a team to enter the dungeon. Zhou Huai's thoughts stirred as he guided Yasuo toward a middle-aged man nearby who was polishing a long blade. What has transpired? Yasuo's voice retained its characteristic coldness. Why are you all gathered here? The middle-aged man looked up, sizing up Yasuo and then glancing at the silent Gandalf behind him. His gaze was tinged with a hint of vigilance. You are unaware? Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, shook his head. I just emerged from the dungeon. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, exhibited a slight decrease in his wariness, which was soon replaced by a long, heavy sigh. He sheathed his long blade, his tone somber. Perhaps it is better that you do not know. Tonight, Donghai City is likely to be quite tumultuous. Zhou Huai furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he awaited further elaboration. The middle-aged man stared into the distant, shadowy woods, his eyes filled with concern. A beast tide. Tonight, we are likely to face a beast tide. We are merely refugees who escaped from nearby leveling spots. Chapter 59. Triggering the challenge quest, a beast tide? Yasuo's voice betrayed no emotion. The middle-aged man nodded gravely, his face clouded with misfortune. Indeed, what a stroke of bad luck. He spat in frustration. I just stepped out of the city seeking work, and now this. He glanced at the ominous forest afar, a shiver of dread coursing through him. This year's beast tide has come far too frequently. Just in the first half of the year, Donghai City has been plagued by it no less than 3 times. Zhou Huai understood. He grasped why these individuals had congregated here. The dungeon entrance indeed served as an excellent refuge. Should the beast tide draw near, everyone could take shelter within, waiting for the storm to pass before emerging. This also explained the absence of the Celestial Sword faction. Surely they had received word and dared not risk confronting the tide in search of vengeance. At that moment, a group of figures hurriedly approached along the path through the woods. Each appeared frantic, their garments smeared with dirt and foliage. The leader, upon reaching them, gasped for breath and shouted, "Quick, enter the dungeon. The beast tide is less than 2 kilometers away." With that proclamation, the previously calm crowd erupted into chaos. Everyone surged to their feet, anxiety etched across their faces as they rushed toward the dungeon entrance. Everyone, remain calm. One at a time. An elderly man with graying hair, exuding an air of authority, stepped forward to restore order. The entrance is limited. Crowding will not help. Despite the throng's density, the elderly man's guidance maintained a semblance of order. Figures transformed into streaks of white light, vanishing into the dungeon's vortex one after another. Meanwhile, the ground began to tremble with subtle vibrations. The air resonated with the distant, thunderous roars of countless beasts gathering. Hurry, they are coming, the elder urged anxiously. The remaining 30 or so individuals, still outside the dungeon, appeared increasingly frantic, their movements quickening. Fortunately, before the beast tide truly arrived, all managed to enter the dungeon. Only Yasuo and Gandalf remained in the open space. Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, prepared to lead Gandalf back into the dungeon, eager to continue farming for the Star Moon set schematics. However, just as he was about to select the dungeon difficulty, a chilling system notification abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding! Challenge quest triggered. Quest name, Beast Tide Slayer Quest Objective. Defeat 10,000 beasts during this beast tide. Quest reward, Professional Sphere Extraction Chance X1. Yasuo halted his actions. A challenge quest had been triggered? Zhou Huai's heart raced uncontrollably. The reward was irresistible, yet the task itself was undeniably perilous. 10,000 beasts. Given the current levels of Yasuo and Gandalf, accomplishing this would entail significant risk. Among the beast tide, there were countless high-level creatures. A moment's carelessness could lead to instant annihilation. Yet, since the quest had been triggered, he felt compelled to attempt it. Every opportunity to gain a new avatar was invaluable and must not be squandered. The elder, glancing back before entering the dungeon, noticed Yasuo and Gandalf still standing still. And he grew impatient. Why are you two still outside? Are you seeking death? Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, shook his head slowly. We will not be entering. We wish to witness what this beast tide entails. The elder, upon hearing this, nearly bulged his eyes in disbelief. He pointed at Yasuo, trembling with anger. Have you both lost your minds? Witness the beast tide? Do you have any idea how many beasts lurk within? Tens of thousands. By the time you see them, it will be too late to flee. You will be trampled into a puddle of flesh by that endless horde. Zhou Huai, controlling Yasuo, nodded slightly at the elder. Thank you for the warning. We merely wish to observe, rest assured. Feeling the ground tremble more violently beneath him, the elder realized he could wait no longer. He stamped his foot in frustration, leaving behind a final remark. Ignore the words of the elderly, and you shall suffer the consequences. I care not for your fates. With that, his figure transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing from sight. The area before the dungeon entrance fell into complete silence. Zhou Huai, maneuvering Yasuo, turned and effortlessly hoisted Gandalf onto his back. To complete this challenge, the primary damage dealer would need to be the forbidden spellcaster. Yasuo's role was to serve as his steed, ensuring Gandalf would not be overwhelmed by the beast tide. Lightning crackled beneath their feet. Yasuo carried Gandalf, moving with the agility of the wind, and in a few leaps, they ascended a high hillock. As he gazed ahead, Zhou Huai, despite his calm demeanor, could not help but gasp in awe. The sight before him was enough to instill fear in any heart. In the distance, a black torrent surged forth. It was an endless swarm of beasts, a stampede coalescing into a black wave that tore through the land, leaving fallen trees and shattered rocks in its wake. In the sky, flying beasts with wings spread wide obscured the moonlight, circling like a dark cloud, emitting piercing screams. Amidst this black torrent, several colossal creatures, resembling mountains, moved with heavy strides, each footfall sending tremors through the hill beneath Zhou Huai. The cacophony of roars and howls from the throng of beasts converged into a sound wave capable of annihilating all, reverberating painfully in the ears. As the elder had warned, the horde likely numbered 50 or 60,000. Their direction was unmistakable. The target was Donghai City. This was Zhou Huai's first time experiencing the beast tide from such proximity. The overwhelming sense of impending doom sent a shiver down his spine. He soon steadied his nerves, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Gandalf slowly raised his staff, ancient incantations resonating clearly amidst the roars of the beasts. Forbidden spell, meteor rain. Boom. The space above them tore open, a burning portal materializing once more. Yet this time, what fell from the portal were not the crimson meteors of before, but rather a rain of doomsday stars engulfed in emerald flames. The green fire was the soul-eating inferno that Gandalf had just absorbed. Boom, boom, boom. The emerald meteors struck precisely into the densest clusters of beasts below. The violent shockwaves instantly obliterated dozens of creatures into mere fragments. But this was merely the beginning. The explosions unleashed green flames that spread like venom, contaminating even more beasts in the vicinity. A chilling wail echoed across the battlefield. The flames seemed alive, and the afflicted beasts rolled frantically, attempting to extinguish the fire. Yet to no avail. The green inferno, like a relentless parasite, ignored their fur and scales, directly searing their flesh and souls. A multitude of strange beasts writhed in agony, their forms consumed by flames until they were reduced to charred skeletons, scattered as ash upon the wind. The scene was reminiscent of Hell's Descent. You have slain the jungle wolf LV-12, earning 120 experience points. You have slain the ironclad bull LV-15, earning 250 experience points. A meteor shower of fire rained down, annihilating over 100 creatures. The notifications echoed incessantly in Zhou Huai's mind, stirring chaos amidst the frenzied tide of beasts. A piercing cry echoed through the sky as a colossal eagle with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters locked its sharp gaze upon Yasuo and Gandalf on the hillside. With a thunderous screech, it summoned a dozen varied flying beasts from the horde, diverting their course like arrows released from a bow, diving towards the two figures with lethal intent. The scent of blood filled the air, thick with murderous intent. Yasuo, sensing the imminent danger, wasted no time. Thunderous armor. With a crackling burst, blinding lightning enveloped him, coalescing into a formidable blue armor. He surged forward with explosive energy, carrying Gandalf as if he were a bolt of blue lightning darting through the dense forest. Chapter 60. The forbidden gravity field. The night was ink black. The winds of the wilderness reeking of blood and decay. Moonlight filtered through the thick foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the swiftly moving forms within the woods. Yasuo, bearing Gandalf on his back, became a fleeting blur of blue amidst the trees. Each footfall was precise, each movement fluid and graceful. Behind them, shrill cries of the pursuing beasts echoed relentlessly. A dozen flying creatures circled like vultures, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts and razor winds from above. Boom, boom. Energy blasts detonated behind Yasuo, sending clouds of dirt and debris into the air. Sharp winds sliced through the trees, cleaving them in two with a sickening crack. On the forest floor, agile wolf-like beasts abandoned their direct pursuit, attempting to flank Yasuo, eager to obstruct his path. A death wish. Zhou Huai's thoughts turned cold. Yasuo abruptly changed direction, his sword weaving a deadly flourish. With a swift thrust, he severed the head of a lunging wolf, hot blood spraying across the cold ground. The electric force of his sword surged through the air, incapacitating the remaining wolves, momentarily halting their advance. Without a backward glance, Yasuo accelerated, leaving them far behind. The ground threats were trivial, yet the flying foes above were a vexation. Although they posed no immediate danger, they swarmed like a hive of buzzing flies, disrupting his movements. Yasuo lacked ranged attacks. Gandalf's meteor shower could suffice, but deploying it against mere minions felt wasteful. Moreover, with their high-speed pursuit, accuracy was uncertain. Zhou Huai's mind raced, contemplating strategies. In that instant, a thought struck him like lightning. Wait, Gandalf had reached level 15. He must have acquired a new skill. In his excitement over absorbing the strange fire, he had overlooked this crucial detail. He quickly immersed part of his consciousness into Gandalf's attribute panel. Indeed, at the bottom of the skill list, a new skill icon shimmered with a profound ochre glow. Forbidden Gravity Field LV-1. Effect. Consumes 1,000 mana points, distorting the gravity in a specified area, creating a tenfold gravitational field within a 100-meter radius. All targets entering this field will experience significant movement restrictions. This effect also applies to thrown objects and flying projectiles. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Zhou Huai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Another remarkably powerful area control skill. However, using it against the flock of birds above seemed extravagant. A bolder, more audacious plan swiftly took shape in his mind. So be it. A subtle smile graced Zhou Huai's lips. Let them witness the true calamity. He immediately issued a command. Yasuo pivoted sharply, abandoning the cover of the forest and charging headlong towards the surging tide of beasts. As they drew nearer, the scattered creatures became increasingly numerous. Various ranged attacks rained down upon them like a torrential downpour. Lightning speed. Yasuo transformed into a serpentine flash of electricity, skillfully navigating through the barrage. Meanwhile, Gandalf silently raised his staff. Ancient incantations began to flow from his lips. Forbidden Ice Seal. A wave of chilling air expanded from their center. Crack, crack. In the fan-shaped area ahead, hundreds of beasts and their unleashed abilities were instantly encased in crystalline ice. A lethal corridor to the heart of the beast horde was forcibly cleared. Yasuo wasted no time, racing down the frozen path. The earth trembled violently. the roar of the horde reverberating like a tsunami crashing upon the shore. Almost there, Zhou Huai assessed coolly. Any closer, and even these two avatars would be ensnared. At that moment, the flying beasts had closed in, their numbers swelling to 20 or 30. They circled overhead like a dark cloud, launching another concentrated dive attack. However, this time, there would be no evasion. Gandalf raised his staff once more. With a complexity unmatched by previous spells, he slowly intoned an ancient incantation. A powerful, mysterious force surged from the depths of the earth, responding to his command. Forbidden gravity field. Buzz. An invisible force field descended abruptly, within a 100-meter radius centered on Gandalf. The ground plummeted. The creatures charging towards them seemed trapped by an unseen hand, their limbs sinking into the soft earth, immobilized. In the sky, the dozens of diving beasts emitted terrified cries. Their wings felt leaden, their bodies uncontrollably plummeting towards the ground. Thud, 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 like dumplings. The flying beasts crashed to the earth, landing in disarray. But it was not over. Gandalf's chant continued unabated. Above him, the space tore open, revealing a portal burning with eerie green flames. Forbidden meteor shower. Below, the beasts, firmly restrained by the gravitational field, looked up in despair. Their eyes reflected the apocalyptic vision. Burning meteors, trailing long green tails, plummeted from the sky. They wished to flee, to hide. Yet their bodies felt as if ensnared in a quagmire. Each movement a Herculean effort. They could only watch as death descended from above. Boom. The first green meteor crashed into the densest part of the beast horde. The cataclysmic shockwave, mingled with soul-consuming green flames, erupted. Countless beasts were torn asunder in an instant, only to be ignited by the inferno in the next. The anguished screams echoed across the night, soon drowned by the subsequent explosions. This was a one-sided massacre, a merciless baptism of earthly beings in the flames of hell. You have slain the Shadow Leopard LV-17, earning 310 experience points. A series of system notifications cascaded in Zhou Huai's mind like a magnificent waterfall. With this combination skill, he had slain nearly 500 beasts. Radiant golden light of ascension burst forth simultaneously from both Yasuo and Gandalf, as they both leveled up to LV-16. Zhou Huai's heart surged with excitement, for he felt he had discovered a new and expansive path to rapid enhancement. However, just as he reveled in this moment, a colossal cyan wind blade, moving at an astonishing speed, swept through the air from the depths of the beast tide without warning. The wind blade stretched dozens of meters long, slicing through space as if creating a rift. Alarmed, Yasuo, under the control of the core AI, sensed the imminent peril. Yet, the breadth of the wind blade's coverage was insurmountable, and its velocity was unfathomable, leaving little room for evasion. In a split second, Gandalf leapt from Yasuo's back. Positioning himself in front of him, the brilliance of the arcane barrier surged to its peak. Boom. The cyan wind blade struck fiercely against the seemingly fragile magical shield. 33. 134. A staggering damage number erupted above Gandalf's head. The thunder armor on Yasuo shattered instantly. Despite Gandalf standing in front, the dispersing gusts left Yasuo's health bar perilously thin. The two were propelled backwards as if colliding with a speeding train, hurtling dozens of meters away. Trees along their path were uprooted with ease. Thud. Yasuo crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. He lifted his head, and through his perspective, Zhou Huai finally discerned the assailant. Above the beast tide hovered a gigantic eagle with a wingspan exceeding 50 meters, its feathers gleaming with a sharp azure golden hue, as if forged from metal. Its eyes burned like two suns, cold and fierce. Even under the influence of tenfold gravity, it floated effortlessly, seemingly unperturbed. Screech. It fixated its gaze on the beleaguered Yasuo and Gandalf below, unleashing a roar that reverberated through the skies. Chapter 61. Have these two gone mad? Zhou Huai's pupils constricted sharply. A line of crimson data materialized in his consciousness. Skystorm Falcon LV-42 Catastrophe Level Boss. Health. 560, 000, 560, 000, Level 42. Catastrophe Level Boss. Zhou Huai's expression turned grave. Run. This was the only thought racing through his mind. Without hesitation, he issued a command. Yasuo swiftly tossed the recently risen Gandalf back onto his back and turned to flee. At this moment, he dared not entertain any thoughts of combat. What a joke. A boss of this caliber was far beyond his current capabilities. A single skill could annihilate both of them. Not to mention the dark mass of beast tide in the distance, which had begun to break free from the constraints of the gravity field. Screech. The Skystorm Falcon. evidently unwilling to let these two audacious ants escape unscathed, locked its fiery gaze upon the fleeing blue lightning below. With a powerful flap of its wings, hundreds of cyan wind blades coalesced from thin air, descending like a lethal storm. Each wind blade possessed the power to effortlessly tear through steel. Lightning dash. Under the control of the core AI, Yasuo pushed his agility to its limits. His figure transformed into a serpentine flash of lightning, weaving through the dense rain of wind blades at an astonishing angle. The blades grazed his body, leaving deep gashes in the ground. In the chaos, he swung his sword, decapitating a beast that had been weakened by the previous explosion, its health reduced to a mere sliver. A warm current surged through the sword into his body. The vampiric effect of the wild set triggered, pulling his precarious health bar back up slightly. Roar. The Skystorm Falcon, enraged by its missed strike, opened its beak wide, rapidly condensing a highly compressed cyan energy sphere. The surrounding air warped, emitting a piercing hum. A terrifying pressure descended like a mountain. Zhou Huai felt his heart skip a beat. The core AI, showing no hesitation, activated the ultimate trump card of the wild set. Wild Surge. A primal and violent power erupted from within Yasuo. His eyes glowed with a blood-red light, and in that instant, his speed doubled. He transformed into a blur, darting through the forest with reckless abandon. Just as he burst beyond 100 meters, a deafening boom echoed. The cyan energy sphere finally erupted from the falcon's maw. It descended like a fallen azure sun, crashing down upon the very spot where Yasuo had just been. The explosive energy detonated, creating a massive crater over 50 meters in diameter. The edges of the pit were reduced to dust. The shockwave propelled Yasuo forward several meters. Zhou Huai, witnessing the terrifying scene behind him, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The power of this boss's skills was unfathomably terrifying. It dawned upon him that he had been mistaken from the very beginning. Within such a vast beast tide, there must be several formidable bosses lurking. This was not something that Yasuo and Gandalf could contend with at present. His prior actions had been recklessly audacious, teetering dangerously close to death. The most prudent course of action would have been to wait for the beast tide to engage the city guards in direct confrontation. At that moment, the troublesome bosses would naturally be dealt with by the powerful defenders in the city. He could then take the opportunity to reap the rewards from the lesser foes and complete his task. The pressure would be infinitely lessened. The immediate priority was to shake off the pursuing horde behind him. However, Zhou Huai soon despaired as he realized that no matter which direction he fled, the enraged beast tide remained relentless, hot on his heels. Meanwhile, atop a towering mountain in the distance, several adventurer teams gathered, gazing down at the black torrent below in disbelief. My heavens, the numbers are overwhelming. A young professional's face turned pale, his voice trembling. If all those beasts charge into the city of Donghai, won't it be breached? Beside him, an experienced middle-aged man clapped him on the shoulder, speaking in a grave tone. Don't be foolish. Just a few tens of thousands of beasts? That's merely a small skirmish. I've witnessed sieges with over 100,000 beasts in the past few years, and we still held our ground. The magic cannons on the city walls are no trifles. Another sighed and chimed in. That may be true, but this year's beast tide is far too frequent. Life for us professionals is becoming increasingly difficult. As the crowd murmured, a sharp-eyed archer in the group suddenly pointed below, exclaiming, "Look, it seems there are people in front of the beast tide." The shield warrior beside him scoffed immediately. Don't be ridiculous, a fey. That's a beast tide. How could there be anyone in front of it? Are you seeing things out of fear? The others echoed in agreement. Exactly, you must have misseen. However, the archer named a fey was insistent, straining his neck as he declared, I didn't see wrong. It's real. You can see for yourselves. The figure sprinted with remarkable speed, burdened by a companion. Witnessing his unwavering determination, the crowd hesitantly shifted their gaze towards the oncoming tide of beasts. The sight of the professionals, a cadre with vision surpassing that of ordinary mortals, was sharp. In mere moments, they discerned a vague blue luminescence amidst the surging black torrent. An eerie silence enveloped the mountaintop, punctuated only by the sound of gasps from the onlookers. Did I truly see that? Is there really someone there? What could these two individuals possibly intend? Have they lost their minds? A mage muttered, incredulous. Surely, they cannot hope to thwart the beast tide with just the two of them. Nearby, another individual regarded him with disdain, as if he were a fool. Have you lost your wits? That is utterly impossible. A seasoned assassin speculated. Perhaps these unfortunate souls simply had no time to seek refuge before the beast tide emerged upon them, forcing them to run desperately ahead in search of a sliver of hope. Alas, how pitiful. May they survive this ordeal. However, the previously pragmatic middle-aged man shook his head. a cold sneer escaping his lips. Survive? That is nothing short of a fantasy. Observe the speed of the beast tide. In mere minutes, they shall be utterly overwhelmed and trampled into a pulp. Yet, no sooner had he spoken, when a sudden upheaval occurred. A thunderous roar reverberated from below. The pursuing horde of beasts, as though colliding with an invisible wall, abruptly halted, their bodies sinking deeply into the earth. The beasts behind them, unable to stop, crashed into the mass, creating chaos reminiscent of a catastrophic pileup. In the sky, the relentless flying beasts plummeted like dumplings, uncontrollably crashing to the ground. But the spectacle did not end there. The spectators atop the mountain widened their eyes in disbelief as they witnessed the very fabric of space above the two figures being torn asunder. 5 colossal meteors, ablaze with a ghostly green fire and trailing long tails, hurtled down, crashing into the densest part of the beast horde. The scene was unprecedented in its magnitude. In the heart of the chaos, a colossal creature, as immense as a mountain, let out a furious roar, trampling its companions without a care. Driven to pursue the two figures. Above, a massive azure falcon screeched, unleashing cataclysmic spells upon the ground below. Yet, the blue light moved with a swiftness akin to genuine lightning, skillfully dodging every attack while steadily widening the gap. This astonishing display left all observers on the mountaintop utterly astounded. Is this truly human? Chapter 62. The visitors on the city wall in EC City. Atop the northern city wall, the iron-forged barrier resembled a black mountain stretching across the heavens, cold and silent. Every 100 meters along the wall, formidable magical artillery was positioned, their dark muzzles exuding a dangerous glow, prepared to unleash beams of destruction. Nearly 1,000 soldiers clad in standardized armor wielded long spears and heavy shields, forming an imposing phalanx. Their breaths were heavy, their gazes sharp, fixated intently on the distant horizon. Behind them stood professionals from various guilds throughout EC City, either gathered in small groups or standing solemnly alone, their bodies shimmering with diverse occupational auras, embodying the city's frontline against the beast tide. Each assault of the beast tide heralded a calamity that threatened all lives. Guilds and families were bound by necessity, facing no alternative. Yet, as seconds ticked by, the anticipated cataclysmic beast tide remained conspicuously absent. An atmosphere of anxious anticipation permeated the air. What is occurring? It should have arrived by now. Zhang Chiming, the commander of the city guards, a man of rugged countenance, furrowed his brow deeply. He turned to a composed man dressed in elegant black attire standing beside him. Seeking counsel. Chairman Sun, what is your assessment? The man known as Chairman Sun, in his early 40s, possessed an elegant visage. Though his hair bore the first signs of gray, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing calmly into the distance, as if untouched by the unfolding events. Upon hearing Zhang Chiming's inquiry, he spoke slowly, his voice soft yet resonant enough for all to hear. Li Qiu. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure swiftly emerged from the crowd. Tall and clad in practical black attire, it was the enigmatic powerhouse who had once commanded a silver dragon to slay Yasuo. At this moment, this seemingly inscrutable individual stood before Chairman Sun, exuding profound respect. Boss, what are your orders? Chairman Sun continued to gaze into the distance, responding with a calm directive. Go and ascertain the status of the beast tide. Without hesitation, Li Qiu replied promptly. Understood. He pivoted, striding towards the edge of the wall. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he raised his right hand, where an ancient silver dragon-shaped rune materialized in his palm, radiating a brilliant light. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, reverberating from the heavens, causing the entire wall to vibrate. The space before Li Qiu was torn apart by an intangible force, creating a massive rift. A fearsome dragon head covered in gleaming silver scales emerged from the fissure, its molten gold eyes scanning the crowd below with indifference. The guards atop the wall had never witnessed such a sight, and they recoiled in horror, instinctively taking a step back. Li Qiu lightly pressed his toes against the battlements, soaring gracefully onto the broad back of the silver dragon. Just as he prepared to command the dragon to take flight, a tremendous rumble shook the earth violently. The thunderous roar, akin to thunder, approached steadily from afar, inducing a surge of trepidation in every heart. It has arrived. Zhang Chiming barked sharply. The atmosphere atop the wall grew tense, the air thick with impending doom. Li Qiu, perched on the dragon's back, surveyed the unfolding chaos from his elevated position, a hint of excitement gracing his lips. Yet, in the next moment, his expression faltered. He beheld two diminutive figures frantically fleeing before the encroaching tide, one blue, one white, moving with astonishing speed. He chuckled softly to himself. These two unfortunate souls had somehow evaded the beast tide thus far, their fate suspended between fortune and misfortune. Before he could finish his thought, the Azure Storm Falcon overhead emitted a furious screech, accelerating toward the ground, evidently losing patience. Intent on crushing the two insignificant creatures beneath it, the terrifying energy of the wind elements coalesced within its beak. However, just as it was about to unleash its devastating assault, the silver dragon beneath Li Qiu erupted with a commanding roar, its massive form transforming into a silver bolt of lightning, interposing itself between the avian predator and its targets. Li Qiu licked his lips, grinning widely. His spirit ignited with fervor. "Hey, Big Bird, your opponent is now me." Below, Zhou Huai, perceiving the scene through Gandalf's perspective, felt his heart leap. That silver dragon, it was him. It had to be. The very same individual who had slain Yasuo days prior. What was he doing here? The irony was palpable. Having attempted to kill him previously, he was now poised to save him. How dramatically ironic. Yet, Zhou Huai then recalled a pressing concern. Yasuo must not be recognized. He swiftly issued a command. The imposing, thunderclap armor, enveloping Yasuo instantly dissipated into shimmering sparks, vanishing into the ether. If he were to discover me, I would be reduced to ashes in an instant, and who knows what kind of trouble that would bring. Currently, I lack the strength to contend with such a formidable figure. High above the walls, as the beast tide army entered the range, the core magical crystals of the magic cannons were fully activated, gathering blinding light at the cannon mouths. In the next moment, dozens of stout energy beams, exuding an aura of annihilation, tore through the sky and struck fiercely into the horde below. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions melded into a cacophony. Each beam that struck the ground cleared a vast fan-shaped area within the beast horde, leaving countless creatures torn to shreds before they could even emit a cry. The violent shockwaves finally redirected the beast tide's focus from Yasuo and Gandalf to the enormous city wall emanating a sense of death. Roar! From deep within the tide, a colossal beast resembling a mountain let out a thunderous roar. The defense of East Sea City had officially commenced. In the skies, the silver dragon of Li Qiu and the storm hawk were embroiled in fierce combat, their breaths and blades of wind intertwining as terrifying energy fluctuations caused the clouds to churn. The other flying beasts, like dark clouds, attempted to breach the high walls and charge into the city. However, just as they were about to soar over the parapet, a massive, translucent light curtain suddenly emerged. This was a defensive formation crafted by dozens of array mages from East Sea City. Countless intricate array patterns on the walls illuminated, shining brilliantly and enveloping the entire city in an impregnable shield. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the flying beasts collided violently with the light curtain, rebounding dizzily. On the ground, several enormous boss-level beasts led the charge, roaring as they surged towards the walls, using their massive bodies and frenzied skills to batter the defensive barrier. The curtain rippled, yet remained steadfast. Attack! Zhang Chiming drew his longsword, sounding the horn of assault. Arrows rained down like a storm, and magic cascaded like a waterfall. The defenders, bolstered by the relentless bombardment of the magic cannons and the protection of the defensive formation, unleashed a torrent of fire upon the beast army, inflicting heavy casualties. For a moment, it appeared that the tide of battle was even. However, just as everyone thought the situation would stabilize, an unexpected change occurred. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The earth beneath the walls suddenly ruptured without warning. Countless bowl-thick, dark green vines surged forth, piercing through the defensive formation as if they were venomous serpents, spreading with unbelievable speed along the towering walls. They seemed alive, deftly avoiding the defenders' attacks, targeting the magic cannons that were firing relentlessly. Not good. Protect the magic cannons. Zhang Chiming's face changed dramatically as he shouted. Yet it was all too late. The vine tips lunged forward, their sharp spikes piercing directly into the core magical crystals of the cannons. With a series of crisp shattering sounds, the energy brilliance of several cannons rapidly dimmed, rendering them utterly useless. The remaining vines did not remain idle. They attacked the city guards on the walls indiscriminately like frenzied tentacles. Cries of agony erupted instantly. With the loss of the magic cannon's firepower, the pressure on the beast army below diminished drastically. The tide of battle had turned in an instant. Chapter 63. More ferocious than the magic cannons. Zhang Chiming's heart tightened abruptly. The intelligence of these beasts seemed to exceed his expectations. They understood to attack the weak points of the defensive formation, launching an underground ambush, and prioritized annihilating the most significant threat, the magic cannons. It felt as if an invisible hand was orchestrating it all. Damn it! He roared, drawing his sword to sever a vine that was lashing towards the soldiers. All squads, prioritize clearing the vines. Rescue the magic cannons. The walls erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, President Sun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression as calm as a still pond. He observed the madly spreading dark green vines and spoke in a steady voice. The boss capable of controlling plants must still be hidden within the beast tide. These vines are merely its extensions, treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the powerful figures from various guilds behind him, his voice low yet resonant enough to reach every ear atop the walls. To defend East Sea City, we must first draw it out and slay it. Who will venture outside the walls? No sooner had he finished speaking than several voices rang out. The Tsang Wolf Guild will go. I, Iron Fist, will join. The Windwalker Mercenary Corps will follow. Dozens of figures stepped forward without hesitation. They were the most elite professionals of East Sea City, the city's guardians. With no hint of doubt, they ignited various hues of light upon themselves and, like dumplings tossed into boiling water, fearlessly leaped from the towering walls. The light curtain rippled as they passed through. They plunged into the black torrent of beasts like daggers. Kill! Roared the leading berserker, swinging his massive axe and instantly cleaving several beasts in two. At first, they could rely on their formidable individual strength to carve a path. However, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. Soon, some professionals were swallowed by the horde, unable to even let out a scream. Yet, the remaining fighters showed no sign of fear. They roared and bellowed, wielding their weapons wildly as they struggled to advance through the endless tide of beasts, searching for the enemy lurking in the shadows. Their home lay just behind them. There was no retreat. President Sun observed this scene with unwavering calm. He turned to Zhang Chiming. Commander Zhang, immediately mobilize all reserve troops within the city for reinforcement. With the magic cannons silenced, today's battle will be tougher than anticipated. Prepare for a fight that may last a day and a night. Zhang Chiming nodded gravely, immediately using the communicator to begin dispatching forces. Meanwhile, on the battlefield's flank, Zhou Huai noticed that the main force of the beast tide had fully engaged with the walls, and the attention of the terrifying bosses had finally shifted away from him. The opportunity had arrived. He swiftly controlled Yasuo and Gandalf, retrieving several bottles of high-grade magical recovery potions from his spatial ring and downing them, as if they were water. Then, Yasuo hoisted Gandalf onto his back, moving like a flash of lightning to circle around to the flank of the beast horde. This area was a blind spot for the city's defense, but the perfect stage for Gandalf. Gandalf raised his staff, chanting an ancient and obscure incantation once more. The space above him tore open, and a portal blazing with ghostly green flames erupted with a deafening roar. Forbidden spell, Meteor Rain. 5 massive meteors entwined with soul-consuming flames hurtled down, crashing into the densest part of the beast tide. Boom! The green flames spread like a plague. Countless beasts were shredded by the shock waves and ignited by the soul-burning fire, turning into twisted, charred remains. The anguished wails echoed throughout the night sky, quickly drowned out by the subsequent explosions. Killed Shadow Leopard LV-17, gained 310 experience points. Killed Berserk Demon Ape LV-18, gained 350 experience points. Quest progress, 105110000. This was only the beginning. Zhou Huai's heart burned with fervor. The apocalyptic scene stunned everyone atop the walls. Zhang Chiming, who was commanding the battle, suddenly froze, staring in astonishment at the towering green flames rising in the distance. What was that? Someone was casting spells on the flank of the beast tide? What a joke! What spell could have such a terrifying range? At this moment, President Sun's pupils slightly constricted, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face for the first time. Before they could recover from their shock, another transformation occurred. A chilling aura surged forth from the area engulfed in green flames. Forbidden spell, Eternal Ice. Crack, crack. Massive hordes of beasts, along with the flames consuming the ground, were instantly frozen into crystalline sculptures. Fire and ice, heat and cold. In just a few seconds, nearly 1,000 beasts vanished from the battlefield entirely. Such an exaggerated display not only astonished those on the city wall, but also enraged the few boss monsters in the beast tide that were attacking the city. They abandoned their assault on the defensive barrier, letting out furious roars as their colossal bodies turned abruptly to charge at Yasuo and Gandalf. In the sky, the celestial storm falcon, engaged in battle with the silver dragon, emitted a sharp cry, flapping its wings in an attempt to shake off Li Qiu's pursuit. Hey, hey, hey! Don't get distracted. Li Qiu, riding the silver dragon, wore a wild grin. Did I not say? Your opponent is me. With a mighty roar, the silver dragon unleashed a torrent of searing, platinum dragon breath upon the flank of the celestial storm falcon. The latter cried out in pain, staggering midair as a significant portion of its feathers were singed. Meanwhile, atop the high wall, a glimmer of determination flashed in President Sun's eyes as he decisively commanded. Hey Ming, Peng Song, you two descend. At all costs, entangle those ground bosses. Ensure the safety of those two below. Yes, the two figures responded in unison, leaping down from the city wall. At that moment, Yasuo was frantically fleeing across the wasteland with Gandalf on his back. Behind them, two 40-level boss monsters, as large as small mountains, relentlessly pursued them with heavy steps that shook the ground. The city guards are utterly useless, Zhou Huai mentally grumbled. Can't they even attract their attention? Just as he thought they were about to employ the same tactics again in a life-or-death race, two shadowy figures appeared before him, one on the left and one on the right. They swiftly turned to confront the two rampaging beasts. One wielded a massive shield, his physique as imposing as a mountain, while the other brandished dual daggers, his form elusive and unpredictable. A look of surprise crossed Zhou Huai's face. He heard the shield warrior call out without turning. You two. Run. Leave this to us. Before the words fell, he and the other assassin charged towards the two terrifying boss monsters. The battle erupted instantly. Zhou Huai understood then that those on the city wall had recognized Gandalf's prowess. They had specifically dispatched people to act as bodyguards to create an environment for damage output. Not a foolish decision, he thought, a faint smile tugging at his lips. With the bosses distracted, Yasuo, bearing Gandalf, turned back towards the battlefield. What followed was Gandalf's solo performance. Forbidden spell, Meteor Shower. Forbidden spell, Eternal Ice. Forbidden spell, Gravitational Field. 3 devastating forbidden spells were unleashed in succession. The entire flank of the beast tide was transformed into a zone of death, at times bombarded by meteors, at others frozen in place. And occasionally pinned down by terrifying gravity, the beasts found themselves immobilized. Those within the beast tide, struggling to find the hidden vine boss, felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. Above on the city wall, Zhang Chiming was agape in shock, unable to close his mouth for a long time. He pointed at the distant area engulfed in magical light, his voice trembling. What on earth is that profession? One person has suppressed nearly half of the beast tide? He murmured, his eyes filled with astonishment. This is no mere human. It is a mobile magic cannon. No, it is even more ferocious than a magic cannon. Chapter 64. Beneath the earth, what kind of figure is this mage? When did such a person emerge in Donghai City? Zhang Chiming was overwhelmed with shock. Having led the city guards for over a decade, he had witnessed countless prodigies, from those nurtured by their families to battle-hardened warriors rising from the sea of corpses. Yet, the destructive power and unparalleled area of effect exhibited before him were beyond his comprehension. It's not just that mage, his aide added. The one carrying him is extraordinary as well. Observe his movements, weaving through the throngs of enemies as if traversing flat ground, his speed akin to a phantom. Both of them are top-tier talents. President Sun's stern voice interrupted their astonishment. This is not the time for such discussions. His gaze sharpened, scanning the battlefield below. His tone grave. Our immediate priority is to eliminate the vine-controlling boss. Although He Ming and Peng Song have temporarily restrained the two colossal beasts, their strength is ultimately limited, and they cannot hold out for long. If those two bosses break free and return to the battlefield, the situation will become perilous. President Sun's words were like a cold splash of water, awakening everyone. Only by defeating that vine boss and restoring the magic cannon's operation do we stand a chance of swiftly addressing other threats. Zhang Chiming nodded solemnly, his expression darkening further. He gazed at the elite guild members below, still locked in a bloody struggle amidst the encroaching beast tide. The horde was vast, with countless beasts. To locate a deliberately concealed boss within was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Its intelligence surpassed that of ordinary beasts, rivaling even that of humans. The battle atop the city wall raged on. A young city guard soldier let out a blood-curdling scream as a dark green vine suddenly shot out from a crevice in the wall, its sharp tip piercing through his chest like a venomous serpent's fang. Blood gushed forth as his towering body fell limply. Nearby comrades, their eyes wide with rage, swung their long knives in frantic attempts to slash at the unyielding vine, only managing to leave shallow white marks upon its resilient surface. More vines surged from the ground, wrapping around the dormant magic cannon like a pack of hyenas drawn to the scent of blood, emitting a grating crunch. The defensive barrier enveloping the city remained intact, yet it had clearly lost its initial brilliance, now appearing duller. Zhang Chiming's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Damn it, where is the Radiance Alliance? Why have they not shown up yet? He could no longer contain his frustration. His aide spoke quietly. Commander, the Radiance Alliance has always been like this. They are always the last to arrive during beast tides. Zhang Chiming snorted coldly, fury igniting in his eyes. What time is it? The Zhou family's old foxes are still playing their schemes, trying to weaken other guild strength to dominate. Fools! Don't they realize that if Donghai City falls, there will be no Radiance Alliance left? No Zhou family. He turned to his aide, shouting, send someone to urge them. Tell them if they don't arrive within half an hour, I'll personally lead a team to the Zhou family estate to settle the score. On another front, President Sun furrowed his brow slightly and quietly asked his subordinate, what about Luo Ming? Why hasn't he arrived yet? The subordinate's expression was somewhat awkward, his voice barely above a whisper. President, it seems that Brother Luo has been at the nightclub all night and might still be drunk. A flicker of undisguised disdain crossed President Sun's eyes. Go, drag him out of bed. Just say it's my order. Yes. The subordinate dared not say more and quickly departed. On the battlefield's flank, Zhou Huai was controlling Yasuo and Gandalf, reveling in the feast of carnage. Without the direct threat of the boss, this place had transformed into a paradise for him to farm monsters alone. After several rounds of forbidden spells, the kill count on the mission panel had already exceeded 3,000. The golden light of leveling up shone continuously, with both Yasuo and Gandalf reaching level 17, just a step away from level 18. At that moment, Zhou Huai's attention was drawn to a figure among the distant beast horde. It was a burly man, drenched in blood, with one arm severed at the shoulder, blood staining half of his body. Yet he continued to roar, wielding a massive axe with his remaining left hand, hacking frantically at the beasts. Behind him, a long-hidden panther-like creature silently pounced, its sharp claws aimed at his back. Seeking death, Zhou Huai thought. Lightning flash. Yasuo's form instantly transformed into a streak of blue lightning, appearing behind the burly man in the blink of an eye. With a swift thrust, the sword unsheathed and accurately pierced the throat of the ambushing creature. The burly man, sensing movement behind him, turned sharply, first spotting the slain creature, then catching sight of Yasuo, who carried the white-robed wizard. He paused momentarily before gasping, "Thank you, brother." Yasuo's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. "You are gravely injured. You must return." The burly man shook his head, a grim smile revealing blood-soaked lips. "No, I can't leave. My task is not yet complete." Zhou Huai, somewhat surprised, controlled Yasuo to inquire, "What task?" The burly man gestured toward the towering city walls. "The magical cannon is entangled by a boss that can manipulate vines. We must find and eliminate it. But that beast is extraordinarily elusive. We have searched for ages and not seen a trace." Zhou Huai suddenly understood. No wonder the magical cannon on the city wall had not responded. It was indeed the boss's doing. He looked at the one-armed man before him and then at the chaotic battlefield in the distance. "Leave this matter to me. You should return." Yasuo's voice remained calm, yet carried an inexplicable confidence. "Luring the boss is my specialty. I will draw it out." The burly man intended to say something more, but Yasuo, uninterested in further discussion, stepped forward, seized his collar with one hand, and flung him toward the outskirts of the beast horde. The man's massive frame soared through the air, landing several dozen meters away. Having completed this, Yasuo, bearing Gandalf, sprang into the air with a powerful push from his toes. Forbidden spell, frozen in time. Gandalf's incantation resonated as an extreme chill erupted from his center, instantly freezing countless beasts within the fan-shaped area ahead into ice sculptures. A frosty path leading to the heart of the beast tide took shape. Yasuo stepped onto the icy road, running atop the frozen heads of the creatures toward the depths of the beast horde. Zhou Huai assessed that the elusive boss, which the other players had been unable to locate for so long, was likely hidden at the core of the beast wave. At that moment, the guild's powerful fighters, struggling within the beast tide, also took notice of the commotion. Seasoned veterans, they possessed keen battle instincts. They had already suspected that the target might be at the center of the beast horde, but had been unable to penetrate due to insufficient strength. Now, witnessing Gandalf carve out an icy path, their eyes ignited with determination. "Brothers, wait for us. We will protect you. Damn it, let us fight our way to the center." Dozens of figures roared, using their mobility skills to leap onto the frosty avenue, following Yasuo to safeguard him. In an instant, a torrent of ranged attacks surged from all directions. Fireballs, ice shards, poison arrows, and wind blades, dense enough to obscure the sky. Light of protection, barrier of wind, iron wall formation. The approaching players showcased their skills, erecting defensive spells to deflect all incoming attacks. Zhou Huai, observing those unfamiliar faces fighting alongside him, felt a surge of inexplicable emotion rise within him, an exhilarating and profound sense of camaraderie. Is this what it feels like to stand shoulder to shoulder with others in battle? Soon, with the support of the crowd, Yasuo, carrying Gandalf, had reached the very center of the beast tide. The attacks here were tenfold more intense than those on the outskirts. Gandalf, without hesitation, unleashed his most powerful forbidden spell upon the area beneath him. Forbidden spell, Meteor Shower. Meteorites, burning with ghostly green soul-consuming flames, plummeted from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosions transformed the area into a vacuum of life. As everyone looked on, the blackened ground lay empty, with no trace of the boss to be found. How can this be? Where is that creature hiding? Just as doubts filled the air, a thicker dark green vine than ever before suddenly erupted from the ground, without warning. Its target was none other than Gandalf, moving with blinding speed. 27,367. A shocking damage number exploded against Gandalf's arcane barrier. The shield's glow dimmed instantly. On the city walls, President Sun witnessed everything unfold, his expression grim. So the entity is beneath the ground? This complicates matters. Chapter 65. Well done, what is happening? Why can we not locate that boss? On the city walls, Zhang Chiming's brow furrowed deeply. President Sun exhaled heavily, his countenance equally dark. It's not that we cannot find it. We simply cannot. Zhang Chiming turned abruptly. What do you mean? That thing is not on the battlefield at all. President Sun's voice carried a weighty sense of despair. It is beneath the battlefield. Zhang Chiming's pupils dilated, his expression turning grave. Beneath the ground. Those two words felt like mountains, suffocating him. If so, killing this creature would be an insurmountable challenge. Unless a top-tier earth mage could cast forbidden-level spells to overturn the entire land for miles around. Moreover, they would need to know the precise location of the creature. Who would have thought that a boss hiding underground could bring such a catastrophic change to the entire battlefield? President Sun, do you have any solutions? Zhang Chiming's voice was dry. President Sun fell silent for a moment, his gaze shifting towards the two massive beasts ensnared by He Ming and Peng Tsang. First, eliminate the other bosses. Order the troops to tighten their defenses and concentrate their firepower. He slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with a cold resolve. This time, it would be a bloody battle. Many would perish. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Gandalf was violently thrown by that tremendous force, arcing through the air and plummeting directly into the surging beast tide. Be careful, a quick-witted shield warrior shouted, stepping forward and raising his massive shield, catching him securely. Brother, are you all right? Are you injured? Do you need a healing potion? Dozens of players quickly gathered, forming a protective circle around Yasuo and Gandalf. They had witnessed the horrifying vine strike the white-robed wizard, expecting him to be instantly slain. Yet, miraculously, he had survived. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf, shaking his head as he steadied himself, his expression grave. He now fully comprehended the situation. That damned boss was hiding deep within the land beneath their feet. Consequently, the meteor shower and frozen spells could not harm its true form. The gravitational field only served to control, not inflict damage. This was troublesome. He was contemplating a strategy when the ground suddenly ruptured again without warning. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Dozens of dark green vines surged forth like tentacles from the depths of hell, frantically reaching for Gandalf. Protect the mage. Damn it, we'll fight back. Several quick-reacting professionals shouted as they advanced, their blades flashing as they severed several vines in an instant. But one particularly robust vine, disregarding all attacks, continued its assault on Gandalf. Yet this time, Yasuo, holding onto Gandalf, narrowly evaded the strike. The vine, having missed its target, immediately retreated back underground. Zhou Huai's gaze sharpened as he controlled Gandalf to call out urgently, "Get away from me. This thing has fixated on me." "No way," roared the leading strongman. "Brother, don't worry. Even if we all perish here, we won't let you die." These individuals had witnessed Gandalf's world-shattering power before. They understood that this enigmatic white-robed mage was their sole hope for turning the tide of battle. As his words fell, more vines launched an attack. The professionals shouted in fury as they fought back. Splat. Ultimately, two of them were caught off guard, their bodies pierced by sharp spikes, screaming as they fell. The stoutest vine was struck by several powerful skills, greenish liquid gushing forth, resembling flowing blood. Yet it remained incredibly resilient, abruptly whipping back into the earth, disappearing from sight. Zhou Huai, observing the massive vine retreating underground, felt his mind racing. Did it truly believe that hiding underground would render it invulnerable? Suddenly, a brilliant idea exploded in his mind. With this thought, Zhou Huai no longer hesitated, controlling Gandalf to address the surrounding professionals from now on. I will handle the boss's attacks alone. You all, do not obstruct or interfere. Rest assured, I will be fine. The group exchanged glances. Although they were perplexed by his intentions, they nodded instinctively upon seeing the depth and confidence in his eyes. Soon, the ground trembled violently again. The injured massive vine, fueled by overwhelming rage, burst forth from the earth. This time, it was faster and stronger. Its target remained Gandalf. Facing this thunderous strike, Gandalf stood his ground, unflinching. Boom. The vine struck solidly against his arcane barrier. 32,912. A terrifying damage number exploded forth. Gandalf's form was once again hurled away by the monstrous force. But at that moment, Yasuo, who had been waiting for an opportunity, sprang into action. Lightning rush. His figure transformed into a streak of swift lightning, instantly appearing before the massive vine. Bolts of lightning crackled on his sword. Flash, 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 flash. The blade moved with blinding speed, leaving a series of deep wounds on the vine's resilient skin. Howl! The vine screeched in pain, a sound not befitting a plant, violently shaking and throwing Yasuo back. Retreating clumsily underground once more, the others hurriedly assisted the thrown Gandalf. When they saw that he remained vigorous, albeit with his protective shield dimmed, they were profoundly shocked. Just how thick was this guy's shield to withstand such terrifying damage twice? However, this was not the time for contemplation. Zhou Huai, controlling Gandalf, spoke calmly. Next, I will locate the boss's position. He surveyed the group, his gaze sweeping over each individual. Watch closely. When the lightning strikes, that will reveal its hiding place. Focus your fire. Though the others were uncertain, they nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, this mysterious white-robed mage had become the absolute core of their makeshift team. In the next moment, they witnessed the previously silent swordsman beside Gandalf suddenly vanish. Disappeared into thin air. Mark of lightning. Just moments ago, Yasuo had successfully placed 5 layers of lightning marks on the massive vine during his rapid 5 attacks. Now he activated the skill. His figure teleported underground, right beside the vine's core. Through Yasuo's perspective, Zhou Huai beheld a darkness so profound that one could not see their hand in front of their face. No, it was not absolute darkness. Before him, a colossal pupil, resembling a green lantern, fixated on him. In that eye, shock, astonishment, and a hint of fear were evident. Zhou Huai grinned. Found you. In the next instant, thunder armor. Wild charge. A torrent of ferocious power erupted from Yasuo. Thundercleave. The sword in his hand transformed into a bolt of lightning that tore through the darkness, striking fiercely at the massive pupil. Boom. The terrifying force of thunder erupted in the confined underground space. Above ground, the crowd felt a violent tremor beneath their feet, followed by a thick bolt of lightning shooting skyward, forcefully blasting a massive aperture in the earth. A segment covered in dark green slime, akin to the tentacle of some monstrous beast, was exposed to the air. Earthvein Corruption King LV-40 Catastrophic Boss. Health. 112, 531, 120, 000. At that same moment, Gandalf's incantation echoed across the battlefield. Forbidden spell, Meteor Fire Rain. The sky was torn asunder once more. Deep underground, the freshly wounded Earthvein Corruption King sensed the lethal threat from above. It let out an enraged roar, its massive form thrashing wildly as it attempted to burrow deeper into the earth, seeking to escape the bombardment. But Yasuo would not afford it that opportunity. Boom. The thunder armor on him exploded. The 5 layers of lightning marks on the boss detonated simultaneously. 2, 578. Thunder armor explosion. 4, 316. Mark detonation. Paralyze. Paralyze. The dual control effect stacked, rendering the Earthvein Corruption King's enormous form momentarily incapacitated. Though this paralysis lasted less than a second, it was fatal for it. By the time it recovered from its rigidity, it would be too late. 5 colossal meteors, ablaze with soul-consuming infernos, plummeted with trailing flames directly toward the blasted aperture. Boom, boom, boom. The earth groaned, dust swirling. Amidst the countless earth-shattering explosions, an immensely large creature, resembling a grotesque plant heart, was violently thrust from the depths of the earth. Its massive body was intertwined with numerous twisted vines, writhing in agonizing turmoil. Take it down. The boss has emerged. The surrounding professionals erupted with ecstatic shouts upon witnessing this scene, their weapons glowing with various hues as they unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the boss. Gandalf, however, calmly raised his staff. Forbidden spell, gravitational field. A terrifying gravitational field instantly expanded, pinning down the nearby aberrations attempting to rush in for support, rendering them immobile. Above the high walls, President Sun observed this astonishing reversal unfold before his eyes, and for the first time, the ice-cold facade he wore cracked, revealing an uncontrollable excitement. He could not help but shout, "Well done." Chapter 66. Success. No need for me. Well done. As the grotesque and colossal form of the Earth Vein Corruption King was forcibly smashed out from the ground, President Sun, atop the city walls, broke his composure and shouted in triumph. Beside him, Zhang Chiming was so astonished that his jaw dropped. How could this be possible? He mumbled to himself, his face a canvas of confusion. They had truly unearthed the boss hidden beneath the ground. Chairman Sun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. It was that swordsman, the companion of the white-robed mage. He must have pinpointed the boss's exact location. At last, a jubilant smile blossomed on Zhang Chiming's face as he slapped the parapet of the city wall. Excellent. I wonder where these two heroes emerged from. Once this beast tide concludes, I shall personally commend them. Chairman Sun's gaze returned to its usual calm. Yet his profound eyes remained fixated on the two figures on the battlefield below, as if pondering something. At that moment, the battlefield was charged with fervor. The corrupted king of the earth veins, flung from the ground, resembled a turtle stripped of its shell, bereft of the earth's solid barrier. It appeared exceedingly vulnerable. Kill it. Now, dozens of professionals roared, channeling their pent-up fury and hatred into the most ferocious assaults that poured forth. Flamestorm. A mage raised his staff, summoning a searing tornado that violently tore at the boss's form. Holy Light Judgment. A paladin, bathed in golden radiance, summoned a colossal light sword from the heavens that struck the boss, releasing plumes of black smoke. Berserker's massive axe, assassin's dagger, archer's rain of arrows. An array of skills surged like a tide, crashing relentlessly upon the corrupted king of the earth veins. Its already dwindling health plummeted at a visibly rapid pace. The final blow is mine. A blood-soaked berserker bellowed as he leapt high, his colossal axe igniting with crimson flames, ready to unleash his ultimate move. But at that moment, roar! The dying corrupted king of the earth veins suddenly emitted a piercing shriek. A thick vine shot up from beneath it, ensnaring a figure with astounding speed and hoisting it aloft. All the professionals poised to unleash their skills froze, their expressions tense. The figure elevated by the vine was none other than Yasuo, who had just delved underground to expose the boss's position. Despite Yasuo's nimble agility, trapped underground, he had no space to evade. After executing a flurry of attacks, he had been ensnared by the boss's countless tendrils, rendered immobile. At this moment, he became the boss's bargaining chip against the others. The corrupted king of the earth veins held Yasuo aloft before it, its three massive eyes fixated on the crowd below, as if declaring through its actions, should anyone dare to attack again, it would take this human to the grave alongside it. Zhou Huai observed this scene, a cold smirk forming within. This boss possessed an intellect far beyond that of ordinary beasts. It even understood the concept of hostage-taking. However, to threaten me with my own clone? Did it truly believe I would cower? If it dies, another will rise after 24 hours. He immediately commanded Gandalf, shouting to the surrounding professionals, "Friends, do not falter. Focus on slaying this boss." Yet the assailants hesitated, gazing at the bloodied swordsman raised high by the vine, his fierce gaze unwavering despite his peril. Though they did not know his name, it was he who had bravely lured this cunning boss out, granting them the hope to vanquish it. Now, must they sacrifice him to achieve that? This thought weighed heavily on many hearts present. Seeing the indecision among the crowd, Zhou Huai grew anxious. He could feel the boss's horrific wounds gradually healing at a slow pace. It was stalling for time. Once it regained some strength, it would undoubtedly retreat underground without hesitation. Finding it again would be nearly impossible. If you do not act, I shall. With determination, Zhou Huai seized control of Gandalf, resolutely raising his staff as a chilling aura began to coalesce. Forbidden spell, icebound for 1,000 miles. However, as he uttered the incantation, a rough hand abruptly seized his staff, forcibly interrupting his casting. "Brother, do not act impulsively." A burly middle-aged man rushed before him, his expression fraught with urgency. "Give us a moment. We can think of a way to save that brother. Yes, we cannot abandon any comrade. He is a hero. How can we stand by and watch him perish?" Others joined in agreement. Zhou Huai seethed with frustration. This group was utterly foolish. By the time they concocted a plan to rescue Yasuo, the boss would have vanished without a trace. In reality, this was not a matter of right or wrong, but rather a stark contrast in perspectives. To these seasoned professionals, both Gandalf and the captured swordsman Yasuo exhibited extraordinary potential. Given time, They could undoubtedly evolve into the backbone of the Daxia kingdom, pivotal figures capable of altering the course of future battles. Compared to this boss, Yasuo's value was evidently higher. This was the true reason behind their hesitation. At that moment, Zhou Huai's gaze suddenly shifted. He instantly altered his consciousness. The ensnared Yasuo slowly raised his head. Observing the figures below who hesitated and even argued due to his predicament, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. In the next second, he summoned every ounce of strength to unleash a thunderous roar. Brothers, strike now. His voice resonated passionately across the chaotic battlefield. What are you still hesitating for? Shall we let this beast escape? Remember those comrades who fell beneath its vines. Recall the magic cannons that were destroyed. Were their sacrifices to be in vain? He inhaled deeply, his voice imbued with resolute determination. I fear not death. To fight alongside you is an honor. I have no regrets. Success or failure does not hinge on me. For heaven's sake, strike. Roar. The corrupted king of the earth veins seemed to comprehend the resolve in his words. Sensing the renewed bloodlust from the crowd below, it was enraged. With a frenzied roar, the vine-binding Yasuo tightened violently and then tore apart. A sound akin to flesh being rent echoed painfully. Yasuo's body was brutally split in two. Blood fell like rain from the sky. This scene struck deep into the hearts of everyone present. No, brother. The eyes of all the attacking professionals instantly reddened. An overwhelming sorrow and fury transformed into purest strength at that moment. Ah, beast, I will slay you. The first berserker to act let out a heart-wrenching roar. His blood-soaked axe crashing down with indomitable force upon the boss's eye. For our hero's vengeance. Die. Countless powerful skills erupted simultaneously in that instant. All light converged into a torrent of destruction, utterly engulfing the immense form of the corrupted king of the earth veins. It had no time to emit a single mournful cry, its final sliver of health obliterated. With the demise of the king of corrupted earth veins, the towering city walls witnessed the frenzied emerald vines, seemingly bereft of all vitality, withering rapidly and crumbling to ashes that peeled away from the stone. Zhang chiming, his eyes ablaze with fury, drew his long sword and directed it toward the relentless tide of beasts below. City guard, heed my command. Immediately replaced the core crystal of the magic cannon. His voice, hoarse from sheer rage, resonated with an undeniable resolve. I shall rend those vile beasts into shreds. Chapter 67. Farewell to the curse of power on the battlefield, with Yasuo's sacrifice. It was as if a barrel of scalding oil had been poured over the pent-up wrath of the crowd. Kill. Slaughter these beasts. They ceased to fight as individuals, coalescing into a formidable torrent of steel, charging fearlessly toward the endless horde of beasts. High above, Li Qiu bore witness to Yasuo's dismemberment in its entirety. His face, often adorned with a hint of cynicism, now wore an expression devoid of emotion. He abruptly raised his hand and struck the head of his silver dragon, Dabao, with a resounding slap. Dabao, did you hear that? Bring it down. Just that wretched bird. Is it so laborious to kill a mere bird? Have I been feeding you all those high-grade magic crystals for nothing? The silver dragon, affectionately called Dabao, seemed to sense the tempestuous fury concealed beneath its master's calm demeanor. It let out a cry filled with indignation and wrath, its massive form radiating brilliance. It ceased its struggle with the storm falcon and soared high, its wings unfurling as it transformed into a silver flash, diving decisively toward its adversary below. In the battlefield, at the moment the king of corrupted earth veins fell, Zhou Huai shifted his consciousness back to Gandalf. Now, shielded by dozens of brave professionals, he became the most radiant presence on the battlefield, a nightmare for all beasts. Forbidden spell, meteoric fire rain. Forbidden spell, 1,000-mile ice seal. He chanted these earth-shattering incantations with the precision of an unyielding war machine. The flanks of the beast tide transformed into a forbidden zone of life, at times consumed by ghostly green flames, at times frozen into powder by extreme cold. Buzz, buzz, on the city walls. The core crystals of the magic cannons were swiftly replaced. With blinding energy surging anew, dozens of beams of destruction tore through the air, crashing into the beast tide. The situation began to tilt decisively in favor of humanity. Roar. The two level 40 bosses, previously ensnared by Haiming and Peng Song, finally broke free, returning to the battlefield fueled by rage. Yet, what awaited them were dozens of fierce professionals, along with an onslaught of magic and arrows. They barely had time to stir the waters before being utterly overwhelmed by the relentless assault. On the city walls, Haiming and Peng Song, bloodied and battered, approached President Sunday. The two knelt on one knee, their armor marred with ghastly wounds, yet their posture remained resolute. President, we have upheld our mission. President's son nodded, a trace of subtle warmth flickering in his gaze. You have worked hard. Go and let the healers tend to your wounds. Yes. They exchanged no further words, supporting each other as they retreated. Just as they departed, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Zhou Feng, accompanied by a cadre of experts from the Radiant Alliance, finally arrived. A disingenuous smile adorned his face as he hastily approached Zhang, chiming, feigning embarrassment. Ah, Commander Zhang, my apologies for arriving late. We encountered urgent matters on the way, but as soon as we resolved them, we rushed here. How is the situation? What do you require of us? The Radiant Alliance is at your service. Zhang chiming turned, regarding him with palpable disdain, his icy glare akin to that of a vengeful specter. Zhou Feng, I am all too aware of the machinations of your Zhou family. I shall report this matter in full detail to the Lord of the city. Zhou Feng's smile faltered for a moment, yet quickly returned to its previous facade. With the Zhou family now allied with the powerful Liu family of the imperial capital, he appeared to dismiss the commander of the East Sea City Guard. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of politeness, repeatedly gesturing dismissively. Commander Zhang, you are mistaken. It is all a misunderstanding. We truly had pressing matters that delayed us. Please do not take offense. Having said that, he disregarded Zhang Chiming's grim expression and began to orchestrate the members of the Radiant Alliance to join the fray below. At that moment, a figure strolled lazily toward President Sun, yawning as he approached. The newcomer, appearing to be in his 30s, bore a scruffy beard, his hair resembling a bird's nest, and emanated a faint scent of alcohol. He exuded an air of lethargy, as if the bloody battle before him was merely an uninteresting play. President, he drawled. I heard you were looking for me. President Sun glanced at him, his tone betraying no hint of emotion. Luo Ming, why are you so late? Luo Ming chuckled, scratching his head. I had a bit too much to drink and just woke up. President Sun's voice turned icy. Did I not instruct everyone in the guild to refrain from alcohol, given the instability surrounding East Sea City? A flicker of impatience crossed Luo Ming's face as he waved his hand dismissively. All right, I'm here now. What do you need me for? If it's not something significant, I'm going back to catch some sleep. Suppressing a sigh, President Sun chose not to elaborate further. Assist Li Qiu in dealing with those bosses. Conclude this battle swiftly. Got it. Luo Ming replied lazily, stretching his limbs. The next moment, he leaped from the towering walls, defying gravity as he hovered in midair, his gray robe flapping in the wind. He could fly. He swiftly arrived beside Li Qiu and flashed a cheerful grin. Well, if it isn't our great genius, Li Qiu. What's wrong? After a few days apart, you seem to have slumped. Can't even handle a wretched bird without me cleaning up your mess? Li Qiu, engaged in a fierce assault, shot him a glare filled with irritation. Enough chatter. Let us strike together and take it down. Luo Ming leisurely retrieved a staff made from unknown withered bones and began to chant incantations. As his peculiar recitation unfolded, countless skulls, each the size of a fist and as dark as ink, seemingly materialized from thin air around him. These skulls emitted silent shrieks, transforming into streaks of black light as they surged toward the Storm Falcon. They effortlessly penetrated the tempestuous winds surrounding the Falcon, swiftly infiltrating its massive form. The Storm Falcon, entangled with the Silver Dragon, suddenly faltered. Its fierce and violent aura began to diminish at a visible pace, and it stumbled, nearly plummeting from the sky. Should anyone have employed an investigative skill on it at that moment, they would have discovered that this once mighty disaster-level boss was now beset by a plethora of negative statuses. Weakened, attack power reduced by 30. Armor break, physical and magical resistance reduced by 30. Slowed, movement and attack speed reduced by 20. Healing block, all healing effects reduced by 90. In the battlefield below, Gandalf, who was casting forbidden spells, suddenly faltered in his actions. Zhou Huai sensed an incredibly familiar, yet deeply detestable surge of power. He abruptly raised his head, gazing into the vast sky. His eyes pierced through the chaotic battlefield, traversing the tumultuous scene of the Storm Falcon being ruthlessly ravaged by the Silver Dragon, ultimately locking onto the figure of a nonchalant man in a gray robe, wielding a bone staff. Zhou Huai's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints, his lips trembling slightly in disbelief. Was this the power of a curse? Chapter 68. Completing 10,000 slaughters. The essence of that cursed power resonated violently within Gandalf. There was no mistake. Absolutely none. This power originated from the very source that had rendered him paralyzed. That man was likely the mastermind behind the attack all those years ago, the one who had murdered his mother and shattered his life. Zhou Huai's heart raced, a surge of inexplicable exhilaration coursing through him. What a stroke of fortune. He had thought it would be a formidable challenge to uncover the perpetrator from that fateful day. Yet here he stood, alive and in the flesh. The pressing question now was, who was he? This individual fought alongside the formidable dragon rider, indicating a close relationship, potentially stemming from the same guild. Zhou Huai's mind raced, his gaze sweeping over the tumultuous battlefield below. He maneuvered Gandalf, swiftly appearing beside a burly man who was fiercely cleaving a wolf-like beast in two with his battle axe. The man, engrossed in his slaughter, was momentarily taken aback when someone pulled him from behind, his rage igniting as he turned to berate the offender. But as he recognized the figure, the words caught in his throat, his furious expression transforming into one of awe and deference. "Brother, it's you." The man's demeanor shifted dramatically. "What brings you here?" Without unnecessary words, Gandalf raised his staff, pointing towards the two figures assaulting the storm falcon above. "Who are they?" Following his gesture, the man's face lit up with reverence and aspiration. "Brother, you don't know them? The one riding the silver dragon is Li Qiu. The other, the nonchalant one in gray, is Luo Ming, a harbinger of calamity." The man's eyes sparkled with fervor. "They are both from our esteemed East Sea City's foremost adventurer guild, the Tianyu Guild, two of its greatest prodigies. So, his name is Luo Ming, the harbinger of calamity." Everything was aligning. Zhou Huai murmured to himself. Yet, a profound question arose in his mind. The Tianyu Guild? Wasn't that affiliated with the Sun family in East Sea City? He distinctly recalled Mo Yu mentioning that after the attack, Zhou Feng had suspected it was the work of the Sun family. Yet here was Luo Ming, a member of the Tianyu Guild. But why? Why had the Zhou family never suspected Luo Ming as the assailant? No, it was more than mere suspicion. They had never even attempted to uncover the truth behind the attack, as if there had been a deliberate effort to suppress the matter. This was utterly illogical. The Zhou family's attitude towards the assault on his mother and himself had always been enigmatic. Perhaps the events of that year were far more complicated than they appeared. Shaking his head, Zhou Huai momentarily suppressed the tumult of thoughts. There was no point in overthinking. Without strength, all was mere conjecture. The pressing concern was to enhance his power swiftly. One day, when he was strong enough to disregard any machinations, strong enough to trample Zhou Feng and Luo Ming beneath his feet, all truths would naturally reveal themselves. Zhou Huai's gaze regained its icy resolve. He glanced at the burly man, still extolling the heroic exploits of those two prodigies, before maneuvering Gandalf to turn away and rejoin the slaughter of the beasts. At this moment, the tide of battle had become clear. As one after another of the boss-level beasts fell, the beast tide lost its command, dissolving into disarray. An increasing number of adventurers and city guards charged down from the walls like sharp blades, ruthlessly piercing through the ranks of the monsters, commencing the final harvest. Victory had decisively tilted in favor of humanity. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, Gandalf calmly chanted an incantation. Forbidden spell, meteor fire rain. This was the last forbidden spell he would cast today. Meteorites engulfed in soul-devouring flames hurtled into the final group of defiant beasts, reducing them to mere ashes. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the challenge task. Beast Tide Hunter. Task objective, slay 100,000 beasts. Completed. Task reward, class sphere extraction opportunity X1. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your doppelganger Gandalf has leveled up to LV19. A smile crept onto Zhou Huai's face. The bountiful task rewards were now in hand, and his level had soared once more. He glanced at the chaotic battlefield, at the adventurers celebrating their victory, embracing one another with joyful relief, without a shred of nostalgia. He maneuvered Gandalf to silently turn away, his figure quickly melding into the shadows, vanishing from sight. We won. We won. Ha! We defended East Sea City. The survivors erupted in jubilant cheers, discarding their weapons and collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, their faces reflecting exhaustion yet satisfaction. Wait, what about the white-robed mage? The master? Someone called out. The jubilant cheers abruptly ceased as they collectively remembered the hero who had turned the tide of battle. Quick, find the master. We must express our gratitude. Without him, we would have perished today. Indeed, we owe our survival to him. Instantly, they scrambled to their feet, searching for the tall figure clad in white. However, despite scouring the entire battlefield and even sifting through the piles of beast corpses, he was nowhere to be found. The mysterious and formidable white-robed mage had vanished without a trace. On the city walls, a squad captain hurriedly approached Zhang Chiming, bowing in report. Commander, we could not find the whereabouts of the white-robed mage. Zhang Chiming's eyes widened, displaying an expression of frustration. Useless. A bunch of incompetents. With so many of you, you can't keep track of one living person. Go find him. Even if it means turning the entire battlefield upside down, you must locate him. He felt an overwhelming urgency. If he could recruit this formidable individual into the city guard, their strength would undoubtedly ascend to an entirely new level. There's no need to search, interjected President Sun with a calm demeanor. He has already departed. Zhang Chiming released a sigh, casting a dissatisfied glance at him. You knew he was gone. Why didn't you send someone to stop him? A rare smile flickered across President Sun's typically stoic visage. If he wishes to leave, there must be a reason. Why should I intervene? Zhang Chiming scrutinized him suspiciously. President Sun, you aren't secretly planning to recruit him into your Tianyu guild, are you? Your guild already boasts Li Qiu and Luo Ming, two extraordinary talents, yet you still aren't satisfied? One must not be too greedy. President Sun's smile deepened as he nodded nonchalantly. There's no issue of greed here. Talent is something that is never deemed excessive, wouldn't you agree, Commander Zhang? At this moment, the hero Gandalf, sought after by many, strides through the wilderness towards the Shadow Marsh dungeon. With less than 3 days remaining until the National College entrance examination, he must swiftly acquire the final blueprint for the Star Moon set and have Iyuzi forge the complete equipment. After all, he still has a challenge task yet to complete. Although Gandalf's current prowess suggests that claiming victory in the examination should pose no significant challenge, the Star Moon set is essential for certain success. Chapter 69, The Fourth Avatar. The Annihilation Barrier. Meanwhile, Zhou Huai finally freed himself from his control over Gandalf. The intense battle against the beast tide had taken a toll on his spirit, leaving him utterly exhausted. The fatigue that surged from the depths of his soul overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He did not even have time to inspect the greatest spoils of this battle, a brand new class orb, before he slumped over and fell into a deep slumber. This sleep was so profound that it lasted for more than 10 hours. During this time, Uncle Fu had quietly entered, roused him, and fed him some liquid nourishment. Zhou Huai, barely conscious, finished swallowing and immediately returned to his deep dreams. When he regained his awareness, the night had fallen. Draped in inky darkness and adorned with countless stars, he had surprisingly slept an entire day. Zhou Huai chuckled at himself, realizing that his physical form had grown increasingly slothful. Without delay, he focused his mind and began to assess the progress of his two avatars. First, there was Gandalf. Under the control of the AI core, he operated like an indefatigable dungeon-clearing machine. Even without Yasuo's assistance, with his current strength, he could easily solo the calamity-level dungeon, the Shadow Marsh. Averaging half an hour per run, he was both precise and efficient. In the hours that Zhou Huai had been asleep, Gandalf had completed nearly 30 runs, successfully reaching level 20 through this frenzied experience harvest. Zhou Huai opened his storage space to inspect the loot. To his delight, he discovered 3 blueprints for the coveted Star Moon set, the Star Moon robe, the Star Moon gauntlets, and astonishingly, another Star Moon robe. He clicked his tongue in frustration. After all those hours, he had only obtained duplicates. Alas, he still required the blueprint for the Star Moon leggings to complete the set. With a resigned sigh, he issued further commands to continue the grind. Thankfully, he was not personally grinding. Otherwise, the sheer monotony of the task would have long since disheartened him. After reviewing Gandalf's progress, Zhou Huai shifted his consciousness to Iyuzi. As the epic equipment crafted by Iyuzi began appearing at the auction house under the Blacksmith Guild, his reputation gradually soared. Initially, the various factions and adventurers in Donghai City dismissed it as mere coincidence. After all, it had been a long time since a blacksmith capable of creating epic-level equipment had emerged from the guild. Perhaps this Iyuzi had simply enjoyed a stroke of luck. However, by the following day, when Iyuzi's name was attached to a succession of epic-grade items at the auction, the atmosphere shifted. If the first item was a fluke, how could one explain the second and third? By the third day, the auction house buzzed with unprecedented excitement, with throngs vying to bid on these epic-quality pieces. Though the items were not particularly high in level, the highest being only level 20, they still fetched prices exceeding 300,000. Notably, one item with superior attributes reached nearly 1 million. It was then that everyone realized a remarkable blacksmith had graced the Blacksmith Guild. No one knew this better than Iyuzi's assistant, Lin Wei. To her, Master Iyuzi had become a tireless forging machine, spending at least 17 to 18 hours daily in the premier forge. The rhythmic clinking of metal had scarcely ceased, with dozens of items emerging from the forge each day, and an astonishing 30% of them achieving epic quality. While 30% may seem modest, it was an extraordinary feat. The top blacksmiths in the imperial capital celebrated if they managed to create 1 or 2 epic items in a month. Yet, Master Iyuzi accomplished what others could only dream of in a single day, often exceeding expectations. The equipment he forged was not only of astonishing quality, but also boasted exceptional attributes. Occasionally, rare high-level attributes would appear. Such an exaggerated talent for forging was rare in a lifetime. Should the various guilds become aware of Yuzi's potential, they would undoubtedly spare no expense to recruit him. Similarly, the president of the blacksmith guild, Guyen, was acutely aware of this. Over the past few days, he had begun to sweat. He had anticipated Yuzi's talent would be extraordinary, but he never imagined it would reach such unfathomable heights. As Yuzi's fame continued to grow, Guyen decided to promote him even more vigorously, wishing to showcase the unparalleled genius that had emerged from their guild, thereby striking back at those who had long looked down upon the Donghai City Blacksmith Guild. As for other guilds attempting to poach talent, Guyen was not particularly concerned. He believed Yuzi was not the type to be swayed by common allurements. His pursuit was the highest essence of forging, a veritable forging fanatic. Beyond sleep, his life revolved solely around the forge, earning Guyen's genuine admiration. Zhou Huai was naturally immensely satisfied with Yuzi's progress. The efficiency of the AI core had never let him down. At this moment, Yuzi's forging level had reached LV9. Zhou Huai's expectations for him extended beyond merely crafting epic quality equipment. He envisioned the creation of legendary and even divine-grade items in the future. Content with the progress of all his avatars, Zhou Huai finally returned his consciousness entirely to his original form. He slowly closed his eyes, and within his mind, the immense and familiar apparatus re-emerged, heralding the exhilarating moment of class selection. This time, it was for his fourth avatar. Zhou Huai's chest rose and fell slightly as he steadied his accelerated heartbeat. With a decisive thought, he pressed the soul draw button on the apparatus. Buzz! The colossal machine began to whirl chaotically. Countless class orbs transformed into brilliant streams of light, dazzling and mesmerizing. Ultimately, amidst this resplendent radiance, a striking golden orb emerged, shooting forth from the machine and gently descending before him. The golden light erupted, revealing a transfer scroll that was more substantial than even that of the Thunderblade Master, exuding an overwhelming aura as it floated serenely. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the class, Unique Hidden Class, S-Level Annihilation Barrier. Chapter 70. Xiang Yu. Upon learning that he had drawn merely an S-level class, Zhou Huai felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, he had Gandalf, the SS-level Forbidden Spell Mage, and Yuzi, the SS-level Omniversal Craftsman, as benchmarks. The cataclysmic power, the divine skill capable of defying fate, has thoroughly refined his appetite. After experiencing such unparalleled strength, returning to the S rank feels somewhat lacking. However, this momentary pretentiousness lasted no more than 3 seconds. Zhou Huai chuckled at himself and quickly found solace. What a joke. This is the only hidden profession of S rank. Across the vast expanse of the Great Xia Kingdom, and indeed the entire world, it remains an unattainable dream for countless practitioners throughout their lives. A top-tier genius that could drive any family or faction to madness. Here he was, nitpicking. If outsiders were to know, they would surely drown him in their disdain. One must learn to be content. With a calm mindset, Zhou Huai's gaze once again fell upon the substantial golden scroll. In the next moment, a brand new attribute panel erupted before his eyes. Clone panel, unnamed. Profession, Unique Hidden Profession. S rank, Annihilation Barrier. Level, LV1. Health, 12001200. Magic, 200,200. Strength, 30. Agility, 28. Stamina, 55. Mentality, 20. Physical defense, 112. Magical resistance, 77. Passive skill, Unyielding Battle Soul, LV1. Effect, the lower the health, the higher the physical defense and magical resistance. When health drops below 30, it triggers the Berserk state, rendering one immune to all control-type skills. Active skill, Guardian Oath, LV1. Effect, consumes 50 magic points to bind one allied unit, establishing a lifelink. During the binding period, all damage suffered by the allied unit will be taken by you. Current link limit, 1 person. Maximum link distance, 1,000 meters. Skill level up can increase the number of links and distance. Upon reading the skill description, Zhou Huai's previous disappointment vanished in an instant, replaced by unparalleled ecstasy. Guardian Oath. Absorbing damage for allies. This was the ultimate bodyguard crafted specifically for his frail form. With this, he would no longer need to worry about being ambushed and eliminated by any random foe when venturing out. Zhou Huai's mood soared, and his eyes ignited with fervor. System notification, please name your S-rank clone. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Huai thought of an unparalleled figure. With strength that could shake mountains and a presence that commanded respect, he resolutely murmured in his heart, "It shall be named Xiangyu. May this clone, in the future, embody the indomitable spirit of the Western Shu overlord, standing firm against 1,000 foes." System notification, naming successful. Clone Xiangyu created. System notification, please shape the appearance of clone Xiangyu. Having settled on a name, the task of molding its visage became much simpler. Zhou Huai directly modeled it after a formidable hero from a past game, renowned for his unmatched prowess. 2 hours later, system notification, S-rank clone annihilation barrier Xiangyu has been successfully generated. No sooner had the announcement concluded than a towering and robust figure materialized within the room. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his physique resembled muscles forged from steel, radiating explosive power. His face was resolute with sharp features, and his dual-colored eyes exuded an air of dominance that seemed to survey the world with disdain. Merely standing there, he emanated a pressure akin to a mountain, as if he alone constituted an entire army. Zhou Huai nodded in satisfaction and promptly summoned the old butler, Fu Bo. Upon entering, Fu Bo was unfazed by the imposing new figure in the room. He merely cast a calm glance before bowing respectfully. Clearly, he had grown accustomed to his young master's peculiar clones. Zhou Huai then instructed Fu Bo to prepare several sets of fitting attire for Xiangyu and to procure a new identity card. Fu Bo acknowledged the request with a nod and left without further inquiry. As time passed, a night elapsed without incident, and dawn broke the following day. Gandalf finally delivered good news. Star Moon set blueprints have been fully gathered. Zhou Huai's spirit soared. He had finally completed the collection. Glancing into the storage space, he saw a mountain of various materials, sufficient for Yezi to forge dozens of times. Gandalf returned to East Sea City. He promptly issued the command. Under the control of the AI core, Gandalf wasted no time and turned to leave the Shadow Mire dungeon. However, just as he stepped outside the area cloaked by the instance, 2 figures emerged from the adjacent thicket, blocking his path. Receiving the system notification, Zhou Huai swiftly shifted his consciousness to Gandalf. He looked up to see the 2 figures. One wielded a massive shield, towering like a bear. With a simple and honest face, the other was slender, shrouded in a black robe, revealing only a pair of shadowy eyes exuding a chilling aura. Zhou Huai's gaze swept over them, and fragmented memories quickly pieced together. It was them. On the day of the Beast Tide, these 2 had intervened, blocking 2 level 40 bosses for him. A smile graced Gandalf's face as he spoke gently. "It is you 2. Thank you for your assistance during the Beast Tide." He paused, his tone steady. "Are you here specifically to wait for me?" The shield-bearing giant stepped forward, cupping his fists in a salute. "This esteemed mage. I am Peng Tsong. This is my companion, He Ming. We are from the Tianyu Guild." A hint of respect adorned Peng Tsong's face. "We witnessed your performance during the Beast Tide, and our guild leader holds you in high esteem. Thus, we have come to invite you for tea and a chat." Zhou Huai understood their intentions. The Tianyu Guild, affiliated with the Sun family, sought to recruit him. This was indeed a part of his plan. He intended to infiltrate the Tianyu Guild to investigate the disaster sorcerer Luo Ming. However, the timing was not yet right. With the imminent college entrance examination, the challenge of top scholar must take precedence. He controlled Gandalf and nodded slightly. "Please convey my gratitude to Guild Leader Sun for his goodwill. However, I currently have urgent matters to attend to and cannot spare the time. Once I am finished, I will certainly pay a personal visit." Peng Tsong's expression remained unperturbed, devoid of any displeasure. He maintained his respectful demeanor. "Since you have pressing matters, we would not dare to impose. We hope you will keep your word." Gandalf nodded. "A promise is a promise." With that, he bypassed the 2 and continued towards East Sea City. Peng Tsong and He Ming stood in place, silently watching as the white-robed figure gradually receded into the distance. Only when he completely vanished from sight did He Ming emit a disdainful snort. "Humph. Why bother with so many words? Simply bind him, and it would be far more efficient." Peng Tsong turned to him, an expression of bemusement crossing his face. "He Ming, do not act recklessly. Do you truly believe we could capture him with just the 2 of us?" He Ming's shadowy eyes flickered with defiance. "He's just a mage. His skills may be powerful, but once I close the distance, he won't even have the chance to chant a spell." Peng Tsong shook his head, as if addressing a naive child. "Did you not observe? On the day of the Beast Tide, he endured countless hits from a boss, yet remained unscathed. His shield was extraordinarily thick. Are you certain you can penetrate his defenses?" He sighed. "The leader has instructed us to treat each other with respect. If you dare to strike, do you believe that the leader could break your legs in return?" The corner of He Ming's mouth twitched slightly. He coldly snorted, lowering his head and ceasing further words. Chapter 71. the Flying Thunder God technique. As Gandalf meticulously delivered the towering stack of blueprints and materials to the top-tier forge where Iyezi resided, Iyezi commenced his relentless forging endeavor. This time, he was tasked with creating an entire set of epic gear, the Starmoon set. Even for an SS-level master craftsman like him, the difficulty was undeniably substantial. Fortunately, the materials brought by Gandalf were abundant, enough to allow for a dozen failed attempts. Zhou Huai withdrew his focus from Iyezi, having issued the command for full-scale forging, and chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. He held firm belief that the intelligent core AI would flawlessly execute the task. After completing these arrangements, Zhou Huai placed Gandalf in one of the apartments that Fu Bo had previously secured. This was one of the safe houses that Fu Bo had rented in advance. Upon opening the door, the loyal old steward had been waiting patiently. "Young master," Fu Bo respectfully bowed. "Everything is in order. As per your instructions, Gandalf has been secretly registered as a candidate for the upcoming examination at Donghai City's No. 1 high school through special channels." Fu Bo presented a finely crafted crystal card. Zhou Huai directed Gandalf to take it and glanced over. "The school is unaware?" Fu Bo shook his head, a hint of confidence etched upon his face. The old servant contacted a longtime friend at the Education Bureau, directly adding him to the internal list. Even the principal of Donghai No. 1 high school is oblivious to the unexpected addition of a candidate. Zhou Huai nodded in satisfaction. He had always trusted Fu Bo's capabilities. With everything prepared, they now awaited Iyezi's completion of the epic Starmoon set. Once accomplished, Gandalf would enter the examination hall in his strongest form. Meanwhile, within the largest underground trading center in Donghai City, the resurrected Yasuo donned an inconspicuous black trench coat, his hood pulled low as he maneuvered through the bustling crowd. The air was thick with an assortment of strange potion scents and the clattering of metal. "Come and take a look." Freshly forged level 20 exquisite battle axes, equipped with armor-piercing effects. Purchasing high-grade magical beast crystal cores, bulk deals available. Zhou Huai controlled Yasuo, tuning out the surrounding cries, and approached a stall selling skill scrolls. The vendor, a lean middle-aged man with shrewd, darting eyes, greeted him. "Brother, what are you interested in?" "I have the most complete selection of universal skill scrolls in the entire trading center, at the fairest prices." The professions awakened by practitioners were diverse, and most exclusive skills required leveling up or completing specific tasks to comprehend. However, there were also widely circulated fundamental skills that could be learned through skill scrolls. These were known as universal skills. For instance, an archer could learn Eagle Eye to enhance vision or Rapid Fire to increase shooting speed. A mage could acquire Meditation for faster mana recovery or Elemental Affinity to amplify spell potency. For swordsmen, universal skills included basic swordsmanship and blocking, among others. Yasuo raised his head, his voice hoarse and low from beneath the hood. "Sword chi, throwing. I'll take one of each." The vendor's eyes brightened as he deftly pulled 2 scrolls from a pile. "All right, sword chi for 5,000, throwing for 3,000. That totals 8,000 dasha coins." Yasuo did not haggle and promptly paid. The 2 ancient scrolls transformed into 2 streams of light in his hands, instantly merging into his being. A surge of enlightenment washed over him. He had mastered these 2 skills. The previous battle had exposed Yasuo's greatest flaw, a lack of effective ranged attack methods. With Sword Chi, he could unleash sword energy for ranged assaults, addressing this deficiency. Although the range remained limited, it was certainly better than having none. In contrast to Sword Chi, Zhou Huai found the throwing skill even more intriguing. As the name suggests, it involved forcefully hurling objects towards a target. A skill that appeared rather mundane, even somewhat trivial. Yet, a wild and audacious thought took shape in Zhou Huai's mind. What if he could attach the Thunder Mark to the thrown shurikens? Then, at the moment the shuriken was about to strike its target, activating the mark to teleport? What an unexpected combat technique that would be. Was this not reminiscent of a certain renowned technique from his past life, the Flying Thunder God technique? The thought of that elusive figure darting through the battlefield in a flash ignited a fervor within Zhou Huai. He visited a weapon shop and spent a few hundred coins on a large bag of ordinary black iron shurikens. After completing these arrangements, he guided Yasuo to an uninhabited wasteland outside the city to commence his testing. A barely perceptible spark of electricity flickered at the point where his fingertip met the shuriken. Thunder Mark, successfully attached. He flicked his wrist. Whoosh. The shuriken shot forth like a beam of cold light, slicing through the air towards the trunk of a withered tree 100 meters away. Zhou Huai's focus sharpened, locking onto the rapidly spinning shuriken. Now, swish. Yasuo's figure vanished from his spot, transforming into a serpentine bolt of electricity. In the next instant, he found himself before the withered tree, his palm precisely pressing down on the shuriken destined for the trunk. The shuriken's momentum dissipated instantaneously, resting quietly in his hand. His appearance aligned perfectly with the shuriken's trajectory. Zhou Huai's breath caught in his throat. It worked. It truly can. I am indeed a genius. He suppressed his overwhelming joy and retrieved 5 more shurikens. With a flicker of electricity, 5 thunder marks attached simultaneously. He hurled the 5 shurikens in 5 different directions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 beams of cold light streaked through the air. In the next second, Yasuo's figure had entirely transformed into a wraith-like specter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He weaved between the 5 shurikens, each flicker revealing him in an astonishing position. One moment, he stood atop a boulder to the left. The next, he appeared amidst cliffs to the right. His form was ephemeral, swift as lightning. Zhou Huai was exhilarated. Attempting to throw out new shurikens at the moment of teleportation, executing second and even third consecutive teleports. In the valley, the electric sparks danced wildly. Yasuo's figure became utterly elusive, leaving behind fleeting afterimages of lightning. Incredible. This was nothing short of extraordinary. The only drawback was the significant mana consumption. Each teleportation drained 100 points of mana. With Yasuo's current mana limit nearing 3,000, he could sustain fewer than 30 consecutive teleports. However, that was more than sufficient. As for the shurikens, they were hardly valuable. Zhou Huai returned to the trading center, wholesale purchasing over 10,000 shurikens and stashing them in Yasuo's storage ring. With everything in place, Zhou Huai, satisfied, directed Yasuo to venture outside the city with the newly created account, Xiangyu, to level up. It was imperative to elevate Xiangyu's level and skills swiftly. Only then could his fragile true form secure the most reliable protection. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had quietly passed. Donghai City, the Forge Masters Guild. Within the forbidden forge room on the top floor. A sound like never before resonated, a clear and profound hammering echoing throughout the chamber. Uyezi gently lowered the divine hammer in his hand, exhaling a long breath of murky air. Before him, 5 pieces of equipment hovered silently, a robe, gauntlets, boots, leggings, and a crown. Each item shimmered with an ethereal glow, inscribed with arcane runes that exuded an awe-inspiring, epic pressure. Ding! Epic set, Lunar Star set, forged successfully. At that moment, Zhou Huai's consciousness jolted awake from his slumber, a smile gracing his face. Outside the window, the morning light began to break. The once sleeping city was slowly stirring to life. The annual, highly anticipated national examination for professional practitioners was officially commencing. Chapter 72, Gandalf's Ultimate Technique. In the East Sea City, within the Master Blacksmith's Guild, in the premier forging chamber, Uyezi silently handed over the last of the shimmering leggings. Gandalf accepted them, donning the complete set. In an instant, the entirety of the Lunar Star set radiated a soft and mysterious light around him, as if he had draped the night sky upon his form. Zhou Huai focused his thoughts and summoned Gandalf's attribute panel. Clone panel, Gandalf. Class, Unique Hidden Class. SS rank Forbidden Spell Mage. Level, LV20, 125,801,150,0000. Health, 67106-710. Mana, 151, 111, 5111. Strength, 980. Agility, 886. Stamina, 891. Mental power, 2889. Magical damage, 6087. Physical defense, 501. Magical resistance, 1089. Zhou Huai's breath caught for a moment. This panel rivaled that of a practitioner of level 40 or 50. Although the Lunar Star set itself did not provide top-tier enhancements to fundamental attributes, the set's effects ignited a fervor within Zhou Huai. Gandalf's passive skill, Elemental Mastery, inherently reduced skill cooldowns by 30%, while the effects of the Lunar Star set further diminished it by another 30%. But that was not all. During the 2 days of forging, Uyezi, utilizing the skill Spirit Quenching Touch, had fortuitously imbued the equipment with 2 high-level attributes that reduced skill cooldowns by 5. This meant the total cooldown reduction had reached an astonishing level. Zhou Huai swiftly calculated. The cooldown for Forbidden Spell Meteor Fire Rain had plummeted from 60 seconds to a staggering 13 seconds. The cooldown for Forbidden Spell Ice Seal had been reduced from 90 seconds to a mere 40 seconds. The cooldown for Arcane Barrier was now only 26 seconds. The enemies would barely have time to break his shield before a new one was already prepared. Even the cooldown for the gravitational field, originally 120 seconds, now only required 52 seconds. Moreover, at level 20, Gandalf had mastered a new skill. As is well known, combat classes gain an ultimate technique upon reaching level 20. And Gandalf was no exception. Forbidden Spell Blade Storm consumes 10,000 mana points to summon several giant wind blade storms in a designated area, sweeping through all hostile targets within a 2,000-meter radius, continuously inflicting devastating damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Simply reading the skill description justified its title as an ultimate technique. It was the most extensive in range, longest in duration, and potentially the highest in damage among all the skills Gandalf had mastered. Its only drawback was the exorbitant mana cost and the lengthy cooldown of 10 minutes. However, with the various cooldown reductions, the actual cooldown time had been shortened to under 5 minutes, which was truly monstrous. In addition to the set, Bayezi had crafted a brand new staff specifically for Gandalf. Core of Flame Explosion, Epic. Equipment requirement, LV20. Magical damage, 350. Mental power, 150. Attached skill, Split Fireball, LV1. Effect, consumes 200 mana points to launch a fireball that splits into 3 smaller fireballs upon hitting the target, dealing secondary damage to surrounding enemies. Cooldown, 10 seconds. The staff's attributes seemed somewhat insufficient compared to Gandalf's current panel. Yet, Zhou Huai was drawn to the small skill it possessed, a rare skill attribute that had emerged purely by luck during the forging process, perfectly compensating for Gandalf's lack of minor skills and preventing the embarrassing situation of using a cannon to kill a mosquito. With all preparations complete, Gandalf wasted no time and turned to exit the forging chamber. Lin Wei, waiting at the door, watched in astonishment as the enigmatic white-robed mage walked away, clad in an entire set of priceless epic equipment. She stood there, dumbfounded. Each piece was enough to incite a frenzy at an auction. Master Bayezi had toiled tirelessly for 2 days and nights for this, and he just gave it away? Without even receiving payment. Lin Wei's mind was a whirlwind. She recalled days prior, the cold swordsman in a mask had done the same. He took the equipment and simply walked away, not even uttering a word of thanks. And Master Bayezi had shown no sign of displeasure whatsoever. What was happening? With Master Bayezi's rising fame, young heirs from various guilds and families had been flocking to the Blacksmith's Guild, waving checks offering hundreds of thousands, or even millions, pleading for the master to forge an item for them. Yet all had been coldly rejected by Bayezi, citing his ongoing work on the set. Lin Wei had assumed this equipment was prepared for a top-tier power's heir. Who would have thought it would be so easily taken by a mysterious mage? Unable to contain herself, she summoned her courage and cautiously approached Bayezi. Master, her voice was barely a whisper. Who was that person just now? Bayezi, preparing to close the forging chamber door, paused at her words. He turned his head, his face, somewhat stern from Zhou Huai's earlier grip, revealing no emotion. A friend, he replied succinctly. With that, he disregarded the bewildered Lin Wei and firmly closed the heavy door of the forging chamber. Bang! The resounding thud of the door startled Lin Wei, pulling her from her shock. A friend? She lingered, murmuring to herself. Just a friend? What kind of friend would give away an epic set worth millions without flinching? Lin Wei's heart swirled with a medley of emotions, envy, jealousy, and an indescribable yearning. Honestly, I wish to be your friend too. If only I could be your girlfriend, that would be even better. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She shook her head vigorously, trying to dispel these unrealistic fantasies. Yet Bayezi's focused and handsome profile stubbornly lingered in her mind. Inside the forging chamber, the rhythmic sounds of hammering resumed as Bayezi embarked on a new round of forging. Meanwhile, Gandalf, having exited the Blacksmith's Guild, arrived at the entrance of Donghai No. One high school. The atmosphere was bustling, vibrant with energy. Several buses emblazoned with a unified emblem were neatly parked in the square. Zhou Huai, controlling Gandalf, prepared to board the bus for a unified journey to Jiangning City, the capital of Dongning Province. Chapter 73, The Examination Begins. Jiangning City, the capital of Dongning Province, is located southwest of East Sea City, merely 100 kilometers apart. All students participating in the grand examination will converge at this location to partake in a centrally organized assessment. At this moment, the entrance of Donghai No. One high school is filled with an atmosphere where youth and tension intertwine. Hundreds of students gather here, awaiting their homeroom teacher to take attendance and make arrangements. Zhou Huai cast a glance and noted that the number of participants from number 1 high school this year is fewer than he had anticipated, seemingly less than 100. The threshold for the grand examination is set at level 15, a rigid criterion that has mercilessly filtered out the majority of students. Zhou Huai maneuvered Gandalf through the crowd and approached a middle-aged teacher responsible for registration, handing over his examination permit. The teacher took the crystal card, his gaze sweeping over it. Gandalf. He furrowed his brow, raising his eyes to scrutinize the mysterious examinee, clad in a robe adorned with stars and moons. He was certain that no such individual existed in his class. However, the momentary confusion on his face quickly dissipated, as he had witnessed this phenomenon many times before. Each year, as the grand examination approached, unfamiliar faces would suddenly appear, often re-examinees who had failed the previous year or who, through certain connections and financial transactions, regained their qualifications. As long as the candidate is under 20 years of age and does not exceed level 20, the committee typically turns a blind eye, a long-standing unwritten rule. Once the teacher confirmed the examination permit was valid, he habitually used a scanning spell to check Gandalf's level. In the next instant, his pupils dilated sharply. Level 20. A full-level participant. This realization further solidified his assumption. This individual must be a re-examinee. After all, due to the recent beast tide, many students were reluctant to venture outside the city for training, and achieving the level 15 threshold as a first-time examinee was already commendable. The person before him had evidently spent an additional year preparing. With this thought, a coldness crept into the teacher's expression. Go to the last row to sit. He gestured towards the back of the bus, his tone devoid of warmth. Speak less. Zhou Huai, controlling Gandalf, nodded and made his way to the bus, taking a seat in the corner of the last row. As soon as he settled in, the noisy discussions within the bus quieted considerably. Countless curious, probing, and even envious gazes fell upon his resplendent starry ensemble. What is that equipment? It looks incredible. A complete set of mage gear? How much must it cost? I don't recognize him. Does our school have such a figure? Regardless, judging by his appearance, he has probably a wealthy heir not to be trifled with. Zhou Huai paid no heed to the discussions, closing his eyes and leaning back against the seat to rest. Soon, other students boarded the bus, but only Lu Qi. Amidst a throng of admirers, distinctly ascended the luxurious private car dispatched by the Zhou family. He rolled down the window, casting a glance at the crowded bus, his lips curling into an unmistakable smirk. Moments later, the convoy began to move slowly westward towards Jiangning City. To ensure the safety of the examinees, the military had already deployed troops to eliminate the beasts along the route. Squads of heavily armored soldiers patrolled the roads on war beasts, an air of lethal determination pervading the atmosphere. 2 hours later, the convoy successfully arrived in Jiangning City. In contrast to Donghai City, this provincial capital appeared even more prosperous and magnificent. The towering city walls, standing over 100 meters high, resembled a colossal steel beast spanning the heavens, exuding a reassuringly substantial aura. The bus gradually entered the city, finally halting in an immense square. Following the flow of people, Gandalf disembarked. Gazing around, he saw the square filled with school buses from various cities in Dongning province. Dozens of buses and nearly 1,000 examinees congregated, a truly spectacular scene. Zhou Huai's eyes scanned the crowd and soon spotted a familiar figure amidst the team from No. 2 high school. Yishi was encircled by several young companions, her small face taut with tension, hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. Watching her feigned calmness, Zhou Huai couldn't help but chuckle. With a thought, his consciousness returned to his true self as he pulled out his phone and skillfully sent Yishi a message. Good luck on the exam. Just stay calm. There's no need to be overly anxious. You're so talented, you will surely be accepted into a top-tier institution. Meanwhile, Yishi was taking deep breaths to compose herself when her phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. She retrieved it to find a message from Zhou Huai, and a radiant smile instantly illuminated her tense little face. Her anxious emotions seemingly smoothed away. Her fair fingers flew over the screen as she replied, though her words remained defiant. Brother Zhou Huai, I'm not nervous at all. Humph. Besides, I don't want to go to any top-tier institution. Just getting into Dongning Academy would be fine. Zhou Huai stared at her response, somewhat surprised. Why? With your talent, you could easily attend a prestigious university in the capital or Magic City. Quickly, a new message appeared. Because other universities are too far away, I want to be able to visit you often. Dongning Academy is closer, just in Jiangning City. Whenever I have a break, I can return to Donghai City to see you. Zhou Huai read her words, a warm current flowing through his heart. This girl. He shook his head helplessly, a smile lingering on his face. It's fine. If she gets into Dongning Academy, she will be in Jiangning City. If she ever encounters any trouble, he could send a projection to assist her. At that moment, a low hum resonated throughout the square, as radiant runes suddenly illuminated the ground. Ancient and intricate patterns swiftly spread across the surface, enveloping all examinees within. An air of solemnity instantly quelled the earlier commotion. Then, a grand and authoritative voice echoed through the square, resonating in every ear. Attention, all examinees. Maintain silence. The grand examination is about to commence. The broadcast continued with its cold, commanding tone. Students aged 20 or older, or with levels below 15 or above 20, are to leave the square immediately. The voice bore no hint of emotion, akin to a mechanical decree. Once again, students aged 20 or older, or with levels below 15 or above 20, are to leave the square immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The nearly 1,000 examinees exchanged glances, a wave of suppressed agitation rippling through the crowd. What nonsense is this? My brother took the exam at 20 last year. Why can't he this year? Over level 20 is also disallowed. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? They surely must be trying to scare us. They say this every year. Amidst the whispers, no one took the initiative to move, all clinging to a sliver of hope, believing it was merely a customary intimidation before the exam. In the next instant, buzz. The ancient runes on the ground erupted in blinding light. Ah, my legs. I can't move my legs. It hurts. Help. Agonizing screams erupted as dozens of students collapsed without warning, their bodies convulsing violently, cold sweat instantly soaking their clothes. The light acted like invisible shackles, pinning them to the ground, inflicting unbearable pain. The voice from the broadcast sounded again, tinged with a mocking chill. Why do some of you never listen to what I say? Here, do not harbor any delusions. Soon, several teams of uniformed staff rushed into the crowd. Expressionless as they carried away the wailing students one by one, their movements efficient and devoid of compassion. The clamor in the square abruptly ceased, leaving the remaining candidates silent as the grave, no longer daring to entertain a shred of hope. It was not until the last rule violator was escorted away that tranquility was restored. The announcement of the examination rules commenced. This year's examination is divided into 2 rounds, the provincial examination followed by the national examination. Only the top 5 candidates from the provincial examination will qualify to represent Dongning Province in the national examination, vying for the title of national champion. Thus, the majority of you should focus your efforts on the provincial examination. Now, I shall declare the rules for the provincial examination. You will be transported to the testing ground, the Tower of Apocalypse. Each of you will enter an independent trial space. The Tower of Apocalypse consists of 18 levels. Only those who successfully reach the 10th level will come under the scrutiny of the assessors from various universities. Their evaluations will be based on your performance within the tower. A word of caution. Only those who ascend to the 13th level will have the opportunity to catch the attention of assessors from the elite institutions in the imperial capital and the magical metropolis. However, this does not guarantee admission. The final judgment will still rely on your performance in the trial. Candidates in support-oriented professions need not worry, as the assessment mechanism of the Tower of Apocalypse will tailor the examination content to suit your professional characteristics. Zhou Huai, whose consciousness resided within Gandalf, listened to these words with a sense of disbelief. Another tower. From the trial tower to this Tower of Apocalypse. It seems that the examination system of this world harbors an obsessive affection for such structures. The broadcast continued. Rule 2. Once candidates enter the trial, the maximum number of restorative items that may be utilized is 5. This applies to both health and mana restoration, with the total not exceeding 5 uses. The use of enhancement items is strictly prohibited. Violators will be immediately disqualified from the examination. Rule 3. Candidates who have reached level 20 are forbidden from using their ultimate techniques during the assessment. Violators will also face disqualification. Furthermore, the difficulty of the assessment for level 20 candidates will be increased by 50%. Upon the announcement of this rule, the crowd erupted in suppressed wails of despair. What? No use of ultimate techniques? I worked tirelessly to reach level 20 precisely to shine in the examination. And now the difficulty is raised by 50%? If only I had known, I would have capped my level at 19. This is unjust. A burly young man turned crimson with rage, his fists cracking ominously. The voice on the broadcast disregarded these complaints. The rules had been proclaimed, wishing all candidates good fortune in the examination. As the words faded, a minuscule black dot appeared imperceptibly in the sky. This expanded at a visible pace, resembling a star plummeting from the heavens. In an instant, it transformed into a colossal shadow, eclipsing the entire square and a significant portion of Jiangning City. The sunlight was entirely devoured. Instinctively, everyone looked up, their pupils reflecting the breathtaking scene. A tower of indescribable grandeur hovered silently in the sky. Its structure, forged from an unknown material, radiated a profound obsidian hue, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. Ancient and enigmatic blue runes flowed across its surface, tracing arcane paths that emanated a chilling pressure. It was immense, so vast that it seemed to connect heaven and earth, its pinnacle lost within the depths of the clouds. My heavens, is that the Tower of Apocalypse? Surely, this must be an illusion. The crowd erupted in exclamations, all astounded by this miraculous sight, their scalps tingling with awe. Zhou Huai, controlling Gandalf, gazed upon the magnificent tower, feeling a ripple of emotion within. Truly, this is a grand examination, a spectacle of monumental scale. In the next moment, the base of the tower suddenly illuminated with a massive blue beam. The beam descended from the heavens, enveloping all candidates in the square. Zhou Huai felt a blinding flash, a gentle yet irresistible force enveloping him entirely. When he regained his senses, he found himself no longer amidst the bustling square, but within a vast and empty tower. The surroundings were dimly lit, illuminated only by the faint glow emitted by the flowing runes on the tower walls. He was situated on the ground floor of the tower. Looking up, he saw a vast circular structure at the center, revealing glimpses of the ancient stone railing on the upper levels. The railing was adorned with twisted, eerie patterns that exuded an ominous aura. At the tower's lofty apex hung an enormous ancient bronze bell. The bell, weathered by countless years, was covered in mottled green rust, emanating a heavy and desolate atmosphere. Zhou Huai controlled Gandalf as he surveyed the environment at the base of the tower. The space was expansive, equivalent to 2 football fields. The solitary figure of Gandalf appeared particularly diminutive in this vastness. Zhou Huai scanned the area, finding no stairs leading to the next level. Just as he pondered how to ascend to the second level, the cold voice of the broadcast echoed once more through the empty tower. Upon the sounding of the bronze bell, the assessment officially commenced. The duration of the assessment is 10 hours. During this period, any candidates who suffer fatal damage will be directly transported out of the tower. As the words concluded, the massive bronze bell at the tower's peak unexpectedly tolled a long and sonorous chime. The sound seemed to possess a certain enchantment, resonating deep within the soul and disorienting the mind. Simultaneously, before Gandalf, in a clearing several meters away, beams of white light suddenly materialized. As the light faded, dozens of grotesque beasts emerged at the tower's base. They were pitch black, resembling malevolent wolves, yet lacking substance, their forms composed of swirling shadows, with pairs of crimson eyes locking onto Gandalf in the dimness. Shadow Marsh Hunters, 50 in total, and each one at level 20.